Michael thought for a while and didn't immediately command his undead to descend from the sky. Up here, there were a few things he could and wanted to do. For one, he hadn't had his fill of flying yet. Though Michael found himself trembling slightly whenever he saw the distance between him and the ground, he still enjoyed the feeling of cutting through the wind. Fly a little lower. Michael commanded his undead while also guiding it toward the sky above the settlement he had planned to enter the previous day. Though he couldn't see everything clearly from this height, Michael could still make out a few details. It's quite huge. That was his first impression. The entire settlement was walled off in an almost, but not quite, perfect circle. Several stone buildings stood alongside residential structures. Based on the territorial size, Michael estimated this place was probably a town. As for the number of people living inside, that was something he didn't bother guessing. Even though it was late at night, several buildings still had light coming from their windows. Some streets were also lit up. As he observed the town below, he made sure to keep his distance and not go any lower. Only the heavens knew if they had weapons capable of shooting him down. This was his first interaction with civilization in the land of origin, so he remained cautious. Fortunately, the griffin he rode on just happened to have a dark appearance. Even if some people noticed him, the distance between them ensured that he and his undead would likely appear no larger than a bird. Not to mention, the dark night sky helped conceal them even further. After flying several laps around the town, Michael finally ordered his undead to return to the surface. Landing near where his other undead were, Michael reluctantly got off the griffin. He gazed at it, a small smile forming at the edge of his lips. I won't even bother using undead summoning on you right now and ruin my mood. Michael had never been a fan of his luck. And given that his mana was limited, unless he miraculously succeeded on his first attempt, he doubted he could manage more than 2 tries at best. Rather than risk failure, it was better to find another corpse to revive and fill all his contract slots for more evolution points. As for evolving the undead griffin, it wasn't that Michael was tempted to do it. At level 27, the griffin was just 1 level away from reaching the maximum level its potential allowed. Thanks to his experiment with Prince, Michael knew that if he evolved the griffin now, the increase in strength would be massive. But that was one of the reasons why he held back. Aside from the fact that he was saving evolution points for tomorrow, when he would receive more and attempt to evolve one of his human undead, there were other reasons as well. For one, a stronger undead would only mean an even lower success rate when trying to use undead summoning on it. And more importantly, Michael worried that evolving the griffin would drastically increase its size, which would make things highly inconvenient. One particular concern stood out. While the black griffin was already huge, it could still barely squeeze into his storage space. That meant he could bring it into the real world if needed. But if it grew any larger, that option would be completely cut off. Sure, he would gain more strength as a necromancer if his undead got stronger. But right now, Michael was in no dire need of power. If he was, none of these reasons would have stopped him. For now, aside from wanting to fill his last 2 contract slots, Michael was also considering what to do with the rest of the corpses around him. The situation in the real world didn't seem like the best time to be buying and selling corpses like it was a normal day. And Michael wasn't interested in doing that anyway. Unfortunately, he still hadn't thought of a better way to store and preserve them. If only the space in my mark of origin was bigger. If that were the case, it would be the best solution. The time freeze effect inside the mark storage only made it even more ideal. Unfortunately, Michael also didn't have an undead with powers that could preserve corpses. Even if he did, would he just leave them out in the open? Never thought I would think so much about corpse-related matters, aside from how they're buried. Michael muttered absent-mindedly, lost in thought, before coming to a halt. He turned his gaze downward, staring at the cold soil beneath his feet, then bent down to scoop up a handful. Cold. That was expected. Monster corpses, though, start to rot after a while. But if I bury them deep enough, not only will they be hidden, they'll also be preserved for a bit, right? The thought wouldn't leave his mind. It just made sense. Corpses were meant to be buried. And when needed, unearthed. A wry smile tugged at Michael's lips as he spoke softly. My old image of necromancers had them digging up coffins. To think I'd be the one creating them. Once again, Michael felt like a fake necromancer. Though he wasn't certain if this method would actually work, he still wanted to try it. At worst, the bodies would rot slightly and start to smell. But once they were turned into undead, the process of decay would halt due to the necromantic energy sustaining them, keeping them in a functioning state. I should have thought of this sooner. Michael sighed in mild frustration. That said, even if he wanted to test this method, there was something he needed to do first. Fill up all his contract slots. With 2 contract slots left to fill, Michael didn't really have a lot of freedom to choose randomly. Currently, he had 4 corpses to choose from. The hobgoblins he had taken from the real world, the long-armed monkeys and sand scorpions he had also collected from the same place, and the black griffin. Among the 4 types, Michael still had at least 3 for each corpse but only 2 for the black griffin. It was also this particular group that Michael wasn't exactly excited to try. Just because he succeeded with the first corpse didn't blind Michael. Putting luck aside, experience told him he might very well just waste his time using undead revival and resting to recover mana and still fail at reviving even 1 out of the 2 undead. Putting this aside as well, though the successful revival of a black griffin would very well give him more undead with rank 2 prowess, that was just it. At rank 1, he didn't think he'd be able to have a successful attempt at undead summoning on them, which also meant he would have to keep off evolving them, as that would only make things harder. And though rank 2 prowess was powerful, it wasn't like Michael didn't already have this. Lucky and Prince, any of the 2, could compete against early-stage rank 2 creatures and still win. Also, with his other high-leveled undead, thanks to the chaos that happened in the real world, with a little bit of evolution points to spend, he'd have several 3-star rare rank undead with rank 2 prowess. To be honest, for Michael, the greatest attraction the black griffins had for him was their ability to fly, and he wasn't sure how long such attraction would last. This was because of the words he had heard from Brian before they separated and the sight of the man flying itself. Unfortunately, the forum didn't provide much detail about the power increase or uniqueness of rank 2 awakeners compared to rank 1 and unranked awakeners, aside from the greater increase in stats and more skills gained. As for flying, Michael wasn't sure, but he hoped that would be the case. With his mind not really at the idea of attempting to revive the 2 black griffins, Michael turned to the other 3 corpses types he had. Anyway, he could always attempt the 2 later when he got more stronger and when he was at a higher level. After thinking about it for a while, Michael later chose the last 2 monsters he wanted to use and fill up his contract slots, the long-armed monkey and the sand scorpion. Though they both only had 1 skill, which were each interesting, together with this, the main reason Michael chose them was because he had enough orcs in his army for now. Michael wasn't a specialist necromancer. Though he'd love to have more than one of the same undead in his army, it wasn't to the point he was obsessed with it. If he saw 5 birds and 5 lizards and he particularly loved birds, he'd choose 3 birds and 2 lizards. The only time he'd choose only one was if he was way too broke. At that point, the cheaper option just looked way more attractive. After making his decision, Michael didn't waste any more time and immediately started using undead revival on the corpses of the long-armed monkey and the sand scorpion. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that Michael was done. For the long-armed monkeys, he succeeded at his 3rd corpse and the 2nd attempt out of the 3 chances he had with the 1, and for the sand scorpions, he succeeded in the 3rd attempt with the 1st corpse. Though he later ended up filling his contract slots, Michael wasn't satisfied with the success rate. Have I killed too much? I've accumulated some bad energy. Remembering the ghost he brought peace to, Michael didn't feel his thoughts were impossible. Remembering the ghost he had apparently brought peace to without seeing them also made Michael develop some thoughts. For one, but seemed a class and a panel with the ability to level up wasn't all there was to an awakener. Though the world resembled a game to them, it obviously worked outside of a game. The limitations that games had didn't exist in this supernatural universe. Ghosts, huh? I wonder if it's possible to contract one in the future. Michael felt his thoughts were a bit ambitious, but perhaps it shouldn't be impossible. With a class that dealt with death, if he couldn't do it at rank 1, didn't mean it was impossible at higher stages. With the matter of his contract slots being filled finally done, Michael then went to the next matter at hand. Preserving his corpse collection. Well, rather than calling it preserving, in its bare form, he just wanted to bury them. Fortunately, he had the perfect undead for the job, a female orc shaman with earth manipulation skills. With her abilities, Michael saw the possibility of this task being a lot easier. Since the earth shaman wasn't one he was able to summon at any time from the netherworld, Michael tugged on his connection with her and commanded her to come to his location. When she did, they immediately got to work. The ground vibrated, and a hole slowly appeared. Just as Michael had thought, with his earth shaman, burying the corpses became a lot easier. With the undead orc by his side, Michael started to bury his corpse collection one by one. With the vitality of a monster, monsters didn't rot that fast, but it was only in relation to higher-level monsters. For lower-level ones, it was only slow at most. At least Michael could already start to smell some odd scent from some of the corpses when he moved them into the earth holes his earth shaman made. Hopefully, their bodies are able to stay relatively complete, Michael muttered as he stared at his surroundings. With a little attempt at clearing traces of his earth shaman's undead use of magic, one wouldn't even know there were monster corpses buried underneath. At least in the operation of storing the corpses, burying them was a successful method. As for worrying about the completeness of the corpses when he needed them, Michael wasn't really concerned. For one, the transformation into an undead, especially to a flesh undead, healed the body a little, which was why the stitched monster corpses he brought from the association had no issues. And if his suspicion about his talent healing his undead through evolution was true, he only needed materials for creating undead and not how complete they were, as long as it worked. Phew, I guess it's finally that time. With anything related to unused corpses out of the way, there was only one thing left now. Entering civilization for the first time in the land of origin. Michael stared at his outfit. Aside from looking a little dirty, he still looked presentable. At least to him, he did. The black leather coat he wore also made him look quite not out of place if the fashion style of the part of the land of origin he was in was the medieval era. So, all in all, Michael didn't have any issues with himself. However, when it came to his undead, things became a little tricky. I could have the human mage follow me as he looks more human than any of my undead, but unfortunately, he himself is not presentable. Unfortunately, Michael hadn't brought a lot of disguise cloth. The human mage, not only was it dirty looking, but its leather armor and robe were also in tatters, thanks to Prince's handling. Just because he couldn't bring the undead in public with him didn't mean he couldn't do it secretly. However, it was only the human mage and the undead griffin Michael planned to bring along on his trip to the settlement not so far from him with his storage space. He planned to let his other undead hide here for the meantime. As for his protection, he felt he was strong enough for that. However, Michael was not cocky, but even if he needed protection beyond what he could give himself, the undead that had fought with him in the real world, the human mage undead and the undead griffin, alongside Lucky and Prince, whom he could summon from the netherworld, the undead he left in this world were lacking. Since he knew what he was going to do, Michael did just that. Gathering all his undead in one spot, the cave he had used for his temporary residence, and leaving a few instructions, Michael dashed out of the forest alone. After a while of running at a leisurely pace, Michael finally came out of the forest and was eye to eye with the walls of a not-so-distant settlement. Taking a deep breath, Michael started making his way to the settlement, but not on the main road. From his location, he could tell the gates were closed. Michael planned to sneak in. The Lionheart Kingdom. One of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the Dragon Empire. Rumors had been circulating that the old king was preparing to step down from the throne, causing a ripple of uncertainty and speculation throughout the kingdom and even the empire as a whole. Why was the king retiring? It was the question on everyone's mind, nobles and commoners alike. Yet, no clear answer could be found. One thing was certain. A period of unrest had begun to take hold of the kingdom. Amidst this uncertainty, another major announcement shook the realm. The king's brother, the Duke of Evermoon, had declared an upcoming competition, open to the men of the kingdom and beyond. However, the entry requirements were said to be extremely strict, making it clear that only the most exceptional individuals could participate. But when one considered the grand prize, it became clear why the competition demanded only the best. Treasures so valuable they could leave even the empire's most powerful figures in awe were rumored to be among the rewards. Yet, the true prize lay elsewhere. The winner would not only gain riches but also marry the duke's precious daughter, securing a noble title of at least Viscount within the Lionheart kingdom. For a time, all eyes turned toward Lionheart, as the kingdom became the center of attention across the empire. Blackstone Town. Though night had fallen, in some places, the day had only just begun. Inside a bustling bar inn in Blackstone Town, a female server flashed a playful smile at the young man before her. "Handsome, care for a drink?" "I'm broke. I don't have any money." "Then why are you here?" "For the atmosphere." A brief conversation was exchanged between the two. The youth was none other than Michael. After leaping over the rooftops and avoiding the guards stationed along the town walls, he had been anxious at first. But two things quickly reassured him. First, his attire didn't seem out of place. Second, there was no language barrier, not because the locals spoke English, but thanks to another perk of being an awakener. The ability to understand and speak all languages. Much like the sensation of using a skill, the knowledge of the local tongue came instinctively when conversing with natives. However, there were limitations. One still had to practice the accent and learn the language properly to read and write it. Awakener perks didn't cover literacy. So, in a way, most awakeners were illiterate at first. It wasn't all sunshine in the land of origin. After wandering through the streets and exchanging a few words with a few locals to confirm that he could, in fact, communicate here, Michael took a deep breath and stepped into a nearby establishment. A bar inn. His goal? To gather information. To be honest, Michael's decision was influenced by the entertainment he had consumed on Earth. Whenever a character arrived at a new location in a medieval-themed world, they would often head straight to a bar or inn to gather information. The female server's expression twitched. It wasn't that she was shocked by Michael's words, just a little taken aback by his blunt honesty. Plenty of people in the bar weren't actually there to buy drinks. Some came just to chat, gossip, or freeload from others. In a way, they weren't too different from Michael. The difference? Most wouldn't outright admit they were broke. Instead, they would say they simply weren't in the mood for a drink yet. Even Michael was surprised by his own words. Though he appeared calm on the surface, deep down, he was anxious. The quick-paced conversation with the server had been a result of him simply blurting out whatever was on his mind. But since he had already spoken, he could only pretend everything was normal. Fortunately, the server didn't make things more awkward. After giving him an odd look, she moved on to another table. Michael sighed in relief and shifted his focus back to observing his surroundings. Near the counter, a man was performing, a singer, or maybe a bard. Michael wasn't sure what to call him. The man strummed a guitar-like instrument, his voice carrying over the lively chatter of the bar. Michael had to admit, the song, though a little strange, sounded surprisingly good. But this wasn't what Michael had come for. His goal was information. A bar was the perfect place for people to let loose and spill all sorts of things. If he was lucky, he'd be able to figure out exactly where in the land of origin he had arrived or what was at least going on in his current location. Every new awakener had to go through this challenge. Michael had read about it on the forums. Even those who appeared near civilized areas struggled during their first entry into this world. And sometimes, things could be even worse. Rarely, but not impossibly, an awakener's first arrival could end in death, all because they had landed in the wrong place at the wrong time. All of this meant one thing. Integrating into the land of origin depended almost entirely on an awakener's abilities. And right now, Michael was undergoing his own trial. In a way, this feels like real transmigration. Appearing in an unknown location, trying to figure out what's going on, what to do next, and how not to expose yourself. Michael couldn't help but think that his situation mirrored some of the entertainment he consumed back on Earth. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, he pieced together what he could from the people around him. My wife cheated on me today, brothers. Ah, what did you do? I told her I wanted in too. Huh. I now understand the type of man you are. No, you all don't understand. She cheated on me with another woman. Apparently, I haven't been giving her attention because of you brothers, so she cheated. But now I want to give her all my love so we can both cheat together with the same woman. She's hot. Yay. Yes. Most of the conversations around him were like this. The atmosphere was unfamiliar and a bit uncomfortable for Michael. Not only was this awkward for Michael from Aurora, but also for the Michael from Earth. They weren't extroverts who went out all the time, especially to places with this kind of vibe. This was his first time. But after going through a lot these past few days, way more than this, Michael found that a little discomfort wasn't so bad. He quickly adapted. Fortunately, not all the conversations around him were useless. Some were quite interesting and informative. Do you guys know the latest news? Michael's senses sharpened as he caught onto a conversation at a nearby table. Tell us, what is it? They say a group of knights from the kingdom arrived yesterday and entered the Everlong forest. Ah. Why? I'm not sure, but I heard a terrible monster has appeared in the forest. Wait, doesn't that mean we're not safe? The Everlong forest is practically just outside the town walls. No need to panic. Don't you trust the kingdom's knights? They're incredibly powerful. You're right. I just can't help but worry a little. Hopefully, the goddess continues to bless us. Michael took mental notes while his ears caught another conversation. They say the application for the Duke's competition is closing soon. Ah, how I wish I could have joined. You pervert. I'm pretty sure you're old enough to be the princess father. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Whatever. Even if you weren't too old, what would you even do in the competition? If someone throws a fireball at you, are you going to lick it? Laughter followed that statement. Then another voice spoke. I've decided to travel to the big city, brother. Ah. Why? I don't want to die a farmer. I want to be an adventurer. I want to join the Adventurers Guild, hunt monsters, and create a story that bards will sing for centuries. The last speaker sounded young, drunk, and full of dreams. Kingdom Knights. The Duke's competition. The Adventurers Guild. Michael absorbed every piece of information. However, out of everything he had heard, what concerned him the most was the first conversation. They're not talking about that monster from the ruins, right? He wasn't sure, but something told him it was probably the case. There were many possibilities. For one, the monster could have left its original location. Another possibility was that the battle in the ruins, his fight alongside Lucky, combined with the prince's desperate last struggle, might have drawn attention. The mana usage had been immense, after all. But as much as the thought worried Michael, there was nothing he could do about it. Against that monster, he was still too weak. Even if he had a strong undead by his side, Michael knew that he needed to grow stronger personally too. After all, he had nearly died to a monster that had barely been conscious. I wonder how strong these Kingdom Knights are and if they can actually kill that monster. Michael was naturally curious. Unfortunately, there was no one he could ask currently. Questions like the power system of the place he was in, the history, and so on were things that could easily make him suspicious. For now, he had to take it slow. And if those knights actually managed to take down that monster, Michael could only hope they left some materials for him to take into the real world and sell. It would be better if they left the tower building one and just took the monster. Evidently, even with millions in his account, Michael still prioritized profit over revenge. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he continued listening in on the conversations in the bar before heading out moments later when he felt he had heard enough and was already drawing attention as the only guy on his counter table who also didn't order any drinks. To be honest, Michael would have loved to order some. He saw the bar served warm milk plus meals with meat, but unfortunately, a millionaire on Aurora, a broke man in the land of origin, was what he was. Outside the bar, Michael entered a dark alley and flashed away from his location. A moment later, he appeared outside the settlement walls. In that short moment, Michael had run through the city, and aside from one feeling he got from the building in the settlement center, nobody else gave him a feeling of threat. This and the fact that there were also no other noteworthy establishments to enter again made him realize he needed to change his approach. Not only did he lack money, but he also lacked identity. This is going to be a problem. I need money if I want to integrate better into civilization, more importantly, an identity with some form of background I can use anywhere, but the issue is I don't even know where I am. The fact Michael also sensed a presence not any weaker than him individually also made him realize that this wasn't a place he could run tyrant in. And not that he planned to. However, it did make him know that there were at least people as strong as him in this place he found himself in, maybe as long as he didn't bring his strongest undead out. That youth mentioned something like an adventurer. Based on his following words, if I register in this guild, I assume is some form of organization almost everyone can join if they're capable, that should provide some form of identity for me, right? Michael seriously pondered his next step, and he felt this was most likely the part he'd end up taking. He came out of the settlement because he didn't see any need there, and as he didn't also have a place to stay, he figured it was best he came back outside. But what do I do now? At this point, Michael felt if he actually wanted to make actual progress in integrating into this world, he might need to interact with the people of this world in daytime and not nighttime. Just as Michael was falling deeper into thought, he suddenly sensed a presence and turned to look in a certain direction in the forest he was in. Oh, I didn't think you'd notice me even with my concealing magic. You're quite strong, boy, who are you? From behind the cover of a tree came an old man whose back was slightly hunched, and he had a black staff that strangely had red, glowing vines on its body with a small, slightly glowing dim orb on top of its end. The man had a white goatee and long white hair and was dressed in a long, red robe that covered his body. A mage? Michael wondered. Though on the surface, he looked calm, he was already on guard. The old mage's aura felt familiar. It was exactly the one he had felt in the middle of the settlement he was just in. Who are you? Michael asked calmly. Oh, I should be asking this, the old man replied. When I came to this town yesterday, I didn't feel an aura this strong. You can't blame me for thinking something suspicious is going on when I suddenly felt one this late at night, and one that seemed to be peeking around as well. As the old mage spoke, the smiling expression on his face slowly became serious. Michael could sense a huge amount of mana, no less than his own, coming from the other party, which made him serious as he gradually returned the action, managing to score an expression of surprise from the other party, which Michael caught. However, what surprised him was why the man, who suddenly seemed to be ready to fight, started to calm down. He doesn't want to risk fighting. Michael wondered, but he didn't bring his guard down. His hands were already stretched out a little, ready to summon Lucky at any given moment. Before the old mage spoke, Michael beat him to it. From the other party's previous words, he could tell where he had gone wrong. His intention of searching for information in the city had been too obvious. People weaker than him might not notice, but it was a different story for people with similar power or certain capabilities. I apologize, since it seems my intention has been misunderstood, which caused you to raise your guard. I mean no harm, Michael said. If your excellency says this, then I have no reason not to believe, the old mage replied. I hope you forgive this old man and don't blame him for his intention. I was assigned by the king to guard this place, and I'm not trying to be rude, sir, but your energy doesn't really give the best impression. The old man said with a bow, adding, I wonder which family of the empire your excellency is from. Are you also here for the Duke of Evermoon competition? For a moment, Michael was confused, but immediately, he understood what was happening a second later. It seemed like someone had mistaken his identity. Surprisingly, the most powerful force in the empire, unlike what most commoners thought, wasn't the royal family. They were certainly among the most powerful, but if one was to take away their command over the subjects they ruled, they were only so powerful and, in fact, were weaker compared to some forces. One of such examples was the Adventurer Guild. Not only did it have its traces all around the empire, but it also had its traces beyond the empire. Then there were some families that also had powers that could compare to the empire's royal family and not lose out. These forces were so strong that some even had histories longer than the empire. And something that these forces were usually known for was their ability to birth monstrous geniuses or cultivate them. What Michael didn't know was that the old mage had mistaken him as one of these monstrous geniuses. This was not Aurora, though rare, there were hundreds of thousands of Awakens just like Michael, but the land of origin, though which resembled a game, didn't give its native the ability to see the world as one. Michael's age and power gave the illusion that he was just monstrously talented. A grand mage below age 20. At first, the old mage had thought that Michael, due to his dark, eerie energy, was part of the demonic cults that had been growing rampant in recent years, but when the lad unleashed a good part of his mana, the mage was finally able to recognize Michael. This lad wasn't like those bastards, instead, he just happened to have the extremely rare element of darkness. Unfortunately, it shared some certain similarities that one could misinterpret if they were not careful. After finally realizing the truth, the old mage then came to his senses after hearing Michael speak. Though his accent sounded weird, his power, which didn't match his age, the mage immediately realized that he was talking to someone important. And if there was the chance the person in front of him was also old but just looked young, then there was also nothing wrong in giving the other party respect. Having a strength of his level with the rare element of darkness was enough reason to give the other party respect. Meanwhile, Michael, who had gotten his identity mistaken, cautiously cast Detect on the old mage after a thought. They did not seem to be extremely different in terms of equal strength, so the other party shouldn't notice his peeking. Fortunately, that had indeed been the case. Lionheart Kingdom Grand Mage LV-29. Fuck. Michael was immediately shocked. With his experience from the past few days, he could tell there were several ways to tell the strength of someone, and one way was either through the quality of their mana or the quantity. The mage in front of him seemed to have about the same mana quantity as him, though with slightly worse quality, so Michael had assumed the other party was at most in the max level of rank 1, but oh how greatly mistaken was he. Though he still looked calm on the surface, Michael was extremely on guard inside. With the level of the other party this big, he'd need to take out all his powerful undead to match the other party. Michael also felt a little annoyed. To be honest, Michael recognized a few weak points of his. For one, he had only been a supernatural for only a few days, and his knowledge about his new reality was severely lacking in many ways. Then there was the other one he felt more frustrated about. His lack of skills. It might seem like he had a lot, but Michael knew they weren't enough. Aside from a few, some weren't exactly useful against similarly matched opponents. At least against a true expert like the human mage in his storage ring right now, Michael would lose 8 times out of 10 at least. With his skills, he'd be able to struggle for a while, but that was just it. He'd still end up defeated, because at the end of the day, there was still a gap, especially for the one in front of him who was even an entire rank of power above him. Michael also didn't know if the power system of the part of the land of origin he was in right now allowed their supernaturals to fly at rank 2, but if it did, he was royally screwed if the two parties fought one-on-one. This didn't mean he was scared, though. For one, he was never supposed to even fight an enemy one-on-one, as that would mean disrespecting the other party. He was a necromancer, so he would fight like one. If one undead alone was enough to take care of multiple flying griffins, then Michael believed that he could do the same with just one mage. However, it would likely be more difficult. After all, this was a human, and it could think and use its brain, unlike the 3 griffins that came from the cracks and attacked simply. Though Michael felt the other party might have given him an amazing identity based on the "Your Excellency" address the other party had addressed him with, though curious and tempted to pretend, Michael didn't use it. It was too risky. How was he, who didn't even know his left and right here, supposed to pull off the identity of an amazing person? Michael loved to be delusional at times, but that didn't really mean he was truly delusional. "I don't belong to any family, so please don't use that address with me and make things hard for me," Michael said, but he didn't notice a different reaction from the other party. And sure enough, the words that came next showed that the other party didn't believe him. "I wonder what your surname is called," the old mage said. Michael sighed mentally. He really didn't know what was going on, but since he had spoken the truth and the other party didn't want to believe him, then who was he to not ignorantly use this identity laid before him? The Lionheart Kingdom was very strong as a force, not only in the empire it served but in the southern border of the continent as a whole, with 1 great mage and 2 great knights, 3 grand knights, and 2 grand mages, and several dozen advanced mages and knights in its court. And this was only for the court people knew about on the surface. The old mage in front of Michael just happened to be one of the 2 public grand mages of the kingdom. A day ago, a strong mana wave that seemed corrupted, like that of the demonic cult members, was sensed by an adventure team who had entered deep into the Everlong forest for monsters and natural treasures. It's a rule in the kingdom that any sight of the demonic cult should be reported, and as there was a reward based on the significance of the report, most people loved reporting fast without hesitation. This was what happened. However, it was a little tragic as the team of 5 adventurers had planned to investigate more, only to come back with a single member. The other 4 members were sacrificed, but due to the presence of evidence and the fact that even with 2 advanced knights in the team, they were still crushed, the kingdom officials that might have taken a little bit of time to confirm the news had it been reported by mouth immediately ran here. If a team with 2 advanced knights couldn't get back in one piece, then it was obvious a stronger team had to be selected, which was why there was a grand mage this far away from the kingdom capital. "I'm Mike," Michael gave out his name, at least part of it. "So it's Sir Mike, I'm Grand Mage Lien." Michael's eyebrow raised slightly at the title the other party had given himself. 1. It was either he was blowing his own horns, or 2, he was really that important. Recalling the news he had heard of the Kingdom Knights, Michael felt it was more of the latter. Just as a few thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he heard the old mage speak again. "Are you perhaps also here for the Duke of Evermoon competition?" The old mage was quite curious about this. Among all the high-ranked mages starting from his rank, he was the one that went out the most, be it if not summoned. These past few days, he had seen a lot of youths, at least more youths than there was supposed to be in the kingdom, and some of these youths were quite interesting. The requirement for joining the competition for the princess's hand in marriage and the other treasures was first, 1 has to be less than 25 years of age, and 2, the person had to be an advanced-ranked knight or mage. These 2 were tough and strict requirements that one would even rarely find in noble families. This directly screened out a lot of people, making the competition only for the best of the best. It was evident the Duke cared about his reputation, or perhaps it was daughters he cared for, or maybe both, and it could also be for an ulterior motive. However, the youth in front of the old mage was one of the very few extremely powerful youths among all those he had seen in the past few days. The Duke was shrewd. As one of the 2 most powerful dukes of the kingdom who wanted more power now that the king was stepping down, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain more power for his family. Which ordinary power can grow a below 25-year-old knight or mage? It was almost impossible to see a commoner achieve this with no support, and if he just happened to mess with such a person, it wasn't difficult to manipulate things and take them out. From the start, the competition was never fair. Most people realized this, and there were also some that didn't. Hearing the words of the old mage in front of him, Michael didn't take long to respond. I came to give it a try. However, I'm not from around here, so it's hard to reach the place where the contest will be held, Michael stated. He had listened to quite a lot in the bar, and one thing he had heard was that a certain duke was holding a competition with the hand of his daughter in marriage as the prize, and so on, and other people from outside the kingdom were attracted to it as well. And technically, though he wasn't attracted or interested in the competition itself, he was curious about it. And he was indeed, not a native of this place, so technically he wasn't lying, except for the part he said he wanted to try it. The mouth of the mage twitched when he heard Michael reply. Since the Duke wasn't interested in the throne itself but more power than can be gotten during these times of crisis, the other princes that were also aiming for the throne were after his daughter, and they were certainly not in it to try. But after thinking about it for a while, the old mage felt it made sense. A 20-year-old grand mage. He had the arrogance to take the competition as fun. However, this young genius seemed to be a little slow about the ways of the world. Maybe this is his first real experience outside, the old mage thought. And technically, he wasn't wrong. Tonight was indeed Michael's first time exploring in the land of origin. At least in its civilization. Just as the two exchanged words between themselves, silence reigned for a moment. The old mage was about to say one last thing before leaving when suddenly he and Michael turned to look in a certain direction. What's that? Michael thought, a slightly serious expression on his face, while the old mage, not too far from him, had an extremely serious expression. A distance away from them, they could sense the use of magic being cast in a chaotic manner. From afar, it also seemed like a mass of chaotic mana was rushing toward them. The old mage turned to look at Michael and spoke. His tone was grave and serious. See you next time, Sir Mike. I'll be leaving first, said the mage. Immediately after speaking, Michael saw the mage raise a finger and stretch out his wand slightly. With a finger moving in the air as he drew a magic circle, Michael watched as a magic circle seemed to appear out of nowhere above the stretched wand. If it wasn't for the fact that Michael saw the veins on the body of the wand light up, he would have really thought those magic circles had appeared out of thin air. So it's possible to eliminate drawing magic circles with gestures? Michael didn't know if his suspicion was right despite what was happening in front of him. Even the human mage in his storage ring now, despite casting spells at an extremely fast pace, Michael was sure he had caught the other party using hand gestures for the spells. However, the old mage in front of him. For one, the mage was still using a hand, but on the other hand, the magic circles that appeared in midair formed faster than the blurring movements of the old mage's hand. Doesn't this mean that there's a chance that drawing magic circles by hand will not exist in the future? Then what will be the use of agility to a mage? Just to dodge. Michael felt his suspicion might be spot on. Perhaps at the start, agility did help in spell casting, but in later stages, it contributed more to the survivability of a mage. Though mages dealt heavy damage, even the fast spell casting of the mage in front of him at his stage still took at least a second. A lot could happen in a second at a certain stage. Though several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind in an instant, his eyes never left the movements of the old mage. The moment the magic circles were cast, which was barely a second, they disintegrated into pieces and enveloped the old mage's body, coating him in some sort of aura. Immediately after this happened, the mage's body started to float, and after giving a glance, he levitated away into the sky in a flash. The sight gave Michael a shock. However, it also made him confused. The mages in this world can't fly naturally like they do in Aurora. Michael wondered. However, a second later, he cleared the thought from his head. The only flying supernatural he had encountered in the real world was Brian, whom he suspected was a king-rank cultivator. The other party's ease of flying didn't mean that supernaturals ranked below him could naturally do the same. He still needed to see more supernaturals in the real world to understand their power system better. The methods used to gain power and cultivate in the real world were said to have come from the land of origin, but it seemed those methods were probably not applicable, at least not in the region Michael currently was. That was not unexpected. The land of origin was vast, and it was said that there were several continents, each with their own practices and history. Two people could know themselves extremely well for years in the real world, yet be nowhere close to each other in the land of origin. At least, that's what Michael had read in the land of origin, but a part of him believed it to a certain extent. Seeing the old mage flash further and further away in the air from his location, Michael only thought for a brief moment before his curiosity took over. With the mindset of, "I'll just check it out and then leave," Michael ran after the mage, or rather, trailed behind the old mage as they both headed in the direction of the mass of chaotic energy and magic. As he trailed behind the mage, Michael made sure to keep himself hidden and not blatantly expose himself. He didn't think this would escape the senses of the old mage, as he wasn't using any profound art to mask his presence. It was merely a subconscious action one did when they knew they were doing something they probably shouldn't be doing. As for why Michael didn't fly alongside the mage, there was a reason for that. Though he couldn't fly yet, Michael had an undead that could, but it was exactly because of the identity of the undead that he was unwilling to reveal it outside to the old mage. For one, the other party seemed to have become acquainted with him, and Michael wasn't willing to lose that. It was especially significant to him because this was his first contact in the land of origin, and one that would probably fasten his integration into this world. With his lack of knowledge of how this part of the land of origin might perceive undead, Michael wasn't willing to risk it. To a man with great senses like the old mage, who had even sensed the uniqueness of his aura without him unleashing it at first, it was a stupid act to think the appearance of this undead would be able to hide the signs of their lack of life in their body. Even if he could tell which body had life and one that didn't, with the old mage who seemed to have decades of experience to boast about, Michael didn't want to risk anything if not necessary. For now, if he needed to fight, then there was no difficulty in playing the part of a spearman for a while. But if he really needed to summon an undead, Michael didn't mind the opinion of others if his life was at stake. It didn't take long for Mage Lien and Michael to arrive at the location they were sensing the mass of chaotic mana from, and the sight left them in shock. Mage Lien's shock originated purely from the sight in front of him, while Michael's shock originated from fear. A traumatic experience that was subconsciously buried deep in him appeared for a moment. Though he wasn't close and was a little far away, Michael could see a large amount of monsters attacking a 20-man group of men in armor. Based on their movements and fighting style, Michael estimated that the men were probably all elite rank 2, superhumans if compared to his world, based on his experience. However, the monsters they fought all seemed to be early commander rank creatures, which was not only stronger than many in the group but also outnumbered them. If it wasn't for the use of magic, which Michael could see from the lesser armored, dressed men who used magic, if these people were taken out, the group would have been less than half in a few minutes. However, this wasn't what shocked either Mage Lien or Michael. It was the monsters, or rather, the appearance of the monsters. The monsters all had tendrils growing out of their bodies, making them look exceedingly bizarre and wrong, not odd, but wrong-looking. At first glance, it was creepy. If Mage Lien was shocked by the sight below him, Michael felt a little fear at the sight ahead of him. It wasn't fear of the monsters. Though they looked difficult to handle, if Michael was left alone with them with his undead, he didn't think it would take long to clear them off. What made him feel fear was the tendrils growing out of the monsters' bodies. It immediately reminded him of the monster that had almost taken his life in the Black Tower in the ruins that served as his initial location in the land of origin. As Michael watched the scene from afar, he saw Mage Lien in the air start emitting a huge amount of mana from his body. Immediately, Michael could tell the other party was about to cast a spell, and not any weak one. Several magical circles appeared in mid-air around the old mage in the sky. For a moment, Michael thought the construction of the magic circles felt a bit familiar, and it was just as he thought when he saw the effect of the magic circles when they were activated. Fire Spear. Descend. A low roar echoed in the surrounding area, and Michael watched as rows of fire in the shape of spears fell on the monsters below. Soon, what followed was the sound of explosions. Powerful. That was the only word Michael could use to describe Mage Lien's display of magic. He had seen Fire Spear before from his undead mage, but that one could only conjure 2 at most. In contrast, Mage Lien summoned several with ease. His mastery level must be advanced, maybe even close to perfect, Michael speculated. He wasn't entirely sure what perfect mastery looked like, as he had never witnessed it himself. However, it was said that at perfect mastery, a spell underwent a transformation, significantly enhancing its effects. While Mage Lien's magic was undoubtedly skillful, it lacked that transformative quality, leading Michael to believe it was at the advanced level. That, or the spell itself was of such a high grade that it appeared to be mastered at a higher level than it actually was. With such power, wiping out weaker monsters was effortless for Mage Lien, no matter how many there were. However, his magic took a toll on the forest, leaving destruction in its wake. As Mage Lien slowly descended from the air, Michael hesitated for a moment before stepping out of hiding. The mage turned to look at him but quickly shifted his gaze away. There was no hostility in his expression, which gave Michael some relief and the confidence to approach. Initially, he had planned to keep to himself after satisfying his curiosity, but the sight of those familiar black tentacles on the slain monsters unsettled him. It made him uneasy. He had no concrete evidence, but he was almost certain they were connected to that monster. Had he unknowingly unleashed something very dangerous? Even though he had been growing more self-conscious lately, it didn't mean he had abandoned his previous values. As he drew closer to the 20 knights, several of whom were barely standing, his sharp ears picked up on Mage Lien's conversation with one of them, a man who appeared to be their leader. What happened here? Did you catch the monster that attacked the adventurer team? Was it the one responsible for all this? Mage Lien questioned in rapid succession. The knight, struggling to remain upright, took a deep breath before speaking. Lord Lien, we did see the monster, but, it wasn't alone. His voice wavered, and before he could say more, his body gave out, and he collapsed. Mage Lien frowned but didn't press him further. Instead, his gaze shifted to another knight, one who looked just as exhausted but was still standing. You. Tell me what happened. Yes, my lord, the knight answered. Though clearly drained, he had managed to catch his breath for a few seconds. Whether it was the brief respite or Mage Lien's more measured approach this time, the knight was able to recount everything that had transpired. Michael, now standing in plain view of the 20 knights, listened intently. Some of them regarded him warily, but none acted against him, likely because Mage Lien had shown no sign of disapproval at his presence. Aside from using detect on the knights, Michael paid them little attention and instead focused on Mage Lien's conversation. The knights' levels ranged from 16 to 19, with the first knight Mage Lien had spoken to being level 22. By checking their names with detect, Michael confirmed that the first knight was indeed the leader of the group. No, there hadn't been just 20 men. Originally, they were a force of 50. The 20 present were merely the survivors. According to the second knight, their mission had been to hunt down a special monster, one powerful enough to warrant dispatching a team from the capital. It was a threat beyond what most people could handle, and their journey had taken them this far from the kingdom's heart in pursuit of it. The Everlong Forest was a unique location in the Lionheart Kingdom. For one, no one had ever seen its end, or rather, only those at the level of a Grand Mage or Grand Knight might have. Only individuals of such strength would dare to venture deep into its unknown depths. However, it was precisely because of this mystery that the forest was well known among adventurers. Powerful monsters were not rare within its depths, and the deeper one went, the stronger they became. Those confident in their strength, or those seeking the treasures hidden within the bodies of these beasts, often ventured into the forest, making it a prime destination for the bold and ambitious. Despite its allure, the entrance near Blackstone Town remained largely unpopular. The town's remote and underdeveloped location did little to attract adventurers, especially since the Everlong Forest stretched far and wide, with multiple points of entry across the kingdom. With no special features to set it apart, Blackstone Town was often overlooked. Not wanting to linger in this backward town after living in the capital for so long, the 50 knights, confident in their strength, wasted no time and charged into the forest in search of their target. And they found it. A massive humanoid monster covered in writhing black tentacles. Even from a distance, the aura it exuded made their hearts tremble. It was worse than anything they had ever felt, even more terrifying than the presence of the grand mages or knights they had encountered before. Instinctively, they knew this was not a monster they could handle. Even the grand mage accompanying them wouldn't stand a chance. They decided to retreat. But before they could slip away, the monster turned. A single, piercing screech shattered their resolve. Dizziness overwhelmed them, but that wasn't the worst of it. What truly horrified them was when nearly a quarter of their own men suddenly screamed in agony, and turned against them. Betrayal in their eyes. Weapons drawn. Then, as if summoned by that terrible screech, monsters swarmed in from every direction, attacking relentlessly. By some stroke of luck, the massive creature itself did not move to attack them directly. Yet the chaos it had unleashed was enough to almost wipe them out. No, it would have wiped them out had the Grand Mage not arrived in time. Even so, the fact that the Kingdom Knights had managed to hold out for so long before help arrived spoke volumes about their strength. Michael and Mage Lien listened in silence, their expressions dark and serious as the second knight recounted the nightmare they had barely survived. Michael felt a storm of emotions, concern, fear, anxiety. He didn't know how long he lingered on each, but he felt them all. The monster doesn't even need to attack directly to cause devastation. And not only did it move from its original location, but it also seems to need bodies. Because if what the knight said is true, then every time one of them died, a monster would carry the corpse away. Wait. Michael and Mage Lien's eyes widened as realization struck them at the same time. If the monster's minions always retrieved the dead, didn't that mean it was still watching? Even from afar, it knew exactly what was happening here. The moment that thought clicked, a chilling screech pierced the air. Their hearts sank. Instinctively, they turned their gazes skyward, and their expressions darkened. A massive flock of creatures loomed above, blotting out the sky. The huge, black, tentacled monster was nowhere in sight, but that didn't bring even the slightest relief. Dozens, no, hundreds, of eagle-like beasts circled above, each radiating an aura dangerously close to First Knight's own power. And they all shared the same disturbing trait. Black tentacles writhing across their bodies. One look was enough to confirm it. These creatures were no different from the monsters Mage Lien had just killed. Sir Mike. Mage Lien's urgent voice snapped Michael out of his shock. Please assist me in bringing these men out of the forest. I assure you, the kingdom will reward you heavily. His grave tone carried weight, but what truly surprised the exhausted knights was the fact that he had asked Michael for help in the first place. Though they could tell Michael wasn't ordinary, they struggled to understand why someone younger than them, by at least half a decade to a full one, would be asked to assist in such a dire situation. After all, Michael hadn't shown any obvious display of power. Michael was about to mentally refuse when he hesitated. Isn't this an opportunity to integrate myself into this world? There was no better way to build trust than by helping people in their time of need. His experience in the real world after the chaos, and even before, had taught him that much. But was it worth risking his life for these people? There was no sign of the true monster controlling these creatures, but that didn't mean it wasn't nearby. From his previous experience, Michael knew that Hat Thing could truly kill him. He hesitated, weighing his options. However, the monsters above made the decision for him. With a screech, the eagle-like monsters in the air all started to attack. In fast movements they dived down at the people below. Since they were too far away, Michael couldn't use detect on the eagle-like creatures. But from the aura they gave off, he could tell they were all still rank 1 monsters, none were close to rank 2. Individually, they didn't seem difficult to kill, but with hundreds of them in the sky, the sight was terrifying. Like they say, even ants can kill a lion, let alone a swarm of magical beasts. At that moment, Michael made his decision. Wasn't it just about keeping most of them alive while ensuring his own survival? Then he'd do it, but that was as far as he was willing to go. However, if he truly wanted to save these people, there was one thing he needed to do. And that was to summon part of his undead for assistance. Alone, he'd only be putting himself at risk. But with his undead, he wouldn't have to take direct action. Still, a question lingered. What would be the reaction of the people around him when they saw his undead? Michael only hesitated for a moment before making his decision. If their reaction was bad, it was better to find out now while he was still on the outskirts of civilization rather than later, when he was deep inside it. If he ever found himself surrounded by powerful figures and forced to use necromancy, which was forbidden in this region, then Michael knew he'd be looking at a permanent 10% reduction in his stats in the future. Since he had made the decision to show a bit more about himself while taking the effort to make this group of people feel something, at least even if it was just gratitude towards him, Michael went all out at the start and summoned Lucky, his strongest undead. A magic circle appeared in front of Michael, and the huge appearance of Lucky emerged from it. Following its appearance, several huge green vines erupted from the ground, charging at the black eagles descending from the air. With the instructions given by its master upon summoning, Lucky made sure to avoid any harm reaching the group of people around it, including its master. The sudden appearance of the green vines erupting from the ground shocked the group of 20 knights who still had their consciousness, including Mage Lien. Immediately, they all turned to look at Michael's location. No, rather, they all turned to stare at the monster closer to Michael, whose presence made their hearts squeeze in fear. Mage Lien, who had worn an expression of extreme seriousness on his face earlier, now had it replaced with shock. As the Grand Mage of the kingdom, though he knew there were existences stronger than him in this world, like the great knights and mages of the kingdom, he had never considered himself weak. Or rather, only a few beings were capable of making him feel weak. However, he never thought that he would encounter such an existence again. When he had called for help from Michael, it was because he had acknowledged him as someone with a certain level of power worthy of respect. At the very least, the fact that the young man could contain such power at his age was something to respect. However, even though Michael gave him the feeling that they could be equally matched in battle, Mage Lien still thought very highly of himself. After all, he was an individual who had lived for more than 150 years, the experience that came with several decades of battle wasn't something that talent could always override. However, now, in front of Mage Lien's very eyes, was the sight of someone he had barely considered an equal showing his fangs for the first time. An undead? No. He didn't have any other person with him before. This was the thought that ran through the minds of the more knowledgeable people around. Though Lucky gave them a feeling of immense strength, the ones with better sensitivity felt a heavy lack of life from its presence. It was dead. Creatures like this were called undead, and those who controlled them were called necromancers. In the kingdom and the empire as a whole, the use of undead was not banned, merely frowned upon, but necromancers were still discriminated against due to their nature. However, what all necromancers had in common was that they always kept their undead close. That was the issue. Michael had always been alone, so where did the undead come from? He's a summoner, was the second thought that ran through their minds. There was no better way to explain this, nor was there time to consider it, as they were all currently in the midst of danger. The first side to suffer a loss at the start were the monsters. The black eagles that were at the front were the first to die from Lucky's vines. However, to Michael's surprise, who had expected the black eagles to continue charging forward even at the sight of their fellow monsters' deaths, just like the monsters that emerged from the cracks in the real world, all of these ones actually stopped and flew upward. Though not all of them were able to escape from the range of Lucky's skill, a good number of them still managed to. For a moment, both monsters and humans stayed still and did nothing. That was until Michael spoke, snapping the people on his side out of their shock. Are you going to stay there and do nothing? The loudness and tone of his voice jolted the knight group and Mage Lien out of their daze. Finally recovering, Mage Lien immediately took control again. For the ones that are able to walk and have strength, carry those that cannot or have fallen unconscious. We leave no comrade behind, we leave The commanding voice seemed to ignite a new surge of strength within the group of knights, who immediately followed the order. All of this played out under the watchful eyes of Michael, who still had his attention locked on the monsters in the sky. Those are black eagles. Advanced level monsters whose attacks are purely physical. They live in large groups. If your summon can hold them off, we should be able to escape the forest. At some point, Mage Lien had appeared close to Michael and started speaking to him about the characteristics of the monsters above. Advanced level. Summon. Michael was unable to fully grasp the implication of these two terms until a moment later. Advanced level. Is this a way of classifying the strength of creatures in this part of the world? And summon. They think lucky is a summon. This much was what Michael could gather from the two words Mage Lien had just spoken. However, he was uncertain whether his assumptions were correct. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to ponder these things, so after giving a nod and a hum to Mage Lien's words, Michael continued keeping his eyes on the monsters above. Strangely, after their first loss, the group of monsters didn't immediately attack, they just hovered in the sky, glaring at the group of people below. They also did nothing, even when Michael and the group of 20 knights, plus Mage Lien, began to retreat. They simply maintained their stance in the sky. However, what made Michael nervous was that he could constantly feel some sort of gaze on him, one that made him feel very uncomfortable. He felt he was being paranoid, but something told him that monster was probably staring at him right now, even though there was no sign of its body in the environment. All of this made Michael want to leave the forest quickly. Fortunately, this was the same feeling the others had, as they all hurried their retreat. Like before, the group of beings in the sky did nothing but stare at them as they retreated. It wasn't until the group had moved a little further away that the monsters dived down again. However, this time, it wasn't for Michael and the people around him, but for the monster corpses on the ground. Using their claws, they swooped down, grabbed the bodies of their fallen companions, and then flew back into the sky, retreating deeper into the forest. All of this played out before the eyes of Michael, who was retreating with the group of knights and Mage Lien, with Lucky beside him. Though there was no evidence, Michael was certain these monsters were taking the bodies of their fallen companions to that monster. In a way, it proved that the mysterious monster seemed to be in need of bodies. For what reason, they did not know. However, regardless of what it was, at least they were able to escape, and that was what mattered most. The moment the group emerged from the forest, Michael unsummoned Lucky, sending him back into the netherworld. However, no one stopped, and they continued moving toward the walled settlement. Michael could have separated from the group, but wouldn't that defeat the entire purpose of saving them? With an attitude like he was one of them, Michael simply tagged along. It didn't take long for the group to reach the center of the settlement. This was Michael's second time here and also the place where he had his first interaction with Mage Lien. Not only was the central section of the settlement better maintained, but it also housed several important establishments, like the one standing right in front of Michael. The town mayor's manor. Among all the buildings in town, it was one of the largest and most luxurious. When he first laid eyes on it, Michael hadn't expected that its owner would end up serving him this very night. Truly, some things just happen. Looking at the group of injured knights, who had left strong but returned confused, the mayor of Blackstone Town didn't hesitate to mobilize all available staff to attend to the kingdom's knights. Serving Mage Lien was a given, an honor, even. However, what conflicted the mayor was Michael. He had never seen this man before, nor did he know anything about him. But seeing how the Grand Mage treated him as an equal, and how the knights who had ventured into the forest looked at him with awe, it didn't take much reasoning for the town mayor to realize that this was an extremely important figure. What he didn't know, and would have never guessed, was that while Michael was indeed highly regarded by Mage Lien, it wasn't because he was the son of some noble family. It was because he was just as strong as some of the most powerful individuals in the kingdom. Of course, the mayor couldn't be blamed for reaching his conclusion. Even Mage Lien still believed Michael came from a noble lineage, as his current strength wouldn't make sense without strong backing. Unfortunately, This was Mage Lien's first encounter with an awakener. Had he met Michael's peers, those who were capable and had awakened 2 years earlier, he would have been even more shocked. Since there were no mages capable of healing magic, but a few health potions were available, the injured knights could only roughly bandage themselves, stabilizing their condition and removing themselves from immediate crisis. However, to fully recover, they would need to return to the capital. After this, only a few would continue serving as knights, making the casualties even more significant for the kingdom. Though there were other knight teams like this one, cultivating these 50 strong men wasn't cheap. Aside from this, we might need to report this to the great knights and mages of the kingdom, Grand Mage Lien. After settling into the town manor, Michael, who had expected to be placed in a separate room or somewhere else, was unexpectedly led to the office of the town mayor, where they were discussing the recent issue. Mage Lien and Michael were offered seats, while the mayor stood by Mage Lien's side as they all listened to the words of the knight captain, who had recovered slightly thanks to his amazing natural recovery rate. When the knight captain spoke, he was a little anxious, careful not to say anything that might displease Grand Mage Lien. After all, despite their different supernatural professions, the other party was still his superior, and if he wanted to ruin his life, it would be as easy as cleaning one's tooth. Saying they needed someone stronger could easily offend him, which made the knight captain feel even more nervous. Fortunately for him, Mage Lien wasn't that petty. "You're right. We'll need at least that level of power. This monster isn't just special, it's extremely powerful. I wouldn't dare say I could take it on myself," Mage Lien stated with a serious expression. To be honest, this was just him saving face. Though he was recognized as a grand mage with godlike abilities in the eyes of mortals, only Mage Lien and his peers knew the true extent of his power. He was strong, but within his rank, he was still just at the beginning. Even so, his power was still rare, and few could compare to him. However, had it not been for the young man beside him, though Mage Lien was confident he could have survived, he didn't dare say things would have ended as perfectly as they had, thanks to the young man's assistance. Thinking of this, Mage Lien turned to look at the youth seated beside him, who had a contemplative expression on his face. If this man truly joins the Duke of Evermoon competition, he will either win easily, or if there are people capable of stopping him, the entire kingdom, and even beyond, should prepare for the year of their lives. Mage Lien couldn't help but think back to the wolf the youth had summoned. He had no doubt that creature was at least as powerful as him. No, it was far more powerful than him. If Michael were to hear Mage Lien's thoughts, he wouldn't be surprised. Though Lucky wasn't yet a rank 2 existence like Mage Lien, as an extraordinary ranked creature, it was just as strong as one. If Mage Lien could match Lucky's undead prowess at his level, it only meant the other party was special in his own right. With his vast experience, Mage Lien could tell that the energy radiating from both Michael and Lucky felt a lot like necromancy. Yet, despite living for over a century, he had never seen a necromancer summon their undead from nowhere. They always carried them everywhere. However, he was aware of special undead existences that had nothing to do with necromancers. Having one as a summon was the most plausible explanation he could deduce from what he had seen. In any case, whether the youth had ties to necromancy or not, one thing was certain, he was undoubtedly strong. "Is there anything Sir Mike would like to input?" Immediately, all eyes turned to Michael at Mage Lien's words. Among them, the one most curious about Michael was the town mayor. As someone who had secured his position through connections, he prided himself on knowing of every noble, even those he had never met and likely never would. But this Sir Mike, who was he, to be treated on the same level as Mage Lien? It wasn't the only type mayor who was interested in Michael's identity. In fact, all the knights Michael had saved were interested in this mysterious youth identity. Unfortunately, they were warriors of the kingdom, so they were even more doomed to not know Michael's identity. In fact, anyone was doomed already the moment they thought Michael had an identity. Michael raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected to be included in the conversation. In fact, he was surprised they even allowed him to listen in the first place. Though he had been the one to rescue them, given the nature of the situation, it wouldn't have been odd if they had excluded him entirely. But they hadn't. Though confused, Michael was naturally pleased. This gave him a chance to familiarize himself with the people of this world and integrate better. What concerned him, however, was the identity they seemed to be assigning him. From his observations, it was a fitting one, but also one that could turn against him later. And for some reason, Michael had a strong suspicion that it would. Still, since he had already stepped onto this path, there was no turning back. In any case, he had told them from the beginning that he was no exalted figure, yet they refused to believe him. That wasn't his fault, was it? "Thank you for considering me," Michael said, his tone even. "But this is an important matter best left to those in charge." Mage Lien gave a short nod in response. He had expected this answer and wasn't surprised. Not that he would have been if Michael had chosen to speak either. Given his role in the incident, it wasn't unreasonable to offer him a voice in the discussion. Of course, listening was one thing, whether they acted on his words was entirely up to them, the true subjects of the kingdom. Seeing that no one else was going to speak, Mage Lien took control of the conversation once more. "Regardless of what happens next, we need to reach the capital soon. Leaving that monster unchecked could result in many casualties. At the very least, a town this close is in grave danger." At those words, Michael glanced at the mayor and saw the man swallow nervously. Mage Lien wasn't finished. "Fortunately, we now have more knowledge of that creature's power. The loss of Lionheart's brave soldiers was not in vain." As he spoke, Mage Lien turned to look at the knight captain, who seemed like he was on the verge of tears. Even in a fantasy world, being praised by a superior was a satisfying feeling. After years of training under the kingdom, most knights accepted the idea of dying for their homeland. However, that didn't mean they were mere puppets. If they had to give their lives, most at least wished it would be for a just cause, one where their sacrifice was acknowledged and appreciated. Mage Lien wasn't finished. "Though we can't retrieve the remains of our fallen warriors to lay them to rest or give their families the closure they deserve, I promise you this, it won't be long. Their sacrifice will not be in vain." His words carried weight, and the knight captain gradually calmed down. He straightened his posture before giving a salute, a small smile forming on his face. "It's our duty to die for the kingdom if needed, sir. I'm sure my brothers up there would agree with me." Mage Lien gave a firm nod. Return and rest up. Try to calm your other teammates. We leave at daybreak tomorrow, so use this time to recover your strength." To be honest, Mage Lien would have preferred to leave immediately. However, it was already deep into the night, and if any unexpected variables arose during the journey, it could lead to unnecessary complications. It was safer to rest, regain strength, and travel at first light. After dismissing the knight captain, Mage Lien turned to the mayor, who was now standing respectfully with his head slightly lowered. "Grand Mage," the mayor hesitated as if unsure how to continue. Mage Lien cut him off before he could speak further. "No need to say more. You're worried about the monster being too close to this town, aren't you? But there's no need for concern. That creature won't leave the forest. At least, not anytime soon. Still, make sure to stay on guard." Truthfully, Mage Lien was merely speculating. For some reason, he felt like he had been bullshitting a lot tonight. However, based on his own observations and the knight's reports, the monster didn't seem interested in leaving the forest. Or perhaps, it couldn't leave the inner regions of the Everlong forest. Whatever the case, it was good news, not just for him, since he had no confidence in confronting that creature, but also for the townspeople. That said, there was no guarantee the monster wouldn't leave the forest eventually. There was also the possibility that it might send its minions to attack instead. Either way, staying vigilant was the only logical course of action. The mayor, knowing there was little he could do about the situation, could only nod in acceptance. With the conversation at an end, he offered to escort both Mage Lien and Michael to their rooms for the night. Michael didn't refuse. Unless he wanted to head back into the forest, which he definitely didn't, staying within the mayor's residence was the best option. There were several strong individuals stationed there, making it a much safer place to rest. As for his undead left behind in the forest, Michael planned to resolve that issue during daybreak in the land of origin. For now, he had no intention of heading out into the night, even if his vision far surpassed that of regular people. Upon entering the room assigned to him and thanking the mayor, who repeatedly insisted it was his honor, Michael closed the door. The room was one of the many guest chambers in the mayor's residence. Given the mayor's status, anyone allowed to stay under his roof had to be someone of importance, and the room's design reflected that. The bed was far wider than anything Michael had back in the real world, though its comfort level remained unknown. However, he didn't immediately lie down, perhaps because of his current, dirted appearance or for some other reason. Instead, he opted to sit on the chair in the room, gathering his thoughts as he recounted the events of the last few hours. For one, he was finally in a civilized settlement within the land of origin. No more barbarian-style survival for him. However, his biggest obstacle now was his lack of knowledge. The absence of a language barrier wasn't enough to integrate seamlessly into this world. But fortunately, it seemed he was on the right path. Then there was the monster deep within the forest. Though Michael hadn't faced it one-on-one yet, and had no desire to, given his current strength, he was almost certain that the creature responsible for the deaths of the night squad was the same entity he had encountered in that ruin. It seems I've unleashed something terrible. But at least we can confirm a few things about it. He began listing what he knew so far. 1. It was a massive creature, tainted with the same eerie tentacles he had seen on the controlled monsters. 2. It had the ability to control monsters, no, not just monsters, but also humans. And this control wasn't just a means of manipulation, it also appeared to be one of its primary ways of killing. Then came the real questions. What exactly is it? What was its history, and what connection did it have to that ruin? What are the limits of its mental control? How powerful did someone need to be to resist it? And just how many creatures could it control at once? Michael recalled his first encounter with the controlled beast and then the hundreds of monsters floating in the air under its influence. Even if there was a limit, it was definitely not a low one. For someone like Mage Lien, these two questions were crucial, one because of his duty to the kingdom, and the other because of the potential threat to its people. For Michael, it was far more personal. Then there was another question. Can that monster leave the forest? For Mage Lien, the answer determined whether the nearby settlements would suffer catastrophic losses. For Michael, unlike the apocalypse in the outside world, something beyond his control, this disaster was entirely his doing. To a significant extent, he was responsible for the deaths caused by this creature. After all, it wouldn't have been released from the tower if not for him. Michael felt a sense of responsibility, and a pang of guilt. Aside from his personal issues with the monster, he wanted it dealt with as soon as possible. If only I could know that monster's level without having to risk my life. Knowing its strength would give him a much-needed advantage. For one, it would allow him to prepare more thoroughly, minimizing any potential gaps in his plan. But beyond that, another thought had struck him back in the mayor's office, one that could provide him with a surefire way to have more strength. His talent's evolution ability was directly tied to the strength of the creatures he evolved. The stronger a creature was before evolving, the more significant the transformation. Michael had a theory. What if he evolved creatures only at their peak of their potential? For example, he could take a goblin, something he could summon and dismiss at will, and evolve it into a hobgoblin. Then, by raising it to level 14, the upper limit for common rank creatures, he could evolve it again into a rare rank being. That alone might push it to the limits of a 1-star rare rank creature. Another evolution after that, and Michael was almost certain it would reach the mid-stages of rank 2. If he repeated the process, evolving the creature again, it could potentially push it to the very peak of rank 2. Michael couldn't help but feel that he had been using his talent inefficiently. But then again, he was still learning. It was only natural that he'd take time to grasp its full potential. At least this method seemed far more cost-effective than trying to evolve Lucky, which required a staggering 625 evolution points. He had no idea how long it would take to accumulate that amount. If I don't see any changes when I try to evolve one of my human undead soon, since I'll be reaching 100 evolution points in a few hours, I'll test this method instead. His mind buzzed. There were so many possibilities, but evolution points were always in short supply. If only I had treasures to increase my soul quality. Advancing ranks was said to bring drastic transformations, and from rank 2 onward, each breakthrough was supposedly more significant than the last. When I next visit the forum, I'll check for posts about the changes at rank 2. Even if I can only find scraps of information due to member level restrictions, anything is better than nothing. It would be even better if I could find specialized info on necromancers. Though he was still a newbie, experience was slowly molding him into something more. Michael organized his thoughts and planned out his next steps for the next few hours. Once he was done, he noticed it was time to return to the real world. There was nothing left for him to do here except wait, which he considered a waste of time. Summoning 2 undead orcs by his side, Michael reconnected his consciousness back to his original body in Aurora. A moment later, his eyes opened in a dimly lit room. It's morning already, Michael noted. He had arrived at the land of origin in the dead of night, and after everything that had happened over the past several hours, it was only natural that Aurora, being nearly 4 hours ahead, was already seeing its dark skies lighten. Looking out through the open window at the slowly brightening horizon, Michael dismissed the undead in his room back to the netherworld. He stood up and made his way to the window, gazing at the scene beyond. The silence in the air almost made one mistake it for peace and quiet. But looking at the collapsed buildings and ruined roads outside, Michael couldn't help but think back to the events of the previous day. Feeling energized and unwilling to simply stay idle, Michael considered his options. He planned to visit the Supers Association today to speak with Brian, but it was still too early. Morning visits weren't an issue, he still intended to go as soon as possible, given that he had things to do in the land of origin, but there was a difference between showing up a little after 7 and arriving at 8, 9, or 10. In fact, he wasn't even sure he'd catch Brian at 10, let alone earlier. Not wanting to sit around, he quickly decided how to burn off some of his energy. Opening his window fully, Michael leapt out of his apartment, controlling his movements to land silently. Once on the ground, he turned back to glance at his apartment. A few of his undead were patrolling the area, but he paid them no mind. Crouching down, he gathered strength in his legs and propelled himself upward, landing smoothly on the roof of his building. Had a child seen him, they'd probably point in excitement and shout, "Mommy, look! It's Superman!" Up on the rooftop, Michael took a brief glance at his surroundings before sitting on a concrete structure that resembled a box. He pulled out his phone, which he had taken before leaving his room. At first, he had planned to practice swordsmanship, but a different thought crossed his mind. For some reason, he found himself recalling the mages he had encountered in the past few hours. Though their strengths varied significantly, both the human mage and Mage Lien had demonstrated the full capabilities of magic users in their own ways. Spear training could be done at any time. For the first time in nearly a week since his awakening, Michael finally felt a genuine interest in trying out the methods of cultivation. He pulled out his phone and navigated to one of the first emails he had received from the association after his registration. The cultivation methods of a knight and a mage. The two most popular supernatural professions in Aurora. There were 2 main cultivation systems in Aurora. The knight and the mage cultivation systems. Under these 2, several variations existed. Simply put, the knight path primarily focused on the physical aspect of supernatural power, while the mage path was more mysterious and energy-based. There was a universal saying. All paths lead to the same end. This applied to the supernatural world as well. At the king rank stage, both knights and mages possessed similar means, with only a few variations in prowess. A king rank knight had a stronger body, while a king rank mage, though physically weaker, had far greater energy reserves. This didn't mean one was inherently stronger than the other, each had its own strengths and weaknesses. The way of the mage system is indeed different. Compared to the knight system, which Michael was more familiar with, the mage system remained somewhat elusive to him, despite his own magic-based class. The apprentice stage, rank 1. For a knight, cultivation began with passively accumulating mana into the body through breathing techniques. As they lacked the ability to manipulate this mysterious energy directly at this stage, they focused on condensing a life seed. This life seed formed in the heart region, and the process of creating one led to the strengthening of the body as a result. Before officially becoming a knight, the movements and training forms that followed a knight breathing technique did little to guide their mana. However, once the life seed was established, it acted as a supernatural organ, just like the brain, serving as a focal point for all things magical. At this point, the previously ineffective movements now played a crucial role, helping channel the accumulated mana to open acupoints through the guidance of the life seed. Acupoints acted as the body's natural limits. The more acupoints a knight opened, the more mana they could draw into their body, just like a container expanding its capacity. The number, type and location of acupoints opened directly influenced a knight's strength. Some knights were stronger, some were faster, and others had more resilient bodies. The breathing technique a knight practiced also determined their elemental affinity. Michael understood all of this after he became an awakener. Before his awakening, his knowledge of such advanced supernatural concepts had been limited. These were topics that weren't studied at his level in school. However, after awakening and gaining access to the supernatural forum, he had frequently come across posts about knights, unintentionally and intentionally deepening his understanding. The life seed was the foundation of a knight's power. It was also the key reason some talented individuals could awaken as knights as their second class when they became awakened as an awakener. Imagine this. If you had an organ designed to unlock the limit on the body that had always been part of you since birth, after awakening it becomes insignificant because awakeners, after all, could simply level up and allocate stats to grow stronger. As an awakener, you no longer have the limit of an ordinary man. However, for those with a life seed before awakening, the ability to unlock acupoints remained, allowing them to function like an awakener while still utilizing their innate method of power accumulation. Though different from the traditional path, this still resulted in significant strength. This was also why awakeners couldn't light up a life seed again. Though the acupoints still existed within their bodies, an awakener no longer had a defined physical or magical limit. Instead, they became something akin to a forever unofficial apprentice knight, capable of passively absorbing mana to enhance their physical abilities but unable to undergo the structured process of a true knight's cultivation. Without limits, the natural process of forming a life seed ceased to exist. Without a life seed they also could not sense the location of these acupoints. This was the cultivation system of a knight, how they grew stronger and why one could also obtain it as a second class after awakening. Then, there was the mage cultivation system. Michael had later discovered that mages, like knights, could also be a second class obtained during an awakening ceremony. The difference was that while mages didn't need to ignite a life seed before awakening, they possessed something else that could carry over, a naturally opened acupoint. This was why it was often said that every mage could have been an excellent knight. Though rare, some individuals were born with an extraordinary affinity for mana. They didn't need to reach a higher rank to manipulate or sense it, their bodies instinctively gathered it from a young age. Through this passive cultivation, some lucky individuals naturally opened one of the most crucial acupoints an elite knight, rank 2 knight, needed to advance to commander rank. For knights, this acupoint allowed them to interact with mana directly and even cast spells like true mages. However, unlike knights, who opened acupoints that were spread throughout the body, a mage's defining acupoint was located in a far more delicate place, the brain. Mages naturally accumulated mana within their minds, but without a strong enough body and repeated advancements to reinforce their fragile internal organs, this made their path far more dangerous for others. Despite being as popular as the knight cultivation system, the number of people who originally started as mages was incredibly low. Even fewer knights ever switched to becoming mages after advancing to rank 3, as doing so meant abandoning their foundation entirely. Unless there was an exceptional reason, most wouldn't make the change. Mages possessed incredible versatility and numerous means to fight, but that didn't mean knights were weak. Knights had fewer techniques, but they were just as formidable in their own right. The acupoint that defined a mage, unlike a knight who had to open multiple acupoints to progress, was just a single, unique acupoint. Not all acupoints were the same. Some merely increased a supernatural's mana capacity. Others, however, were special, opening them granted abilities such as elemental affinity or elemental manipulation. These acupoints were incredibly difficult to open. For both mage apprentices and rank 2 knights, awakening this acupoint granted them access to their Sea of Consciousness, a unique internal realm that was often called the Sequel of Consciousness or the Mana Pool. Knights possessed mana reserves due to their life seed, but a mage's Mama Pool was exactly as its name implied. An advantage mages had over knights was that they weren't limited to a single affinity. This didn't mean they could wield all affinities, but unlike the knight cultivation system, where one's breathing method most times determined a fixed elemental path, pure mages could interact with multiple affinities as long as they had even a slight natural connection to them. The mage cultivation system provided by the association wasn't one that was created for the purpose to become a mage. After all, mages were either born with the talent or switched to after advancing to rank 3. Instead, what the association provided was a visualization method, a technique to enter the Sea of Consciousness, and the method to draw mana into it to expand one's mana pool. This tied into another reason why awakeners were considered special individuals. Even without opening the special acupoint, from the moment one awakens, the awakening of their Sea of Consciousness follows. This is also the reason why all awakeners can cast spells regardless of their class. It was clear that the association had modified the cultivation manuals they sent to awakeners. After all, most traditional cultivators had no use for this information. Michael's eyes lit up as he read further. It felt as if a new world had been opened to him. Suddenly, several things started making sense. After reading a bit more, he set his phone aside, a contemplative expression on his face. The Sea of Consciousness is a magical realm where a mage or rank 3 knight can absorb mana from the external world and to cast spells. In this space, as long as one's rank allows it, they can store spell models, pre-constructed spells that require no casting time. However, this method is highly mana-intensive, consuming reserves far faster than externally casting a spell using a bit of mana from the surrounding atmosphere. The more Michael organized his thoughts, the brighter his eyes became. Is this why awakeners only need a thought to activate a skill? Could it be that, our skills actually exist within our Sea of Consciousness? Michael wasn't entirely sure about this theory. After all, he still needed hand movements to cast spells, unlike the instantaneous casting described in the email. Maybe. I simply don't have any spell models in my Sea of Consciousness. Michael recalled how the Awakener skill system functioned, how it always seemed to guide them. The instant casting described in the email reminded him of how spells worked in games. A single click, and the spell appeared. Curious about his suspicion, Michael didn't immediately attempt to check his Sea of Consciousness. Instead, he pulled out his phone once again, navigated to the Supers Association forum, and typed something he hadn't searched for before. Is there a difference between skills and spells for awakeners? Is there a difference between skills and spells for awakeners? When Michael saw the search results, he wasn't too surprised. He had been slightly certain of his suspicion. As expected, directly seeking specific knowledge is far better than randomly gathering bits and pieces. This was one of the reasons he still saw the academy as a worthwhile goal, even if there was a high chance it didn't function exactly as its name implied. At the very least, he believed it provided structured knowledge about the supernatural world. Whatever its flaws, it had to be better than a public forum when it came to truly understanding the system. Skills are the external representation of a spell model. For traditional mages, this equates to a spell model that is not inscribed in their Sea of Consciousness. Spells, on the other hand, are the core spells of mages, the ones inscribed in their sea of consciousness that require no casting time. It is said that when an awakener successfully inscribes a spell model, a new section appears in their panel. However, unlike skills, these spells cannot have their mastery increased artificially with the power of an awakener. Their power depends mainly on the quality of the spell model, just like with traditional mages. Michael had always assumed skills and spells were the same. In a certain sense, he wasn't wrong, but he wasn't exactly right either. After reading more, he didn't end up favoring one over the other. Both had their own strengths and weaknesses. For one, skills could be influenced by an awakener's stats, allowing them to improve with their overall growth. However, spells were purely dependent on the quality of the spell model and the properties of the caster's mana. Then there was the biggest advantage spells had over skills: instantaneous casting. The more Michael thought about it, the more he realized that spells inscribed in the Sea of Consciousness functioned like trump cards for both awakeners and traditional mages. That said, the main method of casting magic still involved drawing spell models, commonly known as magic circles, using the caster's mana as fuel, with a little assistance from the surrounding atmospheric mana. The more Michael read, the more he understood. Finally, feeling he had learned enough, he eagerly set his phone aside. It was time. Time to check out his Sea of Consciousness. Michael took a deep breath, steadying himself. Then, following the visualization method described in the mage meditation technique sent by the association, he closed his eyes and focused. At first, there was nothing, just the faint hum of his own thoughts. But as he continued, a strange pull emerged from deep within him. Something stirred. His consciousness felt as if it were drifting, sinking into an unseen depth. A strange sensation washed over him, like plunging into endless waters, yet he wasn't drowning. And then he saw it. A vast, dark space stretched out before him, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. This is my Sea of Consciousness. Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The Sea of Consciousness was said to be the summary of a supernatural. With it, you could know what elements one had, and so on. Due to Michael's low membership level, he would have seen things like laws also being able to be inscribed in the Sea of Consciousness. However, even if he did see something like laws and was intrigued by it, if he wasn't given more access to more information, he'd never know what it was. My Sea of Consciousness is filled with darkness. And oh, this strangely solid liquid I'm standing on. Does that mean I have the element of darkness and water? Michael wasn't sure. In the forum and in the meditation technique the association sent, it said that it was better for one to do proper, accurate testing for their affinity. Just because he saw liquid in his Sea of Consciousness didn't mean it represented water affinity. It could just be there. Cases like this weren't rare. Among the two elements he suspected he had, Michael was more willing, or rather, he knew, he had an affinity with darkness. If not, he wouldn't have been able to cast an undead spell in the first place. Being an awakener, though one could theoretically use spells from other classes, there were times when certain requirements had to be met. This also served as a limitation. For one, you could be a water mage and have the ability to use healing magic but still be unable to use light element healing magic. Or could not cast a fireball like a fire mage, but for physical skills, you might even be able to use berserk as a priest. Even in the awakener system, compatibility was a thing. Michael turned to look at his form in his Sea of Consciousness. He looked like a figurine of blue mass floating in the empty dark space. After giving his energy form a look, Michael turned his attention back to his Sea of Consciousness. Like I thought. There are no spell models here. Michael had expected this but wasn't too worried about the issue. Before he pulled his phone aside again, he had gone to the Super's online store to see if it was possible to buy the blueprints of spell models and saw that he could. Though they were mostly basic, it was still something. After all, it wasn't only knights or awakeners in the forum. There were also mage apprentices and above that needed resources and information. Though Michael would very much like to start filling up this space with spell models, he wanted to try out the meditation method to increase his mana pool. The one the association had given was a no-attribute meditation technique that, though slow in increasing the mana pool in the sea of consciousness, which in turn strengthened and enlarged it, was a steady way for any mage with any affinity to start with or use. In the outside world and in the sea of consciousness, both Michael sat in a lotus position and started using the meditation technique. As Michael sank deeper into meditation, he followed the breathing pattern outlined in the meditation technique. A slow inhale. A steady exhale. Again and again, he repeated the process, allowing his focus to drift entirely into his sea of consciousness. At first, there was nothing, just the same darkness and the strangely solid liquid beneath him. Then, something changed. A subtle pull. Michael barely had time to register it before mana from the outside world began to flow toward him. It had no color. No form. Just a formless, weightless force that slowly seeped into his sea of consciousness. The sensation was refreshing. Like taking a deep breath of cool, crisp air after being in a stuffy room for too long. It wasn't overwhelming or forceful, but the speed of absorption was slightly faster than he expected. Michael's eyes, if he had any in this form, would have widened in mild surprise. This is different, he thought. The technique had described a gradual intake of mana, yet his body was naturally drawing it in at a slightly accelerated pace. It felt effortless. Natural. As the mana merged into his sea of consciousness, he could sense a subtle shift, like a ripple expanding across a still pond. His sea of consciousness slightly more stable. Michael exhaled slowly, adjusting to the rhythm. Also, this difference in speed. It felt a bit faster than what was written in the meditation technique. Is it because of my strength? Michael felt that could only be the reason. When he opened his eyes in the real world for a brief moment, a panel appeared in front of him. You have learned No Attribute Mana Cultivation Technique. No Attribute Mana Cultivation Technique Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 1.23%. A technique to access the sea of consciousness, strengthen it, draw spell models, and increase mana. At basic mastery, the speed of absorption is normal. I got a skill. Michael was a little surprised, but after a moment of thought, he calmed down. It made sense. After this, I should try my night breathing technique again. It didn't matter if he was going to continue with magic, having the skill was nice. As a few thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael returned to cultivation. He had just checked his intelligence stat and saw no difference. So he decided to cultivate a bit more and see how long it would take before he started seeing the effects. If it took too long, he'd just switch to attempting to inscribe a spell model in his sea of consciousness. Whatever it was, he wasn't a traditional mage, after all. His mana pool was quite big. That was what Michael thought. But what he hadn't expected was that, in the pleasure of drawing mana into his sea of consciousness, he'd lose track of time. It wasn't until the sun laid its first grace upon the world, followed by the ding of a notification, that Michael finally pulled himself out of his cultivation state. The first thing his eyes met was a panel. Your intelligence has increased by 0.0001 point. The edge of Michael's lips twitched as he stared at the notification panel in front of him. He turned to check his status, but the panel didn't even bother adding the increase or showing any sign of such an increase. It was evident. The increase was way too low. I know it's a rankless meditation technique, but isn't this increase too low? Michael felt conflicted. He was happy that cultivation had indeed proven useful in increasing stats, but the increase was so small it almost made him shed a tear in pain. Just like spell models had ranks signifying their power and uniqueness, meditation techniques had ranks too. Among all ranks, one of the special ones was rankless, which either meant it wasn't qualified to have a rank or that it could be used at all ranks. It was clear which of the two the meditation technique from the association belonged to. I knew the association was a bunch of greedy people. He should have guessed it from the start. Since the rank wasn't mentioned in the meditation technique's content, Michael had figured it was a rankless technique. What he hadn't expected was for it to be the worst kind. He had thought the only thing he needed to buy when it came to magic was spell models. Now, it seemed like buying a high-rank meditation technique had to be added to the agenda. I can forget about getting it from the Supers Association due to my membership level, at least until I advance to rank 2. But with my mana pool continuing to grow, even after advancing to rank 2, I don't think even a master rank 4 in the Aurora cultivation system, technique will be able to increase my mana significantly in a stable yet slightly fast way. As for getting a king rank meditation technique, Michael didn't even consider it. He knew that after advancing to rank 2, it would take a long time to reach the next rank, so at that point, cultivation would be quite useful for him. Only a rank 5 meditation technique would provide the rapid pace he envisioned. However, knowing that meditating was at least working put Michael in a good mood. Even if the increase wasn't much, the calming pleasure that came with meditation was great. Still, this experience made him value his attribute points and the stat increases that came from leveling up as a human necromancer even more. Knowing it wasn't appropriate to cultivate any longer, Michael stopped. There were other things he needed to do. One was meeting up with Brian to see if there was any information he could gather, and the other was handling matters in the land of origin. However, due to getting carried away with cultivation, going to the association branch had to be put aside temporarily. The same went for discussing moving out with Aunt Mia. What Michael hadn't expected, however, was that when he returned to his room, Aunt Mia would coincidentally knock on his door, looking to have a conversation with him. The conversation was simple and short. Perhaps it was because Aunt Mia sensed that Michael seemed in a rush to do something. She had come to discuss possible places they could move to and wanted to know if Michael had any specific requirements. Michael was more than happy to give his input. Not only did he trust Aunt Mia, but since he would still be the one choosing from the available options, it was better to leave the initial selection to someone like her. His requirements were quite simple: big city, big house, and so on. After saying what he had to say and sending Aunt Mia off with a few words, Michael excitedly closed the door to his room. He then went to sit on his chair and summoned the female undead he had previously summoned during his last visit to the land of origin. Giving the same command as before, he simultaneously used his senses to check on the other 2 undead in the house. Not bothering to check what they were doing or thinking about freshening up first, Michael connected his consciousness to his body in the land of origin. A moment later, a pair of green eyes opened. The immersion was seamless. Then, a knock sounded at the door of his room. "Come in," Michael said as he dismissed the undead in his room to the netherworld. He had already used his senses to check what was beyond the door. Though he couldn't physically see what was on the other side, he could sense the vitality and mana of the person standing there. They were ordinary. Soon, the door opened, and a young lady in maid's clothing entered the room. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning." Though his face remained relatively expressionless, Michael mentally sighed in relief. Had he been even a few seconds later, he might have missed the maid's call. It wouldn't have been a major issue, as he would have arrived only moments later, but he didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. It was still quite dark in the land of origin, so Michael was fairly certain this was the first knock on his door for the morning. Or at least, he hoped so. Sighing inwardly at the limitation of not being able to move in both Aurora and the land of origin simultaneously, he focused on what the maid was saying. "Sorry for disturbing your rest, my lord, but the mayor asked me to come and inquire if you'd like to take your bath soon so my colleagues and I can assist you." As the maid finished her sentence, Michael thought he might have seen wrong when he noticed a faint blush on her face. However, he was more focused on something else. "Help me with my bath." "How?" "By preparing the water for you, my lord," the maid replied. "Boiling it if you prefer it hot, or adding ice if you prefer it cold, or—" Michael watched as the maid left his room, an odd expression flickering in his eyes. Nobles sure know how to enjoy themselves. He couldn't help but recall a few things about the habits of nobles in the medieval ages back on Earth. This place seemed to share some similarities, at least in certain aspects. However, Michael wasn't interested. Not only did he feel no attraction toward the maid, but the casual nature of it all also put him off. Maybe it had nothing to do with his lack of interest in her specifically. Still, instead of indulging in whatever fun the people of this world seemed to enjoy, Michael had more important things to focus on. It's a new day. Michael let out a sigh. It was another day in the land of origin, and for the first time, he had slept under a proper roof within a civilization. The thought made him feel a little emotional. But it also reminded him of just how much he still had to do. Even though rushing might only make things worse, and his alternative plans were limited aside from sticking close to Mage Lien's group, Michael decided to go with the flow for now. A short while later, another knock resounded from the door. Already expecting it, Michael called out, "Enter." The door opened, revealing the same maid from before, now accompanied by a few others. Some carried buckets of steaming water, while others held cloth-like materials in their hands. "Sorry to disturb you, my lord," the maid said respectfully. "Your bath is ready." Also, the mayor, taking into consideration that the lord does not seem to have extra clothing, had the town's tailors prepare some garments for you. They should be close to your size, based on the mayor's estimations. I hope the lord does not take offense at this. "No, it's okay," Michael replied. He was a little surprised, almost enough to show it on his face. The issue of clothing had been on his mind for a while. His plan had been to continue wearing his old outfit while figuring out how to acquire local attire. Successfully obtaining new clothes would mean he was making progress in integrating into this world. It would also imply he had money, after all, how else would he have gotten them? Fortunately, it seemed he wouldn't have to wait too long before switching out what he considered to be a cosplay outfit for something more authentic. The maids immediately got to work. They entered the bathroom attached to Michael's room. Since this was one of the VIP rooms, it had a wooden tub. The design and structure took Michael slightly by surprise, but it was functional. He refused the maid's offer to assist with bathing and, after ensuring his privacy, sank into the warm water of the tub. This feels comfortable. After a week in this world, Michael finally had his first proper bath. Even with his physique, so tough that even molten iron wouldn't harm him, the warmth of the water seeped into his pores, relaxing his body. For the first time in a while, he felt truly at ease. Knowing that the maids would return later to clean the room, especially since he had even given them a specific time, Michael didn't let himself sink too deeply into the pleasure of bathing. Instead, he focused on quickly washing himself with what was available. Surprisingly, bar soap was already a thing in these parts, which pleased Michael in many ways. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if it was the invention of a native in the land of origin or the work of someone like him, an awakened from another realm. After cleaning himself thoroughly, he changed into the new clothes the town mayor had provided. Just as the maid had said, the fit wasn't too far off, which impressed Michael. It was a black robe paired with black pants. The fabric's texture and refined appearance made him suspect they were somewhat valuable. Looking at the mirror in the room, Michael couldn't help but admire himself. His hair had grown slightly longer and was a little messy, but instead of making him look unkempt, it added a subtle wild charm. And then there were his green eyes. They were dim, as if they absorbed light like an abyss, yet at the same time, they were the brightest thing in the world. Even with a single, fleeting glance, they left an impression that was impossible to forget. As for his previous clothes, Michael thought about it for a moment before deciding to let the manor staff take care of them instead. He didn't want to reveal the existence of his storage space or draw any suspicious gazes. Besides, he also wanted to dispose of the clothes themselves. As for whether anything bad could happen if the natives of this world got their hands on them, Michael wasn't paranoid enough to worry about that. He had already seen that, aside from the difference in materials, his old clothes didn't look out of place in this world's fashion. There was nothing particularly strange about them that could cause a problem. Just as he finished adjusting his new outfit and was staring at himself in the mirror, another knock sounded at the door. Michael told the person to enter. This time, it was also a maid, but one he didn't recognize. She hadn't been among those who had attended to him earlier. "Sorry for disturbing you, my lord, but the mayor would like to invite you for breakfast. He would have come himself, but he is currently with the other lord, waiting for you," the maid said cautiously. Michael didn't need to ask who the other lord was. He already knew. It had to be Mage Lien. "Lead the way," he said. He was gradually getting used to the way the people of this world addressed him. Without realizing it, he found himself slipping into the role naturally. As a reserved person who preferred to keep to himself, a textbook introvert, his demeanor didn't seem out of place for a noble. The only thing that stood out about this lord was his accent. It just felt a little off. Michael followed the maid through the manor, inspecting his surroundings once again. Regardless of whether this building was placed on Earth or in Aurora, its style and design would make it a prime tourist attraction. But in the land of origin, things were different. At least in these parts, this was the current aesthetic. Anything considered ancient here, probably like the first location Michael had found himself in, would be a museum exhibit back in his world. As he admired the architecture, it didn't take long for him to reach the mayor's dining room. It was quite large, and a few people were already seated at the table. Among them were the captain of the night team, the mayor, and Mage Lien. However, no one sat at the head chair, not even the owner of the manor. A little puzzled why, having some guesses, Michael didn't attempt to be different and sat down on the side of the dining table. The side Mage Lien just happened to be on and in front of the night captain and the mayor. "Good morning, Sir Mike." The mayor was the first to greet him, standing up and giving a short bow. "Good morning, Mr. Mayor." Michael hesitated for a brief moment, unsure whether he should stand and return the greeting. In the end, he made his decision on the spot after observing the situation. For one, the mayor had a genuine look of respect in both his expression and movements. And, more importantly, the two other men at the dining table did not seem to find the greeting out of place. Instead, they acted as if it were completely normal. For some reason, it reminded Michael of the way the maids acted around him. So, just as he had done with them, he chose to act as he imagined a person in power would. And he wasn't wrong. Even as he spoke and remained indifferent to the gesture, the mayor still smiled before taking his seat again. Following the mayor, the night captain also stood up to greet him. Michael, however, felt mentally drained when he realized that just as the mayor sat down, the night captain had already risen for his own greeting. Even though the man didn't bow but simply gave a salute, the action was ultimately the same. Michael couldn't help but wonder how they would react if they ever found out he was a fake noble. The only one who gave a simple greeting without standing was Mage Lien, and in more ways than one, Michael was grateful for that. After responding in kind, Michael watched as the town mayor, who had been waiting for everyone to settle in, picked up a small bell from the empty table and rang it. Michael had noticed the bell earlier and wondered about its purpose. It didn't take long to find out. Soon, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the manor, followed by the scent of various foods. Maids and male attendants streamed into the dining room, carrying plates, cups, and an assortment of dishes. In moments, the once empty table was filled with a lavish spread. Though Michael kept his expression neutral, he was quietly impressed. He also realized that the others had been waiting for him before officially starting the meal. But since no one spoke and he had nothing to say, he focused on the food instead. And it was great. That wasn't to say it was the best meal he'd ever had. Under Aunt Mia's care, he had learned to cook and even considered himself a decent cook. Of course, Aunt Mia, an actual chef, even if she wasn't the head chef of her establishment, was on another level. Michael didn't think his cooking or Aunt Mia's was inferior to what he was currently eating, but he had to admit the new flavors were exceptional. Especially the meat. If not for the fact that he didn't truly need food anymore, wasn't particularly greedy, and was more interested in the conversation happening at the dining table, he might have eaten more. What confused him was the whole necessity of food. Back when his stats were still growing, he needed more food to sustain himself. But after reaching a certain threshold, everything changed. His endurance increased, and his need for food significantly decreased. Still, he didn't see it as a bad thing. As long as he avoided reaching the point of true hunger, it wasn't an issue. But if he did, using numbers as an example, it would be like the combined hunger of over 40 starving humans compressed into a single body. It's morning now, and the monster still hasn't attacked. Nor has any sign of movement been spotted outside the forest, whether in the air or on land. So, I think it's safe to say the creature isn't planning to leave anytime soon. What remains uncertain is how long that will last, and whether it has other plans. This was the current discussion at the dining table among the four men. Michael listened quietly but didn't fully agree with Mage Lien's assessment. The night before, he had flown over the entire town yet remained undetected. That alone proved the mage's senses had limits. Who was to say the monster didn't have flying underlings already surveying the town? However, pointing this out would only risk exposing himself and cause unnecessary panic. Besides, there were already contingency plans in motion. I've sent a message to the capital requesting aid, but as we all know, we must report the situation in person as well, Mage Lien stated. He exchanged a few more words with the mayor and the knight captain while Michael remained silent. Only after they concluded their discussion did Mage Lien turn to him. Sir Mike, if I recall correctly, yesterday you mentioned that you weren't familiar with the way to the venue or the Duke of Evermoon's competition, correct? Yes, that's right, Michael confirmed, wondering silently where this conversation was leading to when Mage Lien spoke again. Then why not travel with us? The Grand Mage's words triggered several reactions from the other men in the dining room. The mayor couldn't help but glance at the young man again, wondering if he had done something of great service to earn such favor from Mage Lien. Unfortunately, since he had no idea which noble family Michael hailed from, he couldn't afford to curry favor beyond what he had already done for the Grand Mage, who, at least, was a recognized figure of the kingdom. For the mayor, this was frustrating. He had built his career by knowing how to flatter and serve his superiors, but now, he was in the dark. The knight captain, on the other hand, was more intrigued than frustrated. He had already suspected that the old mage held this young man in high regard, and now it was confirmed. If it were him, he would do the same. The knight captain wasn't arrogant enough to claim he was all-knowing, but as someone of high status in the kingdom, he was well informed. He had encountered the peak powers of the kingdom on several occasions and had even undertaken missions with Mage Lien in the past. From what he had seen of Michael's performance the previous night, the youth's power was at least on par with a Grand Mage. That alone was enough to be impressive. But what made it even more astonishing was his age. A person this young possessing such strength was beyond rare. The knight captain even entertained the possibility that Michael was an old man disguising himself as a youth, a trick some powerful individuals could pull off. However, habits and behavior were much harder to fake. Michael didn't act childish, nor was he overly arrogant. His serious and reserved demeanor fit that of a noble young master rather than a wizened old man in disguise. But what truly shocked both the mayor and the knight captain were the words Mage Lien had just spoken. The Duke of Evermoon competition. Everyone in Lionheart knew about it. At least 7 out of 10 citizens were aware of its significance. The event was that prestigious. Even though most people knew they would never have anything to do with it in their lifetimes, it didn't stop them from paying attention. The mayor spared Michael a few more curious glances, but the knight captain's reaction was different, his expression turned oddly contemplative. The competition's entry requirements were notoriously strict. Candidates had to be under the age of 25 and possess the strength of an intermediate-level powerhouse. In practical terms, that meant having the combat ability equivalent to a deputy captain of a Kingdom Knight squad. Most people couldn't even dream of reaching that level, yet this youth had not only met the criteria, he had far exceeded them. To be honest, even with the competition's grand prize, the marriage of the princess, this young man was already more than qualified to be a contender. As Michael was pleasantly surprised by Mage Lien's invitation, he had no idea that his words had sent the other men into deep contemplation. However, even though this was his goal, he knew he couldn't afford to show too much excitement. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he responded steadily. "If it doesn't trouble you, Mage Lien, I'd be glad to join you on your journey. At the very least, it's better than wandering around alone in an unfamiliar place." Michael made sure to emphasize the last part of his sentence. There was a reason for that. Only he truly understood just how little he knew about this world. If he didn't establish early on that he was ignorant of his surroundings because he wasn't from around here, it would be far too easy for someone sharp to see through his act. He might have been overthinking things, but he preferred to be cautious. Mage Lien nodded in satisfaction. The more he interacted with this young man, the more he found himself liking him. Despite possessing enough power to match a grand mage, even without his summon, assuming he could manipulate his mana in other ways, Michael remained polite and well-mannered. Compared to the king's son, who was undoubtedly talented but also insufferably arrogant, Mage Lien found Michael to be far more pleasant company. Thinking about the possibility of the prince and Michael clashing in the future, especially since the prince also had his eyes on the princess, the Duke of Evermund's daughter, Mage Lien's smile grew even more genuine. "It's no issue at all, Sir Mike. You might not be aware, but the competition is being held in the capital region of the kingdom, so traveling with us will only get you to your destination faster." Michael's eyes lit up for a brief moment at those words, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Mage Lien. The old mage chuckled inwardly. Even if Michael had spoken about the competition as though it were just a casual event, his reaction made it clear, he was definitely looking forward to it. Of course, that wasn't the case. Michael had no interest in the Duke of Evermund's competition, at least not in the way the others assumed. Instead, he was simply relieved that it provided him with a convenient excuse to integrate better into this world. So, in a way, he hadn't been lying when he told Mage Lien he'd give the competition a try. If he did end up competing, it would only be to try. Ironically, the grand prize, the princess's hand in marriage, was more of a reason not to compete than a reason to participate. He didn't like the idea of marriage as a grand prize. Even a corpse would be better. "Then permit me to trouble you on this journey, Mage Lien," Michael said with a slight smile. Mage Lien responded with a hearty laugh. After that, only a few more words were exchanged at the dining table before everyone finished their last bites of breakfast. However, even though the meal was over, the table was still filled with food. The powerful in this world sure know how to enjoy themselves, Michael thought. Growing up in poverty back in Aurora, he had always made sure his plate was spotless before even thinking about washing it. He could never afford to waste food like the rich did, ordering expensive meals in restaurants only to take a single bite before pushing the rest aside. That being said, Michael didn't judge such people. It was simply a different way of life. After all, he had just done the same, and it hadn't felt particularly wrong or out of place. Still, he felt a little better when he saw the excitement on the faces of the mayor's staff as they came in to clear the table, their gazes lingering on the untouched food. Michael figured the leftovers were a treat for them, while some untouched items, like the fruits, would likely be returned to storage for future use. If that was how things worked, then at least it was good management. Soon, all the men made their way out of the dining room and, under Michael's gaze, out of the town mayor's residence. From the conversation around him, Michael knew they were finally about to leave town, which made him quite excited. However, what he hadn't expected was that after joining up with the other knights, who looked much better than they had the previous night, at least in terms of appearance, Mage Lien and the knight captain led them far away from the settlement, deeper into a small wilderness. As they continued forward, Michael grew increasingly confused and cautious. Still, despite his uncertainty about what was happening, he didn't speak up. Instead, he simply followed their lead, wondering where exactly they were taking him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long for an answer. Before they even reached a wide clearing, Michael spotted something massive in the distance, a huge, ship-like object. "Is that a ship?" It certainly looked like one. But even setting aside how expensive such a thing must be, why would a ship of all things be in the middle of nowhere? Extremely curious but maintaining his composure, Michael kept his calm all the way until he stood before the vessel, finally able to take in its full glory. It was massive. It seemed to be made of wood, yet oddly, its natural color appeared to be black rather than something painted over. At the same time, the texture gave the illusion of metal rather than wood. A massive lion head insignia was emblazoned on its hull. After taking a quick glance at everything, Michael hesitated no longer and used a detect on the ship before him. Meanwhile, as Michael made his way deeper into civilization in the land of origin, back in the real world, Aunt Mia stood at her doorstep, staring at the two girls and the boy before her with a puzzled expression. "You're saying the three of you are my nephew's friends?" she asked suspiciously. "He never knew his mother. They said she died after giving birth to him." However, after years, he started to believe otherwise. His father. Brian had conflicting thoughts about him. His father treated him more seriously than anything in the world, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only because of how useful he was. Or rather, how unique he was. But even as the feeling of being treated as a tool deepened with age, Brian couldn't help but find himself wanting to follow his father's wishes and win his favor. The first time he killed, he was 7. His father praised him. It made Brian happy despite the conflicting emotions within him. But as he grew stronger, killing ordinary people no longer satisfied his father. That made Brian anxious. This was the only man he cared about in the world. The others around his father only respected him from afar and rarely interacted with him. Though his father's actions changed as he grew older, Brian still remembered the days they played together. He longed for those days. The only remnant of that time was the rare moments when he did something that satisfied his father, earning a simple rub on the head. It didn't matter how old he got. He still wanted that man's acknowledgement. Fortunately, he was special. A natural mage from birth, blessed with great knightly talent. For the sake of his father's mission, he never abandoned his knight training, but he slowed it down, ensuring that stronger supernaturals wouldn't sense anything odd about him. However, while he limited his growth as a mage, he never stopped accumulating knowledge. Even against a mage apprentice of the same rank, he wouldn't lose. That wasn't the uniqueness of mage battles. Sometimes, it wasn't just about raw power. Of course, overwhelming strength was valuable, but wielding it with knowledge was even more dangerous. In an evenly matched battle, it became a contest of knowledge. Whoever could apply their understanding of magic better would win. And yes. Not only was Brian a knight. He was also a mage. All of this, before awakening. What did that mean? Stepping into the official role of a cultivator almost guaranteed a second class, so long as it wasn't the same as their previous profession. But Brian's case was different. His affinity for fire wasn't even his best, though it was his second highest. His greatest affinity was with the wind. Yes. Brian didn't awaken one class. He didn't awaken 2. Instead, he awakened 3. The Night class. The Fire Mage class. The Wind Mage class. 2 rare classes and 1 common grade. But only he knew. Even if a fellow awakener used detect on him, they would only see his profession as a fire mage, never the other 2. From that moment it was just as his teachers in school had thought. A talented being became even more of a genius. They were right, but they were also wrong. Brian wasn't just a genius who became even more of a genius. He was a monster. However, this realization didn't bring him much happiness when he first discovered it. It was only when his father praised him with a loud laugh and pulled him into a hug that he truly felt amazing. Though he could see the deepening gaze in his father's eyes, the gaze that saw him as nothing more than a tool, Brian no longer cared. He was already coming to accept that only those who could bring benefits truly mattered. "You said you're my nephew's friends?" Brian glanced at the woman in front of him. She was ridiculously weak. But he still kept up his public persona. Not just because he had to maintain it long-term for his father's plan, but also because something within the apartment behind her made his heart shake. With his heightened senses as a mage, he could detect 4 strong presences behind the door. 3 of them made his heart tremble slightly. Aside from Mira, the girl with a special class and good talent, whom he already had plans for, he had believed they were the only unique awakeners in Woodstone City. Yet now, what was this power? He had already sensed it from outside. Those undead. Who was this Michael they spoke of? How could he be this powerful? No, how could he be so much stronger than him? Yet, despite the storm of thoughts flashing through his mind, Brian showed no reaction. Even after hearing the blatant lie the woman in front of him spoke. Sorry. My nephew is currently busy, and I have no idea where he is. In the end, the trio had no choice but to leave Michael's community. They had gotten his address from the principal, who had gathered all living awakeners for an important announcement, but unsurprisingly, they were unable to meet Michael. The girls had thought this was a good chance to check up on him and discuss things, but they were unsuccessful. As for the aunt's words, putting aside their method, she was a terrible liar. They didn't believe her. As rank 1 awakeners with enhanced senses, they could tell Michael was inside. But sensing that he remained stationary, his presence intertwined with a familiar undead aura, they figured he was likely in the land of origin. And since they couldn't force their way in, they gave up. Michael had no idea his classmates had come to visit his home and instead remained focused, staring at the massive ship before him in awe. Flying ship. That, along with a few other details, was all that Detect had given him. After collecting more information, Michael began to notice even more about the ship. Increasing his senses as he stepped closer, he detected faint magical waves pulsing from it. In fact, it felt as if the entire ship was coated in mana. What does Sir Mike think of it? A familiar voice spoke beside him. Michael turned his head slightly. It was Mage Lien. He paused for a moment, then responded. It's quite the sight, he said before hesitating briefly. Taking a small risk, he added, it seems to be quite a capable flying ship. There was a reason for this. In the land of origin, he would inevitably use Detect. If he didn't want to appear completely ignorant, there were certain things he should be expected to know. Like this flying ship. As of noble, it was only natural that he should recognize something like this, right? And as for whether the ship was truly a capable tool. Considering it belonged to knights serving directly under the kingdom and royal family, it shouldn't be anything inferior. Besides, its appearance alone spoke volumes. Fortunately, it seemed his words were acceptable. Mage Lien flashed a pleased smile. Sir Mike is indeed a man of great sight. Michael's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing in response. Luckily, Mage Lien didn't push the topic further. Instead, he turned to look toward the knight captain, who wasn't too far away. Make haste and start the ship. We must reach the capital soon. The knight captain didn't hesitate any longer and immediately began instructing the knights who could still move. Michael watched as the magic users among them cast spells, opening a hole in the ship's wall before helping everyone inside. The interior was spacious. Glowing stones embedded in the walls illuminated the surroundings, casting a soft, steady light. From its external appearance alone, Michael had already guessed that the ship had multiple floors, and he was right. It had 5. The 3rd floor housed the rooms for VIP guests, one of which had been assigned to him. However, he didn't settle there immediately. Instead, he followed Mage Lien to the top deck. Mage Lien had invited him not just to witness the ship's takeoff but, Michael suspected, for a conversation. The old mage hadn't spoken about the departure itself as anything particularly grand. Instead, his invitation felt like a perfect excuse to spend time together and talk. Michael wasn't too keen on conversation. He could tell Mage Lien was curious about him, but he preferred to be the one listening rather than speaking. He still didn't trust himself not to slip up. Still, refusing outright wasn't an option, not when the old mage had gone out of his way to personally visit Michael's room, bowing as he extended the invitation. Besides, Michael was somewhat curious about the ship's takeoff. And so, before long, he found himself standing atop the flying ship, gazing at the vast blue sky stretching endlessly before him. Michael admired the seemingly empty sky. For some reason, he was starting to enjoy this feeling, standing at the top, gazing down at the world below. Just as he continued taking in the vast expanse before him, Mage Lien, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Sir Mike, I wonder if you'd be interested in a certain opportunity." Michael immediately became cautious. He didn't let it show on his face and responded as usual. "And what kind of opportunity would that be?" he inquired. "A chance to obtain a soul pool fruit." "A soul magic pool fruit?" Michael couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Mage Lien, however, didn't seem particularly surprised by his reaction. "It seems Sir Mike hasn't heard of this natural treasure." "That's not surprising, it's incredibly rare. The soul magic pool fruit is something that can significantly enhance both the quality and quantity of mana, even for people like us. But I read in a record that its true value lies elsewhere." Michael listened attentively as Mage Lien's tone deepened. "It also strengthens the soul itself, in fact, that's considered its primary effect. Though the soul is something that mainly great mages and knights dabble in, it's still very beneficial." Michael had already been feeling uneasy the moment Mage Lien spoke. However, when he heard the name of the treasure, his worry was quickly replaced by intrigue. Great knights? Great mages? He had no idea what level of power these titles represented in this world. Even now, he still didn't have a clear understanding of what the soul was, but he did have something closely related to it, his talent. To be fair, it would be incorrect to say his talent was directly reliant on his soul, since he had never felt himself interacting with this supernatural existence. But as someone still ignorant about the deeper workings of the supernatural world, he wasn't about to draw his own conclusions. However, there was one thing an increase in his soul could definitely help with. More contract slots. More contract slots meant more undead. More undead meant more evolution points. More evolution points meant more powerful and diverse undead. It was an endlessly beneficial cycle. Gaining 2 contract slots per level wasn't bad. There were times Michael had questioned what kind of crippled class this was, especially when he struggled with the frustration of lacking evolution points. But once he calmed down, he always realized that wasn't the case. Just because necromancers were necromancers didn't mean they couldn't act like mages. In essence, it functioned like any other mage class, except with an additional ability that allowed it to sustain itself. The inability to control infinite undead didn't make the class weaker either. If necromancers could command an infinite number of undead, the class wouldn't be classified as a rare one, it would be unique. Anyone with foresight could see the terrifying potential of this class. So what if you were limited to a few contract slots? If you could fill them with undead just as powerful as yourself, would you even need more? Of course, as one grew stronger, such powerful undead would become increasingly difficult to find and kill. But who was to say that high-level necromancers hadn't fully manifested the potential of their class after centuries of existence? One could only imagine the level of power such individuals would possess. It certainly wouldn't be easy, but if achieved, even if it didn't make one the absolute strongest, it would be hard to say if anyone of the same rank could defeat them. And the current Michael was the perfect example of that potential. "It can enhance the soul?" he finally asked. "I believe so," Mage Lien replied. "This is a treasure I read about in the kingdom's library years ago. I just didn't think I'd actually encounter it on my recent adventure." Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why aren't you keeping it for yourself?" That was the real question, wasn't it? Why would someone willingly share such an amazing treasure? At least, he wouldn't. Why would he? It was obvious Mage Lien hadn't told him everything yet. And Michael was right. "It's protected by 2 powerful monsters," Mage Lien admitted. I asked my fellow Grand Mage and 3 other Grand Knights to assist me, but they either had their own priorities or didn't want to take the risk. How strong are these monsters? Michael asked. Mage Lien's answer was simple and without hesitation. Stronger than me. Michael had a peculiar expression on his face. What kind of monsters could be stronger than Mage Lien? They would have to be at least level 30, but even then, that shouldn't be enough to stop someone of Mage Lien's caliber. These monsters had to be significantly stronger. Maybe even 10 levels higher. That was a power level far beyond what Michael could handle. He could finally see why Mage Lien was willing to share this treasure. He wasn't strong enough to claim it on his own. But Michael still had his doubts. Why not ask these great mages and knights, he asked. Michael wasn't sure how strong these individuals were, but based on the way Mage Lien had spoken about them, his choice of words and the fact that their power had a ranked classification, it was clear they were formidable. What he wasn't sure of was just how formidable. Were great mages still rank 2 supernaturals, just in the later stages? Or were they something else entirely? Yes, they could help, but, let's just say I might end up working as a treasure finder instead, Mage Lien said awkwardly, his expression turning odd. I was planning to meet them before I met you, though. His words immediately made everything click for Michael. I see. This isn't the Federation. It's probably the law of the jungle here, or at the very least, the strongest are respected and treated as lords. Even someone as strong as Mage Lien has to follow this rule, to a certain extent. If the soul magic fruit was a treasure that could benefit those powerful figures, it was questionable whether Mage Lien would even get a share. Rather than risk that, it was probably a safer bet to collaborate with Michael, who, at least on the surface, didn't seem to have a massive power difference from him. Though Mage Lien suspected Michael might have more than one undead, he didn't think it was possible for him to have more than one of that powerful wolf he had seen. At most, 2, and even that was pushing it. He didn't know much about summoning, but he did know that nothing came easy in this world. And he was right, except he was wrong about Michael. Michael didn't just have one monster capable of fighting rank 2 monsters. He didn't even have 2. He had 3. Michael thought for a moment, just about to reply to Mage Lien, when he suddenly froze. Mage Lien noticed the shift immediately. What happened? He asked. Before Michael could answer, something else happened, something that made Mage Lien and the other knights on the deck stiffen in alarm. A sharp expletive slipped from Michael's lips. Fuck. There was a very good reason for his sudden change in reaction. Your undead has killed a. You've gained. Yes. Michael was receiving notifications. His undead were killing something. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was. Even though he hadn't given them names, it was easy for him to recognize which undead were doing the killing. And it wasn't the ones in the real world. Michael's expression darkened. He had somehow forgotten to recall his undead from the land of origin. If Michael had to pick a reason why he forgot his plan to transfer his undead from the land of origin to the real world, it would be because of how carried away he got while cultivating a few hours ago. Everything after that, up until his return to the land of origin, had felt so smooth that he had simply forgotten. Is something the matter, Sir Mike? Mage Lien had an odd expression on his face. This was the first time he had ever seen the usually composed Michael looking, well, not composed at all. Apparently, even in the land of origin, the F-word still retained its purpose. What a special world. It's nothing. Something just came up, Michael said after calming himself down. He turned to Mage Lien and added, also, we'll talk about the soul fruit again. I agree to follow you. Michael had given it some thought, and though he still felt it was a risk, he also saw it as an opportunity, just as Mage Lien had said. If he could get his hands on that fruit and it worked the way he suspected it would, Michael couldn't help but imagine a massive increase in his strength in the near future. However, as tempting as it was to think about, he wasn't in a position to dwell on it right now. Mage Lien felt a sense of relief at Michael's agreement, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why did Michael still seem to be in a strange mood? Michael had said something had come up, but what? They were currently high in the sky, and Mage Lien hadn't sensed anything. He was just about to inquire when Michael spoke first. "Can Mage Lien please tell the ship to wait for a while?" Michael asked, his expression odd. The fact that he was still receiving notifications meant his undead were currently fighting something. And that worried him. Even if the situation wasn't too serious, he wouldn't feel at ease unless he was there. Not only were his undead an investment and a part of his strength, but they were also his primary source of evolution points. Losing even half his army, especially now, right before he was about to gain another round of evolution points, wasn't something he could afford. The thought of having to rebuild everything from scratch if he lost them? Absolutely miserable. Though Michael was conflicted about the possibility of his decision negatively affecting his current progress in the land of origin, his undead, no matter how weak they were right now, were just as important. As expected, Mage Lien glanced at Michael with a hint of suspicion before speaking. "I'm sorry, Sir Mike, but we can't stop the ship from moving. However, we can slow it down for a period of time." "That's fine." "I won't take long," Michael interrupted. At the end of the day, neither of them was extremely familiar with the other. The fact that Mage Lien was even willing to slow the ship down for him was already a decent outcome. "Okay," Mage Lien finally nodded. From Michael's words, it was obvious that he intended to leave the ship. This made Mage Lien slightly wary, but after thinking it over, he decided to extend a little more trust. That said, he would only slow the ship for a short period before resuming full speed, whether or not he liked this youth or thought he could help him achieve his goal. This was why he wasn't too concerned about Michael leaving. Even though Michael now knew about the soul fruit, he didn't know its exact location. And no one, unless they were willing to go to war with Lionheart, could force him, a Grand Mage of the Kingdom, to reveal it. Worst-case scenario? He'd simply resort to his original plan and ask the kingdom's most powerful individuals for assistance. "Okay then, Sir Mike. We'll continue heading straight, but not as fast as before. We'll slow the speed to the bare minimum, but only for half an hour. Please make sure to return within that time, or you might not be able to find us when you come back," Mage Lien stated, adding a warning. Then, he asked, "How will you get down, though?" Despite asking, Mage Lien felt like he already knew the answer. As a fellow Grand Mage, he believed there was a high possibility that Michael had some form of flying magic. Even knights at his stage possessed such abilities, so it would be strange if Michael didn't. Though it couldn't compare to the natural flight abilities of a flying monster, it was still very useful. However, it wasn't until a second later that Mage Lien realized just how mistaken he was. "There's no need to worry about that, I've got it covered," Michael said. As he spoke, his hand was already outstretched. Out of nowhere, a being came into existence in midair. It was a black griffin. It soared into the sky. It circled the flying ship once before slowing down. Michael waved at Mage Lien and the other knights watching him, then leaped off the ship. His undead griffin flapped its wings hard, catching him with ease before disappearing into the distance. To the knights, who knew nothing about his true destination, it simply looked like he was heading back toward the town they had just left. However, the one thing all of them had in common was shock. First, the sudden appearance of a flying undead had caught them off guard. Second, its aura. Why did that monster's presence feel so overwhelming? Even when compared to a Grand Mage, it didn't seem to lose out by much. That was the thought running through the minds of most of the knights. But among them all, Mage Lien was the most shocked. Just moments ago, he had been certain that it would be difficult for Michael to summon another powerful creature. What he never expected was to be proven wrong so soon. Michael didn't care what the people on the flying ship thought of him. He also didn't care that they now knew he had another undead. For one, it was unavoidable given the current circumstances. But more importantly, he figured there was no reason to hide it. Michael wasn't the type to flaunt his powers unnecessarily, nor was he the type to conceal them when there was no need. From his observations, none of the knights had shown even the slightest hint of disgust at the sight of his undead. He attributed this to a few possible reasons. 1. Undead creatures were probably common in this part of the land of origin, so their existence wasn't something that disturbed the locals. 2. Magic involving undead wasn't forbidden here. 3. If the first two weren't true, then the knights were simply seasoned warriors who had seen enough to remain unfazed by something like this. Another possibility, one that seemed very likely, was that his powers had been misunderstood in his favor. Regardless of the reason, it didn't seem like a bad thing for him. Considering that, why shouldn't he use his most convenient undead? As he rode on the back of his undead griffin, Michael couldn't help but feel pleased that he had acquired a flying undead. If he hadn't, he would have faced a tough choice, either abandon his undead and continue with Mage Lien's group or prioritize his undead and abandon following them altogether. And even if he had chosen the latter, his running speed wasn't anywhere near as fast as this griffin's flight. It was truly a stroke of luck that he had obtained this undead at the perfect time. Gripping tightly onto the griffin's head as they sped through the sky, leaving no trace behind thanks to its subconscious use of wind magic, Michael swiftly reached the outskirts of Blackstone Town. Without hesitation, he re-entered the Everlong forest. Entering the familiar-looking forest instantly put Michael on edge. He knew that somewhere in this vast expanse of trees lurked a monster capable of killing him. Though he had grown much stronger than he was a few days ago, it was clear from the previous actions of this creature that he wasn't the only one improving. Who was to say that even with his newfound strength, his survival wouldn't just be a matter of delaying the inevitable? So yes, even though Michael doubted the monster would be roaming the outskirts at this exact moment, he remained cautious. After all, its ability to control other monsters meant its awareness wasn't confined to a single location. Michael's priority was simple: retrieve his undead, take them back to the real world, and return. Right now, the use of power in the real world was so unrestricted that he didn't have to worry about causing mass panic. At most, his house might turn into some kind of amusement attraction. If only he had a place in the land of origin to hide his undead, Michael wouldn't have minded that some of them weren't here. After I'm done with the main tasks here, I'll use undead summoning on all my unsummoned undead. Hopefully, with some luck, I can increase my number of summons and reduce the number of undead I have to reveal outside. As several thoughts raced through his mind, Michael didn't hesitate. He continued toward the location where he had left his undead. There, he was met with silence. A part of him had already expected this when the notifications of his undead killing monsters had stopped earlier. However, seeing the remains of the slain monsters littering the ground only made him frown. Though his system panel confirmed he hadn't lost any undead, he was surprised to find that very few of them were even injured. His newer summons, such as the armored cricket and spectral ant, were completely intact. Only his stronger undead, like the orcs, seemed to be in rough shape. Yet, as he observed how they had organized the remains of the monsters while cleaning up the battlefield, an odd expression crept onto Michael's face. They're probably just as smart, if not a bit smarter, than the ones I left back in the real world. Though this was good news, he didn't have time to celebrate. His gaze shifted to one of the nearby monster corpses. Corrupted controlled monster LV-15. This was about the average level of the others as well. The system didn't even bother listing their names. If Michael wanted to identify them, he would have to do so manually, but he wasn't particularly interested in going that deep. And the reason was simple. Each of the monsters had black tentacles covering their bodies. Mage Lien's guess seems to be wrong. Perhaps that monster truly has no knowledge of the nearby settlement, but it definitely has its sights set on the forest. As for its intentions, they likely aren't good for anyone but itself. As Michael considered this, he didn't remain idle. While still mid-air, he mentally commanded all his undead to stop handling the monster corpses immediately. For a brief moment, he considered descending to inspect one of the bodies himself, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He wanted nothing to do with that monster. At least, not yet. After this was done, still in mid-air he commanded all his undead to rush out of the forest. From his previous experience, whenever the minions of that monster died, it would send others to retrieve the bodies. If those creatures caught up to him here, Michael would have no choice but to fight, something he wanted to avoid. Though he wouldn't admit it, he wasn't confident he could escape a second time if he faced that monster again. Ironically, in the land of origin, death was usually the least frightening thing for awakeners. Yet, for Michael, it was a different story. The only thing capable of killing him here also seemed capable of killing him for real. While Michael knew that his rough start was largely due to his luck not being the best, it didn't make him feel any better. Michael made his way out of the everlong forest without any issues, but even then, his expression remained grim. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching him while he was inside, yet no matter how hard he tried, he hadn't been able to spot anything, or anyone. Michael didn't think his instincts were wrong. Perhaps they could be, but with everything going on, he'd rather be overly cautious than dismiss his suspicions. Even though he and his group of undead had successfully left the forest, they didn't move anywhere near Blackstone Town. Instead, Michael carefully guided them around it, using his flying insect undead to scout ahead and avoid people. It wasn't until they reached a secluded spot that he finally stopped. Since leaving the forest, he had turned his flying mount to a land-based one, ensuring that he wouldn't need to dive down from the sky upon arrival. Climbing down from the Black Griffin, Michael wasted no time in storing as many undead as he could fit into his storage space before summoning Lucky. Even though he would only be leaving the land of origin for a brief moment, just seconds or minutes, his body would remain defenseless in this world, which left him feeling uneasy. So, he summoned Lucky for added protection. With both Lucky and the Black Griffin by his side, Michael finally felt a sense of security. Leaving behind a few mental commands, he emphasized one above all: if they encountered something they couldn't handle, they were to carry him away immediately. Once everything was set, Michael sat on the ground in a lotus position and connected his consciousness to his body in the real world. Soon, a pair of green eyes flickered open. This method of movement is such a hassle. We can't even protect our bodies ourselves. I wonder if that changes with rank advancement. Michael muttered in frustration as he stood up. He couldn't help but feel irritated. His intelligence, while not making him a genius or giving him an extraordinary memory, allowed for a monstrous level of thought processing. It was one of the reasons why learning wasn't difficult for him, as long as he spent the necessary time, and why he could keep up in battles where dozens of exchanges happened within a second. With that level of brainpower, he felt that if it were possible, controlling two bodies simultaneously, though challenging, shouldn't be impossible. However, the consciousness-switching method between the land of origin and the real world didn't work that way. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael, who hadn't bothered dismissing the undead in his room, since she would continue her work once he was done here, leaped out of his apartment window. It was bright outside. Noon. The streets weren't as empty as they had been in the early morning when the city resembled a ghost town, but the people were still spaced out, leaving plenty of blind spots for Michael to do what he needed. At first, no one noticed anything unusual, but as time passed, someone couldn't help but ask. Aren't that guy's summons looking a bit more than before? Even in the real world, the general public referred to Michael's undead as summons. This was unavoidable. The ability to summon and dismiss magical beings fit the role of a summoner more than it did a necromancer, at least in the eyes of the general public. Then, more questions followed. Why are those figures gray? Yeah, they look like those beautiful female summons, except they're male, and kind of scary for some reason. They do look intimidating. Is it just me, or do they actually look oddly good-looking? For a brief moment, conversations erupted left and right as people speculated about his summons. Then, as expected, phones came out. Some started recording, others took pictures. And just like that, Michael found himself indirectly famous on the internet again. His summons, especially the strange-looking ones, were the main attraction, drawing all the attention. From start to finish, Michael never once revealed his face. Even if he had wanted to, it was already too late. By now, he was back in the land of origin, soaring through the skies on his undead griffin as he hurried to catch up with the flying ship carrying Mage Lien and the Kingdom Knights. Michael and his undead griffin sped through the sky at an extremely fast pace. After a few flying experiences, Michael no longer had any real limits when it came to flight. Because of this, and the fact that he was in a hurry to make it back to the ship on time, he didn't spare a single thought about his current speed or altitude. Fortunately for him, after a while of flying, he spotted a familiar flying ship in the distance. As he drew closer, his heart relaxed. It was indeed the ship he had left behind. At the same time Michael spotted the flying ship, some of the sharper and more observant occupants aboard also noticed him. The first was Mage Lien, who had already sensed Michael before anyone else. The reason wasn't anything complicated. The combined aura of both summoner and summon was so powerful that it practically screamed to be noticed. The moment Michael reached the top of the flying ship, he dismissed his undead griffin into his storage space and gracefully landed on the deck, where the knights stared at him in awe. Michael waved and nodded to those who greeted him as he made his way toward Mage Lien. "Are you done with your issues, Sir Mike?" "Yes. Thank you very much for waiting." Michael was genuinely grateful. Though he would always prioritize his undead, only heaven knew if he would ever again have such a conveniently smooth connection with the natives of this world as he did now. It was something worth treasuring. "It's okay," Mage Lien said with a smile. "Since Sir Mike is here now, there's no need to wait any longer. Go full speed." He shouted the command to the knights stationed in the driving section on the ship's roof, and with that, the vessel surged forward at maximum speed. Before the ship surged forward at full speed, Michael sensed mana coating its entire structure. And then, boom! The scenery around them blurred as the ship accelerated at an incredible pace. A tool is really just a tool, Michael couldn't help but think. The ship's full speed far outstripped that of his undead griffin, and he had a strong suspicion that this wasn't even its maximum potential. Regardless, it was already faster than it had ever been since he first boarded, making Michael thankful that he had returned in time. Had he been even a little late, he would have completely missed his chance. Originally, he had assumed he could catch up if necessary, but seeing the ship's speed now, he realized just how wrong he had been. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the sheer prosperity of the kingdom Mage Lien served. Flying ship. Rank, rare. A 3-star rare rank item. The price was something Michael couldn't even begin to fathom, but he suspected that if the Supers Association branch in the real world were to sell it, its value, given its utility, purpose, and apparent rarity, would easily start at a minimum of $100 million. For a kingdom to possess such an asset, along with individuals like Mage Lien, who was essentially a god in the eyes of commoners, it was clearly far from ordinary. Michael's expectations for their destination grew even higher. In the end, Mage Lien and Michael exchanged only a few words before parting ways. Their brief discussion covered a few minor topics, but the main focus remained on their deal regarding the natural treasure. According to Mage Lien, they would head to the treasure's location only after reporting the Blackstone Town incident to the kingdom. This matter took priority and couldn't be delayed. Though Michael was eager to get his hands on the fruit, he understood the reasoning. No one knew how long it would take to acquire the treasure, or if they could even obtain it at all. However, delaying the report about that monster for a treasure that wasn't going anywhere would be reckless. Mage Lien assured him that the treasure's location wasn't easy to find. He had personally ensured that much. Still, if anything were to happen due to the delay, he would be held responsible, and though he hadn't explicitly stated it, Michael could tell it wouldn't end well for him, despite the status his power granted him. With all these factors in mind, Michael had no choice but to wait until they reached the capital. Fortunately, as someone visiting this world from another, the capital was a place he was genuinely looking forward to seeing, that he could only hope everything went well in the end. After saying what he needed to, Mage Lien, feeling satisfied, made his way to his room on the flying ship. He believed he had struck a good deal. Michael had brought him plenty of surprises, but fortunately, they had all been pleasant ones. Though he had to come to terms with the fact that this youth was stronger than him, he also felt reassured. Others might call him foolish for choosing to explore with a stranger rather than seek help from people he had known for decades. However, only Mage Lien understood that he was making the same decision that even his fellow court mages, powerhouses in their own right, would have made. To the common people, those at their level were like divine beings, but to the true titans of the kingdom, they were no different from ants. The power gap was unfathomable, but it was the reality. Asking for help from those individuals often felt like carving a piece of flesh from one's own body as payment, something rarely worth the cost. Michael might not have confirmed it, but Mage Lien knew that the soul fruits also held some benefits for those above his level. The effects weren't as pronounced, but what if one of those higher beings took an interest in the fruit? According to the records Mage Lien had studied, the soul fruit could be consumed multiple times, though its effects weakened after the first use. Before he had been forced to flee from the creatures guarding it, Mage Lien had seen 3 of the fruits. That was an incredibly high number, and there was even a chance that more existed. If the records were accurate, consuming just one would allow him to advance significantly, making him no longer one of the weakest in the kingdom's court. If he were to take all of them. However, Mage Lien was not an overly greedy man. If he were, he wouldn't have even considered sharing the fruits, regardless of the danger. Fortunately, thanks to his cooperation with Michael, it seemed he might still secure a significant share. He could only hope their collaboration went smoothly. While those higher-ranked powerhouses would never harm one of their own, Mage Lien had no desire to owe them any favors. After Mage Lien left, Michael also made his way to his room after a while. According to the knights, they would reach the kingdom's capital in about 5 hours. Hearing this, Michael almost blurted out in shock, just how far was the capital? One couldn't forget that they were currently traveling at an incredible speed, far beyond even Michael's own flash-like movement, especially on the surface. Yet even at such a pace, it would still take 5 hours to reach their destination. If there were no flying ships, wouldn't this journey take months for the average person? Michael was stunned but also relieved that he had people around him to make things easier. Fortunately, he had taken his undead to the real world beforehand. If he had left them behind and needed to return alone to retrieve them, the journey would have been unimaginably difficult. No, given that monster's presence, he wasn't even sure he would make it back to see any of his undead standing. However, now that he didn't have much to worry about, he could do whatever he wanted, so long as he didn't dwell on what that monster was doing. At first, he had wanted to kill it himself, but now, Michael would love it if someone else just took care of it already. Still, all he could do was wait and see what the future held, and what the kingdom, to whom this matter truly belonged, had planned. Back in his room, knowing he'd be on the ship for the next few hours, Michael didn't want to sit idly by. He needed to do something productive, anything at all, rather than simply wasting time. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. At first, he considered practicing with his spear again but quickly dismissed the thought. The room was too small, and while he could practice, it would be far too limiting. The same issue applied to the night breathing method. The technique required precise movements, and performing them in such a confined space wasn't feasible. With those options ruled out, there were only a few things left he could do. In the end, he settled on cultivation. The mage meditation technique didn't require movement or complicated steps. He could do it while sitting, standing, or even lying down, as long as he remained still. Unlike the night breathing method, which had limited benefits for him at the moment, meditation was a perfect fit. The room he had been given was well furnished, with an actual bed, not just a wooden frame, but a proper one designed for comfort. Everything was clean, a sign that the ship was well maintained and regularly tidied. Michael didn't think much of it and simply sat on the bed. Closing his eyes, he quickly entered a meditative state. Soon, a familiar sensation of pleasure washed over him, and before he knew it, he was lost in time. Michael had no idea how much time had passed, but it wasn't until he heard a knock at his door that he finally emerged from his meditation. As he came out of his state, several notifications flashed before his eyes. His abilities had improved slightly, though only by minor levels. It wasn't much, but he had expected that. Meditation had merely been a way to pass the time, though he had to admit, the sensation that came with it was quite addictive. "Sir Mike." A voice called from the other side of the door, capturing Michael's attention. "What's the matter?" he asked, getting off the bed and heading toward the door. "Lord Lien instructed me to inform you that we've arrived at our destination." Michael paused. "The capital?" "Yes, sir. We've arrived and will be landing soon." As the knight finished speaking, Michael opened the door, stepping out with a calm expression. "Please lead me to Lord Lien," he instructed. "Yes, Sir Mike. I apologize if I disturbed your rest." "It's not an issue. You didn't disturb anything." Michael put the knight at ease. "Lord Lien is currently at the exit point of the ship, waiting for us to land. Please follow me, Sir Mike." "Yes," Michael responded, stepping forward without hesitation. Green City. The capital of the Lionheart Kingdom. Green City wasn't always the kingdom's capital. A few centuries ago, the third king of the Lionheart family slew a dragon on this very land. Dragons, creatures closest to nature, were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Their mere presence demanded reverence, and their power was legendary. Using the slain dragon's blood, the third king blessed the land, causing its mana density to surge. With the help of his wife, the third queen, a grand mage specializing in formations, the royal family relocated from the previous capital to this land. By sealing the enriched mana within the region and harnessing the blessing of a dragon that had mastered a law, the Lionheart family, once mere rulers of a small kingdom within the empire, transformed into a formidable force. Their power struck fear into many, and as a consequence, their descendants led the kingdom to its current peak. Now, the Lionheart Kingdom stood among the three most powerful kingdoms in the empire. If not for their relatively short history, they might have been the strongest of all. Even so, their rise to prominence was nothing short of remarkable. And it all began with the courage and ambition of the third king and queen. "The third king and queen are really amazing," Michael murmured, a hint of awe in his voice. His gaze lingered on the massive stone statues before him. They were intricately detailed, almost lifelike, capturing the essence of the legendary rulers who had reshaped the fate of his kingdom. The statues of the third king and queen stood towering over the grand plaza at the heart of Green City. Carved from a single, immense slab of mana-infused stone, they radiated an almost tangible presence, as if the figures themselves still watched over the kingdom they had forged. The third king was depicted in his battle stance, clad in intricately detailed armor that bore the crest of the Lionheart family. His right hand rested on the pommel of a colossal greatsword, its blade half buried in the stone beneath him, symbolizing both his strength and his conquest. His face was stern, yet regal, with sharp, chiseled features that exuded authority. A long, flowing cape, sculpted to appear as if caught in the wind, trailed behind him, further emphasizing his commanding aura. Beside him, the third queen was equally imposing, standing tall with her hands raised in a weaving gesture, as if casting a spell. Her robes, though sculpted from stone, seemed to ripple like flowing silk, layered with intricate arcane symbols. Her face, unlike the king's stoic countenance, bore a serene yet resolute expression, wise, graceful, and unyielding. Between the two statues, a carved dragon skull rested at their feet, split in two, forever commemorating their legendary battle. Yes. Michael was already within the territory of the kingdom. No, he was at the very heart of it, the capital. Due to his identity, Michael had not been permitted to follow the knights to the designated landing spot of the flying ship. Instead, he exited alongside Mage Lien through the open exit of the vessel, taking a far more direct approach. He could still recall the look of shock on Mage Lien's face when he free fell from the sky, landing on the ground completely unharmed. Ignoring the slight pain that briefly flared through his body, Michael still considered it a worthwhile trade-off after seeing the expression of shock on Mage Lien's face. He didn't mean to show off, but the feeling felt good. At the very least, the stunt confirmed that, by normal standards, he was now incredibly hard to kill. As for Mage Lien, his odd stare wasn't just because of Michael's reckless descent but also due to something else, his sheer physical resilience. Even as a mage, Mage Lien himself wouldn't have died from such a fall. However, it would have been far more than just painful. The fact that Michael had shaken it off so easily made him reassess the young man's true capabilities. After that moment, the two entered the capital through a special gate, which granted them immediate access to the inner city. Thanks to Mage Lien, who had taken it upon himself to be a proper host, Michael was able to learn more about his current location. The capital was divided into 3 major regions. The outer city, the largest and most populated section, housing commoners, merchants, and lower-ranking officials. The inner city, a wealthier and more regulated district where high-ranking mages, knights, and government officials resided. It was also the heart of trade and commerce. The core, the most exclusive and heavily guarded area, where the kingdom's most powerful figures lived, like the nobles and most importantly, the royal family. This region contained the palace, the royal academy, and various elite establishments that few could enter without the proper status or invitation. Michael took it all in, the inner city that is, as this was where his fake identity could even get him to, his gaze sweeping across the vast cityscape. This place was massive. And for the first time since arriving in this world, he felt the weight of its true scale. It was magnificent. "You'll have to excuse me, Sir Mike, but I'll need to enter the core area of the capital to make my report to the king. I wonder if you'll need my assistance in finding a place to stay." Hearing this, Michael's expression flickered with conflict. He was genuinely grateful to the old mage for giving him such a convenient identity, but at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was taking too much advantage of the situation. Like right now. Ideally, it would be best if Mage Lien took charge of his accommodations. Because currently, Michael was broke. What he hadn't expected, however, was, "Excuse me, Sir Mike, and please take no offense, but are you perhaps broke?" For a moment, Michael felt like the sky had never looked more beautiful. Was it just him, or did the birds in the sky seem to be laughing at him? Surely, that was just an illusion. Right? In the end, under the assumption that this young man had left his family under some odd circumstances, Mage Lien handed Michael some money before leaving. 10 gold coins and 30 silver. Now alone, Michael found a quiet corner in a restaurant and finally took a proper look at the pouch. He counted the coins carefully. A gold coin. Gold coin, Kingdom of Lionheart currency. There was no further explanation. Not that he needed one. The coin's appearance alone made its purpose clear. Money. However, what he wasn't sure of was how valuable these coins actually were. It wasn't that he doubted their value, far from it. Given the way Mage Lien treated him, he doubted the old mage would give him something too small to be useful or too large to seem excessive. But that was just his assumption. Who knew what kind of person Mage Lien really was? Michael had only known him for a few hours. Still, if the rules of value in this world were similar to those in Aurora or Earth, then gold and silver had to be worth quite a lot. "Excuse me, sir. Is there something you'd like to order?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Michael looked up. A young woman stood before him, dressed in a black gown with a white inner lining, giving off the air of a noble attendant. She wasn't the only one dressed this way, all the staff in the restaurant, regardless of gender, were similarly well dressed. It was a small but clear sign. This restaurant wasn't ordinary. Of course, that much should have been obvious, this was the inner city of the capital. Anyone who could set foot in this region was capable. Not everyone was a scam like him. Michael thought for a moment, then responded. "What do you offer here?" Still maintaining her professional smile, the attendant gracefully listed the dishes along with their prices. Michael's expression didn't change, but internally, he was frowning. Every single dish was priced in silver. Did that mean there was no lower currency? Was silver just that common, or was it the weakest form of currency here? Or was this restaurant just that high-end? It was in the inner city, after all. Michael had tested the silver coins in his pouch. They were real. He refused to believe they were so common that even a casual meal demanded silver. In the end, he ordered a dish worth 3 silver coins. 1. He was curious about the food. 2. It was one of the cheapest options available. Fortunately, his order didn't seem unusual, or maybe the attendant was just too good at hiding her reaction. Either way, Michael wasn't about to spend money carelessly. He was broke. Until Mage Lien helped him, he could almost smell it. As he waited for his food after paying, ignoring the attendant who lingered a little longer than necessary, probably expecting a tip, Michael reorganized his thoughts. He wasn't sure how long he'd stay in the capital city, but even after dealing with the monster issue, he had a feeling it would take some time. Thanks to Mage Lien being a good host, Michael had learned about some of the notable establishments in the capital. Among them, 2 stood out, the Hunters Guild and the Adventurers Guild. Between the two, Michael was a little more familiar with the latter. Though Mage Lien hadn't gone into much detail, probably expecting Michael to be aware of common knowledge, he had still managed to piece together some useful information. First, the Adventurers Guild was exactly what he had expected, a place where individuals, known as adventurers, accepted quests in exchange for payment. The Hunters Guild, on the other hand, functioned more like a hunting club. They gathered information about monsters, had people eliminate them, paid a small fee, and then purchased the corpses for their own purposes. Of the two, the Hunters Guild seemed far more dangerous, but also far more appealing. If there was one thing attractive to any awakener, it was experience points. And from what he gathered, the Hunters Guild seemed like the perfect place to provide exactly that. If they had information on monster gatherings or particularly powerful creatures, then the speed at which he could gain experience in the land of origin might actually compare to, or even surpass, his rate of growth in the real world. The land of origin lacked certain advantages the Federation had, but it also possessed opportunities that the Federation didn't. However, it was too soon to judge. Still, Michael had already made his decision. After this meal, he was heading straight to the Hunters Guild. It was located outside the inner city, but thankfully, Mage Lien had not only given him money but also a token that allowed him free access between the inner and outer city. As for why both the Hunters Guild and the Adventurers Guild were located outside the inner city, Michael figured it was a matter of accessibility. After all, the inner city wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Michael's situation was a bit different. The honest truth was, even without Mage Lien's intervention, entering the inner city wouldn't have been an issue for him if he had chosen to reveal his power. With power came status. But there were far too many things that could go wrong with that approach. Not that his current situation was completely problem-free, but so far, things have been going smoothly, no major issues yet. The Adventurers Guild and Hunters Guild are also good ways to integrate better into this world. Aside from that, they can serve as a steady source of income. The more Michael thought about it, the more convinced he became that his current direction was the best, at least for now. As he continued pondering, his thoughts drifted between various matters, his future in the land of origin, his real-world circumstances, and even more pressing concerns like his undead and the corpses he had left behind in Evermoon Forest. Before he knew it, he had been lost in thought for quite some time. It wasn't until the aroma of freshly prepared food reached him that he realized his meal had finally arrived. The food once again did not fail to satisfy Michael. "It tastes great," he murmured, savoring the flavors, "but not better than what I had at the town mayor's place." He didn't find this surprising. The chef at the mayor's residence was undoubtedly skilled, but this establishment was designed specifically for serving food. While both prepared meals, their purposes were fundamentally different. One crafted dishes tailored to an employer's tastes, while the other focused on efficiency and service for a wider audience. The distinction might seem subtle, but it made all the difference. Of course, that wasn't to say a restaurant couldn't serve exceptional food. However, the mayor's chef likely had more time and freedom to perfect each dish, unlike the cooks here, who probably worked in a structured, step-by-step process divided among multiple hands. However, whether this dish was truly worth the silver coins it had cost was something Michael was unsure of. That said, it did seem like something the average man wouldn't be able to afford frequently. This realization made him reassess a few things. After finishing his meal, Michael didn't linger in the restaurant for long before leaving. There was no need to sit back and wait for his food to digest, his body's powerful system had already begun processing it the moment he ate. Once outside, he took in his surroundings as he wandered through the streets. The floors were immaculately clean, paved with stone tiles arranged in an orderly fashion. The people walking around looked refined, their demeanor exuding a certain air of sophistication. Occasionally, Michael spotted individuals accompanied by knights in polished armor or expensive-looking horse-drawn carriages passing by. Fortunately, he didn't seem too out of place, though he did earn a few glances due to his appearance. The mayor of Blackstone Town had indeed gone all out with the little time he had to craft Michael's attire. As Michael had expected, the material was of excellent quality. His outfit, primarily an azure green color with black accents, paired well with his striking green eyes, ensuring that he drew his fair share of attention wherever he went. It had been the same in the restaurant he had just left, though the attention there had been more subtle, given that he had chosen a secluded corner and kept his presence low. Michael paid no mind to the glances he received. After strolling through the inner city for a bit, he turned and started making his way toward the location of the inner city's exit. It wasn't hard to spot. The capital was structured in layers, with territories divided by massive walls. From the outer city to the core area, each section had its own barrier. The first and outermost wall encompassed the entirety of the capital's territory. Within that, two more concentric walls marked the divisions between the outer city, the inner city, and the core area. All three walls were enormous, visible from any point within their respective territories. Michael only had to locate a section of the wall where the height was slightly lower, that was where the gates were located. It didn't take long for Michael to reach the gate. The structure was massive, built from thick iron, and currently stood wide open. Around it, a group of knights in armor were stationed at different points, keeping watch. Even without using detect, Michael's sharp senses picked up on the auras of the knights around him. If he were to gauge their strength, they all seemed to be at the level of early rank 1. This was impressive, it revealed a glimpse of the kingdom's power. Even the gatekeepers were rank 1 humans, though they seemed slightly weaker compared to the knights Michael had traveled with. This realization made him understand just how elite that group must have been, even within the kingdom's forces. The gate's passageway was wide, with separate lanes for those entering and exiting. A few knights were questioning and searching the people coming in, but those leaving were allowed to pass freely. Michael figured this was because there was no real need to stop those heading out. The very fact that someone was in the inner city to begin with meant they had entered through proper channels, whether by passing this checkpoint or through some other means. After a quick glance at the process, Michael made his way toward the outer city. Fortunately, he wasn't stopped, though he did earn a few curious looks. The moment he stepped out of the inner city, he felt a distinct change. The mana density in the air is lower. In fact, this was something he had noticed upon first entering the capital, the difference in mana between regions. The inner city had a noticeably higher concentration of mana compared to the outer city, and even the outer city's mana was slightly denser than the lands beyond the capital. I wonder how it is in the core area. For a brief moment, Michael imagined cultivating in an environment with such rich mana, especially with a high-rank meditation technique. It had to be far better than what he was using now, where gaining even a single point in his intelligence stat could take an entire year. Perhaps, for those at the absolute peak, where a single stat point was worth more than all of Michael's combined, such a long period of time was acceptable. But he wasn't at that stage yet. He was interested in cultivating, but only if it provided real benefits. For now, it felt like a great way to pass the time, and for some reason, it was oddly addictive. The difference between the inner and outer city became immediately clear the moment Michael stepped outside. The roads, for example, were inconsistent. Some were paved with stone tiles, while others were simple dirt paths. The noise level was noticeably higher, and the overall cleanliness was lacking in comparison. The people, too, were different. There were far fewer, refined, individuals, and in their place were more commoners going about their daily lives. Compared to the inner city, Michael drew even more attention here. His attire and presence stood out amidst the crowd. However, like before, he didn't mind. Instead, he focused on gathering information, asking for directions to both the Hunter Guild and the Adventurers Guild. After getting a lead, Michael immediately set off toward his first destination. The Hunter Guild. As he walked down the streets of the outer city, his unfamiliarity with the area was obvious, and he could feel countless gazes on him. What puzzled him, however, was that mixed within those gazes were traces of ill intent. What confused him even more was that when he turned to identify the sources, he found that almost all of them came from children or people around his age. From the children, the emotions he sensed were a strange mixture of hatred, longing, and awe. From the older ones, however, the feelings were much darker: hatred, greed, envy, jealousy, and a general sense of resentment. All of this left Michael confused. He couldn't recall offending anyone since arriving in the land of origin, aside from a particular monster that seemed obsessed with wrapping its tentacles around him. What Michael didn't know, or perhaps hadn't fully grasped, despite his past life, was the reality of a world where nobles and commoners existed. Perhaps he understood it on some level but hadn't truly realized it yet, still in the process of adapting. When he did, the first thought that would come to his mind was how eerily similar it was to the dark ages of Aurora. Whenever a divide formed between people, changes inevitably followed. The rich and the poor. A wealthy person and someone slightly better off. It didn't always have to be extreme. Even within the same group, hierarchies naturally emerged. But when it came to nobles and commoners, the divide could be far worse. Nobles, the so-called superior beings, valued noble blood above all. Commoners, on the other hand, were regarded as people of lesser worth. The land of origin was far from an ideal world, and soon enough, Michael would come to realize just how deeply these divisions influenced human relationships, especially now that he carried the identity he did. As Michael walked toward his destination, he paid no mind to the people trailing behind him. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, two older-looking boys whispered to each other. "Are we really going to try robbing a noble again, yeah? I know you hate nobles because of what happened to your..." The shorter of the two suddenly cut himself off when the boy he was speaking to shot him a sharp glare. But after a brief hesitation, a determined expression settled on his face. "I know you hate nobles because of what happened to Lyra. She's your sister, and though we aren't blood-related, she was like one to me too. But it was because of this that Tim died the last time we tried this. And that wasn't even long ago, it was just a week ago, Leah. What do you think stealing from a noble will do to them? Nothing. It'll only cause trouble for us. Sure, we might gather enough money to enter a dojo and learn the ways of a knight, but isn't this too risky?" A conflicted look finally appeared on the taller boy's face, but it was fleeting. Soon, it was replaced by unwavering determination. Seeing this, the shorter boy sighed. "This is the last time, Leah." "The last time," he muttered, seemingly resigned to following his friend down this path once again. For a brief moment, a smile flickered across the taller boy's face before vanishing, replaced by pure hatred. "I'll use your wealth to gain power, and then I'll use that power to kill all you damn nobles," he thought, his eyes burning with loathing. Oblivious to the tragic stories trailing behind him, Michael finally arrived at his destination. Although the outer city, by its very nature, seemed inferior to the inner city, it wasn't entirely stricken with poverty. There were a few establishments that stood out, larger and more refined than their surroundings, but none compared to the one before Michael. The Hunter Guild. A massive signpost stood at the entrance of the building. Though Michael didn't recognize the characters, he instinctively knew what they meant. The building itself was among the largest he had seen in this world, even surpassing some in the inner city. Standing 6 stories tall, its exterior was coated in black, brown, and hints of red, giving it a solemn and imposing appearance. Taking a deep breath, Michael hesitated no longer and stepped inside. Immediately, a rush of sounds assaulted his ears. For a moment, it reminded him of the first time he had entered a Supers Association branch. Outside, it had been quiet. Inside, it was anything but. However, unlike in the real world, here, Michael could sense the distinct traces of mana lingering in the air. Sound magic. This wasn't Michael's first encounter with it in this world. The flying ship he had taken with Mage Lien had used the same effect. After recovering from the sudden noise that assaulted his sharp hearing, catching him off guard, Michael turned to take in his surroundings. The next moment, an odd expression appeared on his face. The first floor of the Hunters Guild looked like a bar. Rough-looking men and women, both in armor and casual wear, filled the space as they drank, ate, and made noise. With his heightened senses, Michael could detect a wide range of varying strengths, but none of them were stronger than him. As he observed the guild's first floor, several people turned to look at him. Some gave him a quick glance before returning to their business, while others pointed at him and began discussing him as a topic of interest. A few simply stared. Michael frowned slightly at the rude gestures directed at him but chose to ignore them. Instead, he made his way to the reception desk, where several attendants dressed in formal clothing were seated. Without hesitation, he approached one of them and got straight to the point. "Good morning. I'd like to register as a hunter and learn about the requirements for joining." Michael's voice wasn't particularly loud, yet somehow, it echoed throughout the area. Even the receptionist he had addressed froze momentarily, seemingly caught off guard. But before she could respond, a loud burst of laughter suddenly erupted. At present, Michael wasn't feeling the greatest. Ever since he entered the Hunters Guild, it felt like one thing after another kept happening, even though barely a minute had passed. This only went to show how heavy an impression he had made in such a short span of time. Michael turned to look at the person who had just burst into laughter. It was a man behind him. The man was built like a bear, far taller than Michael, casting a shadow over him. Had it been someone with a weak mindset, this might have been intimidating. However, the current Michael was far from intimidated. He was pissed. "Did I say something funny?" Michael asked in a calm tone. But it seemed his words only made the rough-looking man laugh harder. At this point, the first floor of the Hunters Guild had grown noticeably quieter. Almost everyone now had their eyes on Michael's location. It felt like they were watching a show. Michael's frown deepened. He was just about to ignore the man and continue with what he was doing when the man finally spoke. "Did I just hear you say you want to register as a hunter?" The man's voice was loud, his breath unpleasant, and it was obvious he was drunk. Michael frowned but still answered. "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Though he wouldn't pride himself on being able to read people accurately, something about the way the man spoke and acted threw Michael off. A part of him wanted to know why. Another part wanted to send a punch straight into his face. The last time he had been this affected by someone's behavior was when he met his neighbor's nephew, whose father had died due to the demonic supernatural's plan. These two had something in common. The way they spoke made one want to punch them. Hearing Michael's response, the rough-looking man only laughed harder. However, what Michael noticed was that the gazes directed at him from the others had changed. Most weren't exactly filled with hostility, but they weren't positive either. It felt more like, he was being looked down on. "People. Are you hearing what this great noble is saying? He says he wants to be a hunter. A tiny boy like this wants to be a hunter. Ha ha ha." The man spoke in broken sentences, something Michael could clearly pick up on. What made him feel uncomfortable, though, was how others joined in the laughter. From the man's words, Michael was starting to understand a bit more about the reactions around him. Though still somewhat puzzled, he didn't mind others having opinions of him. However, he didn't quite like being the topic of discussion. In the end, after a brief moment of thought, Michael decided to ignore the other party. He was just about to turn back to the receptionist and continue where he left off when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. "Boy, I was talking to you." Michael paused. Slowly, he turned his head to stare behind him. "Don't call me that. And don't touch me." Michael wasn't particularly angered by being called boy. People in the real world had called him that before, like Brian, for example. However, those were people who gave him due respect. And respect was the last thing this man had given him. Michael's eyes darkened. The heavy hand on his shoulder was unwelcome, but the sheer audacity of the man made it worse. The moment Michael had warned him, he expected the fool to step back. Instead, the man only grinned wider. "Oh. And what are you going to do about it, noble boy?" The man's breath stank of alcohol, but Michael barely registered it. He had already decided. Before the man could react, Michael's hand shot up like a viper, grabbing the drunkard's wrist. Then. Crack. A deafening boom echoed as Michael's grip forced the man's entire arm downward. A scream erupted from the rough-looking man as his massive body slammed into the ground. The floorboards beneath them groaned from the sheer force. Gasps filled the air. The onlookers who had been watching for entertainment suddenly felt their smiles freeze. 1 second, the man had been standing over Michael, mocking him. The next. He was being thrown around like a rag doll. Michael barely gave him time to recover. Before the man could even groan in pain, Michael twisted his wrist again, flipping him over like a sack of grain and slamming him into the floor once more. Boom! A few tables shook. Mugs of ale spilled over. At that moment, it was no longer just gasps, some of the onlookers even flinched. The Hunters Guild wasn't a place for the weak, and most of the people present weren't strangers to combat. But what they had just witnessed. Michael hadn't used a single ounce of visible strength, yet he had turned a bear of a man into a plaything. The man groaned in pain, but he still wasn't done. A mixture of rage and humiliation twisted his face as he struggled to get up, reaching for the weapon at his waist. A heavy-looking, rune-carved axe. Michael's eyes narrowed. The moment the man unsheathed the weapon, Michael's foot was already moving. Bang! With a single kick, the man's grip failed, and his axe went flying. It didn't just drop. It smashed through a nearby wooden counter, completely ruining one of the tables in the process. Silence fell. The receptionist, who had been watching all this with a stunned expression, gasped. Michael didn't care. He placed his foot firmly on the man's chest, pinning him down. The man struggled but quickly realized, he couldn't move. Michael's gaze was indifferent as he stared down at him. "You brought out a weapon," Michael said flatly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the room like a hammer. "Do you know what that means?" For the first time, the man's face paled. Compared to adventurers, hunters lived noticeably more dangerous lives. So why do they still continue being hunters? The pay was simply better. If given the chance, most people would do anything for money, and hunters were no exception. The kingdom of Lionheart had a strict class structure. While commoners weren't to be mistreated outright, being born as one was already a disadvantage. To them, nobles were distant figures, people they could only admire from afar. Nobility was something to yearn for but was almost impossible to attain. Even wealthier commoners who lived comfortable lives still felt this divide. Yet, while this reality made many commoners respect nobles, it also made a good number of them resent and even hate them. It didn't help that not all nobles were actually noble in character. The Hunters Guild and the Adventurers Guild were among the few places where commoners could acquire wealth, power, and status. High-ranking adventurers and hunters were said to be treated no less than nobles, even by nobles themselves. This was why, despite the dangerous nature of the job, people still flocked to join the guilds. However, it wasn't easy. To avoid overcrowding, registering required an expensive fee paid with silver, a huge obstacle for most. The situation was even more complicated. Since being an adventurer or hunter required supernatural abilities to succeed, many would rather spend their hard-earned silver on dojo training to gain access to the supernatural world first. It created a conflicting cycle. Pay to earn wealth, then use wealth to gain strength, only to use that strength to earn even more wealth, an endless loop. This was why nearly everyone Michael saw in the guild looked rough. Because that was their reality. Just like him. They were broke. They were poor. Weapons needed maintenance. Potions, cultivation resources, everything cost money. Whether one was a hunter or an adventurer, it was a never-ending cycle. The path promised riches and power, but the journey itself could be brutal. This was why most hunters and adventurers tended to have a certain rough edge to them. Or, as the nobles called them with disdain, barbaric brutes. The drunkard approaching Michael wasn't just any hunter, he was one of the many commoners who despised nobles. For people like him, life had always been an uphill battle. From the moment of birth, a commoner's future was set in stone: struggle, toil, and hope for a miracle that would likely never come. No matter how hard they worked, no matter how much they risked their lives in the wilds hunting monsters or in the wild seeking treasures, they would always be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, nobles were handed everything on a silver platter. Wealth. Power. Status. Connections. They didn't need to risk their lives to gain strength. From birth, they had access to the best dojos, the finest mentors, and the rarest resources. Expensive potions that could enhance strength. Magical artifacts that could protect against deadly attacks. These were things commoners could only dream of, but for nobles, they were mere conveniences. Even their access to supernatural abilities was different. While commoners had to scrape together everything they had just to afford a chance at awakening their powers, nobles were given elixirs and cultivation manuals from childhood. Some were even born with inherited abilities, making the entire process effortless. And what made it worse? The arrogance. Many nobles looked down on commoners, treating them as nothing more than tools or background characters in their own grand stories. If a noble committed a crime, there was always a way out: a bribe, a connection, or simply the power to ignore the consequences. But if a commoner stepped out of line, punishment was swift and merciless. The drunkard had lived this reality firsthand. He had spent his childhood in the slums, watching his mother work herself to the bone just to keep them alive. He had seen his father, a man who had once been a promising hunter, get crippled in a monster raid, only to be tossed aside by the noble that had used him. And when his sister was taken by a noble for his own twisted amusement, no justice was served. No punishment was given. The noble walked free. That was the world he lived in. That was why he hated nobles. Because no matter how hard commoners fought, nobles had it easy. However, he was blinded by his own hatred, fueled by alcohol, and made the mistake of touching a noble. As if that wasn't bad enough, he had even drawn his weapon. That was why fear gripped him instantly. In his panic, another thought surfaced: why was the other party so strong? Though he wasn't the most impressive hunter in the guild, he was nearly at the peak of the primary stage. That was plenty strong. At the very least, he wasn't weak when compared to the gate guards. Yet this young man had handled him effortlessly. Even if his cultivation technique was inferior, this shouldn't have been possible if they were at the same power level. That meant only one thing. This noble youth had to be at least at the intermediate stage. And at such a young age. He was screwed. A chilling voice pulled him back to reality. Do you know what that means? Michael's voice sounded like a devil's whisper. Of course, he knew what it meant. His face paled. If he had only touched the noble, he might have had a way out. The guild could have stepped in, offering some protection under the guise of supporting one of their own. But the moment he drew his weapon, even the guild wouldn't be able to help him. He might die. The now sober drunkard swallowed his fear as he waited for the noble youth's next words. However, what was he saying? You're going to have to pay for the damages here, all of it. I'm going to pay for damages. The drunkard felt like he had heard wrong. And he wasn't the only one. The crowd, which had been silent in anticipation of a brutal punishment, also felt like they had misheard. Then came Michael's next words, spoken with an almost baffled expression. You don't expect me to pay for the damages caused by you, do you? Are you dumb? Michael of course had no plans to kill the man. Putting aside the location, just because he had killed a few people and he was greedy for more special corpses didn't mean he'd do it. It didn't make sense. At least, for the current situation, it didn't. However, Michael had to admit that he might have indeed let his emotions take control of him for a moment, but then again, the man had it coming. What? You're not going to pay for the damages that you caused yourself? As he spoke, Michael couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but this was only on the inside. Outwardly, there wasn't a hint of oddness. If one didn't know better, they wouldn't know Michael was trying to scam the injured man to pay for something another person, him, was responsible for. Michael glanced at the man with ill intent. Though he didn't unleash his mana on the other party, he definitely felt intimidated. Yes, I'll pay for the damages. Why are you saying it like you're doing me a favor for your actions? I'm sorry, I'll pay for the damages I caused. The man said with difficulty and an ugly expression on his face. It was unknown how many levels of pain he was currently feeling. Seemingly satisfied by the other party, Michael finally let go of him and turned back to the receptionist's table, but this time chose another person. Though he didn't know if what had just happened was a normal occurrence in the guild, the attitude of the receptionist throughout didn't impress him. He felt that with a warning, the bear-like man might have stopped and come back into his senses, but instead, it seemed she was more worried about the other party than he, who was harassed. After a few experiences, Michael was starting to understand a few things about this world, or rather, the reality of the identity tied to him. It started from the town mayor's residence. If Michael didn't realize after so much happened, then he was more than slow. After a few experiences here, Michael had reasons to believe that the part of the land of origin he was in seemed to be heavily based on social status. With a modern mindset, though, he wouldn't be naive enough to say there was no difference between the poor and rich. As long as it was not a cultivator and a human, all humans were the same. One was just better at something than the other person or had something more than the other person. But in this world, it was a bit different. Just a title, noble and commoner, gave Michael the feeling of what would have happened in the real world had the Federation let the demonic cultivators rule the world like they wanted to. However, as a supernatural being himself, he still felt conflicted about how to feel. But whatever the case may be, now was not the time to think about it. Michael wanted to register as a hunter and proceed with his plans. I want to register as a hunter. What do I need to do? Michael asked again, this time more direct. Fortunately, there was no laughter that followed, or rather, no one dared to laugh. Though some might not despise nobles like the drunk hunter, and might even be worse, as hunters, what they recognized the most was strength, and that was what the youth had. Respect needed to be given. This, and no one wanted to be beaten and have to pay for damages. Michael's method had really opened their eyes, and some of them looked like they were inspired by him. First, you need to pay a registration fee. Tell me a few things about yourself, so I can list them down, and that's about it. So, basically, the most important thing was the registration. In simpler terms, the money. Michael figured this much and immediately asked for the price. 5 silver coins. Without hesitation, he paid. This was just like the restaurant he had just eaten in. In a place where the price system was already structured, you either paid or you didn't. After receiving the registration fee, the receptionist, who was active and welcoming than the first one Michael had picked upon entering the guild building, started collecting his information. At first, Michael was a little nervous and thought he'd need to bullshit his way through due to so many things like his inability to read and write, the cultures, and so on, of this world, but this didn't end up being the case. Michael wasn't writing anything and only needed to answer some questions, and said questions also weren't too hard for him to provide an answer to. Name: Mike Knorr. Age. When it reached this point, Michael had noticed more than one person seemed to be focused on his location. He didn't care and gave his answer. I'm 18. Technically, the body in the land of origin was a week old, but for obvious reasons, Michael couldn't say this. The moment his age was reviewed, several gasps echoed in the first floor of the Hunter Guild building. Michael could also see the receptionist was visibly surprised, but fortunately, she was professional and kept on with the questions. What are you good at? Good as in your specialty. This helps in a few ways, like when looking for a teammate, and vice versa, the guild can recommend. Oh. Michael immediately understood. It felt like when Grace, in the Supers Association branch, had helped him with applying for entries into cracks via teammates who had them. They weren't the same thing, but the system of recommendation seemed to be about the same thing. Michael only thought for a moment before responding. Combat. I'm good at fighting. That's something, right? To be sure, Michael asked after giving his answer, and the receptionist at the counter responded positively. Following this, after a few back and forth easy questioning and answering, Michael was finally able to complete his registration. There are several hunter levels within our guild. By completing missions, you earn a certain amount of credits, which accumulate to raise your hunter level. A higher level grants access to more difficult missions and better rewards. Asterisk credits can also be used to purchase items from the guild when money is insufficient or generally unusable. Overall, our system is the same as the Adventurers Guild, except that we primarily focus on extermination tasks. The more Michael learned about the guilds, the more they reminded him of the Supers Association from his world, albeit with a few differences. As for which system was better, he didn't dwell on it. What mattered was that it worked. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael continued listening to the receptionist. Like the Adventurers Guild, we have 5 hunter levels, starting from iron, then bronze, silver, gold, and finally, diamond. As a newly registered hunter, you'll have to start at the iron level, even if your strength surpasses it. However, if you want to rank up quickly, I recommend taking on tasks higher than your level. The receptionist then explained a few more details, which Michael made sure to pay close attention to. He didn't want to miss anything important. Once she was done, he moved on to the next phase of his plan. Now that he was a hunter, what could be more important than increasing his rank? What tasks can I take on right now? Upon hearing this, the receptionist pointed toward a section on the first floor where a wall was covered in posters. Michael's heart sank. He couldn't read. Immediately, an idea struck him, and he acted on it without hesitation. Can you recommend a task for me? The best one, please. He was trying his luck. This was how he interacted with Grace back in the real world, so he hoped this receptionist was just as competent. Fortunately, she was, not only competent but willing to help. Seeing Sir Mick's prowess just now, I believe I have a few suitable tasks for you. Please wait a moment, she said, flipping through some papers in front of her before pulling out 3. Michael took the papers from the receptionist and glanced at them. The problem? He still couldn't read. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that. Instead, he acted as if he were carefully evaluating the missions, nodding slightly as if weighing his options. Then, after a brief pause, he casually placed them back on the desk. Explain them to me, he said, maintaining a composed expression. I want to make sure I choose the most suitable one. The receptionist didn't seem suspicious. She simply smiled and began explaining. The first task is a simple beast extermination mission in the nearby forest. A group of Iron Rank hunters reported an infestation of razorback boars. They've been attacking supply wagons, so the guild put out a request to thin their numbers. Michael didn't react outwardly, but he quickly dismissed the first option. Killing some wild pigs? Even if they were beasts, this wouldn't get him anywhere fast. To be brutally honest, it wasn't even interesting enough for him to consider. From the receptionist's words, this was an Iron Rank task, and judging by how she seemed to acknowledge his strength, it was likely meant for those far weaker than him. A task involving weak monsters wouldn't help him progress. Still, despite deciding against it, Michael maintained a calm expression and continued listening attentively. The second task, the receptionist continued, is a subjugation mission. A notorious bandit group has been raiding villages along the trade routes. They aren't particularly strong, but they're cunning. The reward for taking them down is significant, but there's a warning: the bandits are known for setting traps. We hunt humans too. Michael couldn't help but think. However, this sounded better. Michael didn't have any problems dealing with humans, and taking out some bandits would probably bring in decent loot. At least he was interested in human corpses. One reason he was taking a task was because in a while his fault points would refresh and it would finally be time to see if 100 evolution points was enough to evolve a human. And the third? Michael asked. The receptionist hesitated before answering. The last mission is unconventional. A noble's caravan recently went missing on the outskirts of the capital. The last known reports suggest it was heading toward a place called the Hollow Woods. No bodies were found, only wreckage. The guild suspects a supernatural cause, but there's no confirmation yet. It's classified as a bronze rank mission, but... She trailed off. Michael raised an eyebrow. But... She sighed. Most hunters who took this mission never returned. That got his attention. A dangerous mission, likely linked to the supernatural. That meant one thing: potential special corpses. But Michael didn't immediately jump at it. Instead, he tapped the paper with the second mission. Can I take this one instead? The receptionist looked surprised but quickly nodded. Of course, Sir Mike. It's a bit more challenging than the first, but nowhere near as dangerous as the third. Are you sure? Michael gave a short nod. I'd rather not take unnecessary risks. It wasn't fear that made him decide against the third mission. It was caution. Michael had experienced firsthand what certain monsters were capable of, and there was no guarantee this mission wouldn't throw something unexpected at him. Taking an unknown risk without proper information was a mistake he had no intention of making. Or maybe it was fear. The land of origin was said to resemble a game, but to Michael, it hardly felt like one. His experiences, the people, and everything around him made it feel just as real as his own world, perhaps even more so. And when it came to death, this place seemed far more dangerous. Michael wasn't in the mood to take unnecessary risks, especially when he had no clue what he'd be walking into. The receptionist stamped the paper and handed it to him. A wise choice. Here's the task details. Good luck, Sir Mike. Michael took the paper, glanced over it, and nodded. Thanks. Just as Michael turned to leave, he suddenly paused. A notification panel appeared in his vision. Quest: subjugate the bandit group. Time limit: 7 days. Reward: 2,500 EXP. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This was new. At least for him, this was new. The land of origin did share some similarities with games. Loot. Quests. For the first time since arriving, Michael had received a quest. Tasks from the Hunter Guild can trigger quests. I wonder if it's the same for the Adventurers Guild. Michael had his eyes on the Adventurers Guild as well and planned to register there in the future. At first, he wasn't sure if it was possible to be part of both, which was why he had chosen the one that interested him most. Fortunately, from his interactions with the receptionist, he had confirmed that registration in both was allowed. Despite their similarities, they were two separate organizations with different functions. The reward is quite substantial too. With about 30 more tasks like this, he could likely level up again, and this was only one of the lowest tier quests. Michael figured that as his hunter level increased, he'd gain access to higher tier missions. If every hunter guild task could trigger a system quest, the rewards might soon go beyond just experience points. Even if they didn't, the experience gains alone would be significant. This method of earning experience seemed slower and more tedious than simply killing monsters, but it was steady. And considering the nature of the Hunter Guild, where most tasks involved combat, he could still earn experience from both missions and battles at the same time. Regaining his focus, Michael didn't hesitate and continued toward the guild's exit. Once outside, he glanced down at the paper in his hand, a rough map sketch. With no idea of this region's geography, I will need help getting there. As long as I can find out which trade routes the bandits frequent or where their base is located, tracking them down shouldn't be a problem. Michael wasn't too concerned about the bandits themselves. Though he was still learning the inner workings of the guild, he knew his strength far exceeded that of a typical iron-ranked hunter. Most hunters at his level of power had likely already advanced beyond this stage, leaving only those, the real iron-level hunters, who were still struggling to take on missions like these. For them, this task was very difficult. The time limit for the task is the same as my quest. I can take this slowly, but for now, I need to get out of the capital. The reason was simple. In less than 20 minutes, Michael's daily points would arrive, granting him a large influx of evolution points, enough to push his total beyond 100. That alone was a significant milestone. With that many points, he could create a few more rank 1 rare grade undead. But that wasn't what excited him. Among his undead, the most recent special cases were his human undead. Even the weakest of them required far more evolution points than usual. The standard cost for evolving a common rank creature to a rare rank wasn't enough, not even when doubled. He knew they could evolve. His talent made that clear. The issue was the sheer cost. This was as concerning as it was intriguing. So far, all of his undead evolutions had been overwhelmingly positive. Not once had he encountered a failed or negative transformation. Was this a quirk of his talent, or had he simply never triggered the conditions for a failed evolution? Michael didn't know. Based on past experience, his human undead should only become stronger after evolving. So, what kind of evolution required such an absurd amount of evolution points? Michael hoped to find out soon. He put the paper inside his room, using it as a guise while actually storing it in his storage space. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze. His lips twitched. For some reason, his action reminded him of the first time he went into a crack in the real world. Grace had given him a paper to hold, but instead of storing it away, he had actually carried it in his hand the entire time. Back then, he thought he didn't have a place to put it. Michael experienced one of those moments where past actions made his future self feel incredibly stupid. It's okay. I was still getting used to being an awakener. It's normal to forget my own prowess at times, right? He consoled himself, shaking his head. Just as he was about to leave, his thoughts shifting back to his quest, he paused again. His lips twitched, again. Now that he thought about it, the land of origin really was starting to resemble a game. And that led him to another realization: his undead had killed a large number of monsters earlier today. His first loot in this world had come from the slimes in that ruins, his first location in the land of origin. So, wasn't there a high chance that he had overlooked some loot when he left in a hurry? Sure, he could blame it on his undead. By the time he had arrived, they were already clearing the area, likely disregarding any items that weren't obviously valuable. But that wasn't exactly an excuse. He could have at least checked. No. I wouldn't have been able to search for anything even if there was loot there, Michael muttered to himself. Ignoring the threat of that monster tracking me down, I also needed to catch up to Mage Lien and his group back then, there was just too little time. Even though he knew this was the truth, it didn't make him feel any better. Putting aside the possibility of rare loot appearing, the real loss was the spirit crystals. Those crystals were readily available evolution points, and missing out on them stung the most. Speaking of evolution points. In the absence of spirit liquid, buying spirit crystals isn't a bad alternative. However, that option required careful planning. Spirit crystals were expensive. If he wanted to make use of them efficiently, he had to ensure the cost was worth the gains. It didn't take long for Michael to calm down and shift his thoughts elsewhere. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood, or perhaps knowing there was nothing he could do about what had already happened made it easier to let go. Either way, he wasn't too bothered. After placing the paper in his storage space, he didn't hesitate any longer and made his way toward the outer city gate. Just like when he had found the inner gates, locating the outer gates wasn't difficult. Getting out was just as easy. Along the way, Michael felt various gazes on him, some filled with curiosity, others with indifference. Most of them flickered on and off, vanishing as he moved past their line of sight. However, there were at least two presences that remained constant. One of them seemed neutral, or at least mostly so. But the other felt different. There was something personal about it, something charged. The situation puzzled Michael. He resisted the urge to turn around, not wanting to alert them or scare them off. Instead, he let them continue trailing him. Unfortunately, as soon as he stepped out of the outer city, he felt their presence disappear. That alone disappointed him more than he expected. They might have been useful, Michael thought. But I guess they're lucky they didn't follow me. Michael was always cautious when it came to people with ill intent toward him. He wasn't the type to kill everyone who looked at him the wrong way, but he also wasn't someone who could always ignore it. The fact that those two felt familiar made it even more concerning. If he recognized their presence, it meant they had been tailing him since he left the inner city. That kind of dedication made him uneasy, and curious. But they hadn't followed him outside. That was unfortunate. If they had, he would have made good use of them after an interrogation. For one, they could have served as guides. If they could read and write it would have been even better. I don't know if I'll run into them again, Michael thought. But considering how things are in the outer city, if I move around at night, I might attract a new batch of stalkers, right? Already, he was forming plans for any unfortunate pursuers. As he thought of this, Michael moved further away from the capital and into the wilderness. A moment later, a massive figure shot into the sky, its dark wings cutting through the wind in a flash. It was his black griffin. Michael had summoned it to carry him further away from the capital. Moments later, as he soared above a dense forest with his undead keeping watch over his surroundings, he finally gave the order to descend. He jumped off the griffin just in time to see a new notification appear before him. His evolution points had been refreshed. Excited, Michael quickly turned to check his talent section. Evolution points, 121. It's in 3 digits. Even though he had expected it, seeing the number still filled Michael with excitement. This was only the second time his evolution points had accumulated to 3 digits. The first time had been when he had essentially turned himself into a drug addict, consuming dozens of spirit liquids. Back then, the number of evolution points he gained had been more than double this. But the difference was that this time, he had obtained them naturally, without any external influence. With 50 undead, as long as I don't miss any of them, I should be gaining 50 evolution points per day. In a month, that would be at least 1,500 evolution points. With that kind of accumulation, not only can all my undead reach at least the rare rank, but having a few extraordinary rank creatures wouldn't be impossible either. The thought thrilled Michael, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, he immediately turned to the list of undead he could evolve. The moment the screen appeared, his eyes went straight to the undead he had been keeping an eye on. This was why he had let his evolution points accumulate in the first place. Otherwise, he would have already spent them on evolving his high-level undead to get more rank 2 creatures or enhancing a few special undead he was particularly curious about. His gaze locked onto the entries, and a wild smile spread across his lips. Undead Human Mage, sufficient evolution points. Undead Human Knight Apprentice, sufficient evolution points x3. Though he had suspected there was a chance he would finally be able to evolve his human undead, there had always been an underlying uncertainty. Unlike his other undead, these human ones didn't have a rank to determine their potential. That strange characteristic had made him question whether even a 3-digit evolution point count would be enough. If it hadn't been, it would have been both frustrating and intriguing. Frustrating, because it would mean another delay. Intriguing, because it would raise even more questions about just what kind of evolution required such an absurd amount of points. Now, however, there was no need for speculation. He could finally evolve them. Without hesitation, Michael brought out the human undead mage from his storage space. The undead stood still, unmoving, waiting for its master's command. After sparing a glance at his undead, Michael immediately started the evolution process. Evolve Undead Human Mage for 100 evolution points. Michael glanced at the screen in front of him in contemplation. Usually, when evolving his other undead, he would see a hint of what they were evolving into, including their rank, provided he had enough evolution points. However, this time, the screen only displayed the required evolution points, keeping him completely in the dark about what would happen next. I suppose I should have expected something like this from the start. It had no rank indicator right from the get-go, so it makes sense that it wouldn't appear even after evolution. Michael only thought about this for a moment before pushing it to the back of his mind. He then checked his other human undead and saw that, despite their weaker strength compared to the human mage, they required the same amount of evolution points. It puzzled him, but it also intrigued him. Whatever the case may be, I'll find out after it evolves. With that thought, he mentally chose to evolve his undead. As he watched his evolution points drop by 100, a piercing scream of pain that erupted from his undead. The sheer volume of the scream made Michael frown slightly. Fortunately, they were in the middle of nowhere, so this level of environmental disturbance was acceptable. Good thing I chose to leave the capital. This would have definitely caused an issue. During his exploration, Michael had come across numerous inns and could have easily stayed in one of them, even the more luxurious ones, since he had money now. However, his experience with evolving undead had taught him a few things. Michael observed the evolving undead in front of him with great focus. Just in case something unexpected happened, he had positioned himself at a safe distance. But with his exceptional eyesight, it was as if he were standing right in front of it. Still, the light that accompanied undead evolution always puzzled him. Although he hadn't tested it out yet, he knew that even if someone were to shine several bright lights at him, he would still be able to see clearly, even without relying on his special senses. But the light from evolution was different. Though he could still make out some details, whether he was close or far, trying to see more reminded him of when he was still normal, and someone had suddenly flashed a bright light in his eyes. Michael continued observing carefully. However, the more he watched, the more confused he became. For one, the evolution period was far longer than most of his undead, aside from when Lucky evolved into an extraordinary 1-star creature. 2, there was no change in body size. If it weren't for the fact that the mana level coming from the undead was increasing, reaching a level that amazed Michael, he would have thought this evolution was a failed one. Michael continued waiting. Moments later, the evolution finally ended, and Michael could now see what had happened to his undead. Your undead human mage has evolved and advanced into an undead high human mage. Your undead has grown significantly stronger. Your undead's affinity with its elements has increased significantly. And that was all. That's it. Its rank didn't even advance, and it didn't learn any new skills. Michael felt confused and was about to get angry, thinking he might have been scammed, when a certain realization struck him. Its race has changed. Race. This was a topic Michael couldn't say he knew much about, and even the Supers Association forum didn't help much in the matter. For one, it was said that races could influence one's strength just like a class could. This could be seen from the fact that races also provided attribute points, much like classes did. And just as some classes granted more attribute points than others, certain races were also said to do the same because they were inherently stronger, or something along those lines. Michael had known about races even before becoming an Awakener. It wasn't a widely discussed topic, but almost everyone knew that humans weren't the only race in the universe. Though Michael had yet to encounter a living being from another race, it didn't change the fact that he knew they existed. Now that he saw something related to it again, he calmed down. Evolved and advanced. The human race also has a higher form. This was Michael's first time hearing such a thing. As for the idea that a race could exist within a race, he didn't find it strange. Back on Earth, even though everyone was referred to as humans, different races and ethnic groups were still used to differentiate people. High humans and humans seemed to follow a similar logic. However, the current situation wasn't just about classification, it seemed one race was truly superior to the other. It seems there's still a lot I need to know about my talent. After calming down, Michael began thinking more clearly. The race of his undead advancing to a superior form wasn't a bad thing. It was essentially still evolution. But what he truly wanted to know now was whether it was actually worth it. After all, his undead wasn't an Awakener. There was no concept of attribute point bonuses for it, so he wondered, just how strong was a normal high human? The way to test this was simple. There were multiple methods. First, it was said that in a stronger race, if one were to use the stat system, a single point in strength for a weaker race might be equivalent to 2 points for a stronger race. This was because the system judged stats based on one's race rather than human standards. Michael felt this made sense. Imagine a dragon using human stats to measure its strength. In that case, the system would be judging how strong it was among humans, not how powerful it was within its own race. If this was truly how things worked, then the question of whether the human race was supreme would be a debate. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he began testing his newly evolved undead. First, he wanted to start with mana. Before evolving, the undead mage's mana was even lower than Michael's. Recalling how its mana levels seemed to have increased significantly after evolving, Michael was curious to see just how much. Hey! Unleash all your mana. Michael commanded the undead human, no, the undead high human mage. The moment the undead high human mage followed his command, an overwhelming surge of mana exploded into the surroundings. Michael's eyes widened as an almost insane amount of mana poured out, twisting the air around them. For a brief moment, his heart shook. Not only was it far greater than what Mage Lien had ever displayed, but it also surpassed his own mana reserves by an absurd degree. A deep frown formed on his face. There was only one creature he could immediately think of that had ever released this much mana, even while being at the same level. Lucky. But Lucky was an extraordinary rank creature. Did this mean that the high human race was naturally comparable to an extraordinary rank being? Or at the very least, not far off? Michael's breathing slowed as he processed the implications. No wonder it cost so much to evolve them. For an undead at this level to have this much mana, the race itself had to be on a completely different level. I wonder how strong my undead is compared to rank 3, no, rank 4 cultivators in the real world. Just based on mana levels alone, Michael was absolutely confident that it wasn't something a rank 3 cultivator could compare to. Even when the undead mage was alive, at the peak of rank 3, its mana reserves were nowhere near what it was capable of now. The difference was immense. However, more mana didn't necessarily mean more strength. Its affinity with its element also increased, so its magic should be stronger, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Michael swiftly pulled up the status screen of the undead high human mage. Aurora High Human, Disciple Rank Mage LV, 25, Max. Name, None. EXP, 893,345 out of 1,021,752. Skills: Earth Dome, Intermediate Mastery, Fire Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Fire Jet, Intermediate Mastery, Earth Wall, Intermediate Mastery, Earth Spike, Intermediate Mastery, Fireball, Intermediate Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Oh, the experience points actually increased. Michael couldn't help but smile at the thought. The idea of having another creature close to advancing to rank 2 was genuinely exciting. However, when he checked the Undead Mage's skill set, it was still the same as before. For this, Michael felt a bit conflicted. But then, he recalled something. The higher the purity of mana, the amount pushed into a spell, and the level of the spell model, the stronger the spell became. With this in mind, he was still expectant about the combat prowess of the undead high human mage. And to test its true combat level, there was no better way than actual battle. For this, Michael already had something in mind. Prince. Back when Prince was still alive, he had been significantly stronger than his opponents. Facing him again would make for a proper challenge. As for using Lucky, though the high human race seemed impressive, Michael felt that would still be overkill. With this thought, Prince was the only best candidate. And now that he was in the land of origin and not the real world, both parties could go all out without holding back. Michael summoned Prince without hesitation. The wolf no longer seemed injured, but its body still bore marks from its encounter with that monster in the tower. Take its tail, for example. It was still missing. Not wanting to get caught in the crossfire between two creatures far stronger than himself, Michael jumped onto his undead griffin and took to the skies. Before leaving, he issued a simple command to both undead. Fight each other, but don't destroy your bodies. Also, Prince, don't use your poison skills. The reason was simple. Using poison would only damage the environment and likely have no effect on an undead. After all, they weren't alive to feel poisoned. Unless it was something special. This meant that, in a way, Prince was handicapped. But Michael didn't really think so. Deep down, he still believed Prince was the stronger one. His command took immediate effect the moment he left. Prince moved first. Thick vines erupted from the ground, twisting and lunging toward the undead high human mage like serpents. They moved with terrifying speed, their edges sharp as blades. But the undead mage was already in motion. Despite being a mage, its reaction time was absurdly fast. With a burst of strength that no ordinary spellcaster should have, it pushed off the ground in a blur, evading the vines by sheer physical ability. Michael's eyes flickered. Fast. He had expected the undead mage to rely purely on magic, but it was clear now, high humans weren't just gifted in magic. It seemed like their bodies were naturally stronger than ordinary humans at the same level, though their physicality lagged behind their incredible affinity for mana and talent in magic as a whole, especially when considering their incredible mana pool. Michael observed. I don't think even a master rank mage would be able to move this fast, except for the exceptionally strong ones. Perhaps only a rank 4 knight should be able to do the same. As the thought crossed his mind, Michael's focus remained locked on the battlefield below. Prince, undeterred, sent more vines lashing out. At the same time, the undead mage lifted a hand, fingers tracing glowing lines through the air, a magic circle. Unlike instant cast abilities, spellcasting required time. The more powerful the spell, the longer it took to form. This was its weakness. Prince took advantage. Vines shot forward like a storm. But the high human mage weaved between the attacks with terrifying agility. Its white eyes remained calm, its hands still drawing the intricate circle. And then, the spell activated. A massive fire spear materialized in the air, far larger than it should have been. Thicker, hotter, deadlier. The sheer amount of mana compressed inside made the very air around it shimmer. Michael's breath hitched. That's not normal. The spell shot forward like a meteor, smashing into the oncoming vines. A thunderous boom echoed as flames devoured greenery, scorching the ground below. Prince leapt back, but it wasn't fast enough. A shockwave blasted outward, forcing the wolf to skid back. Michael's grip on the undead griffin tightened. The power behind that attack was absurd. He had seen fire spear before, but never like this. So it wasn't just mana levels. The sheer potency of high human magic was leagues beyond a normal mage's. A superior race, it's really like that. It made sense. The mana of a commander-rank mage was fundamentally different from that of an apprentice mage, and the same logic seems to apply to races. For a brief moment, Michael couldn't help but wonder, what would dragon magic be like? If this world followed the same principles as Earth, where dragons were considered supreme, then here, they would only be more terrifying. Prince growled, eyes locking onto the undead mage. The wolf wasn't done. More vines surged from the earth, but this time, Prince didn't rely on just entrapment. The moment the vines shot forward, its body blurred, moving alongside them in a perfectly coordinated attack. The undead mage, still in casting posture, had no time to finish another spell. So it did something unexpected. It met Prince head-on. A mage, punching. Its fist slammed into the charging wolf with a force that shouldn't belong to a spellcaster. Prince was sent crashing backward. Michael's pupils shrank. No way. A high human mage, was this strong physically? Michael exhaled. This was an entirely different level of undead. And the best part? He could have 4 more. To be honest, if he was willing to let go of certain things, the only real limitation was his contract slots. However, not all high human undead would be the same. For example, his 4 human undead hadn't even ignited a life seed, their skill states were completely blank. Evolving them wouldn't necessarily make them stronger than an undead who had already been a supernatural before evolving. Several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind as he continued watching the battle unfold. Prince shook off the impact, landing on all 4s. Its claws dug into the scorched earth, embers still clinging to its fur. But Michael wasn't looking at the wolf. His eyes remained locked on the undead mage. That punch. There was no technique behind it, no martial finesse, just raw, brute force. A direct, overwhelming strike. And yet, it had worked. Ridiculous. A mage shouldn't be able to do that. But a high human could. Michael's mind raced. Their bodies weren't as monstrous as their magic, but they were still leagues above ordinary humans. It was clear that the race was best suited for magic, yet Michael didn't think becoming a knight as a high human would be a waste. Their natural affinity with mana meant that progressing as a knight might not only be faster, but also more efficient. After all, knights weren't limited to pure physical strength, they could use mana-infused techniques as well. With that in mind, whether as a knight or a mage, a high human would be terrifying either way. Prince's growl deepened, its fur bristling as the embers scattered from its body. The undead mage, unbothered, lowered its hand. There was no follow-up attack, no spell forming. It simply stood there, watching. Michael narrowed his eyes. Was it waiting? No. It was testing something. And then he saw it, the faint flicker of mana around its body, thin strands of energy wrapping around its limbs. Prince didn't wait. The wolf lunged again, faster this time, its body becoming a blur. More vines erupted from the ground, but unlike before, they didn't lash out in a straight attack. They twisted unnaturally, bending mid-air, reacting to the undead mage's movements. Michael's pupils contracted. It wasn't just controlling plants. Prince was reading its opponent. It's getting smarter. He's adapting. The vines struck from multiple angles, closing in like a living cage. At the same time, Prince itself aimed directly for the undead mage's blind spot, its jaws wide open. And yet, the undead mage moved. Faster than before. No spell, no technique. Just raw speed. It twisted mid-air, narrowly avoiding the vines, and just as Prince lunged, its hand snapped out. For the first time, the undead mage grabbed instead of evaded. A loud crack echoed as its fingers clenched around Prince's front leg, stopping the beast mid-lunge. Then it spun. Michael barely had time to react. With an effortless motion, the undead mage threw Prince. The massive wolf flew. It smashed through the vines, breaking through trees, tumbling across the ground before skidding to a stop. Silence. A cold wind passed through the battlefield. Michael's heartbeat slowed. That wasn't magic. That was pure strength. The undead mage lowered its hand, tilting its head as if evaluating something. Michael exhaled slowly. This is insane. Michael's grip on the griffin tightened. At this point, if someone told Michael that his undead wasn't an extraordinary rank creature, he'd fight them on the spot. Prince had been bullied back and forth despite being a 3-star rare rank beast. Was this truly the might of a high human at the peak of rank 1? Michael didn't know, and didn't need to. His undead was absurdly powerful. It was more of a mage than Mage Lien himself and more of a knight than any knight in Lien's group. 100 evolution points for this. Totally worth it. But Michael wasn't satisfied. He had expected Prince to dominate the newly evolved undead. Yet, reality couldn't have been further from his expectations. To be brutally honest, Prince wasn't enough to showcase the true extent of the undead high human mage's power. Michael never thought a time would come when he'd think Prince was too incompetent for a task. But it didn't matter. Just because Prince was weaker now didn't mean it would always be weak. With his talent, none of his undead were bound to remain ordinary. For now, however, Prince had no choice but to accept its defeat. That's enough. Michael's voice echoed through the battlefield, drawing the attention of his 2 undead as he descended from the sky on his griffin. Prince, come here. The massive wolf obeyed without hesitation, but as it approached, Michael felt something off. Why does it seem dissatisfied? The connection between them told him everything. Prince's mind was growing sharper. In the battle just now, it had displayed a terrifying level of intelligence, far beyond what it had just days ago. And now, it seemed to be developing its own thoughts and emotions. Michael frowned, then reached out, parting the beast's thick fur. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. You can go again another time. Instantly, a wave of happiness flooded their connection. Michael found himself smiling subconsciously. So it's the competitive type. He had never expected Prince to be the competitive type. After dismissing the wolf back to the netherworld, Michael turned his attention to his undead high human. Stopping a short distance away, he took in the undead's form. Despite the battle, it had suffered relatively little damage. How do you feel? The response came in a smooth, deep voice, thicker than before, filled with a weight that hadn't been there prior. In what way, Master? Michael raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Seems like evolving enhanced its already high intelligence. He had already noticed as much during the fight, but hearing it speak so fluidly only confirmed his suspicions. Regardless, Michael liked it. Your evolution, he clarified. The undead tilted its head slightly. This is evolution. It repeated the word in confusion before nodding to itself. It can only be. I feel much stronger than before. Michael's smile widened. Do you want to know just how much stronger? But before he could continue, the undead's next words made his lips twitch. Yes, Master. That wolf earlier was too weak to push me. Michael froze. That was his baby being talked about. If it weren't for the fact that the undead had spoken so innocently, and that it was, in fact, his own undead, he might have summoned his entire undead army to gang up on it. Instead, he took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's okay. I have a stronger opponent for you. Meet Lucky. As he stretched out his hand, a magic circle flared to life on the ground. In an instant, a massive figure emerged. Lucky. At 5 meters tall, the beast was a giant. Its stone-like gray fur shimmered faintly under the sunlight, tinged with hints of green. The thorned mane of writhing vines around its neck remained as fearsome as ever. This was Michael's only recognized extraordinary rank creature. He turned back to his undead high human. "What do you think?" The undead studied Lucky for a long moment before nodding. "This one's presence is far more terrifying, Master. I shall fight it and not disgrace you." Meanwhile, Lucky gazed at the humanoid figure before it, its mind filled with confusion. Why was this thing so powerful? Michael simply grinned. Saying nothing more, he leapt onto his undead griffin and took to the sky, leaving behind the same command as before. The moment Michael gave the command, his undead high human acted. Without hesitation, it lunged forward. Lucky, however, was unfazed. The massive beast stood its ground, muscles tensing beneath its stone-like fur. And then, just as the undead high human closed the distance. Boom! Lucky's paw lashed out like a battering ram. The air trembled from the sheer force behind the attack, sending the undead high human skidding backward across the cracked earth. Michael watched closely, eyes sharp. As expected, Lucky was stronger. Prince had struggled to keep up before. Yet, even as the high human recovered, there was no hesitation in its glowing eyes. It simply adjusted its stance and raised a hand. The air around it wavered. Michael immediately recognized the shift. A spell. Fire spear. Lucky sensed the danger. The massive beast's legs tensed, its mane of thorn vines writhing like a living entity. And then, the fire spear launched forward. A streak of searing light tore through the battlefield, aimed straight at Lucky's massive form. Michael's grip tightened on his griffy. But Lucky didn't dodge. It didn't even flinch. Instead, boom! Lucky met the spear head-on. Flames exploded, embers scattering across the field. Yet, when the smoke cleared, Lucky was still standing. Michael's eyes widened slightly. The attack had burned part of its fur, but that was all. It had endured it. It made one really wonder just how strong that beast in the tower must have been in its weakened state. Lucky let out a low, rumbling growl. Then, without hesitation, it charged. Michael smirked. This fight was far from over. For the next few moments, magic, fists, vines, and claws clashed in a relentless battle for supremacy. Spells erupted. Fists struck like hammers. Vines lashed out, unyielding. Claws tore through the air. Neither side held back. But after a long and grueling struggle, a winner finally emerged. The ground was torn apart, blackened by flames and gouged by claw marks. Chunks of broken earth and shattered vines littered the field. And at the center of the destruction, Lucky stood victorious. Its thick, stone-like fur was burned in places, deep gashes running across its form where the undead high human had landed blows. But despite the injuries, it stood firm, its thorned mane writhing lazily. The undead high human, on the other hand, was trapped. Its body was completely ensnared by Lucky's vines. Thick vines wrapped around its limbs, chest, and neck, pinning it against the broken earth. The more it struggled, the tighter they coiled, trapping its strength little by little. Michael watched from above, arms crossed. His undead had fought well, exceptionally well. Both had shower prowess befitting an extraordinary rank creature. If before he suspected the high human couldn't be compared to an extraordinary rank creature, now he did. Yet in the end, Lucky had outlasted it. From below, the undead high human's eyes remained. It had long since stopped struggling. Instead, it simply lay there, staring up at the sky. Michael descended slowly, landing beside them. "You did well. His voice carried neither disappointment nor scorn. If anything, there was happiness in his tone. The undead high human turned its head toward him, then back to Lucky, still bound. After a long silence, it finally spoke. "I lost." Michael nodded. "Yeah." Michael felt a wave of emotions that felt confusing to the undead coming to him. "I do not like this feeling, Master." Michael figured. He was starting to like this undead, not just for its strength, but for the way it acted like a living being. It really made him happy. And he couldn't help but fantasize about the future. Not all his undead, no, not all, he corrected himself, thinking about his special ones like the spectral ant. But if most of them could speak? If they could express themselves like this one? It was an exciting thought. He didn't think it would cause any issues. After all, his undead existed solely because of the contract they shared. They would never betray him. That was what mattered. Michael chuckled, shaking his head. "Then don't lose next time," he said to the undead. At that, the undead's fingers twitched, as if engraving those words into its very being. Michael glanced at Lucky. "Let it go." With a low growl, the massive beast complied. The vines loosened, slithering away like retreating serpents. The undead high human slowly sat up, inspecting its arms and legs, as if confirming that they still worked properly. Michael grinned. This was a good fight. He had learned something. His undead high human was already absurdly strong. Even though it lost to Lucky, Michael didn't believe that would be the case against every other extraordinary rank creature. After all, even within the same rank, there were strong and weak ones. Like how slimes and goblins were both common rank, yet different in strength. Of course, it was also possible that Lucky was on the weaker end of its rank, but that felt like a stretch. The extraordinary rank was undeniably powerful, but it hadn't given Michael the overwhelming sense of transformation he'd expected from a leap in strength. As for his undead high human, the more Michael looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Still, he didn't immediately dismiss the two undead. Instead, he turned his attention to his surroundings. The place was unrecognizable. What had once been a small, tranquil forest was now a scarred wasteland. The ground was torn apart, gouged with deep claw marks and craters left by explosive magic. Patches of earth were blackened by flames, some areas still smoldering, sending thin wisps of smoke curling into the air. Shattered vines and splintered trees littered the area, their remains scattered like the aftermath of a storm. Broken trunks jutted out from the ground at awkward angles, and some still had Lucky's thorned vines wrapped around them, half torn, half burned. Michael's gaze swept across the devastation. Did I mess up by fighting here? The question came unbidden, but he already knew the answer. There was no hiding what had happened here. Anyone passing by would immediately notice that a battle of monstrous scale had taken place. For a brief moment, Michael considered just leaving it as it was. It wasn't like anyone would link it to him directly. But he sighed. No. That wasn't a good idea. At the very least, he should cover his tracks. Michael was about to start thinking of a way to do so when something clicked in his mind. Lucky. His gaze shifted to the massive beast, his lips twitching. I almost forgot. Among Lucky's abilities was something that could help with this exact situation. Venom Thorn Ravager LV, 25, Max. Name, Lucky. EXP, 978,789/1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Yet another creature close to advancing. Truly one with poison, aren't we, Lucky? The edge of Michael's lips twitched as he glanced at his undead status. However, the full status screen wasn't his focus. It was the skills, Or rather, one skill in particular. The one that both Lucky and Prince relied on the most. Plant control. Plant control, advanced mastery, proficiency, 62.5%. At advanced mastery, plant control evolves into a highly versatile ability, granting enhanced range, precision, and manipulation. Current effects at advanced mastery. Extended range, the ability's range increases to 300 meters, enabling control over plant life across a much larger area. Growth acceleration, plants can grow to full maturity within seconds, allowing the user to summon massive vines, trees, or thorny barricades for combat or defense. Complex manipulation, allows for intricate movements such as forming weapons, e.g., vine whips or spear-like branches, or creating traps, e.g., snaring enemies with roots. Life force drain, certain controlled plants can drain the vitality of enemies, restoring a small portion of the user's mana or stamina with each successful attack. Checking the detail of the skills again, Michael realized he might have overlooked the effect of this skill his undead primarily used for combat. For one, they'd make excellent farm undead with the growth acceleration effect of the skill. Life force drain is also interesting. Though they might end up figuring how to use it on the future, as their master I should have paid attention to these things. It was like how one trained their pet. The pets were naturally capable of doing what they're being trained to do but most likely wouldn't for a long time without guidance. In the case of his undead, they had always been used for combat right from the start they became undead. Considering that this had only been days ago when he had just become an awakener, it wasn't weird that if Michael didn't know about Necromancer class fully, his undead whose intelligence was still growing and hadn't been given enough time to explore with their skills and ever-growing strength would be unable to utilize it fully outside instincts. Michael exhaled slowly. Lucky's plant control was far more than just a combat skill. The surroundings before him, scarred and broken, was an undeniable problem. But now it wasn't. He turned to Lucky. Cover this place up. Use plant control and try to make it more green. Michael tried his best to explain, using both the mental connection and hand gestures atop his undead griffin. Lucky tilted its head, clearly processing the command. After a moment, it let out a low, rumbling growl, one that almost sounded like acknowledgement. The thorned mane along its back trembled. Michael sighed. Lucky was getting more expressive. The ground trembled. Michael watched as the devastation began to fade. Thick vines slithered outward, creeping over the battlefield like living serpents. They burrowed deep, their roots weaving through the broken earth, sealing cracks and stabilizing the wounded land. At first, it was subtle, tiny sprouts pushing through the scorched soil, trembling as if tasting the air. Then, with unnatural speed, they erupted into thick patches of grass, flowering bushes, and twisting brambles. The shattered remnants of fallen trees were swallowed by the earth, decomposed in mere moments as their essence fueled new life. Saplings sprang up in their place, stretching skyward, their leaves unfurling as though awakening from a long slumber. Even the air changed. The lingering scent of smoke and scorched wood faded, replaced by the crisp, damp aroma of fresh greenery. In minutes, the battlefield had transformed into an overgrown wilderness. It wasn't a perfect recreation of what had been there before, the trees were too fresh, the undergrowth too thick, as if nature had reclaimed the land in a rush. But it was enough. Michael exhaled, watching the last of the vines retreat into the earth. That'll do. He turned to his undead. Looks like we don't have to run away like criminals after all. Lucky tilted its head in confusion before staring at the grass around it. For a moment it couldn't believe it had the power to create its own food. On the other hand, the undead high human merely observed in silence, as if taking in another lesson. Michael shook his head and glanced at the skill description again. Life force drain, huh? Another ability he hadn't paid attention to before. And if he was being honest, that was a bad habit. Michael's undead were growing stronger at an alarming rate, yet he had been more focused on their number rather than teaching them anything or truly understanding most of their capabilities. It was easy to assume they'd just figure things out on their own. But that wasn't necessarily true. His undead had instincts, sure. But instinct alone wasn't enough. They had been fighting ever since their creation, but they were newborns, in a sense. Their intelligence was growing, but they hadn't been given time to experiment with their abilities beyond what they used for combat. It was no different from a pet. A dog might instinctively know how to bite, but without training, it wouldn't know when or how to maximize its strengths. His undead were the same. And so was he. His progress felt slow at times, but when he took a step back, he realized just how fast he was actually advancing. However, that rapid growth came with its own set of issues. Individually, his undead were strong. But in a coordinated battle, their teamwork would be lacking, they would be weaker together than they should be. This wasn't their fault. It wasn't entirely his fault either. They had simply been developing at a pace that certain fundamentals couldn't keep up with. Most necromancers, even horde-type ones, didn't rush to fill all their contract slots as soon as they could. But Michael's case was different. For him, more undead meant more power, his strength was directly tied to their numbers. However, this created a problem. He wasn't as familiar with his undead as he should have been. If he were placed alongside a newly awakened necromancer, there was a real chance that, on a fundamental level, the other awakener was a better necromancer, despite being significantly weaker. Michael exhaled. Looks like I've been slacking as a master, huh? Lucky tilted its head, while the undead high human merely stared at him, awaiting orders. Michael chuckled. No matter. We'll fix that. His undead were growing fast. He was growing fast as well. Time. As an awakener, that was something he didn't particularly lack at the moment. With his goal of leaving the capital fulfilled, along with testing his undead, Michael dismissed Lucky to the netherworld and stored the undead high human in his storage space. Both looked in rough shape, but in reality, their injuries weren't serious. They were undead. And more importantly, they hadn't been fighting to destroy each other, thanks to his command. I should return to the capital now. A few thoughts flickered through Michael's mind, and he realized there were still things he could accomplish in the capital city. For one, he still wanted to complete his quest, and he didn't intend to take too long doing it. Aside from not wanting to waste time on increasing his hunter level, who knew, maybe completing the quest earlier would bring an unexpected reward. I wonder if I can just hire someone to help me with translation. Like help me read when I need to and write when I have to. Michael pondered the thought seriously as he soared through the sky on his undead griffin, heading back to the capital. Before the Dark Age in Aurora, much like on Earth, different cultures had their own languages. Back then, those who needed to travel often relied on native speakers who understood multiple languages to act as translators. But that no longer existed in Aurora. Now, everyone spoke the same language. What fascinated Michael was how eerily similar it was to English. At first glance, it seemed like a perfect replica, but subtle differences existed, variations in structure, phrasing, and even certain words. It was still called English, but here, it was known as Aurora English. If not for the fact that Aurora's history was clearly different from Earth's, Michael might have thought he had transmigrated to a parallel version of his own world. But if that were the case, then Aurora would probably have been named Blue Star instead, just to complete the image. The thought of culture led Michael to another question: what about the land of origin? Based on his observations, the land of origin was still in its early stages of development. No, perhaps calling it early stages was the wrong way to put it. This wasn't some primitive civilization waiting to advance, this was simply their way of life. If the location he was in resembled a medieval society like Earth's past, then surely different settlements, tribes, or even entire kingdoms had their own cultures, traditions, and, most importantly, languages. So, did translators exist there? If different groups had distinct languages, then someone had to bridge the gap for trade, diplomacy, or even war. Scholars, merchants, or envoys might act as translators. If that were the case, hiring one could be possible. But how widespread was language diversity? Michael hadn't been in the land of origin long enough to know for sure, but if it was anything like early civilizations on Earth and Aurora, then different regions should have their own dialects. The problem was, there was no guarantee a single translator would be fluent in all of them. His ability as an awakener let him communicate with any being, but that only applied to speech. It didn't extend to reading and writing. That meant one thing: he needed to learn the basics himself. At least he was picking up the tone of the language he spoke in this world, thanks to his high intelligence stat, which boosted his learning capacity and made his accent more natural. But reading and writing? That was beyond him for now. It was a hassle. He wanted to move freely, communicate, and not rely on someone else's interpretation, but it seemed he had no choice but to get help. Even if he found a translator, someone to read and write for him, he couldn't trust them blindly. Michael let out a sigh and pushed the thoughts aside for now, urging his griffin to fly faster. It didn't take long before he reached the outskirts of the capital, returning to the wilderness not far from where he had taken off. Upon landing, Michael promptly stored his undead griffin in his storage space, dusted off his clothes with a casual swipe of his hand, and began making his way leisurely toward the outer city gates. Before long, he merged onto the dirt road leading to the capital, blending into the crowd of travelers heading in the same direction. As he neared the gates, he reached into his storage and retrieved the token Mage Lien had given him. This token wasn't just for access to the outer and inner regions of the capital. According to Mage Lien, it also served another purpose: if Michael presented it to any of the notable families in the inner city, they would welcome him. More importantly, it was also his means of staying in contact with Mage Lien. This information made Michael suspect that the money Mage Lien had given him was likely just a short-term convenience, while the token served as a way to secure temporary residence. "Well, he did say I should contact him in 3 days so we could establish communication again," Michael muttered under his breath. "So I'll end up using this token in the inner city eventually." He hadn't forgotten about his deal with Mage Lien. More than anything, he was still eager to see the treasure, something powerful enough to influence the soul. As Michael approached the city gates, he took a moment to observe the crowd around him. Merchants, travelers, and commoners lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting for the knights to inspect them before granting entry. A lot of people gazed at him with various expressions, but Michael didn't mind as he was already used to it by now. What made him a little upset was when those around him avoided being too close, making him stand out more. In the end he could only ignore it. Michael's gaze lingered on a group of merchants ahead, their carts packed with goods covered in cloth. One of them, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, was animatedly discussing something with a knight. Judging by the body language, it seemed like a routine inspection rather than any kind of trouble. Michael shifted his attention back to the knights overseeing the entry process. Their armor gleamed under the midday sun, and their sharp eyes scanned each person carefully. The guards weren't overly hostile, but there was a clear sense of discipline in how they worked. Michael tightened his grip on the token Mage Lien had given him. This should be enough to grant him access without issue. When it was finally his turn, a knight stepped forward, scrutinizing him with a professional but firm gaze. "State your name and purpose for entering the capital," the knight said, his tone neutral but authoritative. Michael held up the token. "I'm Mike Knorr." The knight's eyes flickered to the token, his expression shifting slightly. He took a closer look before nodding. "The court token," the knight muttered under his breath before straightening up. "You may enter, sir." The knight spoke in a serious tone that also sounded more respectful than earlier. Michael gave a small nod and stepped past the gates, leaving the bustling checkpoint behind as he entered the capital. He walked deeper into the capital. The sight before him was a familiar one. Broad streets, lined with vendors selling all kinds of goods, stretched into the distance. Buildings of varying heights stood on either side. The outer city had its own air of prosperity, though it was far from extravagant. As he walked further in, he considered his next move. First, he needed a place to stay. While he could probably use the token to secure temporary residence, he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention just yet. A simple inn would do for now. Second, he had to figure out where to begin his search for a guide regarding his quest and task from the Hunter Guild. Finding a guide was the same thing as finding a translator for reading and writing in Michael's opinion. This was something he hoped could be done sooner. With one task out of the way, he could take another one and slowly increase his hunter level, which in turn gives him more access to better tasks that'll provide better quests. And finally, there was the matter of his deal with Mage Lien. 3 days wasn't a long time. He had to make sure he was prepared when the time came. As for what preparation he had in mind, it had more to do with the real world. With a plan forming in his mind, Michael continued walking, his pace steady as he ventured deeper into the city. Michael took his time exploring the outer city, soaking in the sights and sounds of daily life. Stalls lined the streets, merchants loudly advertising their wares, and the air carried the mixed scents of fresh bread, spices, and the occasional whiff of livestock. The buildings here were sturdy but simple, mostly two-story structures made of wood and stone, with signs hanging above doorways marking various shops and inns. He noted how the crowd density changed as he moved. The main streets were lively, filled with well-dressed merchants and craftsmen, while the side alleys had a more subdued atmosphere, populated by common laborers and weary travelers. It was clear that wealth dictated one's place in the city, just like on Earth. As he turned down a less crowded path, the scenery shifted subtly. The well-maintained streets gave way to uneven cobblestones, and the buildings looked older, some with cracks in their stone foundations or wooden beams weathered by time. The lively chatter of the main streets faded, replaced by murmured conversations and the occasional sharp glance thrown his way. Michael frowned. He hadn't intended to wander, but it seemed he had unknowingly strayed into a rougher part of the city. A slum-like area. The signs were clear, fewer street vendors, more people loitering by the walls, watching passers-by with wary or calculating expressions. The scent of fresh bread was replaced with something stale, and the buildings here were in even worse condition. Some looked like they were on the verge of collapse. Michael glanced around, keeping his posture relaxed but his senses sharp. He didn't feel in danger, not with his abilities, but he also knew better than to act carelessly. His presence stood out. His clothes, while not overly extravagant, were too clean, too well-maintained compared to the worn, patched-up garments of the people here. More than one person had taken notice of him. Just as he was about to turn back toward the more populated streets, a voice called out. The world was really a small place. Michael felt this held true even in a realm as unique as the land of origin. "It's you guys?" He almost blurted out. He wasn't sure which of the two standing before him had spoken, but he recognized them instantly. More than their appearance, it was their presence that gave them away. They were the same two who had been following him ever since he first left the inner city. One was short, the other taller, and the latter stared at Michael with undisguised hatred in their eyes. Their body structure also suggested they were young. They might have thought they were well disguised, covering their faces with black pieces of cloth, but presence didn't lie. Michael, however, wasn't about to reveal that he had seen through them. Instead, he regarded them with interest. "What did you say?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. He had heard them perfectly well, but there was no harm in drawing the conversation out a little. Though outwardly calm, Michael couldn't deny a sense of amusement creeping in. He had just been lamenting his lack of a guide. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? One of them clearly had killing intent toward him. If they happened to disappear for a few days, who would notice? Michael's first thought wasn't about killing anybody, but he wasn't the type to ignore threats either. If someone had the intention to harm him, he had no reason to let it slide. The taller youth stepped forward, his movements sharp and aggressive. "You must think you're clever, huh?" His voice dripped with hostility. "Wandering around like you own the place." Michael arched a brow. "I don't recall doing anything of the sort." "Don't play dumb." The youth spat, his hand twitching toward his waist. "I know your type, arrogant bastards who do whatever they want and get away with it. His eyes flashed with anger, his breathing slightly erratic. Michael's gaze flickered toward the shorter one, who was eyeing his companion with mild concern in his eyes. "Enough," the shorter youth muttered, reaching out to grab his friend's arm. "We didn't come here for that." The taller one scoffed. "I know. But I can't stand looking at his smug face." Michael smiled slightly. "Smug, huh? I don't think I've done anything to offend you." The taller youth narrowed his eyes. "Like hell you haven't. But whatever. I'm not here to deal with you over that." He suddenly smirked. Michael couldn't see it behind the mask, but it felt like the youth had won as he spoke again. "I just want your valuables." Michael blinked. "Ah. So it's a robbery, then?" The shorter one sighed as if tired of the whole situation. "It's not personal. Just hand over what you have, and we'll let you go." Michael chuckled. "And if I refuse?" The taller youth sneered. "Then I'll make you." In a flash, he drew a knife from his waist. Michael's expression didn't change, but inwardly, he was slightly surprised. The shorter one tensed. "Hey, there's no need for that. Just stick to the plan." Michael tilted his head, glancing at the blade. "Interesting. Do you always bring a weapon when you mug people?" The taller one ignored him. "Enough talking. Move." Michael inwardly sighed. "What manner of place have I found myself in? Noble this, noble that." It was always about nobles. And judging by the reactions of the general populace, they didn't seem to have the best reputation. First, there was the drunkard at the Hunters' Guild. Now, these two youths in disguise, well, one of them, was barely able to contain his hostility toward him. He hadn't done anything, yet his resentment ran deep. Michael hadn't introduced himself as a noble. Hell, he wasn't one. But to people like them, it didn't matter. The way he carried himself, his appearance, his clothing, his calm demeanor, maybe that was enough to make them assume he was just another privileged bastard who needed to be put in his place. He had to wonder. Was the hatred toward nobles justified, or was it just blind prejudice? Either way, it wasn't his problem. He had already accepted this identity and also didn't want to discard it. Michael exhaled slowly, watching the taller youth with an amused gaze. The boy's hand was steady on the knife, but his breathing wasn't. He was angry, tense, and from Michael's senses, he seemed panicked. The shorter one, though, he was scared. Michael felt nothing but feelings like anxiousness, panic, and fear from the other party. Michael didn't resist and let them lead him deeper into the slums. There was no need. If they thought he was just another easy mark, he would let them keep thinking that. For now. Behind Michael, the two boys felt a storm of emotions, some different, some the same. One thing they both shared, however, was panic. It wasn't just anyone they were robbing, it was a noble. Even the taller boy, who despised nobles with every fiber of his being, wasn't blind to the risk. If things went wrong, they wouldn't just be hunted down, they would disappear, and no one would dare ask where they had gone. That was why they had taken precautions. Covering their faces was just the first step. Leading Michael deeper into the slums was the real plan. In a lawless place like this, anything could happen. Even now, as they forced him further inside, the people who saw what was happening quickly turned away and ran, not out of fear of them but out of fear of the noble. Nobody wanted to be a witness. Nobody wanted to get involved. In a world where status dictated life and death, offending a noble could be a death sentence. That was why they had been careful not to stop him too close to the slum's exit. If they robbed him there and he got his people, their chances of hiding their tracks could plummet. Here, though. Here, he had no allies. Compared to what they were doing now, the two youths actually had honest work. It didn't pay much and was particularly stressful, but they rarely resorted to anything disgraceful like stealing. However, there were times when they had no choice. Even then, those moments were rare. Yet ever since that incident with the noble, the shorter boy never imagined there would come a day when they would actively try to steal, especially not from a noble. Growing up in the slums, they weren't innocent. They had seen and done things that even some adults outside had never experienced. But that didn't mean they were hardened criminals either. They weren't that experienced. This attempt was so reckless that even other nobles would acknowledge their sheer audacity. To be honest, Michael felt the same. He wasn't a noble, but he was starting to understand just how important this fake identity of his was. Their actions were seen as absolutely bold to him. The path narrowed as they led Michael deeper into the slums, weaving through twisting alleys filled with filth and decay. The deeper they went, the fewer people they saw. Those who remained were either too preoccupied with their own struggles or deliberately avoided looking in their direction. Eventually, they reached a dead end. Crumbling brick walls loomed around them, and the air was thick with the stench of rotting garbage. The only exit was the way they had come. The taller youth stopped first, turning sharply to face Michael. His fingers twitched around the knife, his stance tense. The shorter one hesitated for a brief moment before stepping beside him, his unease clear in his shifting eyes. "Drop your valuables," the taller boy ordered, his voice hard but betraying the slightest edge of nervousness. "All of them." Michael exhaled softly, his patience wearing thin. He had played along, entertained by their attempt, but now they were getting serious. It was time to drop the pretense. He glanced between them, his expression shifting. The casual amusement in his eyes faded, replaced by something colder. "Are you done?" Michael asked, his voice steady. The taller youth scowled. "I said." Before he could finish, Michael took a step forward. "Just one." But it was enough. The shorter boy instinctively flinched, and even the taller one, despite his anger, took a half-step back before catching himself. Michael's gaze locked onto them, unblinking. "You led me here thinking this would be an easy job," he said, his tone now completely devoid of humor. "Now that we're alone, tell me, do you still think that?" The alley fell into silence. The taller youth gritted his teeth, trying to mask his hesitation, but Michael could see the way his grip on the knife tightened, his muscles tensed as if preparing to strike, or flee. The shorter one, on the other hand, seemed to shrink under Michael's gaze. His nervousness, which had been present from the beginning, was now unmistakable. Michael took another step forward, slow and deliberate. "I'll ask once," he said, his voice even. "Why were you following me?" Neither of them answered immediately. The taller one's jaw clenched. "We weren't." Michael cut him off with a slight tilt of his head. "Don't bother lying. You two have been shadowing me since I left the inner city. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" The taller boy's scowl deepened. "You're too damn arrogant," he spat. "Shut up already." His grip on the knife trembled, not from fear but from sheer frustration. "This is exactly why I hate nobles," he continued, his voice rising. "You all act like you're better than everyone else. Walking around like the world belongs to you, looking down on people like us." Michael didn't respond. He simply watched. That only made the taller youth angrier. "Tch, look at you. Not even taking me seriously. You think this is funny?" His breath was uneven, his emotions flaring beyond reason. The shorter boy reached out as if to stop him, but the taller one was already moving. With a burst of motion, he lunged forward, knife flashing toward Michael's chest. Michael didn't move. Not yet. He simply observed, his stance relaxed, his eyes calm. The taller boy's strike was quick but unrefined. There was no real technique, just the desperate aggression of someone trying to force their will on the world. At that moment Michael couldn't help but think if this was truly just a robbery. The attack was sloppy. Wild. The knife arced toward him, but it was slow, at least to him. Michael shifted. A simple sidestep. No wasted movement. The blade sliced through empty air, and before the taller boy could recover, Michael reached out. His hand caught the boy's wrist in an iron grip. A sharp twist. The knife clattered to the ground. Michael didn't let go. He stepped forward, forcing the boy back until he slammed into the crumbling brick wall behind him. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his back hit the rough surface. The shorter boy stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Michael's grip tightened just enough to make his point. "I'll ask again," he said, his voice low. "Why were you following me?" The taller boy gritted his teeth, glaring at Michael, but he couldn't mask the way his body trembled slightly. Anger? Fear? Probably both. The shorter one looked between them, then at the discarded knife. He swallowed hard. Then, with a sharp inhale, he took a step back and reached into his tattered coat. Michael's eyes flicked to the movement. A second knife. "Let him go," he said, voice shaky but determined. "Now." Michael remained still. He could see it in the shorter of the duo eyes, the hesitation. The fear of his actions. He wasn't a killer. The boy was terrified, but he wasn't backing down. The boy adjusted his grip on the knife, raising it slightly. His hands were unsteady, but his voice was firmer this time. "I swear, I'll do it," he said. "I don't care if you know some fancy self-defense. I know how to use a knife too." Michael met his gaze, unblinking. He didn't need to call the bluff out loud, the boy's trembling fingers already did that for him. The boy was barely holding himself together, his breath uneven, his stance all wrong. If he actually knew how to fight, he wouldn't be holding the blade like that. The taller boy, still pinned against the wall, growled, "Hey, don't be stupid." "I'm not." The other one snapped, his voice cracking slightly. "He's just one guy. If we both." It was at this moment Michael suddenly moved. At this point, the two youths knew they had messed with the wrong person. From the moment they saw Michael show no fear, a sinking feeling settled in their stomachs. Something was wrong. To be honest, perhaps it was because he came from a world where though status mattered, it wasn't to the extent of absolute submission. Putting aside his appearance and expensive clothing, Michael carried himself in a way that only those in power did in this world did. A self of freedom emitted from him. It wasn't that there weren't heroic commoners, but those commoners dressed like commoners. It wasn't that the two youths had expected this to be an easy job, they knew noble children could be difficult. What they hadn't expected was for this one to not only dismiss them entirely but also be terrifyingly skilled in combat. A wave of negative emotions crashed over them, fear, regret, confusion. Even Lia, the taller of the two, felt a rare moment of clarity. Unfortunately, it was too late. Feeling the noble's iron grip on his body, he knew instantly, he was no match. This guy was as strong as a knight. With his basic education, that was the only comparison Lia could make. And if he had known the truth, that Michael wasn't just as strong as a knight, but possessed power comparable to even a grand mage, Lia wouldn't have dared to even dream of robbing him. A grand mage. A grand knight. Figures spoken of in awe, the kind that appeared in stories that left commoners breathless. Even those ignorant of the supernatural world knew of them. As citizens of the capital, almost everyone had heard the tales of the third-generation queen, the legendary Grand Mage. Her feats were so incredible that, to the average person, they were practically divine. Wasn't that power one that belonged to godlike figures? If Lia knew of Michael's prowess, only one question will pop in his head. Had he just tried to steal from a god? The knife in the shorter youth's hand trembled. His breathing was uneven, his grip unsteady. He's just one guy. If we both. Michael's expression remained unreadable. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The shorter youth barely had time to react before a firm hand rested on his shoulder from behind. His entire body froze. Cold sweat dripped down his neck as terror surged through him. He hadn't even seen Michael move. One moment, he had been in front of him, pinning Liao against the wall. The next, he was behind him, without a single sound. Michael leaned in slightly, his voice low and composed. "If you both do what?" The shorter youth's breath hitched. He gripped the knife tighter, but his body refused to move. Every instinct screamed at him, "Run." But his legs wouldn't listen. He felt like a deep abyss was behind him, threatening to devour him at any moment. Michael's fingers tightened just enough on his shoulder, not painfully, but enough to remind him of the absolute difference in power between them. "You're scared," Michael said. "That's good. It means you understand reality." The youth flinched. Liao, still pressed against the wall, had gone pale. His fists clenched, jaw tight, but he didn't move. His earlier rage had been swallowed by an entirely different emotion, one he wasn't willing to admit out loud. Michael exhaled softly, then let go of the shorter boy's shoulder and stepped back. "Turn around," he ordered. The youth hesitated but obeyed, stiffly turning to face him. His face was ashen, his hands trembling. Michael glanced at the knife. "Are you planning to use that?" The youth opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Michael sighed. "Listen carefully. If I were like the nobles you seem to despise, you'd both be dead already." Both of them stiffened. "But I'm not interested in unnecessary violence," he continued. "So, I'll ask one last time. Why were you following me?" "We wanted to truly rob you," the shorter youth muttered, mustering the courage to reply, though his voice shook. Michael's gaze remained steady. Then, out of nowhere, he asked, "What's your name?" "And his?" "Don't lie." "Ace," the boy answered truthfully. "His name is Liao." Michael hummed in acknowledgement before his eyes flicked to Liao. "So why does your friend hate me so much?" He didn't fully believe that their only intention was robbery. However, this was what reality suggested, yet Leah's actions made him keep doubting. The boy was a bit too aggressive. No, wait. Unless he was just unlucky, this was already the second time someone had drawn a weapon on him since his arrival, first the drunkard at the Hunters Guild, and now Liao. Were nobles that hateful, or was it just him that was a magnet for those who hated the nobles extremely? To Michael's question, before Ace could respond, Liao, who had already turned to face Michael, spoke. Liao gritted his teeth, his pride warring with the cold fear gripping his chest. But as his eyes darted to Ace, his friend, his only real companion, he swallowed his pride. "Let him go," Liao said, voice hoarse. "This was my idea. He just got dragged into it." Ace's eyes widened. "Liao." "Shut up," Liao snapped, his gaze never leaving Michael. "He had nothing to do with this. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Michael studied him, his expression unreadable. There was no visible anger, no malice, just a detached curiosity, like someone observing a mildly interesting puzzle. "You're taking full responsibility?" he asked. Liao nodded stiffly. "Yes." "Why?" Liao hesitated, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. "Because." He exhaled sharply, frustration and helplessness flashing across his face. "Because Ace doesn't deserve this. He just follows me around because I'm all he has. I got us into this mess." Michael tilted his head slightly, then glanced at Ace. "Is that true?" Ace hesitated, his lips parting, but no words came out. He looked at Liao, at the tension in his shoulders, the way he stood firm despite the fear in his eyes. Then, slowly, Ace nodded. Michael exhaled softly. "I see." For a long moment, there was only silence. The alley felt smaller, the air heavier. Liao braced himself for whatever came next. And then, to his utter shock, Michael chuckled. Liao stiffened. Even Ace looked bewildered. "You're an idiot," Michael said, shaking his head. "But a loyal one." Liao frowned. "What?" Michael turned, stepping away as if losing interest. If you had just said you wanted to rob me, I might have let it slide. But your little speech just made me curious. Tell me, why do you hate nobles so much? Leah and Ace never thought a day would come when they would tell a noble the reason they hated nobles. Evidently, they were in enemy territory. At least, that was what they thought, until they spoke. They told Michael everything. The way nobles acted. The arrogance, the cruelty. The way commoners were treated like insects under their boots. And then, the recent incident, the one that changed everything for them. What happened to their younger sister? Michael listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Then, for a brief moment, the air around them shifted. A weight, heavy, suffocating, pressed down on their shoulders, making them want to kneel. It vanished as quickly as it came, like an illusion. But they knew it wasn't an illusion. Their instincts screamed at them not to look into his eyes again, but the glimpse they had caught was enough. Those green eyes, cold and sharp, sent a chill through their very souls. And yet, his reaction puzzled them. Why did it seem like this one noble, was furious at the actions of his own kind? Weren't they all the same? Michael exhaled, closing his eyes for a brief moment before the tension in the air eased. When he opened them again, the piercing coldness had dulled. Are all nobles the same? He asked, his voice calm yet firm. Leah and Ace almost nodded on instinct, the answer ingrained in them after years of suffering. But then, they hesitated. For the first time, they truly thought about it. Almost every noble they had encountered had been arrogant, entitled, and indifferent to the struggles of commoners. Some were outright cruel. But there had also been those who simply minded their own business, who didn't oppress but also didn't help. And then there was Michael. A noble with power, real power. Enough to crush them without a second thought. And yet, he hadn't. He could have killed them by now. Should have, if he were like the others. But he didn't even seem interested in doing so. A realization settled heavily in their minds. Had they been too biased? Had they let their hatred blind them? The moment the thought formed, an uneasy silence stretched between them. Ace swallowed hard, shifting on his feet. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe not all of them. But most. Michael exhaled softly. Most isn't all. Leah scoffed. Does it matter? The ones who aren't cruel just sit back and watch. They don't do anything. They let things happen. Michael's gaze sharpened. And what would you have them do? Leah opened his mouth but hesitated. He had never thought that far. It was easy to hate, to blame, but now that he was forced to explain. Michael continued, let's say a noble, one with real power, decided to stand against the others. What do you think would happen to them? Ace furrowed his brows. They'd get crushed. Michael nodded. Exactly. The world isn't fair, and power doesn't always mean freedom. Even those at the top have chains around their necks. Different from yours, but chains nonetheless. With his experience in the past few days in the real world, he could see things from another point of view and understand them. This didn't mean he agreed with them, but it didn't stop him from understanding. Speaking to these two wasn't just for their sake, it was also for himself. Leah's fists tightened. So what? Are you saying we should just accept it? Michael sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm saying that painting the world in black and white is the easy way out. The truth is messy. Leah scowled, but the anger was weaker now, less certainty, more doubt. Ace glanced between them, hesitant. Then, what about you? Michael raised an eyebrow. What about me? You're a noble, Ace said, voice quiet. But you don't act like one. Michael's lips curved slightly. And what do nobles act like? Leah flinched but didn't answer. Michael let the silence stretch before speaking again. I don't care if you hate nobles. That's your choice. But if you're going to despise something, at least understand what you're hating. Otherwise, you're no better than the nobles who look down on commoners without ever knowing them. Leah's breath caught. The words hit harder than he wanted to admit. Michael let those words settle before shifting the conversation. Now, let's talk about what happens next. The sudden change in topic sent a jolt through the two youths. Their bodies tensed, bracing for whatever punishment he had in mind. Michael crossed his arms, studying them. You tried to rob me. You pointed knives at me. If I wanted, I could have you both arrested or worse. Ace swallowed hard. He didn't doubt it. Any noble with half a mind would have called the guards by now. Leah, despite himself, clenched his fists. Then why haven't you? Michael's lips curled slightly, not quite a smile, not quite a smirk. Because I'm not done with you yet. A chill ran down their spines. Leah felt it in his gut. Whatever was coming next wasn't going to be simple. Michael leaned forward slightly. Can you read? The unexpected question caught them off guard. Leah hesitated. Some. Michael nodded, then shifted his gaze to Ace. And you? Ace scratched the back of his head. A little. A bit better than Leah. In fact, he was much better than Leah, but for some reason he didn't really think exposing his full capacity was the best decision at the moment. Michael hummed. What about writing? I can't write, but Ace can, Leah admitted. How well do you know the capital? Pretty well, Ace said quickly. We've lived here all our lives. And the kingdom? Ace hesitated. We don't know much outside the city, but we know people who do. Unlike Leah, Ace had picked up on what was happening. Michael didn't seem to want to punish them but use them. He didn't know if this was better, but it was definitely better than dying. Or being arrested, which was just another route to death, or something close to it. Michael's gaze sharpened. People who do, huh? He tilted his head slightly, considering. Smugglers? Informants? Or just people who get around? Ace swallowed. A bit of everything. Leah shot him a wary glance, but Ace ignored it. He had already decided, their best option was to make themselves useful. If Michael wanted something from them, that meant they had value. And if they had value, they might just survive this. Michael studied them for a long moment before nodding. All right. I'll give you two a choice. Leah tensed. Ace did too. Your only choice is to follow me and do as I say, Michael said. Lien waited. Ace did too. But after a few seconds, Michael said nothing more. Is that all? Lien couldn't help but ask. Usually, when someone was given a choice, weren't there at least two options? What kind of scam was this? What's the other option? Ace stammered when the air suddenly grew heavy, suffocating them. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. There is no other option. But if one did exist, it would only be death. For a moment, they truly thought they were going to die. Subconsciously, their eyes were drawn to Michael's. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they seemed to glow green, casting an eerie light over the situation. We'll follow you, my lord. Ace was the first to speak, followed quickly by Lien. This was the first time either of them had shown deference to a noble. Commoners weren't required to bow or kneel in the presence of all nobles, only the highest-ranked ones. However, in front of nobles, basic respect was expected. Of course, the level of respect a noble received could also depend on where they were. Outside, even hunters had to acknowledge a noble's status, but within the Hunters' Guild building, as long as they didn't openly insult a noble, they were free to act as they pleased. Sitting in a noble's presence without greeting them, however, could still be considered an act of disrespect. As for the noblest of nobles, those of the highest rank, they had to be respected everywhere, regardless of location, as long as their identity was recognized. As for killing the two, Michael had no intention of actually doing it. It was an empty threat, one he knew they wouldn't be able to recognize. After all, technically speaking, as a noble, he did have the authority to decide their life or death without consequence. Though Michael felt uneasy about the power structure of this world, he couldn't deny that a part of him liked it. It wasn't about being evil or cruel. Anyone would enjoy having a special status, especially one that came with real privileges. What would define him as evil was how he chose to use this status. It was just like what he had told Leah and Ace: while corrupt nobles seemed to be the norm in this world, he didn't believe that was the case for all of them. Earth's medieval history had shown far worse, revealing just how cruel humans could be to their own kind, and that was in a world without supernatural power. Nodding at their acceptance, Michael reached into his robe and withdrew his hand. Though it had been empty when he placed it inside, a map now rested in his palm, the one he had obtained from the Hunter Guild. Judging Ace to be the more reasonable of the two, Michael handed the map to him. "Can you get to this place?" Ace took the map and studied it carefully. "I haven't been out of the capital that much, my lord, but I dare say I can point out the location marked here," he said with some confidence. It seemed that after realizing his fate now depended on Michael, he was making an effort to fit into his role as a subordinate. Michael couldn't help but smile at that. A second later, however, his expression darkened. As much as he wanted to move out immediately, there was an issue that needed to be addressed first. "You too." Ace and Leah's hearts pounded in anticipation, only to feel utterly scammed and insulted by his next words. "Stink." Maybe his nose was just too sensitive, but standing this close to them was genuinely uncomfortable. The same issue plagued the outer city, though the slums were far worse. In contrast, the inner city even smelled different, cleaner, almost refined. What Michael didn't realize was that most commoners didn't bathe daily. And for those in the slums, it was even worse. Leah blinked. "Excuse me." Ace, on the other hand, lowered his head slightly, as if he had already expected this reaction. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. "I'm not trying to insult you. It's just a fact. If we're traveling together, I need you both to at least not smell like—" He cut himself off, shaking his head. "Never mind. Just clean up." Leah then spoke. "We don't have money for baths, and even if we did, the bathhouses don't just let anyone in." Michael frowned. "You have bathhouses?" Ace looked up. "Of course, my lord. The nobles and the wealthy have private baths, but for commoners, there are public bathhouses. However, entry isn't free." Michael considered this. He wasn't particularly stingy with money, but he also wasn't about to start handing out coins every time an issue arose. "Is there a river nearby?" he asked. Ace hesitated before nodding. "There's one, but it's mostly used by those who can't afford the bathhouses. And it's not exactly the cleanest. Of course, we could also boil the water to make it cleaner, but that's a waste of resources. Most commoners just wash a few parts of their body, wipe themselves down, and call it done." Michael sighed. He glanced at the two of them. "Fine. I'll cover the cost of a proper bathhouse, but don't get used to it." Ace's eyes lit up, but Leah merely bowed slightly. "Thank you, my lord." Michael waved off their gratitude. "It's not charity. I just don't want to suffer while traveling with you." Leah said nothing. Ace, on the other hand, looked a little relieved. "Before we go, remove those covers from your faces," Michael ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. Leah and Ace stiffened. However, they didn't take long to remove the covers from their faces. From the moment they agreed to follow this noble's wishes, it was obvious that he would have to see their real faces at some point. They just felt a bit uncomfortable having to take their masks off under these circumstances, especially given the original reason they wore them in the first place. In the end, Michael ended up taking a bath as well. He had asked the two youths about the cost of a bathhouse, and they mentioned that the most expensive one charged 20 copper coins per hour. Copper coins. This was the first time Michael had heard of this currency in the land of origin. However, it didn't surprise him, he had already suspected that there might be a currency lower than silver. And he was right. Not wanting to expose his ignorance, Michael carefully extracted more information from the two. There were 3 recognized currencies in the kingdom of Lionheart: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The exchange rate was 100:1, meaning 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. When Michael learned this, he was delighted, he was rich. Even after spending some silver coins on a meal at that fancy restaurant and registering at the Hunter Guild, he still had more than 20 silver coins. That meant he had around 2,000 copper coins. To gauge the value of copper coins, he indirectly probed the 2 youths for more details. Basically, 10 copper coins were enough for a commoner to feed themselves if they were frugal. This meant 3 to 4 silver coins were enough for a commoner to survive for an entire year. Hearing this made Michael's lips twitch. He had spent that exact amount on a single meal back in the inner city. But his wealth didn't stop there. One must not forget that Mage Lien had also given him 10 gold coins. This was Michael's true wealth. Why? A single gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, meaning his 10 gold coins were the same as 1,000 silver coins, or 100,000 copper coins. While this amount might not make him wealthy among nobles, compared to the commoners, Michael was rich. With this much money, he felt a slight disdain toward using a public bathhouse, even if it was likely to be empty at this time of day. When Ace mentioned inns also had private bathing areas, Michael immediately opted for that instead. In fact, the two had suggested they could bathe in the river while Michael waited, but he refused outright. Back on Aurora, he had always used clean, treated water for hygiene. Even public water sources there were safer than what these people used. Due to his condition back on Earth, he had never even dared to step into an ocean. And even those who did swim in large bodies of water often took another bath afterward. Though it wasn't him bathing in the river but the 2 youths, Michael felt he could offer more. Considering he was about to rely on them, why not treat it as their salary? Deciding to clean up properly, Michael took them to an inn and paid 2 silver coins for each of them to have a private bath. He was the first to finish, but even when he came out, the 2 were still inside. They hadn't used the opportunity to run away. This was something Michael had expected. If they wanted to escape him, their only option would be to leave the capital entirely, otherwise, they would have to live in fear of a noble's revenge. The few hours he had spent as a fake one was enough to make Michael know how privileged a real noble was. Before heading to the inn, he had also bought new clothes for Ace and Leah. The outfits didn't make them look any less like commoners, but they certainly looked better than before. Leah was tall, surprisingly so, now that Michael could see him clearly. If he had to guess, Leah stood at least 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. His frame was lean, but not weak, and his features were sharp yet ordinary, a face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Ace, on the other hand, was short, barely reaching 5 feet 5 inches, 165 centimeters. His build was smaller, making him look almost scrawny next to Leah. His face was equally unremarkable, not ugly, but nothing that would turn heads either. Both of them had dark brown hair and tan skin, likely from spending most of their lives outside. Looking at them, Michael realized something: they were utterly forgettable. If not for the time they had spent together, he wouldn't have recognized them in a crowd. Michael glanced at their new clothes. While still commoner attire, they were cleaner and in better condition than the rags they had worn before. He didn't say anything, but he did note the difference. They still looked like commoners, but not struggling ones. Ace shifted under Michael's gaze, running a hand through his damp hair. "Something wrong, my lord?" Michael shook his head. "No. Just getting a good look at you both." Leah gave a small nod. "You're making sure we aren't hiding anything, aren't you?" He felt uncomfortable being so obedient to a noble, but he was wide enough to know what he should do and not do. Michael smiled slightly. That too. Neither of them argued. They knew that Michael had a right to be cautious. As for Michael, he now had a better understanding of who he was dealing with. Ordinary. That was the best word to describe them. But ordinary people often had the most approved. To be honest, the two felt that Michael was taking care of his servants a bit too much. Yes, servants. As commoners, that was essentially what they were to nobles. But their actions toward Michael had only solidified that role further. What they didn't realize was that Michael had been completely honest, he simply couldn't stand to suffer through their smell. Other nobles wouldn't care, not because they had stronger endurance, but because they saw spending money on commoners as a waste. Of course, not all nobles were like this. Most wouldn't even bother dealing with commoners directly, leaving such matters to their attendants instead. But Michael was different. He wasn't even a noble in the first place. To be honest, Michael wondered why people's first impression of him was always that he was a noble. He wasn't a narcissist, but he knew he was quite good-looking, with sharp facial features enhanced by his striking green eyes. Advancing to rank 1 seemed to have further refined his overall appearance. Of course, that didn't mean all powerful individuals were naturally attractive. Some were simply lucky enough to get the better end of the deal. But did people assume he was a noble just because of his looks? Michael doubted it. If that were the case, this world would be ridiculously superficial. Among everyone he had encountered, Mage Lien was perhaps the only one whose misunderstanding Michael could fully understand. It was his power that had not only drawn Mage Lien to him but also kept them in contact. Michael still didn't know much about this world, but he was observant enough to recognize that a power like his wasn't something ordinary people possessed. It was the kind of strength that usually belonged to those with status, background, and proper foundations. In a way, it was no different from cultivation back on Earth. From this perspective, he could see why others might mistake him for nobility. But what about everyone else? Was he really so good-looking that it was impossible to believe he was a commoner? Michael would love to think that was the case, that he was just that attractive, but he was far too self-aware to entertain such a delusion. His looks could only take him so far, and certainly not to the level where his entire identity would be so greatly mistaken. Still, regardless of the real reason, Michael had more important things to focus on right now. The location marked here seems to be a village not far from the capital. Seems to be. Sorry, my lord. It is a village. So, do you know how to get there? With the map, I can try, but to be sure, we can also take a carriage, my lord. A carriage? This time, Leah, who had been silent throughout, finally spoke as the three of them wandered the streets of the outer city together. Keeping Michael's supposed status in mind, they made sure to walk a step behind him at all times. It would be better to also hire a few adventurers if possible, my lord, Leah suddenly spoke, drawing Michael's attention. The youth had been silent for a while, so his sudden words were quite attention-grabbing, especially considering what he had just suggested. Adventurers. Adventurers were individuals registered with the Adventurers Guild. Michael had already planned to join the guild after gaining more experience as a hunter, but hiring adventurers? That was new knowledge. He didn't respond immediately and instead let Leah continue. I'm not sure, but I've been hearing a lot of rumors that the roads leading to the capital are no longer as safe as they used to be. I've even seen a few merchants enter the Adventurers Guild to post escort tasks, hiring adventurers to protect their goods from being stolen or to avoid getting killed themselves. The atmosphere between them grew tense at the topic. Michael fell into deep thought. His current task from the Hunters Guild was to subjugate a bandit group that had been raiding trade routes near several villages. His job was simple: take them down, bring back evidence, and the guild would verify his completion before rewarding him. Speaking of rewards, now that Michael had a clearer understanding of the local currency, he realized just how significant it was: 200 silvers. 2 gold coins. Not only would he gain valuable experience points from dealing with the bandits, but the money itself was good. Do merchants usually use adventurers? Michael asked, shifting his gaze to Liao. Though the youth still seemed to hold some resentment toward him, perhaps realizing that resisting further would only make things worse, he remained obedient. Between the two, Michael still preferred Ace, who, at the very least, seemed to have better intentions. Well, robbing him wasn't exactly a good intention. Yes, my lord, Liao answered. Some wealthy merchants have their own private guards, people they've trained and employed personally. But for those who can't afford that, adventurers are their best option. Even merchants with guards still suffer from bandits, and with how things have been lately, more of them have been turning to adventurers for protection. Michael frowned slightly. Why did it sound like adventurers were just open hires? From the way Liao made it sound, they were practically mercenaries anyone could pay for the right price. Well, I'll understand more once I join. As for hiring adventurers, Michael dismissed the idea almost immediately. Would they be more capable than his undead? Highly doubtful. And even if they were, he wouldn't be able to afford those of that level. Besides, hiring adventurers would be like using a nuke just to cut a piece of bread. A complete waste. Michael figured Liao had only brought up adventurers because he knew they would be leaving the capital soon and was worried about the safety of himself and Ace, not about Michael, who held power over them. The three of them didn't speak any further and instead made their way to the area where they could hire a carriage. The carriage business in the capital was well organized, catering to both commoners and nobles. At the heart of the transportation network were the public carriages, which operated on fixed routes within the city and to nearby villages. These were the most affordable option, shared by multiple passengers, but they were also slow and often overcrowded. Drivers followed a schedule, departing only when enough people had boarded to make the trip profitable. For those with a bit more coin, rental carriages were available. These could be hired for specific routes, allowing for a more private and direct journey. Prices varied depending on the distance and the quality of the carriage, with sturdier ones being more expensive. Some rental services even offered armed escorts for an additional fee, especially for long-distance travel. Then there were the noble carriages, an entirely different class of transportation. Luxurious, well-maintained, and often bearing family crests, these were owned by aristocrats or rented by those wealthy enough to afford the prestige. They came with personal drivers, comfortable seating, and sometimes even magical enhancements to smooth out the ride. These were the carriages that always had the right-of-way on the streets, and few dared to block their path. Michael and his group arrived at a bustling square where various carriages and wagons were lined up, each with a driver calling out destinations. A wooden board displayed pricing for different destinations outside the capital, along with optional services like fast travel, routes that cost more but guaranteed quicker and safer passage. Some carriages were clearly reinforced, designed for longer, riskier journeys, while others were simple wooden wagons meant for farmers and traders. Michael scanned the options. Now, he just had to decide which ones suited their needs. Michael's gaze swept across the square, evaluating the available carriages. The cheapest options were basic wooden wagons, shared rides with strangers. The more expensive ones were reinforced with iron plating, built for long distances and dangerous routes. He approached a sturdier-looking carriage, its wheels thick and reinforced. The driver, an older man with graying hair, eyed him cautiously before dipping his head in a respectful nod. "My lord, do you need a carriage?" The man's tone was careful, as if unsure whether Michael was truly a noble or simply dressed like one. Michael handed over the map and tapped a spot. "How long to get here and back?" The driver studied the map for a moment before humming thoughtfully. "Woodring Town. A round trip will take about 18 hours, my lord, assuming no delays." His expression grew serious. "But the roads aren't as safe as they used to be. Bandits have been active, and without escorts, I can't guarantee we'll make it through unscathed." Michael met the driver's gaze. "You're saying I need to hire guards?" The driver hesitated before nodding. "Yes, my lord. Either that, or you'll have to be capable of protecting yourself." His eyes flickered to Liao and Ace. Even armed travelers have been getting ambushed lately. A noble like yourself would be a high-value target. Michael smirked slightly at the assumption but didn't correct him. How much for the trip? 3 silver coins for the carriage alone, my lord. If you want me to arrange escorts, that'll cost extra. Michael considered it. He could afford the carriage, but paying for escorts was unnecessary. He had no intention of relying on mercenaries when his undead could handle the job. Still, the driver's caution made sense. If attacks were common, then merchants and travelers alike had reason to be wary. Michael nodded. I'll handle the protection myself. The eyes of the old man flickered and a look of hesitation appeared in his face. Behind him Michael also noticed Ace and Leah had weird expressions on their faces. Do I look that weak? That was the first thought that flashed through Michael's mind after seeing the reactions of the people around him. He couldn't think of anything else to warrant their current expressions after his words. However, it wasn't that they thought he was weak. On the contrary, Michael looked like someone capable of defending himself. Ace and Leah were perfect witnesses to this. His earlier display in the slums had already proven his strength. Their expressions weren't of doubt but something else entirely. Unpleasant memories had resurfaced in their minds, reminding them why they were in their current situation. As for the driver, he wasn't dismissing Michael's ability to fight. The youth carried himself with the grace and confidence of someone who knew his own strength. But against vicious bandits? The old man wasn't convinced. Michael, realizing he had to convince them, especially since it seemed like a trip could be denied even if one had the money, stepped closer to the old man's carriage under the driver's suspicious gaze. Without a word, he grabbed hold of the carriage and lifted it half a meter off the ground. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The reaction wasn't limited to just him. Everyone who witnessed the sight froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. For a brief moment, silence filled the air. Then, murmurs erupted among the bystanders. Did he just lift that? That's not normal strength. Is he a knight? The old man swallowed, gripping the reins of his horses a little tighter. His earlier hesitation wavered, but his caution didn't fully disappear. Michael set the carriage down gently, dusting off his hands as if he hadn't just lifted an entire vehicle off the ground. Then, he turned back to the driver. Will that be enough to ease your worries? The old man hesitated before nodding slowly. It's impressive, my lord, but strength alone won't stop a blade from your back when you're outnumbered. Michael almost rolled his eyes. He had undead at his disposal, his back was the least of his concerns. However, to put the old man at ease, Michael addressed him directly. Okay, I'll get a few guards, all right? The old man's tense expression eased slightly, though he still seemed wary. That'd be best, my lord. The roads aren't what they used to be. Michael wasn't actually planning to hire adventurers, but saying this would at least stop the old man from hesitating further. Besides, if it came down to it, his undead were more than enough. Yes, Michael planned to use his undead as guards. With that settled, the driver finally nodded. All right then, we leave as soon as you're ready. Michael gave a small nod. Give me a few minutes. Without waiting for a response, he turned to Ace and Leah, handing each of them 2 silver coins. Go buy food supplies. Enough for a long journey, he instructed. Ace glanced at the coin in his palm, then at Michael. How long are we talking? At least 2 days, Michael replied. An 18-hour round trip wasn't something they could complete in a single day. It was already afternoon, and while Michael wasn't against night travel, it wasn't his goal either. After all, the village they were heading to wasn't his real destination. According to the map, it was simply the most likely area near the city where the bandits' base was located. He had to take his time searching for it. With that in mind, he separated from the group after paying the old man in advance. Payment before service was standard practice. Then, without wasting any more time, he made his way back to the slums. The moment he stepped into the rougher part of the city, trouble found him. A group of would-be robbers thought they had an easy target, but Michael wasn't in the mood to play along. The first man who lunged at him got his wrist grabbed and twisted until he screamed. Another tried to stab him from behind, only for Michael to sidestep and elbow him in the ribs, sending him crumpling to the ground. By the time the third man even considered running, Michael had already sent the second one into a nearby wall. With the would-be thieves groaning in pain, Michael dusted off his sleeves and continued on his way. Soon, he arrived at the secluded location where he had subdued Ace and Leah earlier. Standing in the empty lot, he raised his hand and activated his skill. A moment later, 4 figures emerged from the shadows, their heavy armor clanking softly. Michael looked at his creations, 4 armored orcs, each towering over him, their monstrous forms radiating an intimidating presence. These were his guards. After the battle with the crack monsters in the real world, Michael had thoroughly cleaned all his undead. For those he could wash with water, he poured it on them. As for the ones requiring more delicate care, he handed them wipes and had them clean themselves. Now, standing before him, his undead were spotless, though they still radiated a faint murderous aura. Michael eyed them critically before giving a firm order. "Keep your heads down and don't let anyone see under your hoods." The orcs nodded silently. They were all fully covered, and aside from their towering physiques, they looked human enough. As long as no one caught a glimpse of their skin, they would pass unnoticed. With his undead disguised as guards, Michael wasted no time and led them toward the meeting point. As they made their way through the slums, passers-by instinctively kept their distance. The sheer presence of the armored figures was enough to deter any lingering troublemakers. Michael ignored the wary gazes and focused on the path ahead. When they reached the marketplace, he spotted Ace and Leah returning with sacks of food supplies. Leah was the first to notice him. His eyes darted toward the 4 massive figures behind him, and he visibly stiffened. "Is this who I actually tried to rob?" he thought in awe of his audacity. When the driver saw Michael's guards, a more respectful look appeared on his face, reflected not only in his expression but also in his gestures and the way he addressed Michael. If he had any doubts about Michael's noble status before, they were completely gone now. The armor worn by the guards was far superior to that of the kingdom's knights. Not that the knights' armor was bad, far from it. But the fact that most of the kingdom knights wore the same standardized design meant it was a mass-produced model, albeit a high-quality one. However, what Michael's guards wore was different. Their armor had an undeniable air of prestige. The craftsmanship, the detailing, it was something only powerful nobles could afford. Even among the nobility, wealth varied. There were poor nobles who could barely equip their personal guards, and then there were those whose retainers rivaled the elite warriors of the kingdom. And from what the driver could see, Michael belonged to the latter. Ace and Leah thought the same. They had already suspected Michael wasn't an ordinary person, but seeing the reactions of the people around them only reinforced that belief. Ace glanced at Leah, who gave him a subtle nod. Neither of them spoke, but the same unspoken thought passed between them. Who exactly had they gotten involved with? The only thought only filled them with fear, but they tried their best not to show it. Michael, noticing their expressions, turned to them. "How's the food situation?" he asked. Ace snapped out of his thoughts and quickly responded, "We got enough for 2 days, like you said. Bread, dried meat, some fruits, and a bit of cheese. Should last us if we ration properly." Leah added, "We also got some water and a few extra supplies, just in case." Michael nodded in approval. "Good. Load everything into the carriage. We'll be moving soon." Ace and Leah wasted no time, hurrying to secure their purchases. Meanwhile, Michael turned back to the driver. "Everything is set. We can leave now." The driver, now fully convinced of Michael's status, gave a respectful bow before climbing onto the driver's seat. "Understood, my lord. We'll depart immediately." With that, the journey began. The carriage rolled forward, its wheels creaking slightly as they left the marketplace behind and headed toward the city gates. Michael sat inside, arms crossed, while Ace and Leah kept quiet, their earlier thoughts lingering. Outside, his guards marched beside the carriage, their heavy footsteps steady and measured. Though they did not speak, their mere presence was enough to draw attention. As they made their way through the outer city, people couldn't help but take notice. Whispers spread among the crowd, eyes darting toward the carriage and its escorts. "Who could that be?" a merchant murmured, pausing mid-sail. "Those guards, look at that armor," another person whispered. "Must be some noble from the inner city." Even the knights stationed at the city gate found themselves watching. Unlike common folk, they were trained to assess threats, and Michael's guards gave off a clear impression: these were not men to be trifled with. The lead knight, an older man with a grizzled beard, narrowed his eyes as he observed them. Stronger than the standard city guards, the knight silently admitted. Yet despite the curiosity, no one stopped them. The city gates weren't particularly strict when it came to nobles, and Michael's carriage, combined with the intimidating presence of his guards, was more than enough to deter unnecessary questioning. What was only weird was why the carriage was quite ordinary. With a final glance at the armored figures, the gate knights waved them through. Unlike Michael's secret concern that the knights might sense the oddity of his undead, specifically, their lack of breath, all they could perceive was their hidden strength. In truth, the knights didn't bother observing the guards deeply enough to notice subtle details like breathing. No one would suspect undead roaming freely in the capital to begin with. The very idea was absurd. As far as they were concerned, Michael's retainers were simply well-trained warriors, silent, disciplined, and undeniably powerful. The carriage passed beneath the towering stone archway, leaving the city behind as they entered the open road. The moment they left the city, the atmosphere shifted. The bustling noise of the capital faded behind them, replaced by the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the soft creaking of the carriage. The road ahead stretched far, flanked by rolling fields and patches of dense woodland. Michael remained silent, gazing out the window as the carriage moved steadily forward. His mind was occupied, not just with the journey ahead, but with the unknown situations he might face. Ace and Leah, seated across from him, were equally quiet. They were still processing everything that had happened since meeting Michael. Their first impression of him had been of someone important, but now, it was clear he was far beyond what they had initially assumed. The journey continued without issue for the next few hours, but as the sun began to set, the driver slowed the horses. "My lord," he called out. "It'll be dark soon. Should we set up camp for the night?" Michael considered the suggestion. While his undead didn't need rest, he knew Ace and Leah weren't like him. They needed sleep. Besides, traveling at night, especially on an unfamiliar road, was an unnecessary risk. At least for the average person. "We'll stop here," he decided. The carriage rolled to a halt at the side of the road, near a clearing sheltered by trees. Michael stepped out first, scanning their surroundings. It was quiet, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves and distant chirps of night insects. "Start a fire," he instructed. "We'll take turns keeping watch." Ace and Leah nodded, setting to work. As they gathered wood and prepared their modest meal, Michael remained standing, his gaze locked on the darkening horizon. This was the longest he had ever stayed in the land of origin, Michael realized. And for some reason, perhaps because of the sense of freedom this world gave him, he was loving every second of it, despite some unpleasant moments. However, as real as this world felt, Michael knew he had to return to his own. According to the driver, they had about 3 hours of travel left before reaching their destination. However, the night had fallen faster than expected, forcing him to call for a stop. They could have pushed on if Michael had insisted, but for the people of this world, traveling at night was a risk few were willing to take. In fact, along the way, he had already noticed several carriages stopping by the roadside, their occupants setting up camp for the night. One thing stood out to him: each group kept a respectful distance from one another. Michael wouldn't call himself the smartest, but this simple observation, combined with the driver's unspoken caution, made it clear that wild animals and monsters weren't the only dangers lurking in the dark. As they settled in, a campfire crackled at the center of their makeshift resting spot, while Michael's 4 undead stood watch. Seated near the fire, he ate the dried meat and fruits Ace and Leah had bought earlier. His mind, however, was elsewhere, thinking of a way to slip away from the group. A short distance away, Ace, Leah, and the old driver sat around a smaller fire of their own. Despite traveling together, they maintained a clear boundary. It wasn't out of disrespect or distrust, but rather an ingrained habit. A noble and a commoner dining together. The thought alone felt unnatural to them, almost like a sin. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the group finally set up their tents. The driver, accustomed to long journeys, had a simple canvas shelter that barely offered protection from the elements. Ace and Leah shared a more modest tent, hastily put together but enough to shield them from the cold night air. Michael, on the other hand, had his own tent, but it was no different from theirs. He had no intention of wasting money on unnecessary comfort. Instead of a thick bedroll, he laid on the bare ground with only a thin layer of cloth between him and the dirt. In a typical traveling group, when it was time to rest, they would take turns keeping watch, one group sleeping while the other stood guard, then switching in a cycle until morning. But thanks to Michael's undead, there was no need for such precautions. The 4 silent figures stood at the perimeter of the camp, their unmoving forms barely distinguishable in the dim firelight. Their presence allowed everyone else to rest without worry. Ace, settling into his tent, couldn't help but glance toward Michael's resting spot. It was still strange to him, traveling with a noble. Leah felt the same. In fact, they felt even more. Today was surely going to be a memorable day in their lives. They weren't sure if they had truly escaped death, but at the very least, they had avoided immediate execution at the hands of a noble who had every right to kill them. Yet, somehow, instead of corpses left in the dirt, they had become his servants. And for some reason, it didn't feel as bad as they had expected. Leah never imagined a day would come when he would think like this, when he would see a noble in a better light. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was nothing more than a fleeting moment of uncertainty. Even if he someday came to believe that not all nobles were evil, it wouldn't erase what he had seen from the worst of them. The proof of that was his sister's fate. As for the driver, he could only think that this noble was very strange. Michael carried himself like a noble, yet he acted nothing like one. Though it was rare for a noble to use his services, in his many years as a driver, he had transported more than a few. But only a handful had ever stood out to him the way Michael did. No, wait. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was because of the Duke of Evermoon event. But lately, he had indeed been encountering a few interesting individuals. The driver, however, seemed to have no problem with it. Years on the road had taught him one thing: everyone had their own way of doing things. If Michael was content with sleeping on the ground despite his status, then so be it. The night grew colder, the wind whispering through the trees. Most of the camp had settled into a quiet stillness, but Michael remained awake. He had been thinking of how to leave the group for a while and return to his real world when he suddenly realized, he didn't actually need to. Everyone would be asleep by the end of the day. And when he was back in Aurora, wasn't this body going to sleep anyway? Of course, Michael couldn't just leave his body defenseless. Anyway, he wasn't going to stay in the real world for long and might not even stay for half an hour if he was met with no welcome in his real world. Inside the makeshift tent Ace and Leah had set up for him, spacious enough to move comfortably, Michael summoned a female orc to stand guard. Satisfied with his precaution, he closed his eyes and connected his consciousness with his body in Aurora. A moment later, a pair of green eyes opened. Michael found himself staring at the familiar ceiling of his room. Reaching for his phone, he checked the time, 10:30 p.m. Spreading his senses through the apartment, he realized he was the only one moving. Apart from the orc in his room, Beginning and Lily stood guard outside, just as he had instructed. He had expected this, but it was still strange to process. Before reaching civilization in the land of origin, balancing his time between both worlds hadn't been too difficult. But now, Michael wasn't so sure. How was he supposed to live moving forward? Which of these two worlds would he truly call home? Now, he found himself asking the same question almost every awakener had pondered at some point. Aunt Mia and Lily are asleep now. No, almost everyone is asleep. Michael spread his senses wide, confirming the stillness around him. To him, this was better. With no more hesitation, he got to work. After so long, it was finally time to attempt undead summoning on his existing undead again. He hoped to increase the number of undead he could summon and, with his remaining evolution points, evolve a few special ones he was particularly interested in, if possible. Michael left the undead in his room as they were and quietly slipped out the window. The ruined cityscape stretched before him, desolate and still beneath the moonlight. Aside from the eerie silence and the occasional gust of wind kicking up dust, there was nothing worth noting. Without wasting time, he began placing a few of his undead into his storage space. The process was quick, given the limited capacity. When the space was full, he landed near one of his patrolling undead. "You, guard this place," Michael ordered. The undead didn't respond, but it didn't need to. He could feel the command take hold. Satisfied, he focused inward. A moment later, his consciousness shifted. The sounds of crackling fire and rustling leaves filled his ears as he opened his eyes in the land of origin. The transition was seamless, as if he had merely blinked. His orc guardian still squatted in his tent. Michael sat up. He could tell from the silence that the others were asleep. His undead remained at their posts, standing motionless like statues around the camp. Without making a sound, Michael dismissed the undead within his tent, sending her back to the netherworld. The orc vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint wisp of energy before fading completely. He sat still for a moment, listening. The distant crackle of the fire. The rustling of leaves in the night breeze. The faint breathing of Ace, Leah, and the driver in their respective tents. Satisfied that no one was awake, Michael slipped out of his tent. The cold night air brushed against his skin as he moved, his footsteps light against the dirt. The undead at the perimeter remained in place, their watchful presence ensuring the safety of the camp. If anyone woke up, they would assume he was still inside. Without hesitation, Michael disappeared from his position as he moved swiftly through the forest. He weaved between the trees, ensuring that he was far enough from camp before finally stopping in a secluded clearing. Only then did he release his undead. One by one, figures emerged, hulking forms stepping forward from the void. A dozen undead surrounded him now, their cold, lifeless gazes locked onto their master. After this, Michael summoned Lucky and his human undead mage. The former so it could guard him as he still had more undead to bring from Aurora, and the latter to free up space in his storage and also guard him. Without wasting time, Michael reached inward once more, his consciousness shifting back to Aurora. The transition was smooth, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in his ruined estate. Without hesitation, he continued the process, placing more undead into his storage space before shifting back to the land of origin. In the secluded clearing, the summoned undead stood in disciplined silence. Michael swiftly released the stored undead, allowing them to take their places around him before vanishing once more. Back and forth he went, repeating the process with practiced efficiency. With each return to Aurora, he emptied his storage space and filled it again with more undead he had taken in haste from the Everlong forest. Then, in the land of origin, he released them into the wilderness near his body. Time slipped away unnoticed. The only indication of its passage was the gradual increase in the number of undead standing in the clearing. After several cycles, Michael paused, taking a moment to assess his progress. He had transported all of the undead that had originally been stationed in the Everlong forest before that monster incident. Michael was pleasantly surprised. He had expected some failure, or at the very least, a good amount of failure due to how scammy undead summoning was, yet, the process had been smooth. Looking at the 30 undead under his command on his status screen, Michael couldn't help but smirk. It's probably because of the difference in power. Michael figured. It made sense. He was far above most of these undead in strength, and that difference likely played a huge role in why the process had gone so seamlessly. If he were trying to bind something closer to his level, or stronger, it would probably be a different story. Still, this was a good sign. Now, he only had 20 undead left that he couldn't summon and dismiss at will into the netherworld. This was far fewer than before, so Michael was quite pleased, though he couldn't ignore the mild annoyance that lingered. He had already attempted to bind these remaining undead 3 times, only to fail each time. Most of them were on the stronger end, so it wasn't exactly surprising that they resisted the summoning process. Still, it grated on him. Fortunately, the undead he was most interested in were already among those he could summon freely. Aside from the new undead type he had obtained from the chaos caused by the demonic supernaturals, his primary interest lay in the insects. Take the spectral ant, for example. If it was an actual race that existed in the world and not just a creation of his talent, then its background was bound to be interesting. Michael turned to glance at the undead and its skills. Ghostly camouflage, basic mastery, proficiency, 2.324%. The spectral ant can blend into its surroundings, becoming semi-transparent and significantly harder to detect visually. At basic mastery, it becomes almost invisible in dim or shaded environments for up to 15 seconds. However, the effect does not prevent detection by enemies with heightened senses or those trained to detect supernatural creatures. There is a 30-second cooldown after use. Ghostly charge, basic mastery, proficiency, 3.03%. The spectral ant increases its speed by 40% for 8 seconds, allowing it to move in a sudden burst toward a target. After the charge, it suffers a 4-second slowdown, but the skill can be used again after a 20-second cooldown. Its skills were interesting, but what Michael truly liked about this particular undead was its strength. He had a strong suspicion that if this undead advanced to rank 1, even as a common rank creature, its strength wouldn't be any worse than his rare rank orcs when they had just advanced. Ants had a social structure, and if the spectral ant belonged to a race that functioned like normal ants, it wouldn't be considered special. That was precisely why Michael found it so intriguing. However, due to the nature of his talent, only being able to use it on dead creatures that became his undead, he might never be able to fully experiment with this race. For example, what would happen if he revived the ghost ant queen that the spectral ant evolved from? The problem was that undead couldn't reproduce. Logically, this limitation would extend to a ghost ant queen as well. Evolving a breeding creature that couldn't even breed felt like a complete waste. Maybe things would change at higher ranks, but who knew what rank or how many evolution points it would take? This point frustrated Michael greatly. Until now, he had no idea how, nor was he even sure if it was possible, to use his talent on living creatures. The thought of it gnawed at him, but he could only move forward, focusing on improving his knowledge of souls and all the aspects connected to his talent. His frustration with this limitation only grew worse when his undead human mage evolved into a high human. If he could use his talent on himself. Michael couldn't even imagine how powerful he'd become. What he did know, though, was that he'd be terrifyingly strong. However, such thoughts weren't occupying Michael's mind now. He turned his attention to his remaining evolution points. 21 evolution points. It was just enough to evolve 4 3-star common rank creatures into 1-star rare rank creatures. It sounded like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't much at all. Still, Michael could only make do with what he had. He had considered saving his evolution points, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Creatures like Prince or his undead humans, which required a high number of evolution points to advance to the next rank, would take at least 3 days of accumulation. That wasn't long in the grand scheme of things, but Michael didn't think it was wise to neglect his other undead in the meantime. Unless something unexpected came up, it was better to evolve all his undead to rare rank first, then focus on raising the ranks of his stronger or more unique ones like his human undead. For now, at least, he didn't need an immediate boost in power. Had that been the case, his priorities would have been entirely different. As an undead he had been quite curious about, the spectral ant was never left out of Michael's list of undead to evolve. Without hesitation, 5 evolution points disappeared from his total. A moment later, a newly evolved spectral ant appeared before him. It was now a 1-star rare rank 1 undead. The spectral centurion ant. For its rare rank evolution, the spectral ant could become the spectral centurion ant, a high-ranking soldier cast in an undead ant colony. Spectral centurion ant, rare. The evolved spectral centurion ant was even more imposing than before. It now stood at chest height on Michael, its form exuding an even stronger presence of death and spectral energy. Its obsidian black exoskeleton had deepened in color, appearing almost liquid in the way it absorbed light. The ghostly mist that once coated its body had thickened into wispy trails of ethereal smoke, constantly shifting as though the ant itself straddled the boundary between the material and spectral realms. The spectral patterns along its back had changed, forming arcane-like engravings that pulsed with a cold, otherworldly light. Its legs were thicker and segmented like before, but now had additional chitinous ridges that made them even more durable. The mandibles, once merely serrated, had elongated into jagged, scythe-like pincers, looking like it gave the spectral centurion ant a far more menacing bite. Together with the evolution and advancement of the spectral ant came the feedback Michael received as its master. A wave of energy washed over him, instantly relieving the exhaustion accumulated from repeatedly using undead summoning. The fatigue that had settled in his body dissipated as if it had never existed, and a noticeable portion of his mana was restored. The sensation was brief but invigorating, making Michael feel as though he had just woken from a deep, refreshing sleep. Strength, 36.92, plus 5.0. Agility, 53.66, plus 5.0. Constitution, 38.22, plus 5.0. Intelligence, 150.0. Once again, Michael felt the familiar surge of strength that came with his undead's rank advancement. Though he had expected it, he was still surprised. A 5-point increase in strength, agility, and constitution. The last time he had experienced this level of feedback was with Lucky. As for his intelligence stat not increasing, Michael would have found it strange if it actually had. His intelligence was already his highest stat and the only one in the 3-digit range. Anything capable of raising it further had to be something truly extraordinary. Even so, he was pleasantly surprised. 15 points in total, almost the equivalent of 3 level-ups worth of attribute points, evenly distributed across 3 stats. Feedback is usually a reflection of what an undead excels at. I wonder just how strong this creature is now. A flicker of excitement crossed his face, but he quickly calmed himself. Even if he wanted to test the spectral ant's new power, there was a time and place for everything. Refocusing, Michael turned his attention back to the ant's skill set. Thanks to its advancement and evolution, not only had its old skills gained higher mastery, but it had also acquired a new skill. And to Michael's surprise, it was one he was already familiar with. Berserk, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.9%. Berserk temporarily increases the user's physical strength and agility by 25% each, at the cost of reducing defense by 10% and significantly increasing aggression. Stamina is rapidly drained when skill is active. A skill Michael recognized as useful at any time, and thanks to the nature of his undead, practically a cheat code. Michael then turned his attention to the spectral ant's old skills to check for any improvements. Ghostly Camouflage, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 5.3%. The spectral ant can blend into its surroundings, becoming semi-transparent and significantly harder to detect visually. At Intermediate Mastery, the spectral ant can remain nearly invisible in dim or shaded environments for up to 30 seconds. In brighter areas, its transparency is improved but not absolute, making it harder to spot. The cooldown is reduced to 20 seconds after use. Basically, the skill seemed the same as before but was noticeably stronger, with a shorter cooldown time as well. However, Michael was curious about how effective it truly was, so he immediately had the spectral ant use it on him. The spectral centurion ant reacted instantly. A faint shimmer rippled across its body, and in the next moment, it all but vanished. Michael narrowed his eyes, scanning the area where it had stood. The only thing hinting at its presence was the subtle distortion of light and the faintest wisp of spectral mist drifting in the air. Even with his heightened perception, it took him a second to properly track its movements. It has only just advanced and it's this strong. Michael murmured, his interest deepening. Michael didn't forget this was just a new rank 1 creature. What would happen if they were evenly matched? Even if the skill mastery didn't increase, there was a reason why skill mastery mattered. A few seconds later, the spectral centurion ant fully emerged once more, the ghostly mist retracting into its body. Michael nodded in satisfaction. With its cooldown reduced and its effectiveness heightened, ghostly camouflage was becoming a proper stealth skill, one that could prove invaluable in a few situations Michael could think of. Michael turned to check the rest of the spectral centurion ant's skill set. Ghostly charge, intermediate mastery, proficiency, 5.12%. The spectral centurion ant increases its speed by 60% for 12 seconds, allowing it to move in a sudden burst toward a target. After the charge, it suffers a 3-second slowdown, but the skill can be used again after a 15-second cooldown. It was essentially the same skill as before. Visually, ghostly camouflage looked nearly identical to how it had functioned at basic mastery, but there was no denying that it had become noticeably stronger. Michael hadn't tested the skill firsthand, but to him, the reduced cooldown alone was already a significant improvement. He gave the spectral centurion ant a few more glances before dismissing it into the netherworld, making a mental note to put it to better use in the future. Michael only had 16 evolution points left. It was just enough to evolve 3 3-star common rank creatures into 1-star rare rank creatures. The problem was that he had more than 3 undead he was interested in evolving. Technically, he could have waited for his undead to reach max level in their unranked stage before evolving them, maximizing their potential growth. However, the difference in strength wouldn't be too significant compared to evolving a level 25 undead directly into a 3-star rare rank creature. Besides, leveling them up took time and effort. If he wanted to go down that route, it was better to do it at a stage where the undead were already useful. Take his illusion-using undead, for example. Against ordinary humans, they were powerful. But that was their limit. To be truly valuable, they didn't just need to be stronger, they had to be unique. They had to be rare. Michael was still far more interested in evolving his insect undead than the bodies he had acquired from the cracks in Aurora. Creatures like the long-armed monkey and the sand scorpion were certainly intriguing, not only because they were the first of their kind he had encountered, but also because he had yet to see their evolved forms. Still, his focus remained on the insects. Maybe it was due to his expectations. Insects seemed to tend to have fascinating evolutionary paths based on his experience and the potential he thought they had, and that alone made him eager to prioritize them. And that was exactly what he did. Michael had a total of 5 insect undead. Aside from the spectral ant, which he had just evolved, now officially named Ghost, he had 4 others. Blue, the undead platform morpho. Purple, the undead spicebush swallowtail moth. The undead shadow mantis. The undead armored cricket. Now, he had to choose 3 out of these 4 to evolve. One of them would have to wait until next time. As Michael pondered, he gathered all 4 undead in front of him and carefully observed them. For those that could alter their size, he had them return to their normal forms. The first was Blue. The undead phantom morpho was an ethereal creature with transparent wings that shimmer in pale blue hues, resting delicately at its sides. Its sleek, black exoskeleton, with glowing blue accents, contrasts with its dormant form, exuding an eerie beauty. Though bizarre, and undeniably pretty, perhaps only someone like Michael, whose sense of reality had already warped, would sincerely call it beautiful. It was like standing in front of a ferocious lion and calling it a kitten. Blue had two sets of skills. The first skill. Illusory Mirage, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 16.3%. Creates multiple shimmering duplicates of itself to confuse enemies. At Basic Mastery, the illusions move erratically but fade upon contact, making it harder for foes to pinpoint the real creature. The second skill. Shifting Form, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 26.8%. The Undead Phantom Morpho can alter its size, amplifying the range and power of certain skills through expansion. Both skills seem to have potential if used well, or at least, that was what Michael thought. To a certain extent, he believed there were no bad skills, only skills that weren't utilized properly. It was like on Earth, where even the most basic skill, something anyone could have, could be turned into a way to make millions. It wasn't that those people were inherently special, they simply knew how to make the most of what they had. Michael then turned to purple. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth had a striking appearance. Its wings shimmered with dark, iridescent blues and purples, resembling fragmented shadowy glass, a haunting yet elegant reflection of the spicebush swallowtail butterfly. The body of the moth is long and sleek, with a shadowy, almost ethereal quality to it. Its abdomen is armored with faint, skeletal plating, and its antennae are sharp, flicking with an unsettling motion. Its size was 1.5 meters, 4 feet 11 inches, wingspan when stretched. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth also had its own set of interesting skills. Elusive Flight, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 18%. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth can create a deceptive illusion of multiple moths during flight, capable of causing mass confusion. Venomous Dust, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 9.3%. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth can release a cloud of toxic dust from its wings that lingers in the air for a short period. At Basic Mastery, the poison is relatively weak but still capable of numbing limbs and disorienting enemies who inhale it. Prolonged exposure can result in mild paralysis and dizziness. Shifting Form, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 26.8%. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth can alter its size, amplifying the range and power of certain skills through expansion. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth was clearly another illusory-type creature, similar to the undead phantomorpho, with little to no direct combat power. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth had one more skill than blue. Its abilities were intriguing, making Michael curious about how strong it would become after evolving. However, he didn't dwell on purple for long and instead turned his attention to the undead shadow mantis. The shadow mantis seemed like it would stand at an imposing height of nearly 1.6 meters, 5 feet 3 inches, if fully upright. It had a sleek, dark exoskeleton that shimmered faintly under dim light, a mix of deep black and smoky gray that seemed to absorb the surrounding shadows. Its elongated forelimbs, each over a meter long, were razor-sharp with serrated edges. It had sturdy, powerful-looking yet slender hind legs that appeared capable of launching it into swift, silent leaps, adding to its deadly appearance. By its sides were translucent wings, and when Michael had it stretch them, they extended to a span of 1.2 meters. The wings shimmered like a shadowy mirage as it moved. It moved silently, almost eerily quiet, though it was uncertain if the wings could actually allow it to glide in midair. An assassin. This was what Michael always thought about the shadow mantis. Even in the insect kingdom, praying mantises were known as silent killers. Michael glanced at its skill with familiarity. Shadow Cloak, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 10.2%. The shadow mantis wraps itself in a thin veil of darkness, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At Basic Mastery, the skill makes it nearly invisible in low-light environments. And then there was the undead armored cricket. The undead armored cricket stood at a modest height of around 35 centimeters, 1 foot 1 inch, but its appearance was anything but modest. The exoskeleton was a deep, weathered brown with streaks of black and green, providing a natural camouflage in darker environments. The armor was thicker around its back and legs, giving it a bulky, protective appearance. Its long hind legs were powerful-looking and seemed perfectly built for leaping, with sharp, jagged spikes protruding from the sides, almost like spiked shields. The forelegs were shorter but thickly muscled, ending in pincers that gave it a predatory look. A pair of translucent wings were folded against its back, and when Michael had it extend them, when extended, the wings spanned about 50 centimeters. Michael didn't waste time and then went on to check its skill. Echoing chirp, basic mastery, proficiency, 9.2%. The armored cricket emits a high-pitched, resonating sound that creates a disorienting echo in the surrounding area. At basic mastery, this sound lowers enemy accuracy by 15% within a 20-meter radius, making it harder for enemies to land successful attacks. Additionally, physical attacks have a 20% higher chance of landing on disoriented targets. Michael folded his arms, deep in thought. All 4 insect undead had their own strengths. Blue and purple leaned toward deception and illusions, while the shadow mantis and armored cricket had more direct combat applications. The choice wasn't just about which undead had the most potential. It was purely about which undead Michael was more curious about their next evolution form. After all, the left-out one could be evolved in a few hours. All this contemplation was just a short thought one would have when deciding on several interesting options that didn't have significant consequences. 4 undead. Blue's illusory abilities were undeniably useful, but purple had similar traits while also possessing venomous dust, giving it an additional edge. The shadow mantis, on the other hand, was an assassin-type undead, with a skill that made it almost invisible in the dark. That alone was invaluable for surprise attacks and stealth-based strategies. Then there was the armored cricket. Its skill, echoing chirp, could disorient enemies and make physical attacks more effective, something that could benefit all his undead in battle. Michael exhaled, his decision clear. Blue would have to wait. Between blue and purple, if one were to judge purely based on their status, purple would likely appear more interesting at first glance. The decision wasn't difficult for Michael. Unlike Lucky and Prince, he didn't have a strong emotional attachment to these two. If he had to choose between Prince and Lucky, it would have been a much harder choice. But between blue and purple, purple had the edge. There was no need to discuss his decision with his undead. With their current intelligence, they wouldn't understand him anyway. Michael conveniently dismissed Blue to the Netherworld, along with any other undead that could be sent there, except for Lucky and the High Human Mage. Though he planned to evolve his undead soon, he wasn't in a rush. Since leaving the site where Ace and Lia were, hours had passed. It would soon be dawn in both of his worlds. Before it was too late, Michael wanted to transport the few undead that couldn't be unsummoned back to the real world while Lucky and the High Human Mage stood guard. With a plan in mind, he didn't waste time executing it. What he hadn't expected, however, was that just as he finished transporting his undead back to his community and returned to his room, a knock came from his door. Michael, who was just about to sit down after quietly closing the window, paused. "Are you awake, Michael?" A soft voice came from the other side. It was Aunt Mia. Mentally exhausted, Michael wasn't as alert as usual and hadn't sensed her approach immediately. He glanced at the undead orc stationed in his room and dismissed her. Though he would have to summon her again later to guard him, making the action seem wasteful, his mana in this world was nearly full. On a normal day, he wouldn't worry about such small expenditures, so he couldn't be bothered now either. "Come in, Aunt Mia," he said. His voice was soft, yet it seemed to travel far and nowhere at the same time, reaching Aunt Mia's ears clearly. Aunt Mia had just woken up and was still sleepy. Even with the help of the 2 summons her nephew had given her, making life undeniably easier, things were still stressful. Not physically, per se, but mentally, it was a lot. Unfortunately, everyone around her was likely feeling the same way. Even if she wanted to share her thoughts, something she rarely did, she couldn't. Michael had given her a task, and after he convinced her, and after everything she had seen and come to understand, she took it seriously. He wanted them to move out, for their own benefit. Putting everything else aside, Woodstone City wasn't exactly an ideal place to live now. It had only been 2 days since the chaos, yet the significance of what had happened had already revealed a lot to those who understood the situation. For one, she realized that big cities weren't just big because of their economy, technological advancements, or social development. The supernatural world played a major role. And it made sense. Look at Michael. People always said that becoming a supernatural was a path to wealth, but few understood how it actually worked. Yet in less than 2 weeks since awakening, her nephew could send her $1 million like it was nothing. She was wise enough to know that Michael was probably special even among supernaturals. As an adult, she understood that true equality didn't exist, but that didn't change the reality in front of her. Why would someone with so much money not want to enjoy it? Of course, bigger cities would be more appealing than backward ones. To a certain extent, she was right. But she was also wrong. Cracks were the foundation that determined the quality of a location in Aurora. That wasn't to say cities couldn't be big without high-level cracks, it wasn't uncommon. And yes, the quality of supernaturals in those cities wouldn't necessarily be bad. After all, aside from the Federation working behind the scenes to manipulate things, how many rich people wouldn't want to enjoy their wealth? Sometimes, location itself was a luxury, however, the current situation left Aunt Mia feeling conflicted. Every family hoped their children would be talented in cultivation, and having an awakener among them was seen as a blessing. When Michael first awakened, it was the best news she had ever received. It still was, but after everything she had witnessed these past few days, she had come to understand that not everything was sunshine and prosperity. Sometimes, gaining something meant sacrificing something else. She could feel it, her family and Michael growing a little more distant day by day. It wasn't that their relationship was turning bad, but things were changing. She was happy for everything that had happened to Michael, yet at the same time, she felt a quiet sadness. "Come in, Aunt Mia," came a familiar voice from the other side of the door. Instantly, she became a bit more awake. After a brief hesitation, she softly opened the door. Inside, Michael sat, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp despite the exhaustion in his expression. The dim lighting in the room cast soft shadows on his face, making him look more mature than his years. Aunt Mia stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Aunt Mia sat down at the edge of his bed. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You've been busy. More than usual." Michael nodded. It wasn't as if he could deny it. Still, he felt he should say something. It seemed like it wasn't just him adapting to his new reality and the changes that came with it, his family was, too. But before he could speak, Aunt Mia beat him to it. "There's no need to explain," she said gently, offering a small smile. "I know you're busy." She paused, studying his face. Even without him saying anything, she could tell, he was tired. Not just physically, but mentally. "I just hope you're taking care of yourself," she continued. "No matter how strong you become, you're still, you. So be careful, Michael. Be safe." Michael didn't respond right away. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then, he exhaled softly. "I will," he said, his voice steady. "I promise." Aunt Mia nodded, satisfied, but the worry in her eyes didn't fade completely. However, she hadn't forgotten the real reason she came to see Michael. Now that she had the chance to talk to him before he got busy with that other world, the one they said Awakeners had access to, it was better to settle some things now. "I've found a new location for us to move to," Aunt Mia revealed. Michael loved his family. This much he knew. However, even he could feel the growing distance between them. And there was nothing he could do about it, except ensure they were well taken care of. The first step was making sure money was the least of their concerns. A similarity between the common people of Aurora and those of Earth was that 90% of their problems stemmed from a lack of money. Before Michael awakened, that had been their family's reality. But he believed that would no longer be the case. Now, aside from cultivating power, the most important issue for his family in a world like this was safety. That was one reason he had pushed for them to move to a better environment. However, due to his activities, he had left the task almost entirely to Aunt Mia. He hadn't expected a response this soon. It hadn't been long since she had taken on the task, so the speed of her response caught him off guard. "Where's the place, Aunt Mia?" Michael asked with interest. "Like you requested, it's a big city. Way bigger than Woodstone." She paused before adding, "But there's an issue." "An issue?" Michael frowned. "What happened to our city?" Aunt Mia hesitated. "It happened to some other cities too." "So?" During his cleanup yesterday, he had overheard neighbors talking about this and had even looked into it himself. Any surprise he should have felt had already passed. But what did the situation in other cities have to do with their move? That was Michael's confusion. The chaos has caused some refugees," Aunt Mia said, an odd expression on her face. Michael mirrored her expression after hearing those words. It wasn't a term he expected to hear in a modern world, but it made sense. Just from the word alone, he could guess what was happening. Traffic. To put it simply, they weren't the only family looking for a new place to live. And that seemed to be causing problems. Now, the question was, how? Aunt Mia sighed, rubbing her temples as if trying to sort out her thoughts. "The city we're looking at, it's already seeing an influx of people. Too many, too fast. Housing prices are spiking, and security is getting stricter." Michael's brows furrowed. That was expected, but it still annoyed him. "How bad is it?" "It depends on how soon we move." Aunt Mia gave him a pointed look. "Right now, it's still possible to buy a decent place, but waiting any longer might make things difficult. Either the prices will skyrocket, or regulations will tighten even further." Michael leaned back, tapping his fingers against his knee. He had expected some complications, but this was sooner than he thought. "So, you're saying we need to act fast?" Aunt Mia nodded. "If we want to secure a good place, yes." Michael exhaled. He had the money, and finding a place wasn't the problem was how quickly everything was shifting. "Did you already find a house?" he asked. "Not yet," she admitted. "But I found a few options that might work. The question is, how involved do you want to be in this process?" Michael was silent for a moment. He wanted his family settled, but between managing his undead and everything happening in the other world, he wasn't sure how much time he could afford to spare. After a few seconds, he made a decision. "Tell me about the options you found." Aunt Mia nodded. "There are a few cities we can consider, but the prices are high." Michael wasn't too surprised. If demand was surging, then prices would naturally follow. Still, he waited for her to continue. "The first city is called Brightgate. It's a major trade hub, and from what I've heard, it's well developed. A decent 3-bedroom house there costs around $800,000, and renting a similar place is about $40,000 per year." Michael's brow twitched. That was far more than he expected. Aunt Mia moved on. "Then there's Raven's Hire. It's smaller than Brightgate but still much bigger than Woodstone. A house here costs around $600,000, and the rent is about $30,000 per year. Still expensive, but relatively better. The last city I found is called Iron Vale. It's more industrial and doesn't have as many luxuries, but the prices reflect that. A house goes for around $450,000, and rent is $22,000 per year." Michael exhaled slowly. Even the cheapest option wasn't exactly cheap. "Do you have a preference?" Aunt Mia asked. Michael shook his head. "I don't know anything about these cities, so I can't say. What about you? Which one do you think is best? Aunt Mia hesitated before answering. Bright Gate is ideal, but it's the most expensive. Raven's Hire is a good middle ground, and Iron Vale, well, it's affordable, but I don't know if we'd like it there. Michael drummed his fingers against his knee, thinking. Each option had pros and cons, but what mattered most was stability. The price didn't matter. Michael was rich. Putting aside the $1 million he had already given Aunt Mia, he still had $14 million left. Even if he bought a house outright, it wouldn't make a dent in his finances. That wasn't the issue. Let's go with Bright Gate, Michael decided. If it's the best option, then there's no point hesitating. Aunt Mia blinked. You're sure? He nodded. Yeah. It's expensive, but that doesn't matter. We're not going to struggle over money. Aunt Mia exhaled, but she didn't look entirely convinced. All right, if that's what you want. I'll start making arrangements. Michael leaned back, closing his eyes briefly. One problem solved. Now, all that was left was actually moving there. Aunt Mia and Michael spoke for a bit more before the older lady left, satisfied. As his aunt closed the door behind her, Michael remained in silence for a moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Without hesitation, he summoned the undead shaman once more and closed his eyes. A moment later, he was back in the land of origin. Though it was close to dawn in Aurora, the part of the land of origin where Michael stood felt like it was 3 to 4 hours behind his real world. The sky remained dark, with only the pale light of the moon illuminating his surroundings. In front of him stood 4 undead, while beside him were 2. Lucky and the undead high human stood at his side, while in front of him were Purple, the armored cricket, and the shadow mantis. Knowing he could evolve them all at the same time, Michael didn't waste any time and activated the process. Immediately, the surroundings brightened as each of the undead emitted a glow. Their bodies trembled with violent reactions, but Michael, already used to the sight, remained calm. However, the most surprising reaction didn't come from the evolving undead. Instead, it came from the 2 standing beside him, Lucky and the undead high human. Through his connection with them, he could distinctly sense emotions, greed, envy, and desire. His brow furrowed. Do they recognize the effects of evolution now? Does a higher intelligence allow the undead to develop more complex thoughts? One had to remember, these were undead. Though they were technically living dead, they were still, by all definitions, dead. The presence of a soul granted them some intelligence, but emotions were a different matter. Yet what he sensed from them now? It wasn't just a surface-level reaction. It felt deeper. More real. As if the emotions weren't just echoes of their intelligence but something embedded in their very being, something rooted in their souls. They hungered for evolution. They hungered to be evolved. Fortunately, that was all. Despite the emotions rolling off them in waves, they remained in place. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Michael thought. If his undead could develop deeper intelligence, it meant they could become stronger. Smarter. More adaptable. As for thoughts of betrayal, as long as they weren't 2 ranks above him or far too strong, he didn't need to question their loyalty. Michael's thoughts were interrupted as the glow surrounding the evolving undead reached its peak. A pulse of energy erupted from them, sending ripples through the air. The armored cricket's exoskeleton hardened and expanded, gaining jagged edges that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. The shadow mantis grew larger, its once translucent body deepening into a darker, more sinister hue. Purple's form stabilized, the glow around it fading to reveal its new body. The 3 undead had all successfully evolved to rank 1. Michael felt a surge of power flowing through him thanks to the feedback gotten from the 3 evolving to rank 1. Ignoring the feeling of strength his undead emitters now as rank 1 creatures, ignoring the 3 undead for a moment, Michael went on to check how much his stats had increased. Strength, 41.92, 5.0 carat. Agility, 62.66, 9.0 carat. Constitution, 43.22, 5.0 carat. Intelligence, 150.0. Just as he expected, his intelligence stat didn't increase. At the very least, he regained some of his mana and felt a surge of energy. Given the current pattern, Michael suspected it would take another dozen, or close to a dozen, more undead evolving into rank 1 before he saw any improvement in his intelligence stat. On the flip side, his other stats were still seeing noticeable gains. However, even evolving 3 undead at once wasn't enough to surpass the boost he had received from the Spectral Centurion Ant's evolution. That wasn't to say these undead were far weaker than the Spectral Ant, Michael was simply much stronger now. Michael turned to glance at Lucky and the undead high human. The envy and desire he had sensed from them earlier had faded slightly, but he could still feel it lingering beneath the surface. "Be patient," he muttered. There would be time for their evolution again. For now, he focused on his newly evolved undead. Their auras were stronger, their presence more defined. A rank 1 undead was no longer just fodder, they were beginning to step into true strength. And this was only the beginning. Michael's lips curled into a small smile. Michael's gaze settled on the armored cricket first. Its evolution had brought about significant changes. The once smooth, dull exoskeleton had transformed into something far more menacing, its outer shell was now darker, reinforced with jagged ridges that reflected the moonlight with an eerie sheen. The edges of its limbs were sharper, and its forelegs, which had been used for crushing, now looked even more deadly. He checked its new race. Undead Ironclad Cricket, rank 1. As the name suggested, its defenses had grown considerably. Just one look at it and it was obvious it would be much harder to injure now. Next, Michael examined its skills. The evolution had only given the Ironclad Cricket a single boost skill. He knew the previous skill would be upgraded. Michael first turned to check the new skill. Shockwave Stomp. By rapidly exerting force on the ground, the user generates a concussive shockwave, briefly destabilizing enemies within a short radius. The impact increases with the user's strength and weight. This was the skill at basic mastery. Michael raised a brow. This was a solid offensive ability, something the cricket had lacked before. Now, it had a way to disrupt opponents rather than just endure attacks. Not bad, he muttered, impressed. Michael then turned to check the Ironclad previous skill that was now at intermediate mastery. Echoing Chirp, intermediate mastery, proficiency, 0%. The undead Ironclad Cricket releases a high-pitched, resonating screech that spreads violently through the air, creating a chaotic echo that disrupts all within its range. At intermediate mastery, the disorienting sound wave extends to a 40-meter radius, affecting every creature within its range. Effects. All beings suffer from severe auditory overload, causing dizziness and impaired balance. If used consecutively within 30 seconds, the disorientation worsens, potentially leading to temporary paralysis or unconsciousness. Warning: this ability does not differentiate between allies and enemies. Any being caught in the sound wave will suffer the effects. Michael's eyes flickered with intrigue as he read the updated description. The skill had transformed into something truly dangerous, a double-edged weapon that could cripple an entire battlefield if used correctly. However, if he wasn't careful, it could just as easily turn against him. With the thought that he really needed to use these undead in an actual battle to understand them more, with expectations, he turned his attention to the Shadow Mantis. The Shadow Mantis had also undergone transformation. Its once translucent exoskeleton had darkened into an inky, shadowy hue, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Its body had grown leaner yet more sinister, its bladed forelimbs extending longer, now resembling curved scythes meant for clean, precise kills. A faint mist-like aura flickered around it, almost as if it was partially fading in and out of existence. Michael checked its new race. Undead Phantom Mantis, rank 1. Phantom. Michael mused. Moving on, he examined its skills. Just like the armored cricket, the mantis had gained a single new skill, while its old one had been improved. Michael checked the new skill first. Phantom Step, Basic Mastery. The user's movements become partially incorporeal for a brief moment, allowing it to slip through attacks or obstacles within a short range. Activation time, 0.5 seconds. Duration, 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Michael's eyes widened at the description. This was strong. Even at its basic level, Phantom Step gave the Mantis a way to evade attacks that would otherwise be unavoidable. A half-second activation time wasn't instant, but with good timing, it could slip through strikes and reposition itself before the enemy could react. More importantly, the skill's potential was massive. If this ability evolved further, the Mantis could become a true nightmare on the battlefield. Michael clenched his fist, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Good. Right there, on the spot, he gave it a name. Fade. It was simple, direct, and fitting. The Mantis flickered like a ghost, its body blurring between existence and nothingness. The name suited it perfectly. However, Michael also wanted to try out the effect of the skill now. Michael's eyes gleamed with interest as he gave Fade a simple command. Use Phantom Step. The undead Mantis twitched, then, in the span of half a second, its entire form blurred. A faint distortion rippled through the air, and then, it was gone. Michael's pupils shrank. Fade didn't move fast, it disappeared. At least that was what it felt like. Space magic? Michael didn't know. The thought was a bit too incredible for him. A second later, the Mantis flickered back into existence a few meters away. Michael exhaled. That's incredible. The transition had been seamless. If he hadn't been watching closely, he might have thought Fade had teleported instead of simply phasing through space. And this was just at basic mastery. If the skill improved, it might become a true blink or even a way to phase through attacks indefinitely. A deadly assassin. Michael nodded, satisfied. Good. You'll be even more useful in a real fight. At this point he had decided in his heart that unless he needed stronger strength, if he could, he'd actually start using his other undead and try to understand them. His attention then shifted to the Phantom Mantis' old skill. Michael checked Fade's old skill, now upgraded to Intermediate Mastery. Shadow Cloak, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 0%. The Shadow Mantis shrouds itself in darkness, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At Intermediate Mastery, the skill now functions in moderate lighting conditions, not just low-light environments. Michael's eyes gleamed. The description of the skill didn't look that different from before, but the change was actually significant. At Basic Mastery, Shadow Cloak had been limited to low-light areas, making it strong at night but much weaker in well-lit spaces. Now, at Intermediate, Fade could remain hidden even in moderate lighting, vastly increasing its stealth capabilities. If that was the case, then its effectiveness in complete darkness had also grown even stronger. Michael nodded in satisfaction. With Phantom Step for short bursts of invulnerability and Shadow Cloak for stealth, Fade had turned into a true nightmare. And this was just rank 1. Michael exhaled and turned back toward his undead. Fade, he called. The Mantis clicked its bladed limbs together in acknowledgement. Activate Shadow Cloak. Immediately, a thin veil of darkness spread across its form, swallowing it in a shifting, shadowy aura. Michael narrowed his eyes. Even standing just a few feet away, he could barely see it. The Mantis outline shimmered, blending so perfectly with the night that only the faintest distortion betrayed its presence. Then, slowly, it moved. Michael instinctively tensed, tracking the distortion. Even with his enhanced perception, it was somewhat difficult to keep up. If he hadn't been expecting it, he might have lost sight of it entirely. Good, he muttered, impressed. Several thoughts ran through Michael's head, and he couldn't help but recall the discussion he had with his aunt before coming to the land of origin. With his level, or rather, with how little time he had spent as a supernatural, the highest thing he knew was that big cities usually had either more cracks or higher-tier cracks, one of the two. As for how exactly things worked inside a city, Michael wasn't sure. Perhaps I should have checked the forum for information on the cracks in the cities Aunt Mia mentioned. He considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Cracks were important, but what he wanted more was for his family to live a better life. Big cities would surely have cracks, but more importantly, they would also have larger super association branches. And bigger branches indirectly meant access to higher quality supernaturals. That was enough for Michael. Of course, there was also a very high chance Michael could be wrong. At the end of the day, big cities would have cracks. The real question was what kind of cracks they had and, more importantly, how much experience he could get from them. Levels mattered since higher-level cracks provided stronger monsters, which meant more experience points, but if given a choice, Michael hoped the city had more cracks rather than just a single higher-tier crack. Getting entry into a high-tier crack would be difficult, but more cracks meant easier overall access. What Michael truly wanted wasn't just easier entry into cracks but more opportunities, not just for himself, but for his undead as well. They all needed to level up. Fortunately, I have the land of origin too. This was why Michael didn't feel too concerned about what kind of cracks he could enter in the real world. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that the land of origin would soon provide him with more than what the real world currently could. If it was monsters, the land of origin had them. If it was stronger monsters, they certainly had them too. Sometimes, Michael couldn't help but think about Everlong Forest. Where was that monster getting so many bodies to control? Obviously, from the forest. And wasn't that exactly what he was looking for? Unfortunately, thinking about it was all he could do for now. Several random thoughts flashed through Michael's mind as he turned to the last undead he had evolved. Purple. Michael checked its race. Undead Phantom Swallowtail, rank 1. A 1-star rare rank creature. Another phantom. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly before he let out a small breath, relaxing. Whatever. It doesn't matter what race it is at this stage. For a moment, he had been taken aback by the familiar naming, Undead Phantom Swallowtail Moth. It felt like a race. Just like the Undead Phantom Mantis. Michael took a closer look at its appearance. The Undead Phantom Swallowtail was stunning in an eerie way. Its wings, now spanning 1.5 meters, were layered with dark, iridescent blues and purples, resembling fragmented, shadowy glass. Its sleek, elongated body had a shadowy, almost ethereal quality, giving it an unnatural grace. The faint skeletal plating on its abdomen reinforced its undead nature, while its sharp, flickering antennae moved randomly. Michael's attention shifted to its skills. As a rare-ranked undead, Purple had received more than just an upgrade in power, its abilities had transformed as well. He checked its newly acquired skill first. Dusk Piercer, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 1.5%. The Undead Phantom Swallowtail gathers dark energy at the tips of its antennae before launching a concentrated, needle-thin beam of shadow. Michael's eyes gleamed. An attack skill. To Michael, Purple had been more of a support-type undead. But now. Michael read through the skill description again, a slow grin forming on his face. Purple, Michael called. The moth's iridescent wings fluttered in response, sending a ripple of dark energy through the air. Use Dusk Piercer. The moment he gave the command, a faint glow gathered at the tips of its antennae. Then, in an instant, a thin, jet-black beam shot forward. Michael followed its trajectory, straight and silent, barely even noticeable in the dim light. It hit a nearby rock, and while it didn't cause an explosion, a pinpoint hole was left in the stone. Michael couldn't help but be increasingly pleased with his experience tonight. Not only did he get 4 more rank 1 undead, but their evolution had also pleased him. Of course, there was also the fact that more of his undead were now in the netherworld. With a good mood, he turned to check the old skills of Purple. Before its evolution, Purple had 3 skills. Elusive Flight, which Michael saw as a skill with the potential to do wonders in a fight due to its distracting properties. Venomous Dust, a purely sinister skill. And Shifting Form, which allowed Purple to increase and reduce its size. Thanks to its evolution, all three skills that were at basic mastery before were now at intermediate. Elusive Flight, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 0%. The undead phantom swallowtail can now generate even more realistic illusions of itself while flying. At intermediate mastery, these illusions not only move more naturally but can also briefly persist even after the moth has changed direction, further confusing enemies. Michael's eyes flickered with interest as he read through the updated description. Though he had his opinions about this skill, to be honest, he hasn't actually tried it out yet or see its effect. Purple, he called, watching as the moth's glowing eyes flickered in response. Try out Elusive Flight. Without hesitation, the undead phantom swallowtail took off. As soon as it moved, multiple identical copies of itself shimmered into existence, spreading out in all directions. Michael's eyes darted between them, trying to track the real one, but even with his heightened senses, it wasn't easy. Then, suddenly, all the illusions seemed to veer to the right, except for one. Michael's lips curled slightly. There you are. But just as he was about to confirm his guess, even that last remaining figure blurred and split into two more. Michael's eyebrows twitched. Ha! Even knowing what to expect, he had nearly been tricked. In a real fight, where he wouldn't have the luxury of calmly observing, this would be a nightmare for an enemy to deal with. One should not forget that Purple now had an attack skill. Michael exhaled, impressed. Not bad at all. With interest he turned to look at the other skills. Venomous Dust, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 0%. The toxic dust released from the undead phantom swallowtail's wings is now more potent. At intermediate mastery, the poison acts faster, causing stronger numbness and disorientation. Prolonged exposure can now induce moderate paralysis, slowed reaction time, and blurred vision. This was another skill Michael hadn't tried out, nor could he also try out now. At least the effect seemed stronger than before. For a large number of opponents, this skill should do wonders. Knowing he would have to wait for an appropriate time to test this skill out, Michael didn't focus too much on it and shifted to the next skill. One that he was also familiar with. Shifting Form, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 0%. The undead phantom swallowtail's ability to alter its size has become more fluid. At intermediate mastery, it can now expand and contract faster, allowing for quicker adaptability in battle. Larger sizes enhance its dust dispersal and illusion effectiveness, while a smaller form increases agility and stealth. Like the previous two, the skill had also gotten stronger. How strong? Michael had no idea. Fortunately, this was a skill he could try out. Michael's gaze lingered on the description for a moment before he nodded. Purple, use Shifting Form. The undead phantom swallowtail's body flickered, its shadowy frame rippling as if adjusting itself. Then, it began to grow. Michael watched closely as its wings stretched outward, its form swelling to a much larger size than before. He quickly compared it to his memory. Previously, the extreme limit of this skill had allowed Purple to expand to about twice its normal size. But now, Michael's eyes narrowed. It had already passed that point. The moth's wingspan had more than doubled, reaching nearly 3.5 meters across. Its dark, glass-like wings seemed to shimmer ominously, their movements slow yet strangely mesmerizing. The skeletal plating along its abdomen appeared more defined at this size, giving it a heavier, more armored look. Michael exhaled slightly. That was a lot. And it still wasn't stopping. Finally, the transformation slowed, reaching what seemed to be its absolute peak. At full expansion, Purple's form had grown to an almost intimidating 4 meters wingspan. Michael couldn't help but smirk. Yeah, that's definitely an upgrade. Then, without warning, the moth shrank. Its massive frame compressed in an instant, shrinking down to barely half a meter across. Michael's expression shifted as he saw how drastically it had minimized itself. At this size, it looked almost like a regular moth, small, fast, and almost unnoticeable against the dark surroundings. The change had been nearly instant. Purple flitted through the air at high speeds, moving so quickly in its reduced form that Michael had a hard time keeping up. Michael's smirk deepened. Now this was useful. The extreme limits of Purple's size manipulation had definitely increased compared to last time. However, there was one more test Michael was curious about. The description mentioned that the skill could affect the power of the user. Though the current wording seemed a little different from before, Michael believed the effect was still there. Purple, use elusive flight again, he commanded. This time, as the undead phantom swallowtail activated the skill, Michael paid close attention. As soon as Purple moved, illusions flickered into existence once more. However, this time, Michael focused on something else. The moth's size had subtly shifted just before the illusions formed. Interesting. Michael narrowed his eyes. If the skill was truly affected by shifting form, then the illusions should carry over some of the size adjustments. Shrink, he instructed. Purple's form compressed instantly, becoming no larger than a common moth. At the same time, the illusions mimicked the change, all of them maintaining their minuscule size. Michael hummed in thought. Now for the real test. Expand. Purple's body rippled, growing back to its fully extended form. The surrounding illusions followed suit, each one suddenly becoming a massive, shadowy phantom in the air. Michael let out a short laugh. That was dangerous. The illusions weren't just deceptive anymore, they were intimidating. In battle, a swarm of giant, deathly figures could cause sheer panic, while smaller forms could make them almost impossible to track. Michael's smirk widened. Yeah, that's going to be fun to use. With Purple's evolution, Michael's evolution streak had come to an end. Any other undead he wanted to evolve would have to wait a few more hours, assuming he even had the time. Still feeling a wave of mental exhaustion from repeatedly using undead summoning earlier, Michael wanted nothing more than to rest. And that was exactly what he did. Placing all his undead back into the netherworld, he took off at a speed notably faster than before, racing back to the campsite where his sleeping companions rested. When he arrived, everything was just as he had left it. Ace, Leah, and the driver remained asleep in their tent. His 4 armored undead orcs still stood guard, their massive frames motionless in the dim light. Nothing unexpected had happened. That was good news. Not bothering to linger any longer, Michael stepped into his tent, shut his eyes, and finally let exhaustion take over. A few hours later, a pair of green eyes opened. The atmosphere was now a little brighter. Michael sat up and stretched slightly. His mind felt clear, his body refreshed. But it wasn't because of the rest. In truth, he hadn't even fallen asleep. Instead, he had been in a strange, motionless state, one where he could turn his body's activity on and off at will. It wasn't rest that made him feel better. It was his incredible recovery system. As Michael stepped out of his tent, he immediately noticed movement. Ace, Leah and the driver were all awake. All of them paused when they saw him. My lord, Ace greeted first, giving a respectful nod. Leah followed with a small bow. Michael glanced at the sky. The sun had risen a little higher, casting soft light over the landscape. Though they had camped out for the night, the decision had been purely for safety. Traveling in the dark, to the people of this world, was risky. Even with just 3 hours left in their journey, they couldn't afford unnecessary trouble. Now that morning had come, it was time to move. Michael gave a slight nod. No issues last night? Though he knew what the answer was, Michael felt the need to play his part. Ace shook his head. None. Your guards kept watch the entire time. We were undisturbed. Michael shifted his gaze toward the orc guards. They remained in position, unmoving and vigilant. Good, Michael said simply. At his words, the group subtly straightened, awaiting his next command. Without wasting time, Michael spoke. We move out immediately. Prepare the carriage. Yes, my lord. Within minutes, the group was ready to depart. Michael stepped toward the carriage while the others finished stowing away the last of their camping supplies in the storage compartment. Only 3 more hours remained until they reached their destination. And then? That would depend entirely on what awaited them there. Alone in the carriage, Michael retrieved the map he had gotten from the Hunter Guild and studied it. Since it was just a map, he didn't need any language proficiency to understand it. Speaking of language issues, even without the translation perk that came with being an awakener, he had begun to recognize some of the native words. His accent had also improved. At this rate, he estimated that within a week, only a faint trace of unfamiliarity would remain in his speech, something he couldn't immediately change. After all, he was a foreigner. Michael refocused on the map. Thanks to their journey the previous day, he could now recognize the routes. If he wanted, he could navigate to the marked location without the old driver's help. But he wasn't in a rush, nor did he have any plans of leaving this group behind. According to the receptionist who had given him the map, the marked location was only the suspected site of the bandits' camp. While the red circle was close to the insignia marking the village, his actual destination, it was clear that the Hunter Guild's target wasn't the village itself but the surrounding area. The huge red circle was the focus. To be honest, while Michael didn't know exactly how powerful the Hunter Guild was, he believed they had people capable of dealing with a mere bandit group with ease. The same should apply to the kingdom. However, it was likely that such individuals had more important matters to handle. Not that eliminating a bandit group wasn't important, but it was similar to how one wouldn't expect the army to handle something the police could. If the Hunter Guild was aware of the bandits, then there was no way the kingdom wasn't. All of this led Michael to believe that the large red circle wasn't just a suspected location, it was the actual campsite. If it were only a suspicion, there would be multiple marked spots on the map. After all, this wasn't the only route the bandits attacked. However, Michael also felt it didn't make sense for bandits, actual criminals, to have a base in such an open spot. It must be their recent campsite, which would explain a lot. Soon, the carriage began moving again. The driver had taken the time to feed and check on the horses before departure, ensuring they were in good condition for the remaining journey. Ace and Leah sat on opposite sides of the driver, their eyes scanning the road ahead. Michael remained inside the carriage, still studying the map, but his thoughts had shifted. 3 more hours. That was all that separated them from their destination. The journey so far had been uneventful, but that could change at any moment. Whether the bandits were still in the area or not, those were questions only time would answer. For now, he simply waited. Time passed slowly. Michael had already gone over the map several times, memorizing the routes and terrain. Now, there was little else to do but meditate to pass the time. He shut his eyes, sinking into a state of controlled stillness. Not true sleep. Just an awareness turned inward, where his mind remained sharp and his energy naturally replenished. Then, a voice pulled him out of it. "My lord," the driver called, his tone respectful yet steady. "We should be arriving in the village in about half an hour." Michael's eyes snapped open. Finally. Despite his patience, he was sick of sitting in one place for so long. The sooner they arrived, the better. Stretching slightly, he pushed the curtain aside and glanced outside. The road was the same as before, quiet, empty, lined with trees. But beyond those trees, he could faintly make out the rising smoke of chimneys in the distance. The village was close. Just 30 more minutes, and this tedious journey would. The thought was cut short. A sudden pressure filled the air. Michael's expression darkened. The driver barely had time to pull the reins before. Whiz! An arrow tore through the air, embedding itself into the wooden frame of the carriage. A heartbeat later, figures emerged from the trees. Men clad in ragged armor, wielding crude weapons, their faces covered in cloth masks. Bandits. Michael clicked his tongue. He had expected to deal with them eventually, but not like this. Michael felt nothing but happiness at that moment. After arriving at their destination, he had expected it would take considerable effort to catch the bandits. There was also the chance that he'd find nothing, that they had already relocated. But to think they'd come to him themselves. As for whether this was an entirely different bandit group, the thought did cross Michael's mind, but if that were the case, it only meant this kingdom was more rotten than he had assumed. Still fully aware of the situation, Michael immediately sent a mental command to his 4 undead. First, they were to protect the driver, Ace, and Leah. Second, they should try to leave a few bandits alive, if they could afford to hold back. The bandits had attacked with clear intent to kill, so Michael wasn't exactly against returning the favor. But then, a thought came to mind. The receptionist had hinted at extra rewards for dealing with the bandits, something Michael took as permission to loot them. If he wiped out the entire group now, and this truly was all of them, wouldn't that mean he'd have to search for their treasures himself? It was better to leave a few alive, for both loot and evidence. However, before his 4 armored undead, whose identities remained concealed, could move, one of the bandits spoke. "Drop your valuables if you want to live," the bandit sneered, his voice rough and confident. He raised his bow slightly, the string still vibrating from the warning shot. "Resist, and the second arrow won't miss." The other bandits chuckled, some gripping their weapons tighter, others shifting impatiently. They had done this countless times before. For them, this was a routine. Most travelers resisted at first, either out of pride, desperation, or sheer stupidity. But when faced with overwhelming odds, most broke. The stronger ones held out longer, putting up a fight or trying to negotiate, but in the end, even they had limits. A few would eventually surrender some of their valuables. Either because they were too weak to resist or simply outnumbered. And the bandits, despite their brutality, weren't entirely foolish. If a victim was strong, it wasn't worth losing too many men over. They would take what they could and leave, ensuring they lived to rob another day. However, that was only for the strong. The weak had no choice. For them, the bandits took everything: money, weapons, supplies. Sometimes even their lives. And this time, the bandits weren't playing around. Michael's eyes flickered across the scene, taking in their numbers. There were more of them than he had expected, far too many for a random scouting party. So this was their full group. It made sense why he had assumed this was their entire camp earlier. Their numbers weren't small. But Michael didn't feel fear. Instead, his lips curled into a smirk. Michael didn't bother exchanging words with them and directed orders for his undead to move. 4 armored figures stepped forward, their imposing frames casting long shadows under the morning light. The bandits hesitated. Though they had confidence in their numbers, the sheer presence of these so-called guards made them uneasy. Something about them felt off. Still, they had raided dozens of wealthy merchants before. These were probably just expensive mercenaries, nothing they couldn't handle with overwhelming force. "Kill them," one of the bandits barked, raising his sword. That was the last order he ever gave. The nearest undead orc moved in a blur, far faster than his heavy armor should have allowed. Before the bandit could react, a massive, armored fist slammed into his chest. Crack! His ribs shattered instantly. The impact sent him flying back several meters, where he crumpled like a broken doll. The other bandits barely had time to process the brutality before the second undead made its move. The second undead orc swung its hammer in a wide arc, and the moment the weapon connected. Crunch! A bandit's head caved in, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground. Panic spread among the remaining bandits. "What the hell?" one of them shouted, taking a step back. "They're not mercenaries," another shouted. Immediately they knew these weren't ordinary warriors. The armored undead moved with relentless efficiency, their hammers crashing down with inhuman force. Bones snapped, bodies flew, and the ground was soon painted crimson. Michael barely lifted a finger. He simply watched. A bandit, clearly more experienced than the others, tried to retreat. He spun around, hoping to escape into the woods. Only for an undead to grab him by the throat. The bandit struggled, kicking wildly, but the iron grip was unbreakable. It was at this time Michael stepped out of the carriage. The surviving bandits were either dead, unconscious, or cowering. His gaze landed on the one struggling in his undead's grasp. "Where's your camp?" Michael asked. His voice was calm, but the bandit felt a cold chill run down his spine. The bandit's eyes darted around, searching for an escape. The grip around his throat tightened. "Speak." The bandit gasped. "We're based near the cliffs." "A cave." "I swear." Michael nodded. "Good." Then, he gestured. Crunch. The bandit's neck snapped, his body going limp. Michael turned to the last few survivors, wounded, kneeling, too terrified to move. "Take me there," he ordered. If the bandits were smart, they'd listen. If not, well, they'd find out why defying him was a mistake. Ace and Leah exchanged glances. They had suspected Michael was strong, the way he carried himself, his composure even in the face of an ambush, but this was something else entirely. The driver, a seasoned traveler who had seen his fair share of horrors, paled. His hands trembled on the reins. He had assumed the young noble was just another adventurer with money to spare. Someone who had guards for protection. But those weren't guards. And Michael wasn't just another adventurer. He was something else entirely. Michael, unaware or perhaps simply uninterested in their thoughts, turned his gaze to the remaining bandits. His expression was unreadable, his tone firm. "Move." Ace swallowed hard, gripping the carriage's side as he watched Michael with a mixture of awe and unease. Leah remained silent but felt just as much as Ace. The driver, normally chatty, kept his mouth shut, his knuckles white on the reins. Michael turned to them. "Stay here. 2 of my guards will remain with you." The way he said it made it clear it wasn't a request. Ace hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, that's probably for the best." Leah, still watching the armored undead, spoke up. "Be careful." Michael simply smiled. "I will." With that, he gestured, and 2 of the undead stepped back, positioning themselves near the carriage. Michael then turned to the bandits. The remaining bandits, barely standing, flinched at Michael's attention. "Lead the way," he ordered. One of them, his face slick with sweat, hesitated before stumbling forward. "This way." Michael followed without a word, his remaining 2 undead flanking him. A moment later. Ace exhaled slowly, only now realizing he'd been holding his breath. "I knew he was strong," he muttered. "But it isn't only him." Leah didn't respond immediately. Then, after a moment, he simply said, "No. It isn't." As the bandits led Michael deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew tense. The surviving ones were visibly shaken, stealing glances at the undead figures flanking them. Fear weighed on their shoulders heavier than the wounds they had suffered. Michael, on the other hand, remained indifferent. His thoughts were elsewhere. If the bandits had told the truth, then their camp should be near the cliffs. A cave hideout made sense, it offered natural defense, shelter, and a place to store stolen goods. And if they were lying? Well, Michael had no problem extracting the truth through other means. After several minutes of walking, the forest opened up to a rocky outcrop. Near the base, partially concealed by thick undergrowth, was a dark opening. Michael stopped. "So, this is it?" he asked, voice even. The lead bandit, the one who had spoken earlier, swallowed hard. "Why yes. The others should be inside." Michael studied the entrance. He could hear faint sounds from within. It seemed the bandits weren't expecting trouble. Good. Michael turned his gaze back to his undead. Kill everyone inside, he ordered. The two armored figures didn't hesitate. Like shadows of death, they were ready to strode toward the cave with their weapons ready. The lead bandit paled. "W8. You don't understand, there are." He didn't get to finish. Michael flicked his fingers, and the undead nearest to him struck. A clean, brutal motion, breaking the bandit's neck in an instant. The others froze in terror. Michael didn't bother with them. After killing thousands of monsters, he couldn't help but feel numb to the sight around him. Perhaps it would still affect him if it had taken longer to accumulate such a number, but when it had taken barely a week, the weight of it only grew heavier, worse, made him used to it and became numb. Michael pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the cave. The scream started almost immediately. Panicked shouts echoed from within, followed by the sickening sounds of battle. The clash of weapons. The dull, heavy thuds of bodies hitting stone. The desperate cries of men who realized, too late, that they had no chance. Michael stood at the entrance, watching without expression. There was no need to interfere. The undead were efficient. Ruthless. They didn't stop. They didn't hesitate. And they didn't show mercy. Moments passed. Then silence. Michael turned his attention back to the bandits outside the cave. They immediately froze. Michael took a step forward. The closest bandit flinched, his body tensed as if to run. Then, without warning, Michael moved. His fist struck the first bandit's chest with a sickening crunch, ribs shattering as the man gasped, eyes wide with shock before crumpling to the ground. Another barely had time to turn before Michael's hand clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. The bandit clawed at his grip, feet kicking uselessly in the air. Michael squeezed. The body went limp, and he let it drop. The rest tried to scatter. Michael didn't let them. He lunged, driving an elbow into one's temple, sending him sprawling lifelessly to the dirt. Another he caught mid-step, his fingers digging into the bandit's skull before twisting, bones snapped, and the body collapsed in a heap. The last one left standing tripped over a root, scrambling back on his hands and knees, face drenched in sweat. Michael stopped in front of him, looking down. The bandit's breaths came in short, panicked gasps. He opened his mouth, perhaps to beg, but no words came. Michael tilted his head. But then he sighed. "Even if I wanted to keep you alive, I can't." The bandit's eyes widened in horror. Michael struck. A single, decisive blow. The body slumped, lifeless. Silence returned. Then. Quest completed. Evaluating performance. This was the reason why Michael had paused before killing the last bandit. Initially, he had considered keeping a few of them alive, evidence for his task, something to make clearing it through the guild quicker. But his quest seemed to have different opinions. There were several ways to subjugate a bandit group. However, killing them all was simply the most efficient. Or rather, the only acceptable way. Michael exhaled, brushing a speck of blood from his knuckles before turning to the cave entrance. Now, all that remained was to see what the bandits had left behind. Without a second glance at the bodies, Michael stepped into the darkness. Michael stepped inside. The cave was littered with bodies. Blood pooled across the uneven ground, the stench of death thick in the air. At the far end, his undead stood motionless. Michael scanned the cavern. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the large chests tucked against the wall. Loot. Michael finally felt something for the first time. Excitement. He quickly walked over. Michael crouched and placed a hand on the nearest chest. It was heavy, reinforced with iron, and judging by the scratches around the lock, had been forced open more than once. He pried it open with little effort. Inside, Gold coins gleamed under the dim light. Pouches filled with silver and copper were stacked beside crude gemstones. A few weapons were haphazardly tossed inside, though none seemed remarkable. Michael moved to the next chest. This one contained supplies, dried rations, water flasks, and various trinkets looted from their victims. Michael checked each chest methodically. Most contained valuables, gold, silver, weapons, but nothing that stood out as truly rare. Still, the sheer quantity made it worthwhile. This much gold meant the bandits had been operating for a long time, robbing caravans and traders without much interference. He moved to the last chest. Unlike the others, it was smaller, sturdier, and locked with a thick iron clasp. That alone made it interesting. Michael reached for it, but before he could break the lock, a notification appeared. Quest completed, bandit subjugation. Performance evaluation, excellent. Bonus rewards granted. Meanwhile, back at the carriage, Ace kept glancing toward the forest, uneasy. He's been gone a while. Leah leaned back. With how strong he and his guards are, he'll be fine. Ace nodded but didn't seem convinced. He tapped his fingers against his knee before finally whispering, "You think he's actually noble?" Leah's eyes flicked to him, silent for a moment before answering, "If he is, he hides it well." The driver, still gripping the reins tightly, scoffed but didn't turn around. "Noble or not, he's dangerous." Ace frowned. "That doesn't mean he's a bad person." The driver chuckled dryly. "Depends on what you call bad." Ace fell silent. The air around them grew heavy again. After a moment, Leah spoke, voice quiet. "Whether noble or not, doesn't change the fact that he's stronger than any noble we've ever seen." Ace swallowed, gripping his sleeve. That was true. And that was what unsettled him the most. Just what had they gotten themselves mixed to? It wasn't only Ace who felt this way. Leah and the driver felt like this too. Especially at the dead bodies around. The thought of sneaking away wasn't in mind with the two guards of that noble. Michael stared at the notification for a moment before dismissing it. Bonus rewards. He'd check that later. Right now, the locked chest had his attention. He tightened his grip around the iron clasp. The lock was solid, but against his strength, it was nothing. With a sharp tug, the metal groaned before snapping apart. The lid creaked open. Inside, rows of neatly arranged glass vials reflected the dim torchlight. Potions. Michael's eyes narrowed as he reached for one, lifting it up to inspect its contents. The liquid inside was a deep crimson, unmistakably a health potion. He was familiar with this type. Prying further, he found that every single vial contained the same thing. There were no mana potions, no stamina restoratives, just health potions. Michael placed the lifted potion back into the chest. How valuable were potions? Based on their use alone, Michael would say they were extremely valuable. Whether it was a health potion, a mana potion, a stamina potion, or a special one, their extraordinary effects made them sought after by many. But here was the issue. Value was subjective. What was priceless to one person could be meaningless to another. Likewise, what was valuable in one place could be common or worthless in another. And that was where Michael found himself now. Just how valuable were potions in this land? In Aurora, one could get a health potion for as little as $500. Was that expensive? From a certain point of view, yes. But when compared to its effects, was it really? One could argue it was cheap. Dirt cheap. However, comparing Aurora to the land of origin was meaningless, no matter how extraordinary the latter might be. There was one distinct difference between them. Or rather, from what Michael had seen, the greatest difference was their technology level. Even with his limited knowledge, Michael knew potions were primarily made from herbs. Basically, plants. If there was one area where Aurora's technology had made a clear impact, it was food. In his world, there were two types of food materials. The first was naturally grown food, fruits, vegetables, grains, and livestock raised in traditional farms or specialized facilities. While still common, they were largely overshadowed by the second type. The second was synthetic food, nutritionally complete, lab-engineered meals that were mass-produced with minimal resources. These could mimic natural flavors, textures, and nutrients, making them more efficient and widely available. Aurora's reliance on synthetic food meant large-scale farming was limited. Land that would have been used for agriculture was instead dedicated to industry, research, and urban development. This had an unintended effect. While natural food remained available, ingredients that relied on specific climates, long cultivation times, or delicate care had become rare. And herbs? Most healing herbs required time, ideal conditions, and proper care, things Aurora had long since abandoned in favor of efficiency. Even if they were still cultivated in some places, the demand for most potions was far lower in this world. That was why potions, despite their effectiveness, weren't seen as a necessity in Aurora. But here. Michael glanced down at the chest filled with health potions. How valuable were these in a world where people relied on swords and magic? Michael exhaled slowly, realization settling in. These potions might be worth a fortune, however, that was as far as Michael's thoughts went. Whatever the origin of these potions, they were ownerless now. And that meant one thing, loot. With a swipe of his hand, Michael stored every chest in his storage space. Only then did he turn his attention back to his surroundings. Just like before, it was gory. But the sight didn't disturb him. Instead, his thoughts drifted to the bodies of the bandits. What should he do with them? He could leave the corpses as they were, but the idea made him uncomfortable. It felt like littering. In the end, Michael decided to burn them. At first, he considered using his acid skill to melt the bodies, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Aside from the horrific stench that would result, he realized he didn't have the stomach to watch himself dissolve several corpses. That just felt a little too disturbing. Not that burning them was much better, but at least it was easier on the eyes. With his decision made, Michael immediately got to work. First, he summoned a fire shaman. It wasn't Lily. Michael had a total of 5 female orc shamans, each with a different elemental affinity. 2 wielded fire, while the others specialized in wind, water, and earth. Among the fire shamans, one was Lily, the strongest and the one he recognized. The other? She was previously unnamed, not because she didn't deserve a name, but because Michael had been both lazy and out of ideas when she first gained the ability to enter the netherworld. Now, with the situation different, he could summon her freely. But she still remains nameless. Why? Michael was still lazy. The fire shaman wasn't the only one Michael summoned. He also summoned the earth shaman. This one, like the fire shaman, was also unnamed. But to Michael, that didn't matter, at least not yet. Unless something about them stood out or his mood dictated otherwise, as long as he could distinguish between them, he was satisfied. With both shamans now present, Michael shifted his attention to his 2 male orcs clad in armor. They stood a short distance away. Michael sent them a mental command as he slowly made his way into the cave, the 2 shamans following behind him. He gave 2 different instructions. Pile the corpses outside. That was the first. And the second. Go and bring the corpses of the first bandits we killed. Had it been a few days ago, this might have been a difficult and confusing command for the undead. But things had changed. Michael estimated that most of his undead now had the thinking capacity of a 7 to 10-year-old. They still couldn't talk, though. Which puzzled him. They could make sounds, grunts, growls, even some unintelligible noises, so why couldn't they form words? Michael stepped out of the cave, the 2 shamans trailing behind him. The midday sun hung high in the sky, casting sharp shadows across the rocky terrain. The air smelled of blood. His armored orcs had already begun their tasks. Soon, a pile of corpses was steadily growing near the clearing outside the cave. The other undead, on the other hand, appeared in flashes, returning with a new corpse each time. It worked quickly and efficiently, vanishing and reappearing in rapid succession. In mere moments, the task was complete. Michael took one last look at the growing pile of corpses. There were a lot of them. First, he ordered the Earth Shaman to make a big hole for the corpses. The undead Earth Shaman acted immediately without hesitation. The Earth Shaman raised her hands, and the ground trembled in response. A deep rumble echoed through the clearing as the soil cracked and shifted. Michael watched as the Earth Shaman focused, her magic sinking into the land. A moment later, the ground caved inward, forming a massive pit. The process wasn't instant. It took time for the shaman to carefully displace the dirt, ensuring the hole was deep and wide enough to accommodate the sheer number of corpses. The armored orcs stood by silently. Michael took a moment to examine the hole. It was at least 10 feet deep and wide enough to fit the entire pile with room to spare. Michael nodded in approval. "Good," he muttered. Now came the next step. He turned to the fire shaman. "Burn them." Without hesitation, the shaman raised her hands, and flames surged from her palms. A wave of heat washed over the clearing as the fire leaped toward the pile of corpses. The dry blood and clothing caught fire immediately, and within seconds, the entire pile was ablaze. Thick, acrid smoke rose into the sky. The stench of burning flesh filled the air, but Michael ignored it. His undead didn't react to the smell either. They couldn't. He watched the fire for a moment, ensuring it burned hot enough to reduce the bodies to ash. It wouldn't be perfect, bones and charred remains would still be left behind, but it was better than letting the corpses rot. Michael took one last glance at the flames before turning away. Leah leaned against the carriage, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the path Michael had taken earlier. Ace sat on the other side of the carriage, idly kicking at a small rock near his boot. "How long do you think he'll take?" he asked, her tone weary. The driver let out a slow breath. "Depends. Bandits could have had traps, hidden allies. Or maybe he just..." A sudden blur of movement cut him off. Something, or someone, appeared in their line of sight. It was fast. Inhumanly fast. Ace's breath hitched. "Did you see that?" The driver, usually composed, gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles white. "What in the world?" Liq didn't answer. His sharp gaze scanned the area, searching for any lingering trace of the movement. Then his eyes locked onto something. A missing body. One of the bandits' corpses had vanished. He turned to Ace, his voice low. "Tell me you saw that." Ace nodded slowly. "I did." The driver exhaled sharply. "He just took the body." Leah spoke immediately. "Not he just took it. He moved like a damn phantom." They fell silent, each processing what they had witnessed. Ace was the first to break the quiet. "That thing, no, that person, it was one of his guards." Leah turned to him sharply. "Obviously." Then no one spoke again. Each wanting to just leave the damn area. Like that they all watched as Michael Undead came and left, each time leaving with a corpse until it didn't come again. Something the three all felt was because of the lack of corpse. With the corpses dealt with, Michael dismissed the shamans back into the netherworld. The armored orcs, however, remained. He glanced at them, their hulking forms standing silently like statues, their armor gleaming under the midday sun. Satisfied, he strode toward the carriage. Leah, Ace, and the driver stiffened when they saw him approached, their gazes flickering over the blood splattered across his clothes. They didn't say anything, but their wariness was obvious. Michael ignored their reactions. He climbed into the carriage, settling into his seat before giving the order. "Return to the capital." The driver hesitated only for a second before snapping the reins. For a while, no one spoke. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and the creaking of the carriage filled the silence. The journey continued with only a few stops here and there. By the time they reached the capital, the sun was beginning to set. The towering walls of the city loomed ahead, guards stationed at the gates. The line to enter was long, as expected. Michael opened his eyes, stretching slightly. He took a moment to observe the capital as they approached. Compared to the wilderness, it was lively, people moving in and out. As the carriage rolled forward, a guard stepped up, his eyes scanning them. Purpose of visit? Without waiting for the guard to continue, Leah flashed the token Michael had given him. It. The guard barely glanced at it before waving them through. Once inside, the city unfolded before them, stone streets, several numerous buildings, and the unmistakable hum of civilization. Michael exhaled, taking it all in. He was back. Now, it was time to plan his next move. Michael tapped the side of the carriage as they rolled through the streets. "Find an inn," he told the driver. The man nodded, guiding the carriage through the crowded roads. Eventually, they pulled up in front of a modest but clean-looking establishment. Michael stepped down first, stretching his legs. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a silver coin, tossing it to the driver. "Nice job. See you again." The driver caught the coin smoothly and nodded. "Safe travels." With that, he turned the carriage around and drove off in a dash as if running, disappearing into the evening crowd. Michael turned to Leah and Ace. "I'm going to bathe. You two go buy me some clothes." He didn't allow the two to refute, not that they could, and handed them a gold coin which made the two drool. Before Leah and Ace could leave though, Michael held out a hand. "My token." Leah sighed but handed it back without complaint. A part of him had wanted Michael to forget. Even a fool could sense the usefulness of the token. Michael took it, chased them off and strode inside the inn. His entry caused a ruckus due to his slightly bloody appearance, but no one spoke. After paying the inn owner, Michael strode towards his room under the owner's lead. Entering the room, he wasted no time and entered the bathroom. Michael was still in the outer city. Though he had only spent a short time in the inner city, he found himself more comfortable with the outer district's lively atmosphere. Perhaps it was the energy, the constant movement and noise, that reminded him of his original world. Of course, that wasn't to say he disliked the inner city. Its peaceful environment and aesthetically pleasing surroundings were just as appealing in their own way. In the end, he didn't have a strong preference. He could live in either place without issue. The differences in his feelings toward both areas were minor enough to ignore. In the wooden tub he lay in, Michael thought back to everything that had happened during the day. Killing humans isn't so rewarding if you take away acquiring their corpses, he muttered to himself. The experience points he had gained from the bandits were underwhelming. If he compared it to the monsters he had killed before, the rate was only slightly better than that of a goblin. Even after killing dozens, most of whom had fallen to his undead rather than his own hands, he had barely gained anything. His undead, who now stood outside the inn like silent sentries, also saw no significant boost in accumulated experience. So why hadn't he bothered taking the bandits' corpses if that was their most valuable aspect? The reason was simple. They were too ordinary. The 4 human undead he already had were at least knight apprentices, each possessing some level of skill. In contrast, the bandits had been weak, untrained, and unremarkable. Somewhere along the way, Michael had become picky. Maybe it was because of his limited contract slots. The idea of human evolution intrigued him, but he doubted it would change the mediocrity of the bandits. If given the choice, he would rather revive a dead doctor than a common thug. At least a doctor came with useful skills that could be leveled up. A bandit was a gamble, and not one worth taking. Evolving humans didn't grant them new skills, only raw strength. Even if they retained intelligence and could learn, it would take time. A revived doctor, on the other hand, would have something valuable to contribute from the start. Of course, this was just an excuse. But it wasn't entirely wrong. Michael just didn't like the idea of keeping a bandit's corpse to revive later. At least the quest was quite rewarding, he muttered. Even if it meant missing out on a potential corpse, he didn't consider it a loss. Completing the quest he received from the Hunter Guild had earned him 2,500 experience points. On top of that, his excellent rating for finishing the job in under 2 days had granted him an additional 1,500 points. A total of 4,000 experience points. Even to Michael, that was a significant sum, many times higher than the pitiful amount he had gained from actually killing the bandits. I need to complete more tasks from the Hunter Guild, he mused. With the quest system, if I take on more jobs and complete them, plus whatever I earn from the hunts themselves, I should be able to level up soon. And after that, leveling should become even faster. His eyes lit up at the thought. I wonder if the Hunter Guild is still open. He made a mental note to head there once he was done. I should also take higher tier tasks to increase my hunter level. That way, I can get access to better quests. It was a cycle, one that would feed into itself. But if it meant more rewards, Michael had no complaints. This was why Awakeners loved the Land of Origin in the first place. It gave goodies. Just as Michael was about to get out of the tub, a knock came from the door. Lord, a voice called from outside. Michael recognized it instantly. Ace and Leah. Come in, he said. Drop the clothes and wait for me in the bar downstairs. The door opened briefly as the two entered, placed the neatly folded clothes on the small table beside the bed, and then left without another word. Michael took his time drying off before changing into the fresh set of clothes. Fortunately, they fit well enough, though they were a bit loose. The two youths seemed honest, and the material of the clothes was on the higher end, better than he had expected. As always, even such a simple outfit made him look noble. Not that Michael himself noticed. With everything settled, he grabbed his belongings and stepped out, making his way downstairs to the bar. Michael spotted Ace and Leah as soon as he entered the bar. They sat at a corner table, looking a bit out of place among the rowdy patrons, but they straightened up as soon as they saw him approaching. Without a word, Michael reached into his robe and pulled out one of the last silvers he had, tossing it toward Ace. The young man caught it instinctively. Use that to rent a room for the two of you, Michael said. Ace hesitated for a moment, glancing at Leah before nodding. Understood, Lord. The inn here is full, Leah added cautiously. We'll have to find a place outside. Then go, Michael replied simply. The two exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. They had expected to serve Michael, maybe be sent on errands, but this level of trust caught them off guard. In fact, ever since they started serving him, they didn't know how to feel. They weren't foolish enough to run, of course. Even if they had wanted to, they weren't sure if they could. And yet, they still couldn't understand, why was Michael so trusting of them? Was it because he saw it beneath him to worry about them? Or because he knew they wouldn't dare to run away? Michael didn't care about their internal conflict because he didn't know. In fact, even if he knew, he still wouldn't care. Whether they ran or stayed didn't matter much to him. If they ran, he wouldn't bother chasing them. If they stayed, then they were at least smart enough to recognize that sticking with him was the better option. At least by working for him they could eat and earn at the same time even after what they had attempted on him. Without another word, Michael turned away and made his way to the bar counter. A drink, he said, placing a few coppers down. The bartender, an older man with a thick beard, gave him a once-over before nodding. Moments later, a wooden mug filled with dark liquid was placed in front of him. Michael took a sip and let the burn settle in his throat. It tasted bitter. Yet, it also tasted oddly good. It was a conflicting taste for Michael. He wasn't a drinker, but tonight, he found himself in the mood for it. He was curious about it. It somehow also made sense to take one. The day had been productive, but there was still much to do. More quests to take. More experience to gain. More power to accumulate. As he sat there, thoughts raced through his mind. Ace and Liao lingered for a moment longer, as if expecting Michael to call them back. But he didn't. He had already moved on, sipping his drink with a distant expression, clearly uninterested in whatever they were thinking. Liao clenched his jaw, his fingers tightening into a fist. Ace, standing beside him, shifted uneasily. They were used to being ignored, but this was different. It wasn't indifference in the way a noble ignored a servant, it was something else. He genuinely didn't care. What they didn't know was that while Michael couldn't be bothered to be strict with them, he did appreciate their presence. They had proven to be useful, and that was enough for him. He was satisfied with them, for now. Of course, they could also try to run away. At that point, they'd have to pray for mercy the next time he saw them. Liao glanced at Ace, his lips pressing into a thin line. "We should go." Ace exhaled through his nose and gave a stiff nod. Without another word, they turned and left the inn. Outside, the night air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp wood and distant cooking fires. The streets of the outer city weren't exactly safe at night, but the two of them knew how to move unseen when necessary. They walked in silence for a while before Ace finally broke it. "You're thinking about running." Liao flinched. "And you're not." Ace sighed, rubbing his arms as if warding off the chill. "Where would we even go?" That was the problem. Running sounded like the smart choice, but where? Back to their old lives. And if they tried to leave the city, they'd be easy prey for the many dangers lurking in the wild. Ace exhaled sharply. "He doesn't even see us as a threat." Liao nodded. They had both expected some level of control, commands, threats, maybe even a magical binding of some sort. But Michael had done none of that. Instead, he gave them freedom. It was unnerving. "You think he knows we won't run?" Ace asked. Liao hesitated before shaking his head. "I don't think he cares either way." And that was what made Michael truly terrifying. A man who didn't care whether you stayed or left was a man confident enough that it didn't matter. For now, they had a silver coin and the night ahead of them. "Come on," Liao muttered. "Let's find a place to stay before it gets any later." Ace nodded, and together, they disappeared into the city. Michael finished his drink in silence, setting the empty mug down with a quiet thud. The bar was still lively, filled with drunken laughter and murmured conversations, but he had no interest in lingering. He stood, adjusting his robe, and strode toward the exit. The cool night air greeted him as he stepped outside. His undead were waiting, standing motionless in the dim light of the street lamps. Their presence had gone mostly unnoticed by the inn's patrons, but the occasional passerby cast wary glances their way before hurrying along. Michael barely paid attention to the reactions. He glanced toward the Hunter Guild's direction. He wasn't sure if it was still open, but there was only one way to find out. Without a word, he started walking. His undead followed, their movements eerily synchronized. The streets weren't as crowded as before, but they weren't empty either. A few vendors still had their stalls open, catering to late-night wanderers. The smell of roasted meat and ale mixed with the scent of damp stone. Michael walked at a steady pace, his undead trailing behind him like silent shadows. He turned a corner and entered a narrow alley, the buildings on either side leaning inward, casting deep shadows over the cobbled path. His undead followed without hesitation. A rat scurried across the ground, disappearing into a hole between the bricks. Michael barely noticed. His focus was on something else. Return to the Nether. The moment he gave the silent command, his undead shuddered. Their forms flickered, as if reality itself struggled to hold them. One by one, they dissolved into wisps of darkness, vanishing into the void. A breath of cold air brushed against Michael's skin as the last one disappeared. The alley felt emptier now, quieter. With them gone, he adjusted his robe and stepped out of the alley, merging back into the main street. The Hunter Guild wasn't far now. The Hunter Guild's building was one of the few structures in the outer city that stood out even at night. Unlike most establishments that dimmed their lanterns after sunset, the guild remained brightly lit, its doors wide open to accommodate the steady flow of hunters coming and going. As Michael approached, he could hear the muffled chatter from within, boasting, bargaining, and the occasional argument. It was a lively place, filled with the scent of sweat, ale, and iron. The moment he stepped inside, a few heads turned in his direction. Some were simply curious, others more cautious. Michael recognized a few faces. Most belonging to hunters he had seen the previous day. They were the ones that looked at him with utmost caution in their eyes. But once they saw he wasn't here to cause trouble, they lost interest and returned to their drinks or discussions. Michael made his way toward the counter, where a bored-looking receptionist sat behind a wooden desk, flipping through a stack of papers. The receptionist spared him a glance before sitting up. Though he dressed simple, the air that lingered around Michael made the receptionist who had initially planned to do her tasks throughout the night lazily take him more seriously. Looking to report a completed quest, take a new one, or something else? The receptionist inquired, bring Michael, who was observing his surroundings, out of it. Surprisingly, the guild was still very much active even at this time of the day. Michael didn't know if it was an illusion or something caused by the meeting together of a few clicked boxes, but the guild seemed to be even more active now than it was in the morning. Michael wondered if this was normal or there were others like him who came to submit their task or take new ones. Michael returned his focus to the receptionist. Both, Michael answered. The receptionist nodded and reached for a stack of papers, flipping through them as she spoke. What task did you take? She asked, her tone more businesslike now. A subjugation mission. A notorious bandit group has been raiding villages along the trade routes, Michael replied. The receptionist's fingers paused for a moment before she pulled out a file. Your name? Mike Knorr. Her eyes flickered toward him briefly before scanning the document. After a few seconds, she nodded. I see. You accepted this mission yesterday. Michael remained silent as she skimmed the details, her expression neutral. Guild regulations state that mission completions need to be verified, she continued, setting the file aside. We'll need at most 2 days to confirm that the bandits have been dealt with. You should return around that time to claim your reward. Michael gave a small nod. Understood. Michael couldn't help but note the process. The guild took time to verify completions, likely through scouts or informants, which meant that if he had proof himself, the process would be much quicker. This realization made him recall his suspicions that bringing undeniable evidence might be the key to receiving faster rewards in the future. For now, all he could do was wait. Michael remained in place, his gaze settling back on the receptionist. Can you tell me what tasks are available? The receptionist paused in thought, tapping her fingers lightly against the desk before reaching for another stack of papers. I can, she said, her voice carrying a subtle shift in tone. As she flipped through the documents, her expression remained composed, but internally, she was surprised. The task Michael had submitted, taking down an entire bandit group, wasn't something that should have been given to a solo hunter, especially not one at iron rank. What was the previous receptionist thinking when they approved this for him, she wondered. Either they were careless, or they had seen something in Michael that justified such a decision. Her fingers slowed as a new thought settled in. If he had actually completed that task alone, then his strength was far beyond the typical iron rank hunter. That changed things. She started selecting better-suited tasks, ones that required more experience, skill, or power. Surprisingly, there were far more tasks available than there had been the previous day. Michael noticed the difference immediately. The board had seemed somewhat lacking before, but now, there were numerous missions, each varying in difficulty and type. It made sense, if tasks were completed, new ones had to take their place. The receptionist cleared her throat and began listing the available tasks aloud, her voice steady but tinged with curiosity as she glanced at Michael. First, we have a beast hunt. A pack of night fawn wolves has been attacking livestock near the outskirts. The request is to either cull their numbers or eliminate their pack leader. It's a frequent issue, and the request has been marked urgent by the local farmers. She flipped to the next page. Second, an escort mission. A merchant caravan is departing for a neighboring town, but there have been recent monster sightings along the route. Hunters are needed to ensure a safe journey. The pay is decent, but it's more about patience and readiness than direct combat, most times. Michael listened in silence as she continued. Next, a nest clearing. A group of stone serpents has settled inside an abandoned mine, preventing workers from returning. The creatures need to be driven out or exterminated. The client is the mining guild, and they're offering bonuses based on how thoroughly the job is handled. She tapped the next sheet, then hesitated slightly before reading. There's also an investigation request. A village near the riverbank has reported multiple disappearances. No confirmed sightings of monsters, but tracks indicate large creatures may be responsible. The village head is looking for hunters to either solve the mystery or deal with the threat. Michael took note of the tasks, quickly assessing the risks and rewards of each. The receptionist gave him a moment before adding, "There are others, but based on what you handled last time, these seem the most fitting. If you're strong enough to handle a bandit group alone, you'll likely find these within your capability." Michael caught the slight emphasis in her tone. She was testing him, trying to gauge his real strength. He let out a breath, then glanced over the tasks again. Michael weighed his options, his thoughts moving quickly as he considered each task. The beast hunt seemed straightforward. If he went after the pack leader, the rest would likely scatter, making the job easier. One thing he particularly loved about the task was that they involved monsters. Why? Because of the experience points they could provide him. If his last experience wasn't just a fluke or dumb luck, then completing these tasks should also give him a quest, making the experience gain even better. Of course, the profit was subjective. Perhaps the experience points would be just as worthless as what he got from killing bandits. Perhaps the quest reward wouldn't even be as good as his previous one due to the task difficulty. Maybe, in the end, only the monster corpses would be worth anything. The escort mission also had its own advantages. Travel meant gathering information, about the land, about people, about how hunters operated in a group setting. While it didn't promise combat, the unpredictability of monster encounters made it anything but dull. Plus, working alongside merchants might open up useful connections. The nest clearing offered the potential for good rewards. If anything, a monster nest meant a good number of monsters gathered together. In Michael's book, as long as those monsters weren't far too strong, it was a good nest. The investigation request was the one that stood out the most. Something about disappearances with no confirmed sightings intrigued him. If it were just large creatures, why had no one seen them? Either the creatures were highly intelligent or something else was at play. Unfortunately, solving mysteries wasn't something he had much experience with, and currently didn't want to have something to do with. Michael found himself nodding slightly. Now, he just had to decide. Michael eliminated the second and fourth tasks almost immediately. The escort mission was out of the question. Travel meant spending several days on the road, and with his appointment with Mage Lien tomorrow, that wasn't an option. Missing that meeting wasn't something he could afford. The investigation request was just as unappealing. A mystery with no clear enemy. No confirmed sightings of monsters. That sounded like wasted time with little guarantee of results. He wasn't interested in chasing shadows. This and that he didn't want another look-alike encounter with a monster trying to get its tentacles on him. That left two options. The beast hunt, where he'd face a pack of night fawn wolves and their leader. Or the nest clearing, where a group of stone serpents had taken over an abandoned mine. Both involved monsters, which meant experience points. Michael took a moment, weighing the remaining options. Both tasks had their own appeal, but efficiency mattered. He glanced at the receptionist. Which of the two is closer to the capital? The receptionist scanned the documents before answering. The wolves are just outside the outskirts, within a few hours' travel. The mine, however, is farther, near the southern trade routes. A day's journey at least. That settled it. I'll take the beast hunt, Michael decided. The receptionist nodded and pulled the request paper, stamping it with the guild seal. Understood. The task is officially yours. She handed him the document. Standard protocol for missions like this: bring proof of completion, preferably the head of the pack leader and ears of the wolves you kill to indicate their numbers. Michael took the paper and gave a small nod. Got it. In fact, Michael wanted the nest mission more. The way it was stated just felt like it held stronger monsters, and they also weren't less in numbers too. However, just because he didn't take the mission now didn't mean he couldn't take it later. He just had to be fast. With that, he turned, ready to leave the guild and head out into the night. Of course, with the day as dead as the night, there was no way Michael would leave the capital to head to a location he wasn't familiar with. If he had any intention of leaving the moment he submitted his task, he wouldn't have let Leah and Ace search for a place to stay the night. Michael had no plans to step outside the capital tonight, even if he could. The reason was simple. It was time to log back into Aurora. Michael returned to the inn, ignoring the looks around him. The moment he entered his room, he moved to the uncomfortable wooden bed and summoned an orc shaman along with a male armored orc that, for once, didn't reek of blood. Then, he connected his consciousness back to his body in Aurora. Since it was nighttime in the land of origin, it was far past midnight in Aurora. However, what Michael didn't expect was to hear Aunt Mia's voice the moment he opened his eyes. He hadn't intended to listen in on whatever she was saying, but with his sharp hearing, he picked up part of the conversation before he could withdraw his senses. And it just so happened to be something that interested him, making him subconsciously continue listening. After a few more seconds, he grasped the gist of it. It seemed Aunt Mia already had a place for them and was simply speaking to the person who would transport their belongings. The news both surprised and satisfied Michael. Aunt Mia's efficiency was commendable. Without hesitation, he stood up, dismissed the undead in the room with him, and stepped out. Michael stepped into the dimly lit hall and made his way toward the main room. The moment he entered, his gaze landed on Aunt Mia, who sat at the table, her expression weary. Despite the exhaustion evident in her posture, she was still engaged in conversation with someone on the phone. Michael's eyes then shifted slightly to the side, where two familiar figures stood silently, Lily and Beginning. His two undead remained close. Beginning's hollow gaze was fixed forward, his hands neatly folded in front of him. Lily leaned against the wall, idly playing with a strand of her hair. Neither of them spoke, but Michael could tell they were paying attention. Something about them felt a little off to him, though. For one, Lily was, oddly girlish. A girlish orc. The sight was jarring in Michael's mind. Then there was Beginning. It radiated an aura of sheer will, focus, and determination, very serious, something Michael realized wasn't common even for an undead. Michael exhaled lightly. His undead were starting to develop their own personalities. And out of all of them, he felt like he owed Beginning the most. Once one of his strongest, Beginning had now fallen behind the others. Not because of weakness, but because it had been left behind to protect his family during the recent chaos, while the rest of his undead had leveled up from fighting the invading monsters. If Beginning could express its thoughts, Michael had a feeling it wouldn't be satisfied. Michael approached the table quietly, only speaking once he was close enough. "Aunt Mia," he called. Aunt Mia, who has just gotten off the phone, focused on Michael. "Michael. You're awake." Michael gave a small nod. "I heard a little of what you were saying. You found a place already?" Aunt Mia sighed, rubbing her temples. "Yes. It's nothing fancy, but it'll do for now." The owner was reluctant at first, but after some persuasion, they agreed to rent it to us. As for buying, probably a little later. Michael raised a brow at that but didn't question it. "How soon can we move?" The arrangements are already being handled, Aunt Mia said. The person I was just on the phone with just now is in charge of transporting our belongings. By Monday, everything should be settled. Monday was 2 days away, which satisfied Michael. It meant he had enough time to prepare and ensure he was available. In just a few hours, he would have to meet with Mage Lien for their appointment, something he had no intention of missing. Fortunately, tomorrow wasn't the day. Michael nodded, glancing at Aunt Mia's tired expression. The dark circles under her eyes and the slight slump in her shoulders didn't go unnoticed. You should rest, he said, his tone firm. You've been running around all day handling things. There's no need to push yourself any further tonight. Aunt Mia waved a dismissive hand, a small smile playing on her lips. I'm fine, Michael. Really? He frowned but remained silent, clearly unconvinced. I just want us to move sooner rather than later, she continued. The faster we settle in, the better. Besides, you should be worrying about yourself instead of me. I can handle the little things just fine. Michael had a frown on his face but said something. Eventually, under the smile of Aunt Mia, he could only exhale in acceptance. At least try to get some sleep, he said after a pause. Pushing too hard won't help anyone. I could say the same to you, she shot back. Michael shook his head, a faint smirk on his lips. Fair enough. Aunt Mia chuckled softly but didn't push further. As the brief moment of silence settled between them, Aunt Mia shifted slightly in her chair before looking back at Michael. By the way, have you contacted your friends? Michael frowned slightly. Which ones? He couldn't remember anyone he could call a friend, so he was puzzled. The 3 who came looking for you 2 days ago, Aunt Mia said. They stopped by to check on you, but I told them you weren't around. I didn't want anyone disturbing you while you rested. A look of realization immediately appeared on Michael's face. Aunt Mia had already informed him about this before, but as he didn't take the matter of Mira, Lillian and the unfamiliar last person seriously, he had forgotten. For a moment he wondered if he should message Mira. Nah. I haven't contacted them yet, Michael admitted. But I will soon. Aunt Mia nodded in approval. Good. It's always good to have people who care. To this, Michael merely nodded and exchanged a few more words with Aunt Mia. Once their conversation wrapped up, Michael returned to his room. He closed the door behind him and let out a quiet breath, his mind already shifting to his next course of action. However, before summoning another undead to guard him while his consciousness was in the land of origin, he hesitated. A thought crossed his mind. He had planned to visit the Supers Association branch. The cracks in the sky were still there, but they barely emitted any chaotic energy now, a stark contrast to before. Something had changed. Michael suspected the Federation had taken action, though he wasn't sure what exactly they had done. He pondered for a moment, weighing his options. In the end, he decided it was worth checking out, but only briefly. He had no intention of wasting time. If he couldn't find Brian, he would head straight back home. With his mind made up, Michael turned on his communicator and checked the time. It was already late, but the Supers Association was always active. He grabbed his jacket, adjusted his clothes, and, with one last glance at his room, stepped out into the night through his window. The cool night air greeted him as he landed soundlessly on the deserted street. Michael's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the eerie stillness. The city, once teeming with life, now bore the scars of recent destruction. Cracked roads, collapsed buildings, and scattered debris painted a grim picture of what had transpired. Michael didn't linger. With a slight flex of his legs, he vanished into a blur, dashing through the ruins at inhuman speed. Streetlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows over the wreckage. The wind howled between the skeletal remains of buildings. As he moved, Michael's mind remained sharp, cataloging every detail. Some buildings still stood but bore deep cracks, their foundations barely holding together. The roads were uneven, marred by craters left behind by the battle. However, compared a few days ago, he saw no bodies, human or monster. The Association must have cleaned up all the remains by now. Despite his speed, Michael's steps remained silent, his senses stretched outward for any sign of movement. He didn't stop. There was no reason to. His destination was clear. Soon. In just a few seconds. Michael arrived at the Supers Association branch. The building stood tall and imposing, its exterior still bearing the marks of the recent battle. Michael slowed his pace as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding area. The association was still active, just as he had expected. Even this late at night, people moved in and out of the building. Michael didn't concern himself with the details and stepped through the entrance without hesitation. The interior of the association was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the city outside. The hum of conversation filled the air as personnel moved with purpose. Ignoring the glances sent his way, Michael made his way toward the trade center. His pace was steady but deliberate. He had no intention of wasting time. However, when he reached the counter where Brian usually stood, he was met with an unfamiliar face. A woman, likely in her early 30s, looked up at him as he approached. She had sharp features, short dark hair, and an air of quiet authority about her. Michael didn't recognize her. "You're looking for someone?" she asked, her voice even. "Teacher Brian," Michael said simply. "He's usually the one handling things here." The woman's expression remained neutral. "King Brian is no longer in Woodstone City." Michael frowned at the way she addressed him. King Brian. That was unexpected. He had never heard anyone refer to Brian in such a way. The title itself was strange, he had only ever known the older man as Teacher Brian. Michael's sharp mind instantly caught onto something. King. His thoughts came to a sudden halt as his eyes widened in realization. He didn't dare assume. Instead, he asked, "What's his rank?" The woman gave a small smile, as if amused by his surprise. "He's a king rank expert now. All king rank experts must be referred to as king, just as master rank cultivators are called master. It's a matter of respect." Michael processed the information, his thoughts running at high speed. So Brian had advanced. It made sense now. The strength he had seen in the older man, it was clear that Brian was no ordinary individual. But to think he had reached king rank? That was a level far beyond what Michael had expected. So was that blue figure indeed Brian? A memory came to Michael's head, but he shook it a second later. He kept his expression calm, though internally, he re-evaluated what he knew about the man. Still, none of this changed anything for him. Brian wasn't here. That meant whatever business Michael had would have to wait. He didn't feel free enough to ask anyone else around. "I'll just search through the forum," Michael decided. With a brief nod, he turned away from the counter. There was no point in lingering any longer. However, just as he was about to leave, the woman spoke again. "If you're looking for assistance with something, I can help," she offered. Michael glanced back at her, considering. For a moment, he debated whether to ask for information regarding Brian's whereabouts, but ultimately, he decided against it. He had no reason to go searching for the man. "It's nothing urgent," he said simply. "I'll handle it myself." Without another word, he left the trade center. Michael stepped back out into the night, his thoughts still lingering on what he had just learned. The city remained quiet, the remnants of destruction serving as a silent reminder of the recent chaos. He exhaled lightly, refocusing. There was no point in dwelling on it. Right now, there were other things to do. It didn't take long for Michael to return to his room. However, after closing the windows, he didn't immediately attempt to return to the land of origin. Instead, he brought out his phone. Michael sat down on his bed and unlocked his phone, his fingers moving with practiced ease as he navigated to the Supers Association forum. It had been a few days since he had last logged in. As the page loaded, a flood of new posts filled his screen. The forum was as active as ever. A few front-page posts caught his attention. How to make an organ enlargement potion, safe and effective. Breaking past the elite rank, the key to advancing. Federation's latest action against the cracks, what we know so far. Michael's eyelids twitched at the first post. He stared at the bold title, his mind blank for a second. Then, before he could stop himself, his thumb tapped the screen. A mistake. It was definitely a mistake. Michael refused to acknowledge any other possibility. A wall of text and images loaded instantly, the first line reading. Many think size is determined at birth, but with alchemy, even fate can be rewritten. Michael blinked. His grip on the phone tightened slightly. He should close it. Immediately. But his eyes moved down despite himself, scanning the ingredients list. Requires the liver of a rank 3 bone python, the petals of a midnight orchid, and... Michael caught himself and quickly exited the post. A deep silence filled the room. He exhaled through his nose, locking his phone with a flick of his thumb. It's time to enter the land of origin, he muttered to himself, as if to wash away the previous moment from existence. Of course he didn't do this. After all, he had come for something else instead. This post had just... Michael shook his head and went back to the front page. He clicked on the third post that had also gotten his attention and what he had logged in for in the first place. The post loaded quickly, revealing a detailed breakdown of the Federation's latest actions. Federation's latest action against the cracks, what we know so far. By Level 4. The Federation has deployed high-ranking experts to stabilize the largest remaining cracks. Reports indicate that a special containment team, led by a King-rank expert, has successfully sealed multiple rift points in major cities. However, sources suggest that the cracks have not been entirely neutralized, merely suppressed. While the cracks no longer pose an immediate danger, they haven't been truly dealt with. The Federation's silence regarding the long-term consequences is concerning. Stay alert. Michael leaned back slightly, absorbing the information. So the Federation had acted. That explained the change in the sky. The cracks were still there but weakened, no longer pouring out chaotic energy. However, if the Federation had only suppressed them instead of closing them entirely, that meant the danger wasn't over. Michael frowned slightly. His gaze drifted back to the account name. The level alone was already surprising. It meant the person was either a rank 3 awakener or a king rank cultivator, an elite powerhouse in either case. But something still didn't sit right with him. The Federation had the power to suppress the cracks but not close them completely. That was odd. Shouldn't they have been able to eliminate the threat entirely? Michael's mind spun with possibilities. Either the cracks were beyond even the Federation's control, or they had a reason for leaving them open. His eyes narrowed slightly. The demonic supernaturals had been the ones responsible for the chaos, but their motives remained unclear. Michael significantly. Was their goal to let something through? Or had this simply been a test of the Federation's strength? Michael wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could uncover the truth on his own. He clicked on the comments section, quickly scanning through the replies. Some were dismissive. If the Federation's handling it, then there's nothing to worry about. Just go back to training. Others were more skeptical. Suppressed? That just means the problem is delayed, not solved. What happens if the cracks open again? Anyone else notice the Federation has been moving some certain ways lately? First it was exposing the supernatural world bit by bit a few days ago. Michael exhaled through his nose. He had already suspected as much, but seeing others echo his thoughts made it clear, he wasn't the only one wary of the situation. Still, there was no immediate action he could take. His fingers tapped against the side of his phone as he considered his next move. For now, there was no point in dwelling on what he couldn't change. Michael exited the forum and locked his phone. He had one last thing to do before entering the land of origin. Standing up, he extended his hand, summoning an undead. "Stand guard," he instructed. The undead remained motionless, awaiting further orders. Satisfied, Michael laid back down on his bed, closing his eyes. A familiar sensation washed over him as his consciousness drifted away. And the world of the land of origin welcomed him once more. A pair of green eyes opened and Michael found himself once again in the room of the inn he had rented the night for. So uncomfortable. Michael commented on his wooden bed and sat up. Michael sat up, rubbing his neck. The wooden bed was stiff and uncomfortable, making his body ache slightly despite his enhanced physique. He let out a small groan and stretched before glancing around the dimly lit room. Everything was as he had left it. His undead still stood motionless in the corner, its eerie form blending with the shadows. Michael's thoughts drifted for a moment. He had done everything he needed to for now. The Federation's movements, the cracks in the sky, and Brian's unexpected advancement to king rank were all things to keep in mind, but none of them required his immediate attention. At least, not yet. Feeling idle, he exhaled through his nose and closed his eyes. He shifted into a lotus position, his mind settling as he prepared to meditate. His cultivation technique was bad, barely effective. It provided him with little actual improvement, but at least the process was comfortable. A side thought crossed his mind. I should look for a better meditation technique. The one he was using was likely something low-grade. He had never put much effort into seeking a superior method, but now, with his growing ambitions, it seemed foolish to continue like this. For now, though, he let that thought drift away. Slowly, he focused on his breathing. The room was silent, save for the faint movements of his undead, and soon, Michael fell into deep meditation. Morning arrived without him realizing it. Today was the day he had an appointment with Mage Lien. Michael ignored the panels in front of him and went to clean up. After washing up and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Michael stepped out of his room and made his way downstairs. The inn was already bustling with activity. The scent of freshly baked bread and simmering broth filled the air, mixing with the low hum of conversation from the other patrons. The innkeeper, a broad-shouldered man with a thick beard, spotted Michael and immediately straightened his posture. His eyes held a trace of respect as he greeted him. "Good morning, sir," the innkeeper said with a nod. "Would you like breakfast? We have fresh porridge, eggs, and some smoked meat today." Michael gave a slight nod. "I'll take whatever is ready." "Of course." The innkeeper hurried away, and within moments, a steaming bowl of porridge and a plate of smoked meat was placed before him. Michael ate in silence, his thoughts already focused on his upcoming meeting with Mage Lien. Once he finished, he placed a few coins on the counter and stood up. The innkeeper gave him a respectful nod but didn't say anything further. Michael returned to his room and closed the door behind him, exhaling slightly. He had returned for a reason. He was waiting for the day to brighten more and for Ace and Leah to arrive. As Michael waited, he took a moment to collect his thoughts. He had a busy day ahead of him, with his appointment with Mage Lien being the main priority. Michael's gaze drifted toward the window, where the morning sunlight was slowly creeping in. He watched as the dust particles danced in the rays of light, his mind momentarily at ease. However, his tranquility was short-lived, as his thoughts soon turned to the tasks at hand. He heard a faint knock at the door. Michael made his way to the door and opened it. He found Ace and Leah standing in the hallway. They both seemed brighter than they were yesterday. Michael figured the two must have had a great sleep. The two bowed in greeting, but before they could speak Michael beat them to it. "I won't be available today to be with you, but I need you both to do something for me." Immediately a look of surprise appeared on the two youths' faces as they turned to look at each other. Michael stood in the doorway, his eyes fixed on Ace and Leah. "I have a task for you both," he said, his voice firm but controlled. Ace and Leah exchanged a brief glance before nodding in unison. "Yes, sir." Ace asked, his voice bright and attentive. Michael's gaze narrowed slightly. I'm interested in purchasing a house in the outer city. Can you tell me more about the available options? This idea had come to Michael earlier in the day. One should not forget that, thanks to the bandits, Michael was far from broke. The thought had first crossed his mind in a funny way. He had realized that not only was he wealthy in Aurora, but his wealth seemed to follow him in the land of origin as well. And when he considered that he was moving to another area in Aurora, the idea naturally followed. Why not get his own place? Michael wasn't sure how much houses cost in this world, but the chests of silver, along with one containing gold coins, made him confident. He doubted he could afford anything in the inner city, where a single meal likely cost a commoner's monthly income, but getting a place in the outer city should be possible. As for why the bandits had so much money yet still looked poor, Michael suspected they had only recently acquired their wealth. The existence of the health potions in their stash seemed to hint at that. Leah's expression remained cold and distant. There are a few areas in the outer city where nobles can purchase houses, sir. The Golden District, the Silver District, and the Copper District are the most popular areas. Ace added, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm, but, sir, the Golden District is the most expensive area. The houses there are luxurious and well-maintained, but they come with a hefty price tag. Michael's eyes flicked to Ace, his expression unreadable. What about the Silver District? He asked, his voice neutral. Leah's voice was detached, but informative. The Silver District is a bit more affordable than the Golden District, sir. The houses there are still well maintained, but they're not as luxurious. It's a popular area for nobles who want a comfortable but not overly extravagant lifestyle. Ace chimed in, his voice full of excitement. And the Copper District, sir. It's the most affordable area, but the houses there can be a bit rough around the edges. However, it's a great option for nobles who want to invest in a property without breaking the bank. Michael's gaze lingered on Ace and Leah, his expression thoughtful. I want you both to look into these areas and find suitable properties for me. Report back to me tonight or tomorrow morning at the ground floor of the inn. Leah nodded, his expression still cold and distant. Yes, sir. We'll take care of it. Ace responded too. Don't worry, sir. We'll find the perfect property for you. As they turned to leave, Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the two youths. He could sense the difference in their attitudes, Leah's cold detachment and Ace's bright enthusiasm. It was an interesting dynamic, one that Michael did not intend to explore further. However, before the two could get further away, Michael stopped them. As he spoke, he reached into his coat and retrieved 2 silver coins from his storage space. Unlike before, he was no longer spending what Mage Lien had given him. This was his own earnings from the bandits. You take this, and you take this. He handed each of them a coin, his tone firm but calm. I know you still have plenty left from the supplies we gathered, so keep it. This is your reward for your obedience, which has satisfied me. Continue like this, and there will be more in the future. Michael believed in the stick-and-carrot approach. From what he understood about this world, there was little chance they would try to escape, but people didn't always stay just because they were forced to. Sometimes, even in unfavorable situations, they remained because they believed it was worth it. It felt manipulative, maybe even toxic, but Michael didn't feel guilty. He knew he hadn't mistreated them. If anything, this was just ensuring that their loyalty, or at least their efficiency, remained intact. After giving them their reward, Michael dismissed them with a casual wave of his hand. Ace bowed deeply, a smile stretching across his face. Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to find the best options for you. Leah nodded with a complicated expression on his face. Understood. Michael watched as they turned and disappeared down the hallway. Once they were gone, he closed the door and exhaled, rubbing his temples. With that matter settled, he shifted his focus back to his main priority for the day, his meeting with Mage Lien. According to Mage Lien, all Michael needed to do was visit any noble house with the token, and they would arrange for him to meet with Mage Lien. A moment later, he stepped out of his room, descending the staircase of the inn and heading straight for the entrance. The streets outside were already bustling with life. Merchants called out their wares, commoners hurried about their daily tasks, and the occasional armored patrol moved through the crowd, their presence maintaining order. Michael's pace remained steady as he navigated through the streets, heading toward the gate of the inner city. The inner gate wasn't hard to locate, and with the token in his hand, gaining access inside wasn't difficult for Michael either. However, once inside, he found himself a little lost. He knew he needed to head toward a noble house, but the issue was that he didn't know any. Ace and Leah wouldn't have been able to help either, as they had never stepped into the inner city in their entire lives. In the end, Michael decided to try his luck by going deeper into the city, searching for the large houses with insignia flags. During his last visit, he had taken note of a few. If anything could be called a noble house, it had to be these establishments. As Michael ventured deeper into the inner city, he noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. He saw nobles and their attendants hurrying about, their fine clothes and jewelry a stark contrast to the more modest attire of the commoners in the outer city. Michael's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the large houses with insignia flags. He had seen a few during his last visit, and he hoped to find one now. After a few minutes of walking, he spotted a grand estate in the distance. The house was massive, with tall spires and intricate stonework. A flag bearing the insignia of a golden sword fluttered in the breeze. Michael's gaze locked onto the estate, and he quickened his pace. He approached the entrance, where two guards stood at attention. They eyed Michael warily, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. "Halt," one of the guards said. "State your business." Michael held out the token, and the guard's expressions changed. Though he appeared calm on the surface, Michael couldn't help but feel nervous as his mind was all over the place about what to do. To this moment, he still had his doubts about the token Mage Lien had handed him. With his experience, he knew it was very valuable, but it also showed that it was only those who could recognize it who knew of its importance. When they didn't know, it seemed worthless. However, Michael didn't expect that the token seemed to be useful even inside the inner city. The guards of the house he chose on random actually recognized the token. The guards exchanged a brief glance, and then one of them nodded. "Welcome, sit," he said, his voice filled with a newfound respect. "We've been expecting you. Please, follow me." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind racing with questions. Expecting him? How did they know he was coming? Michael didn't have time to think as the guard led him through the estate, navigating a series of opulent corridors and chambers. The guard led Michael through the estate, navigating a series of opulent corridors and chambers. They finally arrived at a large wooden door, adorned with intricate carvings. The guard knocked twice, and a voice from within bade them enter. The guard pushed open the door, revealing a lavish study. A few days ago, a wave of curiosity swept through the inner city. The attendant of Grand Mage Lien had visited several noble houses, delivering a message that sparked whispers and speculation. The attendant's words were brief but intriguing: a young man would soon arrive, carrying a token that would grant him an audience with Grand Mage Lien. The noble houses were instructed to receive the young man with respect and arrange for him to meet with the Grand Mage immediately. Most of the nobles who received the message was particularly intrigued. They had no idea what to expect from this young man or what made him so important to Grand Mage Lien. The lack of information only added to the mystery, and they found themselves wondering if he would be the one to receive the young man. As the days passed, the initial excitement began to wane, replaced by confusion and skepticism. Some nobles started to wonder if the young man would ever arrive, while others speculated that he might have already visited another noble house, and they had chosen to keep it a secret. However, Michael, the cause of the matter, knew nothing of this and was currently staring at the old man in front of him. Ace and Leah. Ace and Leah stepped out of the inn, the morning air crisp against their skin. The streets were already bustling with activity, merchants setting up their stalls and travelers passing through. Despite the familiar scene, neither of them felt entirely at ease. Michael's attitude toward them was strange. He wasn't like the nobles they had grown up fearing, those who sneered at commoners or saw them as disposable. But that didn't mean they could trust him. Ace adjusted the strap of his bag, glancing sideways at Liao. "He's different, huh?" he muttered under his breath. Liao exhaled sharply. "Yeah. I don't know if that makes it better or worse." Ace hummed in agreement. They couldn't deny that Michael's presence was starting to change their impression of nobles, and that was unsettling in its own way. After a moment of silence, Liao finally asked, "How much silver do we have now?" Ace reached into his pocket and pulled out a few coins. "3, he said simply. "He gave us one last night, but we never spent it." Liao pressed his lips together, conflicted. He let out a slow breath, rubbing his temple. "I hope he gets bored of us soon and lets us go." His words were firm, but there was hesitation in his voice. Because deep down, a part of him wondered. Could they actually make enough coin by staying with Michael? Enough to enroll in a dojo and finally gain supernatural powers? Liao shook his head, forcing the thought away. He couldn't afford to entertain that kind of hope. Especially when it came from working for a noble. A group he wanted to destroy. Though he had planned to use their money to gain power to destroy them, he didn't exactly like how it was currently going. Ace tucked the coins back into his pocket and gave Liao a sideways glance. "You think he'd really just let us go?" His voice was lighter, but the weight of the question lingered between them. Liao didn't answer right away. Instead, he focused on the path ahead, leading them toward the outer city's wealthier districts. The streets were wide and lined with more permanent shops rather than the temporary market stalls they were used to. The closer they got to their destination, the more refined the architecture became, nothing like the cramped alleys they had grown up in. "I don't know," Liao finally admitted. "He's not like the others, but that doesn't mean he's not dangerous." Ace smirked. "Yeah, but I get the feeling he's not planning to kill us in our sleep or anything. If anything, he might be the type who actually keeps his word." Liao frowned but didn't argue. They reached the Silver District first, where the homes were neat, well-maintained, and clearly meant for wealthy who wanted comfort without excess. Ace whistled as he looked around. "Not bad. If I had a pile of gold, I'd live here." Liao gave him a sharp look. "You're getting too comfortable with this," he muttered. Ace shrugged. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm just thinking ahead. If we play this right, we could set ourselves up for something better than running and hiding all the time." Liao didn't respond. He wanted to argue, but the truth was, Ace had a point. They had survived by scraping by, taking whatever they could to make it another day. But working for Michael, even in the short time they'd known him, had already given them more than they'd ever had before. And that terrified Liao more than anything. "Come on," he said, pushing forward. "Let's find the best place we can. If we're going to do this, we might as well do it right." Ace grinned, falling into step beside him. "Now that's the spirit." With that, the two of them set off to complete their task, though each carried their own thoughts about what it truly meant for their future. Michael stared at the old man in front of him. This time, he was seated. The guard from the gate had brought him to some kind of study to meet who Michael assumed was the steward of the noble house he had entered. At first, the steward had looked at him with puzzlement, addressing the guard beside him rather than Michael himself. The man wasn't disrespectful, but his gaze was dismissive. However, the moment he learned that Michael carried a royal court token, the first time Michael realized what the item Mage Lien had given him truly was, the steward's attitude shifted drastically. His dismissiveness vanished, replaced by immediate and sincere respect. When he confirmed that Michael had come specifically for Mage Lien, his deference only deepened. Fortunately, there was no unnecessary small talk. The steward promptly assured him that he would send someone to the core area of the capital to inform Mage Lien of his presence. With how smoothly everything went, Michael was certain this was Mage Lien's handiwork. There was no way the old mage could have known which noble house he would choose, so the only logical explanation was that his presence had already been broadcasted to several noble houses to ensure his passage was unhindered. Michael's feelings on the matter were complicated. On one hand, he was glad everything had gone smoothly. But on the other, wasn't this attracting more attention than he wanted? A bit of recognition was fine, but he couldn't forget, he was an outsider here. And his fake identity was particularly sensitive. A noble. His real bloodline had no connection to nobility, yet somehow, in this world, he had been labeled as one. Michael was concerned that if too many powerful figures started paying attention to him, the very identity that was granting him so many benefits now could end up being a liability in the future. That said, he wasn't too worried. At the very least, he had never actually claimed to be a noble himself. Besides, a part of him believed that if he demonstrated impressive enough prowess, those who questioned his identity might instead offer him an even better one. Right now, Michael's focus was on the steward who had just returned to the study where he had left Michael to wait. However, he didn't come alone. He was accompanied by a young girl. Michael guessed she was about the same age as his cousin. No. She should be slightly older. She wore an expensive-looking gown that, while elegant, seemed uncomfortable to wear, or so Michael thought. Still, his attention remained on why she had been brought into the study. Was she the one who would lead him to Mage Lien? Sir Michael, then steward addressed, his voice carrying the practiced ease of someone used to formalities. Allow me to introduce Lady Syria Golden, the youngest daughter of the Golden family. Michael's gaze flickered to the girl. Lady Syria. Golden family. He didn't recognize the name, but from the steward's tone, it was clearly an influential house. The girl, Syria, gave him a polite nod, her expression neutral but her sharp blue eyes studying him with open curiosity. She was young, maybe 17 or 18, with delicate features and long silver hair that was neatly tied back. Despite her youthful appearance, there was a confidence in the way she carried herself. Before Michael could question her presence, the steward continued. In the time it takes for a response to arrive from the royal court, Lady Syria will keep you company. Michael's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly, he frowned. That wasn't necessary. He preferred to be left alone. He opened his mouth to decline, but before he could say a word, the steward had already stepped back and gave him a respectful nod. Please excuse me, Sir Michael. If you need anything, the attendants outside will be at your disposal. Without waiting for a response, the old man turned on his heel and left the study, closing the door behind him with a quiet click. Michael stared at the door for a brief moment before sighing lightly. The steward hadn't even given him a chance to refuse. Shifting his gaze back to the girl, he found Syria still watching him, her expression unreadable. A moment of silence stretched between them before she tilted her head slightly. You don't seem particularly pleased, she noted. Michael met her gaze, his tone flat. I wasn't expecting company. Syria gave a small, amused smile. Neither was I. Michael raised a brow at that. So you weren't told beforehand? She shook her head. Only that I was to keep you company. Nothing else. That confirmed it. She was just as much in the dark as he was about the reason behind this arrangement. Michael exhaled quietly, leaning back slightly in his chair. Then I suppose we're both stuck here. Syria's lips twitched. It would seem so. Another brief silence. Michael wasn't interested in unnecessary conversation, but at the same time, he knew it would be rude to completely ignore her. He wasn't looking for trouble with a noble family, especially one he knew nothing about. So after a moment, he simply asked, Are you used to this? Syria arched a brow. Being assigned to entertain unexpected guests. Michael gave a slight nod. She chuckled. Not particularly. But it's not the worst thing. Michael hummed in acknowledgement, but beyond that, he didn't say much. Syria, however, didn't seem bothered by his lack of enthusiasm. If anything, she appeared somewhat intrigued by his presence. The steward's decision hadn't been an attempt to make the noble daughter entertain a guest, it had been a calculated move by the head of the Golden Sword family. Syria's presence wasn't about simple courtesy, it was about making an impression. A stranger who carried a royal court token. Someone who personally knew a grand mage. And not just any grand mage, but one who openly displayed his importance to this person. That kind of individual wasn't ordinary. The head of the Golden family had clearly decided it was better to test the waters, to see if forging a connection was possible. Michael, however, didn't know of this. Syria herself was in the dark, but she was already used to receiving guests. All she had to do was at least leave an impression. Though her attitude seemed casual, she actually took this task seriously. Syria leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the armrests of her chair. "So, Sir Mike, where are you from?" Michael gave her a flat look. "Somewhere far from here." Syria's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "That's not very specific." It wasn't meant to be. She let out a soft hum, unbothered by his curt response. "You don't like talking about yourself?" Michael didn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure if it was just casual conversation or if she was fishing for information. Either way, he had no intention of giving her anything useful. After a moment of silence, Syria tried again. "Mage Lien, he seems to think highly of you. How did you meet him?" Michael's gaze flickered toward her before he replied, "A coincidence." Syria waited for more, but nothing else came. She sighed dramatically. "You're not making this easy, you know. I wasn't aware I was supposed to." She chuckled. "Most people would at least try to be polite." Michael shrugged. "Most people aren't me." Syria tapped her fingers against the armrest. "You're really not interested in conversation, are you?" "Not particularly." She tilted her head, studying him for a moment. "Then what are you interested in?" Michael looked at her, his expression unreadable. "At the moment?" "Waiting." Syria blinked before letting out a quiet laugh. "You're impossible." Michael didn't respond. The conversation, or lack thereof, continued in much the same manner. Syria would ask a question, and Michael would either respond vaguely, deflect, or ignore it entirely. But despite his disinterest, Syria didn't seem frustrated. If anything, she looked entertained. "You know," she mused, after another failed attempt to get more than a few words out of him, "I don't think I've ever met someone quite like you." Michael glanced at her. "I'll take that as a compliment." Syria smirked. "You should." Another silence fell between them, but this time, it was a little more comfortable. Syria had learned something valuable. Michael wasn't someone who could be easily drawn into conversation. But he also wasn't outright rude. He was just, careful. And that, more than anything, made him interesting. Syria tapped her fingers lightly against the chair's armrest, as if considering her next move. She had been testing the waters, probing for something, anything, that would get more than a one-word response from him. This was surely what her father wanted. Michael, on the other hand, wasn't particularly interested in humoring her. He wasn't here to socialize, and even if he was, he doubted engaging with a noble girl he barely knew would do him any favors. More than that, he had the distinct feeling that the more he spoke, the more likely he was to slip up. Fortunately, there was no real need for politeness. And, to his relief, Syria wasn't demanding it either. Still, he acknowledged that she wasn't annoying. Unlike what he expected nobles to act, Syria didn't seem condescending or arrogant. If anything, she treated his resistance to conversation like a challenge, one she was oddly enjoying. What he wasn't sure of was whether this was how she treated everyone or just a specific group of people. A few moments passed before she spoke again. "If you don't like talking about yourself, what do you like talking about?" Michael exhaled through his nose. "That depends on the topic." Syria gave him a flat look. That's not an answer. Michael's lips twitched, barely noticeable. It wasn't meant to be. Syria let out an exaggerated sigh, shaking her head. You really are impossible. Michael said nothing. She leaned back, studying him with those sharp blue eyes. Then, unexpectedly, she switched tactics. You know, she mused, I wasn't expecting someone carrying a royal court token to be this difficult. Michael glanced at her. Difficult? Uncooperative. Mysterious. Boring. Michael arched a brow at that last one. Syria grinned. Oh. That got a reaction. Michael shook his head, amused despite himself. Calling someone boring isn't exactly subtle. It worked, didn't it? Michael gave a small shrug. If that's what you need to tell yourself. Syria chuckled, but didn't push further. Instead, she crossed her legs and settled into a more relaxed posture, seemingly content to let the conversation drift. Michael didn't mind the silence. In fact, he preferred it. But Syria's presence was interesting. Just as the silence between them began to settle, a knock echoed from the study's door. Michael's gaze flicked toward it, and Syria straightened slightly, her relaxed posture shifting into something more composed. The door opened, and the steward returned, but this time, he wasn't alone. A figure stepped into the room. The man was elderly but moved with the precision of someone in complete control of his surroundings. He wore a symbolic robe that Michael figured signified something important, though its design was simpler than the extravagant attire of nobility. His gray hair was neatly tied back, and his sharp eyes swept over the room before settling on Michael. His expression remained unreadable, but there was no hostility, only a quiet assessment. The steward bowed slightly. Sir Mike, this is Master Yuan, an attendant of Grand Mage Lien. He has come to escort you to the royal court. Master Yuan inclined his head in respectful greeting. Sir Mike, it is an honor to meet you. If you are prepared, we should depart. The Grand Mage is expecting you. Though his words were direct, his tone held a measure of courtesy, treating Michael not as a mere task but as a guest worthy of respect. Michael stood without hesitation. Syria, however, remained seated, watching the exchange with open curiosity. She didn't seem surprised by the abruptness, nor did she look particularly disappointed that their conversation was being cut short. Instead, she simply smiled. It seems our time is up. Michael glanced at her. It seems so. Syria tilted her head. Will we meet again? Michael didn't answer immediately. He hadn't planned to stay long in the noble district, but something told him that avoiding future encounters with nobles entirely would be impossible. Instead of a direct answer, he simply said, "We'll see." Syria chuckled, seemingly satisfied with that. Master Yuan, meanwhile, had already turned toward the door. Come. We must go. The corridors of the noble estate gave way to the open streets, where a carriage awaited them. Master Yuan moved with quiet efficiency, opening the door and gesturing for Michael to step inside. The ride was smooth, the interior of the carriage well maintained but not overly luxurious. Master Yuan sat opposite him, hands resting calmly in his lap. For a time, there was silence. Then, Master Yuan spoke, his tone measured. The Grand Mage had expected a word from you days ago. Michael met his gaze evenly. I apologize. The opportunity to observe the capital was too good to pass up. This wasn't exactly a lie. Compared to obediently staying in the inner city, Michael believed the outer city gave him much more. Master Yuan nodded, accepting the answer without judgment. The capital is a fascinating place. It is easy to lose track of time when taking it in. Michael merely inclined his head. He wasn't sure whether Yuan was being understanding or subtly admonishing him. Either way, it didn't matter. He had his reasons. Yuan studied him for a moment before shifting topics. How have you found the city? Michael considered his words. Lively. structured. Yuan, however, didn't press the matter. Instead, he shifted the conversation. Mage Lien spoke highly of you. He said you were unconventional. Michael tilted his head slightly. Is that so? Yuan's smile deepened, though it remained unreadable. It is rare for someone to garner the attention of both the mage and the kingdom's guard so quickly. Michael remained expressionless. He had expected the Grand Mage's attendant to be well informed, but it was another thing to hear it spoken so plainly. I was simply in the right place at the right time, he said. Yuan chuckled. A convenient coincidence, then. Michael shrugged. If you say so. Yuan watched him for a moment, then leaned back. Regardless, you have made an impression. That is not a small thing in this city. Michael didn't respond, letting the silence settle. The carriage continued its smooth journey through the city streets, and Michael took the moment to observe through the window. The noble district gradually gave way to the towering structures of the inner city, where guards were stationed at regular intervals, and the presence of authority was undeniable. It wasn't long before they arrived at the royal court. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop, and the door was opened from the outside. Master Yuan stepped out first, and Michael followed, his gaze sweeping over the grand entrance before them. The palace was an imposing structure, its intricate designs reflecting the wealth and power of the kingdom. The guards stationed at the gates barely spared them a glance. Master Yuan's presence was identification enough. Master Yuan led the way through the grand entrance, his steps measured and precise. Michael followed, his gaze flicking over the intricate architecture of the royal court. The walls were adorned with elegant carvings depicting historical battles and legendary figures, the floor polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the glow of enchanted lanterns hanging from the high ceiling. The air carried the faint scent of incense and old parchment, mingling with the distant hum of quiet conversation. Court attendants moved with practiced grace, dressed in uniform robes of deep blue, each carrying scrolls or delicate trays as they hurried through the halls. Maids in simpler attire bowed their heads respectfully as they passed, their presence unobtrusive yet ever-present. Master Yuan continued without pause, his posture never breaking its quiet dignity. The corridors of the palace exuded authority. Tall, gilded doors lined the halls, each leading to chambers Michael assumed were reserved for the influential figures of the court. The deeper they went, the quieter the surroundings became, until only the muffled sound of their footsteps remained. After several turns, Master Yuan finally stopped before an intricately carved wooden door, its surface adorned with golden inlays that shimmered faintly under the lantern light. Two royal guards stood at attention on either side, their expressions unreadable beneath the steel of their helmets. Master Yuan inclined his head slightly to them. The Grand Mage is expecting him. The guards exchanged a brief glance before stepping aside in perfect synchronization. One of them reached for the door and pushed it open without a word. Michael exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable as he stepped forward. Master Yuan followed behind him, his voice calm. Welcome to the Grand Mage's chambers. The room was spacious yet not ostentatious. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and neatly stacked scrolls covered the walls, their spines worn from use. A massive desk sat at the center. At the far end, near a wide-open balcony overlooking the palace gardens, stood Mage Lien. But Michael's attention barely lingered on him. Instead, his gaze shifted to the two other figures in the room. One, a man with sharp features. He sat comfortably in a high-backed chair near the desk. His robes, though simple, carried an unmistakable air of authority. He observed Michael with a keen, assessing gaze, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. The other stood behind him, a silent, looming figure in dark armor, posture rigid with the discipline of a trained guard. His eyes were alert, scanning Michael with the watchfulness of a man used to anticipating threats before they even arose. Master Yuan bowed slightly. "Seventh Prince, this is Sir Mike." Michael kept his face neutral, but inwardly, he made note of the title. Prince. He hadn't expected that in front of other nobles, where he could afford to be dismissive. Michael felt he had to offer a bit of respect toward this man. A prince? In a place where nobles dominated everything, this had to be a very important figure. Michael didn't think he could treat the other party casually. "Good morning," he said. However, what he didn't realize was that his greeting was far too casual. It didn't take long for him to sense that something was wrong from the silence that followed. For one, why did the guard behind the prince look angry? And what was with the strange expression on Master Yuan's face? Over the past few months, countless rumors and exciting news had been circulating throughout the kingdom. However, among them, two pieces of news had garnered the most attention, both within the kingdom and beyond. The first was the announcement that the old king of Lionheart was stepping down. This was a matter of great significance to the entire kingdom, so it was understandable that it had spread far and wide. And unlike mere rumors, this was a confirmed truth. The second was the Duke of Evermund's competition, where one of the grand prizes included the hand of his daughter in marriage. Several factors contributed to its widespread popularity, but the most commonly accepted reason was the value of the prize itself. None of this had anything to do with Michael, even though he was somewhat aware of both matters. In fact, he had used the Duke's competition as an excuse for Mage Lien, which was partly why he ended up accompanying him to the capital. As for the kingdom's affairs, Michael didn't spare them much thought. In his eyes, they had nothing to do with him. He just never thought he'd come in contact with the royal family so soon. Michael's casual greeting hung in the air, and for a moment, no one responded. The prince's expression remained neutral, but the guard behind him took a step forward, his eyes narrowing. "How dare you?" the guard growled, his voice low and menacing. "You address the seventh prince with such disrespect." "Good morning." He spat the words as if they were an insult. "You should show more deference, especially in front of the prince." Michael's expression didn't change, but he felt a flicker of wariness. He hadn't intended to be disrespectful, but it seemed he had misjudged the formalities. "I apologize," Michael said, attempting to rectify his mistake. "I meant no disrespect, Your Highness." The guard took another step forward, his face reddening. "You think a simple apology will suffice? You should be on your knees, begging for forgiveness." His voice rose, echoing off the walls of the chamber. Michael's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. He had apologized, and that should have been enough. But before things escalated further, Mage Lien intervened, his voice firm but calm. "Enough, Captain," he said, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The guard's face twisted in a scowl, but he stepped back, his eyes never leaving Michael's face. Then, Mage Lien's mana locked onto everyone in the room, suffocating them. The air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Michael, however, felt it was like a breeze. He watched, unmoved, as the others struggled. The prince and Yuan only felt a bit hard to breathe, but the guard suffered it the most. His face turned red, and he stumbled backward, gasping for air. Mage Lien's gaze never wavered. "I will not have you disrespect my guest, Captain," he said, his voice icy. The room fell silent, the only sound the guard's ragged breathing. Finally, Mage Lien released his mana, and the tension in the room dissipated. The guard collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. The seventh prince stood up. "Captain Ortega, I believe you have made your point," he said, his voice firm but controlled. The guard, still gasping for air, struggled to his feet. "Why yes, Your Highness," he stammered, his eyes never leaving Michael's face. The prince turned to Michael, a small smile on his face. "Please, accept my apologies for Captain Ortega's behavior. He can be enthusiastic at times." Michael inclined his head. "No need to apologize, Your Highness. I understand my fault." The prince's smile deepened. "I think you do, Sir Mike. And I appreciate your understanding." Master Yuan stepped forward, his eyes flicking between Michael and the prince. "If I may interrupt, Your Highness, the Grand Mage has requested a private audience with Sir Mike." The prince nodded, his expression thoughtful. Very well. I will leave you to your meeting. Sir Mike, it was enlightening to meet you. Michael bowed his head slightly. The pleasure was mine, Your Highness. As the prince turned to leave, he glanced at Captain Ortega, who was still struggling to catch his breath. Captain, I believe you need to compose yourself. Please, take a few moments outside. Captain Ortega's face darkened, but he bowed his head and exited the room, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor. The prince watched him go, a hint of amusement on his face. I apologize again for the unpleasantness. Please, proceed with your meeting. With that, he turned and followed Captain Ortega out of the room, leaving Michael alone with Mage Lien and Master Yuan. Mage Lien gestured to a chair in front of his desk. Please, Sir Mike, have a seat. We have much to discuss. The seventh prince stood outside the Grand Mage's chambers, his mind consumed by thoughts of the mysterious Sir Mike. Who was this man, and why had the Grand Mage taken such an interest in him? The prince's eyes narrowed as he pondered the implications. He hoped that this unexpected development wouldn't affect the Grand Mage's impression of him. His father, the old king, was stepping down, and this was a critical time for the prince to secure the support of influential people like Mage Lien. The prince's gaze turned to his guard, Captain Ortega, who stood waiting beside him. The captain's face was still flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with resentment towards Sir Mike. The prince's expression twisted in disdain. Captain Ortega's behavior was unbecoming, and his lack of control was embarrassing. The prince's eyes lingered on the captain's face, his disapproval evident. Captain Ortega, the prince said, his voice cold and detached. I suggest you compose yourself. Your behavior is unseemly. Captain Ortega's face darkened, but he bowed his head, his voice tight with restraint. Yes, Your Highness. The prince's gaze lingered on the captain's face. He would not tolerate such behavior, especially not now, when he needed to present an impressive front. With a curt nod, the prince turned away. As the seventh prince departed, Michael took a seat in front of Mage Lien's desk, his eyes fixed on the Grand Mage. Master Yuan stood off to the side, his presence unobtrusive yet attentive. Mage Lien leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving Michael's face. Sir Mike, I apologize for the unpleasantness earlier. I had not expected Captain Ortega to react so strongly to your greeting. Michael's expression remained neutral. No need to apologize, Grand Mage. I understand that I may have unintentionally caused offense. Mage Lien nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yes, well, Captain Ortega can be enthusiastic at times. But I assure you, Sir Mike, that you will not be treated disrespectfully while you are my guest. Michael inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the Grand Mage's words. Thank you, Grand Mage. I appreciate your hospitality. Hearing this, Mage Lien smiled but quickly set aside the pleasantries. I'm sure Sir Mike knows why we're here. Yes, Mage Lien. I still recall our conversation about the soul pool fruit. Good. I've secured access to one of the kingdom's flying ships, so we can leave anytime. Today was meant to discuss any necessary arrangements. Are you saying we can depart immediately? Michael asked. Yes, Mage Lien replied, slightly surprised by Michael's directness but still answering honestly. Then can we leave today? Michael's bluntness was intentional. Though Mage Lien hadn't suggested delaying the journey, he wanted to ensure it didn't drag on any longer than necessary. At Michael's words, Mage Lien smiled. Though the man was a bit too direct, he found it satisfying. He had only been considering the other party's schedule, but if they were just as eager to leave, why waste time? In fact, Mage Lien had never thought of delaying the journey. Their transportation was ready to run at any time today. Very well, Sir Mike, Mage Lien said, a hint of amusement in his voice. We shall depart immediately. Master Yuan, please escort Sir Mike to the flying ship while I attend to some last-minute arrangements. Master Yuan nodded, his eyes flicking to Michael before returning to Mage Lien. As you wish, Grand Mage. Michael stood up, his eyes locked onto Mage Lien's. I'm ready when you are, Grand Mage. Mage Lien smiled, his eyes glinting with approval. Excellent, Sir Mike. Let us proceed. With that, Michael followed Master Yuan out of the Grand Mage's chambers, leaving Mage Lien to attend to his last-minute arrangements. As they walked, Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. He had no idea what lay ahead, but he was ready for whatever challenges came his way. After a short walk, they arrived at a large open area where a group of kingdom guards were training. Michael's eyes scanned the area, taking in the sight of the guards sparring and practicing their sword techniques. He noticed a figure standing off to the side, watching the training session with a critical eye. As they approached, the figure turned to face them. Michael's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of a tall, imposing individual with a stern expression. The person wore the uniform of a kingdom guard, and a sword hung at their side. Master Yuan took notice of Michael's gaze and took the opportunity to introduce the figure who wasn't far from them. Ah, Sir Mike, Master Yuan said, his voice firm and respectful. This is Knight Commander Rachel, one of the most skilled warriors in the Kingdom Guard. Knight Commander Rachel's eyes narrowed, his gaze sweeping over Michael before returning to Master Yuan. Master Yuan, he said, his voice deep. I've been instructed to escort the Grand Mage's companion to the flying ship. I presume this is him. His eyes locked onto Michael's face, his expression unreadable. Master Yuan nodded, his expression neutral. Yes, Knight Commander. This is Sir Mike, the Grand Mage's chosen companion for the journey to the Dark Forest. Michael caught some key words. Dark Forest. Is this where the soul pool fruit is? He secretly wondered. Knight Commander Rachel's gaze lingered on Michael's face, his expression thoughtful. I see, he said, his voice measured. In that case, I will ensure that the flying ship is prepared for your departure, Sir Mike. Michael nodded, his eyes locked onto Knight Commander Rachel's face. Thank you, Knight Commander, he said, his voice polite. Knight Commander Rachel nodded, his expression remaining stern. It is my duty to ensure your safety, Sir Mike. I will escort you to the flying ship immediately. With that, Knight Commander Rachel turned and led Michael and Master Yuan to the flying ship. Along the way he called a nearby knight. Michael overheard their conversation as the two didn't hide it that he should go and inform the ones ahead to get ready. As they walked, Michael couldn't help but notice the Knight Commander's stern demeanor. He seemed like a man who took his duties very seriously. After a short walk, they arrived at the flying ship. It was a magnificent vessel, with sleek lines and a sturdy hull. With that, Knight Commander Rachel led Michael and Master Yuan onto the flying ship. On the ship were already several knights who were operating it. As they prepared for departure, Michael noticed that Mage Lien was nowhere to be seen. He wondered when the Grand Mage would arrive, and how he would get to the ship. Just as Michael was about to start observing his surroundings, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was Mage Lien, flying towards the ship on his staff. Michael's lips twitched as the Grand Mage landed gracefully on the ship's deck. Ah, Sir Mike, Mage Lien said, smiling. I see you're ready to depart. Excellent. Michael nodded, still feeling a bit awestruck. Yes, Mage Lien. Mage Lien chuckled. I'm glad to hear that, Sir Mike. Very well, let us depart. As they flew over the kingdom, Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had never seen the kingdom from this perspective before, and it was breathtaking. The rolling hills and green forest stretched out as far as the eye could see, with the occasional castle or village dotting the landscape. As Michael prepared for his journey with Mage Lien, elsewhere in the land of origin, a girl was finally emerging from the vast desert. Well, about to. This girl was Mira. However, just as she spotted a patch of low green fields ahead, something burst from the sand. Ah, shit! Another sandworm. These monsters had started appearing a few days ago. They weren't high level, and their bodies were soft, but killing them was like dealing with cockroaches, annoyingly persistent and hard to finish off. With limited bombs left, Mira had no choice but to handle them with her bare hands. Fortunately, she had armor covering them now, unlike when she had first started. Mira clenched her gauntlets, the metal shimmering under the harsh desert sun. The sandworm lunged, its massive, segmented body writhing as it shot toward her with its gaping maw. Mira didn't hesitate. With a sharp exhale, she leaped forward, dodging to the side just as the worm slammed into the ground where she'd stood a second ago. Sand exploded into the air. Damn things never stop moving. Mira adjusted her stance, feeling the weight of her gauntlets. The sandworm twisted back, rearing up for another strike. But this time, she was ready. Boom! Her fist met the worm's hide with a forceful impact, sending a shockwave through its body. The creature shrieked, thrashing violently, but Mira didn't let up. She pivoted on her heel, driving another punch straight into its side, then another. Each hit sent tremors through the worm's body, breaking its momentum. Finally, with one last, devastating strike, she shattered the creature's soft underbelly. The worm convulsed before collapsing, its body slowly sinking into the sand. Mira exhaled, flexing her fingers. She glanced toward the horizon, where the green fields beckoned. Finally, she muttered, wiping sweat from her forehead. But before she could take another step, the ground trembled beneath her feet. Mia froze. Another worm? No. It was bigger. The sand split apart, and from its depths, a massive shadow loomed. A colossal worm, at least 3 times the size of the one she had just killed, emerged, its mouth filled with rows of gnashing teeth. Mia clenched her fists again. Of course there's a big brother. The sandworm lunged, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth. Mira didn't flinch. Instead, she exhaled sharply, shifting into a fighting stance. Mana surged through her body, condensing around her fists as she whispered the name of a skill. Iron Fist. She stepped forward and met the sandworm's charge head-on. Her fist slammed into its open mouth, shattering its fangs with a sickening crunch. The impact traveled through its body, causing the entire creature to convulse violently. A second later, it exploded from the sheer force, chunks of its body scattering across the desert. Oh, a spirit crystal. By the body of the sandworm, Mira spotted a familiar loot. The conditions for loot drops weren't exactly strict, but they followed a set of rules. For example, killing a human wouldn't grant loot, unless that human had a special bloodline or physique. Why was it different? Perhaps only those who had studied the phenomenon in depth could understand. Neither Mira nor Michael were among those people. One was too busy crafting and acquiring more bombs, while the other was focused on expanding his undead family. However, both loved the sight of loot. That said, Mira had collected far more loot than Michael, despite not suffering as much as he had. Her initial location in the land of origin had been a desolate desert, arguably worse than Michael's. At least he had threats capable of killing him, forcing a change of scenery. But if Mira wanted to leave her barren starting point, her only option was to commit suicide, something even she, with her strong will, couldn't bring herself to do. With no choice, she picked a random direction and began her journey. For days, it was the same endless landscape. She had almost grown numb to it. What was meant to be a realm of adventure had turned into a world of nothingness. More than once, she found herself wondering if she should just end it. The thought was terrifying, but many awakeners at a certain level started to entertain it. Yet, it was the penalty of death that made Mira hold on. Fortunately, change finally came. She started encountering monsters. They were only one type. Sandworms. At first, they were weak enough that she could fight them with her bare hands. That, in turn, earned her a fist-related skill, making her even more enthusiastic about brawling and arming herself. As the monsters grew stronger, so did she. Her experience points skyrocketed and she found herself loving the desert a bit. Why? Because it made her stronger. What she hadn't expected, however, was to see a stretch of green on a distant desert hill a few hours ago. The sight filled her with excitement. Fighting monsters was great, but just like Michael hungered for civilization, so did she. Besides, the monsters were getting weaker. No, she had simply gotten stronger. And that made them less desirable. Mira placed the spirit crystal in her storage space and made her way to the green expanse with hope this was going to be her first step to civilization. I hope they have things that can explode. On the flying ship, Grand Mage Lien and Michael met once again. They had been flying for a while now, and according to the Grand Mage, they were close to their destination. It didn't take long for Michael to spot it, a vast mountain range stretching endlessly into the horizon. Seeing the barren peaks, his lips twitched. Wasn't the treasure they were after a fruit? Could anything even grow here? The mountains looked practically bald. Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration, there were patches of green here and there. But for something as miraculous as the soul pool fruit, if Mage Lien was telling the truth, Michael felt it shouldn't be growing in such a place. Unless it was as stubborn and resilient as potatoes, he mused. Still, he didn't doubt Mage Lien too much. He was still a novice in the supernatural world, and applying common sense to it wasn't exactly wise. If even stone monsters had intelligence, then what wasn't possible? As the flying ship slowed, hovering just outside the mountain range, Michael's gaze remained locked onto the barren peaks. Mage Lien, noticing his scrutiny, let out a chuckle. I know what you're thinking, Sir Mike. It doesn't look like much, does it? Michael turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Not exactly the most lush place for a fruit to grow. The Grand Mage smiled. Nature's gift, if they weren't weird they wouldn't be called miraculous. Michael didn't respond immediately. In the end, the only thing that mattered was whether they would actually find it. Then how do we get there, he asked. Mage Lien turned his gaze to the mountain range. We land here and proceed on foot. Michael narrowed his eyes. Why not fly straight in? Mage Lien's smile turned sarcastic. Oh, there's no place to land, of course. The mountains are far too treacherous. Michael felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had spoken his thought aloud without thinking. He should have known better. With that, the flying ship began its descent, hovering above a small clearing near the base of the mountain range. Michael followed Mage Lien and the others as they disembarked, his eyes scanning the barren landscape. Michael took a deep breath. According to Mage Lien, the reason he hadn't taken the soul pool fruits himself was simple: if he could, he would have. The real issue was the monsters guarding them, creatures stronger than him. Still, they shouldn't be too powerful, otherwise, attempting to retrieve the fruits would be outright suicide. This could be seen from Mage Lien managing to return at all if there were two of them. Whatever the case, Michael mentally prepared himself. He turned toward Mage Lien, who was speaking with the Night Master Yuan had introduced him to, and then later with Yuan himself. One thing Michael had noticed was that, aside from Mage Lien, he seemed to be the only one truly aware of their real mission. Not that he found it strange. After all, there was nothing unusual about a man keeping his treasure a secret. Michael waited for Mage Lien to finish his conversation. It didn't take long for Mage Lien to be down. With that, the group set off towards the mountains, their footsteps echoing off the barren peaks. The two walked in silence for a while, the only sound being the crunch of gravel beneath their feet. Their speed was fast as they blurred, but to the two they walked at a measured pace. After waiting for a while, Michael was about to ask Mage Lien when they'll reach the treasure location when Mage Lien suddenly stopped and gestured for him to be silent. Michael's eyes narrowed, his senses on high alert as he scanned their surroundings. Mage Lien's eyes were fixed on something ahead, his expression intent. Michael followed his gaze, and soon, he saw it too, a tree, unlike any he had ever seen before. The tree itself wasn't too big, but its branches seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in impossible ways. And on those branches, Michael saw strange-looking fruits, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. But what caught Michael's attention wasn't the tree or the fruits, but the two massive creatures sleeping at the base of the trunk. They looked like apes, their fur a thick, shaggy coat of brown and gray. They were enormous, easily 3 times Michael's undead blue apes, and their muscles rippled beneath their skin even as they slept. Michael's eyes widened as he took in the sight of the apes. Mage Lien's voice was barely audible as he spoke, "Those are the guardians of the soul pool fruit. We'll need to defeat them to get the fruits. Also, there's no need to worry about damaging the fruit or the tree. Just show an intention to attack, and they will naturally move to another area," Mage Lien explained. Michael listened carefully as Mage Lien continued. "With Sir Mick summon, while it may be difficult to defeat a mountain ape, it shouldn't be impossible. Sorry, Mike will take one, and I'll take the other. Please come assist me once you're done." Michael nodded in agreement. Though he couldn't use his detect skill from where he stood, from the aura he sensed from the 2 apes. Though they were indeed more powerful than Mage Lien, it wasn't to the point of despair. Mage Lien wasted no time. Raising a hand, he conjured a spear of fire, its tip burning white-hot. Marking his target, with a flick of his wrist, the projectile shot forward, streaking through the air like a comet. The sleeping mountain ape jerked awake the moment the spear struck its thick fur, the force sending embers scattering into the air. It roared, shaking the ground beneath them, its massive frame twisting as it turned its furious gaze toward Mage Lien. Michael, already prepared, reached into his storage space. In an instant a massive undead griffin emerged in mid-air. The second mountain ape, startled by its companion's roar, snapped awake. Its gaze locked onto Michael and his undead beast. Mage Lien had immediately dashed in another direction with the first ape making Michael stand out to the second ape. Without hesitation, it bared its fangs and slammed its fists into the ground, sending a spray of rocks into the air. With an angry bellow, it grabbed a chunk the size of a boulder and hurled it toward him. Michael reacted instantly. "Go," he commanded. The undead griffin let out a screech and charged forward, its wings kicking up a gust of wind. With a powerful leap, it soared toward the incoming rock, smashing through it with sheer momentum before diving straight at the mountain ape Michael stood behind. He wasn't done. With Mage Lien no longer in sight, Michael summoned both Lucky, his undead wolf and his undead high human. "Lucky, the environment is too restrictive for you to summon and use your vines, so stick to physical attacks. Also, don't use your poison." The last command was given with the soul pool fruit in mind, he couldn't risk damaging it. Turning to the undead high human, Michael issued another order. "No magic. Your spells are too destructive." Only the undead griffin was granted the freedom to use its wind magic, its wind/providing aerial support from above. The mountain ape roared as the undead griffin struck, talons raking across its thick fur. The impact forced it back a step, but it quickly regained its footing, snarling in fury. Michael didn't waste time. He barked his commands aloud. "Lucky, flank it. You. Keep it occupied from the front." Lucky dashed forward, its undead form moving with unnatural agility. The undead high human followed with steady, heavy steps, its lifeless eyes locked onto the ape. The mountain ape, now fully awake and enraged, pounded its chest before launching itself at the closest enemy, Michael's high human. Its massive fist came down like a hammer, shaking the ground on impact. But the high human was fast. It twisted to the side, avoiding a direct hit, and countered with a powerful punch to the ape's ribs. Though the undead lacked true muscle strength, its sheer durability and unnatural force made up for it. The ape grunted, momentarily stunned. That was all Lucky needed. Leaping in from the side, the undead wolf latched onto the ape's arm, its fangs sinking deep. The beast howled, shaking violently to throw Lucky off, but the wolf held firm. "Griffin, wind slash." Above, the undead griffin let out a piercing screech before unleashing a razor-sharp gust of wind. The attack struck the ape's exposed back, drawing blood for the first time. Michael's eyes gleamed. Good. It can be hurt. But the mountain ape wasn't done. With a furious bellow, it slammed its free arm into Lucky, sending the undead wolf flying. At the same time, it lunged at the high human, using sheer brute force to overpower the undead. The two collided, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. Michael steadied himself, watching as his undead struggled against the mountain ape's sheer might. The high human, despite its unnatural strength, was slowly being pushed back. The ape's fists rained down like sledgehammers, each strike forcing the undead further into the dirt. This thing is a brute, Michael thought grimly. Griffin, more wind slashes. The griffin screeched in acknowledgement, its wings beating furiously as it sent another barrage of razor-sharp wind blades toward the ape's exposed back. The ape roared as fresh cuts appeared across its fur, but it didn't falter. Instead, it grabbed the high human by the shoulders and, with terrifying strength, hurled it across the battlefield. Michael's undead crashed against a jagged rock formation, cracking the stone upon impact. Michael narrowed his eyes. Lucky, go for the legs. The undead wolf, having recovered from its earlier blow, darted forward with blinding speed. Its fangs sank into the ape's ankle, twisting violently to unbalance the massive creature. The ape staggered, momentarily distracted. Michael seized the opportunity. Griffin, pin it down. The undead griffin dived with a deafening screech, its massive talons latching onto the ape's shoulders, digging deep. The sheer force sent the mountain ape stumbling backward, its balance faltering as Lucky's fangs clamped tighter around its leg. Michael moved swiftly. He raised a hand, dark energy gathering around his fingers. You. Return to the fight. The undead mage, though battered, obeyed. It launched itself back into the fray, closing the distance in seconds. This time, Michael gave a new command. Break its arm. The high human wasted no time. With eerie precision, it caught the ape's massive wrist mid-swing and twisted violently. Crack. The sound of breaking bone echoed. The mountain ape let out an agonized roar, its arm hanging limply at its side. Michael's expression didn't change. He knew it wasn't over. Even injured, the beast was still incredibly dangerous. But now, its attacks would be slower. Lucky, don't let go. The wolf obeyed, clamping down even harder. The ape tried to shake it off but failed. Lucky's jaw strength was beyond that of a normal beast. Griffin, one more wind slash, straight at its face. A gust of razor-sharp wind tore through the air. The moment it struck, the ape howled, reeling backward, momentarily blinded. Now. Michael's high human moved in for the finishing blow. With both hands raised, it brought its fists down on the ape's skull with all its undead strength. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave through the ground. The mountain ape staggered once, twice, then collapsed. Michael let out a slow breath, watching as the massive beast twitched before falling completely still. Victory! He didn't waste time celebrating. His eyes flickered toward the other fight, Mage Lien's battle. The Grand Mage was locked in combat with the second mountain ape, his flaming spear clashing against the beast's relentless assault. However, he was clearly on the defensive, forced to dodge more than he attacked. Michael analyzed the situation. Mage Lien was strong, but his attacks didn't seem to do enough damage to truly hurt the creature. It seemed like the mountain ape was a creature that needed brute force to take it down effectively. This or a gang up. Without hesitation, Michael barked an order to his undead. Assist him. The griffin launched forward and was followed closely by Lucky. As for the high human, Michael placed it back into his storage space. The undead monsters can be lied about, but a human corpse seemed a bit too sensitive. Mage Lien twisted his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding the mountain ape's massive fist as it crashed into the ground, sending debris flying. He landed a few feet away, breath steady, flames still crackling at his fingertips. His attacks had landed, but the ape barely seemed fazed. Even with its fur scorched, the beast continued its relentless assault, swinging its powerful arms with terrifying force. Michael wasted no time. Griffin, strike from above. Lucky, go for the legs. His summons obeyed instantly. The undead griffin screeched, diving at the mountain ape, its razor-sharp talons slashing at the beast's face. The attack momentarily blinded the creature, forcing it to stagger back. At the same time, Lucky darted in low, its fangs sinking into the ape's ankle. With a powerful twist, it yanked the beast off balance. Mage Lien didn't miss the opportunity. Scorching lance. A spear of searing white-hot fire materialized in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it straight at the mountain ape's exposed chest. The lance struck true, piercing through the beast's thick hide. Flames erupted on impact, searing flesh and sending a wave of heat rolling outward. The mountain ape howled in agony. Michael watched intently, calculating. Even with the combined attacks, the beast was still standing. They needed to cripple it, fast. Griffin, another wind slash. The griffin obeyed, wings beating furiously as it sent another razor-sharp gust of wind toward the beast's face. The attack struck, slicing into the mountain ape's left eye. The beast roared, clutching its bleeding face, momentarily blinded on one side. That was their chance. The Grand Mage didn't need to be told twice. With a sharp breath, he gathered every ounce of mana he had left. Flames surged around him, brighter than before, licking at the air like a living inferno. He raised both hands. Inferno Spear. A massive, burning spear formed above him, radiating intense heat. Unlike the previous lances, this one burned with streaks of gold, the sheer force distorting the air around it. With a single motion, Mage Lien hurled it forward. The blazing weapon shot through the air like a meteor, crashing into the mountain ape's chest. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave through the ground. The flames erupted violently, engulfing the beast in an inferno that burned hotter than anything they had unleashed before. The mountain ape let out one final, agonized roar, before it collapsed. Michael exhaled slowly, watching the beast's massive form go still. Silence followed. Mage Lien wiped the sweat from his brow, his breathing heavy but steady. He glanced at Michael. "I'll admit, that was harder than I expected." Michael nodded. They were tough. But now. His gaze shifted toward the glowing fruits hanging from the tree far away from him. The soul pool fruits were finally within their grasp. However, Michael didn't immediately head toward the soul pool fruit tree. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he simply didn't want to seem indifferent to Mage Lien's current weakness, which he truly was. Fortunately, despite his labored breathing and clear exhaustion from the battle, Mage Lien seemed just as concerned about the fruit. Without hesitation, he started making his way toward the tree. Michael didn't need to be asked to follow, he did so immediately. "What about the monsters?" Michael asked. With Mage Lien's existence, Michael spared little thought for the corpses. The fact that they were too large to fit in his storage space, combined with his lack of contract slots, only made them more undesirable. Mage Lien glanced at the monster corpses before speaking, his voice calm despite his exhaustion. "The knights who followed us on the flying ship will take care of them. You don't have to worry." Michael gave a small nod, though his gaze remained on the fallen creatures. It was a shame, if he had the space or the contract slots, the corpses could have been valuable assets. Of course, he also needed the required strength to revive them, but at the very least, a larger storage space would have allowed him to keep them. However, this also meant considering how to avoid revealing too much and standing out to Mage Lien. Mage Lien wasn't done speaking. "Your assistance in killing the monsters won't go unrewarded." Michael's eyes flickered with interest. A separate reward? He wouldn't refuse that. In fact, this wasn't the first reward he was owed in the land of origin, at least, in this region. According to his conversation with Mage Lien on the flying ship, the kingdom was still deliberating on what reward to grant him for his assistance against the strange monster attacks in Everlong Forest. However, Michael's focus quickly shifted back to the real prize, the soul pool fruits. Now only a few steps away from the tree, he could feel the energy radiating from the glowing fruits. Each one pulsed with an ethereal light. There were 4. Mage Lien was pleasantly surprised. Last time he was here, he had only seen 3. He hadn't realized he had missed one. However, this was good. The distribution was already clear. Mage Lien reached out, plucking 2 of the soul pool fruits from the tree without hesitation. Michael followed suit, his fingers grazing the surface of the remaining fruits before securing them in his grip. Soul pool fruit. Rank, extraordinary 2 stars. Increases soul energy and strengthens the soul. Can significantly do the same for one's mana capacity. Michael was just about to exclaim in awe as he held the fruits when he furrowed his brows. The energy within the fruits was diminishing. It wasn't immediate, but it was clear, the glow they emitted was fading ever so slightly. Michael's instincts screamed at him. Michael didn't waste a second. He exchanged a glance with Mage Lien, who had also noticed the change. Without hesitation, the Grand Mage sat down in a meditative pose, cradling the soul pool fruits in his hands. Michael followed suit, lowering himself to the ground while keeping his senses sharp. He gave one final command to his undead. Stand guard. If anything approaches, prioritize my safety. His Griffin and Lucky immediately took position. Taking a deep breath, Michael focused inward, directing his attention to the fruits in his hands. As he closed his eyes, he could feel the energy within them, pulsing faintly, yet undeniably powerful. There was no need for hesitation. He immediately took one. The moment the fruit's essence entered his body, a wave of energy surged through him. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming, a rush of warmth spreading through every fiber of his being. His mana pulsed wildly, his core reacting instantly to the influx of energy. Beside him, Mage Lien was undergoing the same process. Flames flickered faintly around him as he absorbed the fruit's essence, his body resonating with its potent energy. Michael focused, directing the energy toward his mana pool. The soul pool fruit according to Mage Lien is said to increase the soul, but it would also massively increase one's mana pool as a side effect. Michael had also confirmed this from his skill. Michael could feel his mana pool expanding. The sound of notifications rang in his mind. The power was intoxicating, but he remained steady, ensuring that every bit of energy was properly absorbed. Minutes passed. Then, slowly, the intensity lessened. The pulsing energy settled within him, his body adapting to the newfound strength. However, Michael didn't wait to observe the changes nor check his new notification and took the second soul pool fruit. The second fruit's energy rushed into him, though this time, it wasn't as overwhelming. His body had already adapted to the first surge, allowing him to absorb the new energy more smoothly. The warmth spread through him once again, but instead of a wild torrent, it flowed like a controlled current, expanding his mana pool. Michael exhaled slowly, focusing on refining the power instead of simply enduring it. His mana capacity stretched further, a noticeable increase compared to before. Beside him, Mage Lien remained silent, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the second fruit's essence. Faint embers flickered around him, but they were more subdued than before. Even a grand mage had limits. Michael could also feel his something within him stabilizing, strengthening with every passing second. The lingering effects of the fruits were still settling, but the immediate rush was over. His grip loosened, and he finally let out a breath. The glow around them dimmed as the last traces of energy dissipated from the fruits. Only then did Michael finally glance at his notifications. And he was stunned speechless. Outside the dark mountain ranges, the flying ship stood in place like a silent beast. However, the inside was anything but quiet. At the tip of the ship, Master Yuan stood alongside one of Grand Mage Lien's personal attendants and Knight Commander Rachel, the one responsible for overseeing Mage Lien's travels. Though they were far from Michael and Mage Lien's location, their advanced cultivation levels allowed them to subtly sense the mana waves rippling through the air, echoes of the battle against the mountain apes. Should we go? Knight Commander Rachel couldn't help but ask again. Master Yuan, who stood beside him, didn't respond immediately. His expression flickered with hesitation before firming into resolve. The Grand Mage instructed us to wait for him. Going to his side would mean disobeying his orders and possibly hindering him, Master Yuan said. Knight Commander Rachel remained silent for a moment before a certain youth's image surfaced in his mind. What was his name? Sir Mike. What about him? Isn't it dangerous for him to stay close to the Grand Mage right now? Master Yuan was momentarily speechless. Neither of them could have expected that the youth they thought would be a burden was actually the one providing assistance.